Chapter 1. Dragon Ball World has successfully checked in and received the reward Immortal Body. The next check-in location, Monkey King's residence, reward Scion Blood. Li Shu opened his eyes suddenly, listening to the voice of the system in his head. He knew that he had crossed over. But he didn't even know how he died, so he crossed out outrageously, which was outrageous. It doesn't matter, anyway, I was an orphan in my previous life, I have nothing to worry about, and the Dragon Ball world is also very good, Immortal Body Niu Pai. Li Shu was a little excited, but also a little regretful. Dragon Ball was an anime decades ago, and he almost forgot the plot. He remembered the last time he watched Dragon Ball, it was still last time. It doesn't matter, I have an immortal body, just look for it slowly. If I'm not mistaken, the Scions are a warlike race, with the characteristics of becoming more and more courageous the more they fight. As long as they can't die, they will get stronger and stronger. Scion Blood and Immortal Body are simply a perfect match. Li Shu was a little excited, full of expectations for his future. The powerhouse of the Dragon Ball world will blow up the earth with one punch and collapse the universe with one kick, but it doesn't matter, he has an immortal body, he doesn't worry about his safety at all, and he can rest assured that he is a wave. Li Shu looked at the surrounding environment. The wilderness was full of huge rocks and mountains, and he couldn't tell the difference between the southeast and the northwest, and he couldn't tell the difference between the southeast and the northwest. It's over, I'm going to get lost at the beginning, but if I'm not mistaken, Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan seem to live in the mountains. What is it called? It seems to be called Nakoyama? Well, that's right. I just don't know the current timeline. If Sun Wukong is an adult, then he will move to the city. At that moment, there was a roar in the mountains, and the ground shook. A green-skinned dinosaur appeared in the distance, drooling and looking at itself. Li Shu didn't panic at all, and he wasn't surprised. It was too normal for a dinosaur to appear in the Dragon Ball world. He even hooked his finger at the dinosaur. He wanted to see how far this immortal body could go. According to the setting in Dragon Ball, the combat power of adults is 5, commonly known as the Battle 5 scum. But he is not an ordinary adult, he suffers from hypoglycemia, high uric acid, urinary occult blood, osteoporosis, kidney yin deficiency, kidney yang deficiency, spleen and stomach imbalance, long and short feet, selective amnesia, etc., and his combat effectiveness is about 3. And the combat power of a dinosaur. Before Li Shu finished his analysis, he was gone, and was swallowed by the green-skinned dinosaur. Well? A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the green-skinned dinosaur. It is not the first time it eats humans, and it often eats, but why can't this human chew it? At this moment, Li Shu is experiencing a new experience. As the green-skinned dinosaur chewed, his body was constantly torn and reorganized, and he just couldn't chew it. I can't die, but I hurt. Li Shu cried bitterly, crying out in pain. Li Shu, who lived in an era of peace, how could he have experienced such an ordeal? Usually if his finger cuts a little skin, he has to call an ambulance. And he will be under general anesthesia. Don't chew, you can't chew it, please swallow it. In the mouth of the green-skinned dinosaur, Li Shu's voice begging for mercy came. Sigma, A. The dinosaur was shocked. Phew. The dinosaur directly spit out Li Shu. This human not only can't chew it, but it is even very sour, and it has a bit of a fishy smell. It is not delicious at all. It is simply difficult to swallow. When it saw the food being spit out, the flesh and blood on its body were constantly squirming and reorganizing, and there was a hint of horror in the dinosaur's eyes, and it ran away with a whimper. Hee, that's it. After being reborn, Li Shu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, patted the dust on his body, stood up from the ground, and looked at the fleeing dinosaur, his face full of mockery. After I collect the 7 Dragon Balls, my first wish is not to be afraid of pain. Li Shu thought so. 10 days later, Li Shu was as skinny as wood. It's over, it's over, I can't die, but I'm hungry. Li Shu dragged his weak body, staggered through the mountains, salivating at the fruit on the tree. He couldn't climb the tree. It's better to die. It's nothing short of torture. Li Shu had already dried his tears, he had nothing to love and leaned on the tree, decided to lie down, decided to wait for the monkey. He didn't leave anyway. Where this bird doesn't, I haven't seen a single figure for 10 days, and the food is there, but he hates it, he can't pick it, and he was even eaten and spit out by 38 dinosaurs of all kinds. Later, the dinosaurs shook their heads when they saw him. Li Shu has never felt that he is such a waste, worthy of the new generation of waste youth. It is really comfort that makes people backward, living in a peaceful era. He has long lost the ability to survive in the wilderness. When I collect 7 Dragon Balls, my second wish is not to be hungry. Li Shu thought indignantly and fell asleep groggily. I don't know how long it took, a strong smell of meat made Li Shu, who was sleeping, suddenly wake up. He raised his heavy eyes, his vision was still a little dazed, and he felt that 2 heads were dangling in front of his eyes. Cool Ujiva. Hello, is a child's voice. It's time for you to dig, seconds, what are you doing? He woke up, was an old man's voice. Li Shu was stunned, he suddenly realized that Mandarin is not spoken in this place, and he can't understand Japanese. I'm losing. Li Shu once again felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Why didn't he travel through the Chinese version of the Dragon Ball world? How can this be good? I'll come to Caxi, take you to wash? Hungry, hey. The old man said again. It's time for you to dig, a bag of macamice. He seems to be a fool, said the child. Li Shu regained a little strength, sat up from the bed, and racked his brain to think about the Japanese he had learned from film and television books. He said tentatively, Linen Falls. I'll come to Kashi, take Neko, and I'll rub it. Aren't you hungry? The old man asked, confused. Persimmons? Li Shu understood this sentence. He said that this is Kizai Mountain. The old and the young in front of them must be Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. Yes, totally. It seems that the lying flat strategy of waiting for the monkey has succeeded. Li Shu was a little excited, and he tentatively said the second sentence in Japanese. One library, one library. Sodasn. Understood, the old man smiled and nodded, took a bowl of broth from the pot set up in the open space next to him, and brought it. Alligato. Thank you, Li Shu's eyes lit up, it seemed that he had learned Japanese well, and he could communicate at least a little, so he hurriedly ate. After a while, Li Shu ate the whole pot of broth and leaned against the tree with satisfaction. At the same time, a voice sounded in my head. Complete the side check-in quest, The Taste of Dinosaur Meat, and get the reward Language Mastery. Chapter 2. Language Proficient. It's really timely rain, Li Shu thankfully, let him learn it from scratch. I'm afraid he won't be able to learn Japanese in his lifetime, and he won't die, so he can't learn it at all. However, the voice in the head does not end. Unlock the achievement, I starved myself to death. You have an immortal body, you almost starved to death, you are the first person in the history of the world. Congratulations on getting the reward Chi Sense, achievement value +1. Well? Li Shu was overjoyed, as I expected, all this was in my expectation. Yes, I deliberately wanted to starve myself to death, and use my life to verify the urine of the system. Young man, why are you here alone? Sun Gohan asked. How do I explain this? Li Shu was a little numb, his brain was running rapidly, and he said, I'm lost. Sun Gohan smiled, it's dangerous for you to be alone in the mountains, why don't you go to my house and stay for a while? Do you have the contact information of your relatives? No, I'm an orphan. Li Shu shook his head. Poor boy. Sun Wuhan subconsciously glanced at Wukong, who was looking at Li Shu curiously. Like Li Shu, Sun Wukong is also an orphan, a poor child he picked up from the mountains. Is this the MT Tsuneko? On the way home, Li Shu decided to make sure. Baizai Mountain, it's Baizai Mountain, it's a pity that you can't eat it. Sun Wukong hurriedly replied. Sun Wukong looked at Li Shu's ass and asked curiously, why don't you have a tail either? Looking at the naive Monkey King, Li Shu recalled a plot in which Monkey King turned into a super gorilla on a full moon night and trampled his grandfather's son Gohan, who had raised him for many years, to death. This is the innate ability of scions. As long as they see the full moon, they will transform into a super gorilla, extremely fierce, and the young Monkey King is not able to control this power, so he loses his mind. As long as the tail is cut off, the transformation can be ended, and the scion without the tail will not be able to transform into a super gorilla. Li Shu wanted to prevent this tragedy from happening, so he said, I cut off my tail. Hey? Why? Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Sun Wuhan looked at Li Shu unexpectedly. Could it be that this young man is the same as Sun Wukong, born with a tail? Li Shu explained, because this is our weakness. As he spoke, Li Shu pinched Sun Wukong's tail. Sun Wukong's pupils suddenly shrank, and the whole person was numb, only to feel weak, and collapsed to the ground with a snap. Sun Gohan looked at this scene in shock, a little incredulous. Look, I'm not wrong. Li Shu let go of his hand. Sun Wukong regained his strength, jumped up from the ground in surprise, and turned his head to look at the tail dancing flexibly behind him. He took off his pants thoughtfully, and said in a surprising voice, then do you have Xiao Kunkan? Does that need to be cut off too? Li Shu's mouth opened slightly, and he looked at Sun Wukong's little lychee speechlessly. I saw that Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and shook it, and he didn't have that feeling of weakness all over his body, so he said innocently, Big brother, you can pinch it. Good. Li Shu suddenly had a bad taste, flicked it with his hand and said, this one needs to be played. Strictly speaking, this is indeed one of our weaknesses, but it is acceptable. Sun Wukong scratched his head, didn't understand what it meant, and put his pants back on. Sun Gohan looked at the scene with a smile and said, young man, I don't know what your name is. Is from the same place as Goku? My name is Li Shu, and I don't know if I'm from the same place as Wukong, but I do have the same kind of person as him. Li Shu is about to obtain the Scion blood, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the same kind of person as Sun Wukong, and it will be easy to explain when the time comes. It didn't take long for Li Shu to come to Sun Wukong's house, and the sound of the system also sounded. Monkey King's residence has successfully signed in and received a reward Scion blood. Next check-in location, unknown, stay tuned. Li Shu couldn't help but show a smile on his face. With the immortal body and Scion blood, he would basically be invincible in the Dragon Ball world. As for the next sign-in reward, it doesn't matter, you love it or not. Wow, big brother, your tail is growing again. At this moment, Sun Wukong looked at Li Shu's ass in surprise. Li Shu also felt something strange, looked behind him, and his tail danced flexibly, like an arm making a finger, as if he had always had a tail. I forgot to tell you, even if we cut off the tail, it will grow out inexplicably. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sun Wuhan had no doubts about Li Shu in his heart. Are you going to cut it off? Sun Wukong asked. Cut out? That doesn't hurt to death. The key is that he has an immortal body, and when the time comes, everything will fall and grow again, so how can it be explained? It's too troublesome, it will grow back if you cut it off. In fact, there are other ways to overcome this weakness. Li Shu hurriedly shook his head, there is nothing bad about double standards. What's the solution? Exercise the tail. But on the night of the full moon, we'd better not see the moon, or we'll have terrible changes. Wow, that's what Grandpa told me. Sun Wukong nodded ignorantly. Sun Wuhan looked at Li Shu in surprise, and stopped talking. The last time Sun Wukong saw the full moon and transformed into a giant ape, he was so frightened that he almost died. He decided to wait for Wukong to fall asleep at night and have a good chat with Li Shu. This young man obviously knew a lot of things. In the following time, Li Shu watched Sun Wuhan teach Sun Wukong to cultivate. At first, Li Shu wanted to practice with him, but after seeing the cruel cultivation method, he decisively gave up. It's better to wait until you have obtained the ability of not afraid of pain before cultivating. Li Shibai was bored basking in the sun. Soon, night fell, and after the three of them finished dinner, Sun Wukong went to bed early. Sun Gohan came to Li Shu's room. As if Li Shu had been waiting for a long time, as if he knew that he was coming, Sun Gohan asked, "Do you have any plans next?" "No, I hope Grandpa can take me in." Li Shu had already prepared his words, and said sincerely, "I am an orphan, helpless, and lost my job. I wanted to come to the mountains to relax, but I got lost again, and my grandfather knew about the rest of the matter, and I almost starved to death. I want to stay and repay you for saving your life." Sun Gohan was silent for a moment, looked at Li Shu's tail, and said, "Have you also had the experience of transforming into a giant ape?" Goku lost his mind after transforming into a giant ape. He had no memory at all. And I didn't tell him, which is why I never took him out. But you're not like Goku, you can remember what happened after you transformed into a giant ape. Li Shu did not hesitate, and immediately said, "I have a way to control the violent power of Wukong's transformation." Chapter 3. Li Shu told Sun Gohan about the incomplete Scion memories in his mind. There is no need to hide this, and at the same time, it can gain the trust of Sun Gohan. Scions? Are you and Goku both from a planet called Vegeta? Goku's mission is to destroy everyone on this planet? After listening to Li Shu's story about the Scions, Sun Gohan was stunned. He suddenly remembered that when he first picked up Wukong, he was indeed in a circular flying machine, and Wukong's personality was particularly stubborn and irritable, and later he lost his memory due to an accidental brain impact, and since then his personality has become docile. This made him believe in Li Shu. Luckily, Goku seems to have lost his memory and doesn't remember this. What about you? Sun Gohan asked suspiciously. I'm not like Goku, he's a natural warrior, and I'm not. Scions are tested for combat effectiveness when they are born, and I was abandoned because my combat effectiveness was too low. Among the Scion nation, the weak are not worthy to stay there. So, when I was born, I was sent out of the planet Vegeta and left to fend for myself. Li Shu made up a white lie and looked at Sun Gohan lonely. The kind-hearted Sun Gohan looked at Li Shu sympathetically. He didn't doubt this, but asked, "What is the method of controlling the giant ape?" "Cut off the tail." Li Shu said seriously, "Grandpa, you also saw just now, the broken tail of our scions can grow back, and there is no harm to us." Sun Gohan still asked puzzled, "But you still keep your memory after you transform?" Li Shu smiled, "That's because Wukong is still young and can't control that violent force, so he will lose his mind, just transform a few more times. Usually, we can also exercise his willpower a lot. Or through some tranquilizers, inject him after he transforms." Hearing this, Sun Gohan finally showed a relaxed smile. Over the years, every time the moon was full, he was scared, afraid that something would happen. However, I don't always manage to keep my memory and sanity after my transformation, so every full moon night, I lock myself in my room in fear. That's one of the reasons why I want to stay. If I have an accident, I hope my grandfather can cut off my tail." Sun Wuhan nodded solemnly, and at the same time agreed to Li Shu's request to stay. The next day, at breakfast, Sun Gohan told him about Wukong's transformation into a giant ape. After learning that he almost killed his grandfather, Sun Wukong immediately cried in fright. "Wukong, from now on, we will add an item to our daily cultivation to train your willpower, and when you transform unexpectedly next time, you must learn to control that violent force and keep your sanity. Sun Wukong nodded heavily, and ate the dinosaur legs in his hands with teary eyes. At Sun Wuhan's request, Li Shu was very reluctant to join his daily cultivation. Li Shu, I'm old, after I die, I hope you can help me take care of Wukong more. This is the reason why Sun Gohan strongly asked Li Shu to cultivate together. Li Shu had no reason to refuse, so he agreed. In the days that followed, Li Shu was in pain and happy. The painful thing is that the cultivation is really hard, and the happy thing is that he obviously feels that he has become stronger. He crushed a boulder on his chest, broke a giant tree on his head, chopped firewood with his bare hands, and the most important thing was that he learned to climb a tree. Even defeated a green-skinned dinosaur. A year later, on a full moon night, Goku wakes up in the middle of the night and accidentally sees the moon, and transforms into a giant ape. Oh my god, this is terrifying. Feeling the fierce and terrifying aura, Li Shu, who was hiding in the house, was shocked. He didn't dare to go out, not because he was afraid of death, but because he would transform when he saw the full moon. Leave it to me, you must not go out, I can't face two giant apes at the same time. Sun Gohan hurried to Li Shu's room. Seeing that Li Shu had no intention of going out, he immediately relieved himself, and rushed towards Wukong, a giant ape, with a firewood knife in his hand. Goku, do you remember your usual practice? Stay sane. Imagine a calm lake in your heart. Sun Gohan shouted at the raging giant ape. However, the giant ape did not react, but let out a roar towards Sun Gohan and rushed over. Sun Gohan was a little helpless, and he desperately whirled around under the attack of the giant ape, trying to awaken Goku's sanity. It's just that all this seems to be in vain, but Sun Gohan didn't give up, and it wasn't until he couldn't hold on anymore that he reluctantly cut off Goku's tail. As the tail fell, the giant ape's body suddenly let out a roar, and its body trembled violently and began to shrink sharply. Looking at Wukong, who had fallen asleep on the ground, Sun Gohan smiled bitterly and carried him back to the room. The next day, as soon as Wukong woke up, he found his grandfather Sun Gohan and cried, "Grandpa, Grandpa, did I transform last night? I seem to have almost killed you. Do you remember?" Sun Gohan looked at Wukong in surprise, which showed that Li Shu's method was effective. Over time, Goku will be able to completely control the power of the giant ape and maintain his sanity after transforming. "Grandpa, I didn't mean to, I couldn't control myself at the time," Goku said hurriedly. Sun Gohan smiled and asked, "Didn't you notice anything different in your body?" "Hey, is there one?" Wukong looked at himself curiously, and soon his eyes widened. "Hey? What about my tail?" "Here." Sun Gohan took out a broken tail out of nowhere, and continued, "Remember, after transforming, you can return to normal by cutting off your tail, and in the future, if your brother Li Shu also accidentally transforms and can't keep his sanity, you have to do the same." Sun Wukong nodded again and again. After a year of getting along, he has developed a deep relationship with Li Shu. Li Shu sat at the dining table and gnawed on the dinosaur's legs, smiling at this scene, when suddenly the voice of the system sounded in his head. "Next check-in location, summoning the dragon site, reward one more wish." Li Shu's eyes lit up. "Great, when the time comes, the first wish not afraid of pain, the second wish not afraid of hunger, perfect." Looking at the dinosaur leg in his hand, Li Shu suddenly felt that the wish of not afraid of hunger was a bit unnecessary, and his ability to survive in the wilderness now could not be compared to Tenbei yet. According to the development of the plot, the next thing you just have to wait for Boomer to come to the door, the next plan, wait for the horse. Li Shu lay flat again, eating dinosaurs every day and waiting for the Dragon Balls to be delivered to the door. Isn't it fragrant? Chapter 4. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Li Shu has been in Baizai Mountain for 5 years. Sun Wukong is 11 years old. It is worth mentioning that grandfather Sun Gohan passed away 2 years ago, that is, when Sun Wukong was 9 years old. This made Li Shu very emotional, although with his help, Sun Wuhan did not die at the feet of Sun Wukong, but what should come will come after all, this is the gear of fate. Perhaps this is already the best outcome. At first, Sun Wukong was very sad, but time can erase everything, coupled with Li Shu's comfort, Sun Wukong quickly came out of his sadness. In the past 5 years, Sun Wukong has transformed several times, and he has been able to basically control the power of the giant ape and maintain his sanity. And Li Shu? Forget it, it's not worth mentioning. His tail was constantly chopped, and every time he was chopped, it would be quickly and automatically connected, which made Sun Gohan, who had not died at that time, speechless. Fortunately, every time he cut off his tail, Li Shu would regain his sanity for a moment, and after experiencing the pain of many tail breaks, he completely mastered his sanity after only one transformation. He is a giant ape, invincible in Baizai Mountain, and even Sun Gohan is not an opponent. Transformed into a giant ape and became Li Shu's most powerful whole card. Sun Wukong's tail also grew back. Wukong, the dinosaurs in this Baizai Mountain are almost finished by us. Now I announce, from now on, the dinosaurs in Baizai Mountain are listed as first-class protected animals and are forbidden to be hunted. Li Shumi gnawed on the charcoal-grilled dinosaur legs and said regretfully. Not to mention, this dinosaur meat is really delicious, you can't get tired of eating it, you can't get tired of eating it at all. Maybe this is the reason why the dinosaurs really went extinct during the Jurassic period. Hey! Sun Wukong was gnawing on the dinosaur's buttocks, looked at Li Shu puzzled, and said vaguely, but it's a good pool to get drunk. Oh, 2, so go from 5 a day to 1 a day. Does this count? Sun Wukong pointed to the dinosaur meat that was still half left on the grill. Li Shu coughed dryly and said, of course not. Hey, hey! Sun Wukong grinned and said happily, I'm going to eat minced garlic that night, no, raw pickles, no, 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 let's eat dinosaur sashimi. Humph, look at your little bit of talent, brother will give you the whole dinosaur 18 to eat at night. Li Shu was a cook in his previous life, and he completely conquered Wukong's stomach in the past few years. Hearing the new way of eating, Sun Wukong immediately looked forward to it, and couldn't wait to ask, then what ingredients are we going to catch today? Is there a big piranha? In addition to dinosaurs, Wukong's favorite food is a large piranha pickled raw, and when he said this, his saliva flowed out. Yes. Li Shu laughed. In these 5 years, there has been nothing more than this. The two quickly ate the rest of the dinosaur meat, hurried to the river, and fished their tails in the sea, waiting for the prey to take the bait. After a while, the two of them gained a lot. Another good day. After all the ingredients were caught, Li Shu tied them together and laughed with Wukong while dragging them back. The scene was very spectacular. At this moment, Li Shu's chi felt a strange human breath. And he couldn't help but stop and look in that direction. Wukong also stopped and looked at it curiously. It didn't take long to see a speeding car rushing out of the corner with a loud horn, accompanied by a young girl's shout, "Let Jean! Let's make it! Boomer! Wait for the success of the plan." Li Shu had a guess in his heart, but he didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. It was just a car moving at full speed, and it didn't pose the slightest threat to him. Boomer in the car was startled by the mountain of terrifying piranhas, and in a panic, she mistook the accelerator for the brake and slammed into it. Boomer closed his eyes in the scream, and a loud roar followed. Directly knocked Li Shu and Wukong into the air. Li Shu regretted a little, he knew that he should let go, although it was not a big deal, but it really hurt. Don't worry, Boomer is already here. Is it still far from collecting all 7 Dragon Balls? The wish of not afraid of pain is about to come true. It's over, it's a hit. She hurriedly leaned out of the car window and looked at the figure in the distance that had been knocked into the air. Wukong stood up and walked towards Boomer angrily. "Hey, what kind of monster are you? Why did you hit us? Isn't it trying to steal our food?" Boomer's eyes widened, and he looked at the two people in front of him in disbelief, only to see that one of the children could not help but lift the car directly and overturn it to the ground. This frightened Boomer, who was alone as a girl in the wilderness, and when she felt in danger, she quickly drew her gun and shot it. Gaku suffered, but it was fine. "Why aren't you dead yet?" Boomer looked at Gaku in shock. "Why am I dying? My body is trained like steel. You monster, you want to steal our food." Saying that, Gaku was about to make a move. He had not seen the outside world. Boomer reacted immediately, and hurriedly said, "Wait, I'm not a monster, I'm a human, and I don't want to rob you of your food." "People." Wukong suddenly stopped. He looked at Bulma curiously, and asked, "Why do you look different from us? It looks very weak." "Of course I'm not like you, I'm a girl." "Girls? Are you a girl?" Wukong was stunned, looked at Boomer curiously, and naturally lifted Boomer's skirt to look inside. "Hey, what are you doing?" Boomer was annoyed. Gaku asked, "Don't girls have tails either?" "Tail?" Boomer couldn't help but look behind Sun Wukong. Sure enough, there was a tail, and she looked at Li Shu in the distance, who was also looking at a lively young man. These two hillbillies actually put a fake tail on their buttocks, and they thought it was very trendy. It was really dirty. Boomer couldn't help but think to himself. After learning that the other party was a girl, Wukong scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Except for Grandpa and eldest brother, you are the first girl human I have ever seen." Li Shu looked at this scene with a smile, and the memories of his childhood suddenly came to mind. This immersive movie-watching experience was wonderful. Grandpa said that if you meet a girl, you must be gentle with her. "Do you want to go to my house to sit down? Big brother wants to get something delicious tonight." "Do you live with your grandfather now?" Boomer asked. Gaku replied, "Grandpa died very early, just me and my eldest brother." Boomer is a little moved. Goku's strength she has just seen with her own eyes. This is a rare power. She needs the other party to help her find the Dragon Ball. At the same time, she was also a little worried. Chapter 5. Boomer felt that he was so beautiful, and he was worried that the two of them would have evil thoughts about him. But when I think about it, these two people are really strange, an innocent child who has never even seen a girl, and a simple person who can only giggle. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a person who has evil thoughts. She took out the Dragon Ball radar again and looked at it, and found that the location of the Dragon Ball displayed by the radar happened to be the direction in which Gaku and the others went back. Could it be that the Dragon Balls are in their house? Boomer finally made up his mind to go and have a look, and at the same time persuaded the two of them to go with him to find the Dragon Balls. Along the way, the dialogue between the naive Wukong and Boomer made Li Shu feel very interesting, and he kept giggling beside him. In the past 5 years, Li Shu has not taught Wukong any knowledge, except for eating together every day. It is to practice together. He doesn't want to change the trajectory of his life because he affects Goku's innocent character. "Do you have a little kunkan? Why do you girls wear a pair of pants under their pants? Can you take your pants off and show me?" Boomer's forehead swelled and punched Gaku in the head, roaring, "You little ghost! If you don't look at it, you won't watch it, stingy man!" Wukong covered his head and muttered dissatisfied. Boomer snorted. Arriving at Goku's residence, Boomer saw the glittering Dragon Ball at a glance, and ran over excitedly and took it in his hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 stars, it's 4 planets. Boomer was very happy. Sun Wukong hurriedly snatched it over, claiming that this was his grandfather, and everything was developing according to the original plot. Under Boomer's explanation, Son Goku finally understood the role of Dragon Ball. The plot doesn't deviate in the slightest, and at Boomer's request, Gaku agrees to go with him to find the remaining Dragon Balls. After the three of them finished eating, they embarked on a journey to find the Dragon Balls. After the three of them walked a distance, Li Shu made his own suggestion, "Miss Boomer, is there more Dragon Ball radar? I think we can split up so that we can collect the 7 Dragon Balls faster." "Yes, I didn't think of that." Boomer's eyes lit up. He searched for the all-purpose capsule containing the laboratory, and said, "Wait for me, I'll make another one right away." Li Shu looked at Boomer's universal capsule with envy. When he watched Dragon Ball as a child, he had a dream, to become a great scientist when he grew up, and then invent the universal capsule. However, the reality is very skinny. He went to study the old Oriental kitchen, and the past is unbearable. Boomer is worthy of being a genius girl, and in 10 minutes, she has remade a new Dragon Ball radar. "Wukong, you can be with Boomer, I'll do it alone." After testing the Dragon Ball radar, Li Shu looked at Gaku. This is actually just an excuse for Li Shu, who knows the plot, and he doesn't plan to look for it at all. He knew that even without his help, they would be able to collect 7 Dragon Balls. As long as they get stuck before they collect the Chi Dragon Balls, sit back and enjoy their achievements. Anyway, in the end, the wish was also robbed by Oolong, and he asked for a pair of women's underwear. When he arrives, the desire to grab a not afraid of pain is not more reliable than underwear? He doesn't even need to grab a wish, the next sign-in reward can fulfill one of his wishes. Not afraid of pain is already in the bag. In fact, it is more that Li Shu does not want to interfere with the original plot development. He wants to be a spectator and experience the magnificent Dragon Ball world in person. Next plan, wait for the dragon. After jotting down Boomer's contact information, Li Shu and Gaku parted. At this time, he didn't have the slightest concern, and directly used the sky dance technique to take off into the air, speeding away in the direction of the city in the distance. With Chi sense, he has long mastered the dancing technique. After all, flying is an ability that every human wants to obtain, and Li Shu is naturally no exception. The reason why Wukong was not taught is as follows. Once Wukong is taught the void dance technique in advance, I am afraid that the plot will change greatly, and maybe you will not be able to meet the turtle immortal, which will have a series of chain reactions. Baizai Mountain is about 14,500 kilometers away from the city, and Li Shu arrived above the city in half an hour. Looking at the neon lights in the city, Li Shu was in a good mood, and he decided to eat the whole city first. "Oh no, I forgot to ask for money from this rich woman." Li Shu suddenly found that he had just come out of the mountains and was penniless. In the past 5 years in Bayazishan, he has been self-reliant, he is self-sufficient, he has enough food and clothing, and he has gradually diluted the concept of money. Li Shu walked on the street in distress, looking at the delicious food, smelling the tempting fragrance, he cried greedily, and tears flowed out of his mouth. "I really want to eat roast birds." Li Shu stopped at the door of a roast bird restaurant. He couldn't walk anymore, and watched the diners feast. "I've been practicing in the mountains for 5 years, and now my combat strength is at least about 30, can't I make any money?" Just when Li Shu was about to go to the mountains to catch a few dinosaurs to sell, he suddenly saw an unexpected person out of the corner of his eye. No, a cat man to be exact. Cat immortals? Does he also like to eat roast birds? Li Shu was a little stunned, and a memory of the cat immortal instantly appeared in his mind. It was a cat that lived on the Kailan Tat, lived for more than 800 years and rarely descended the tower, but now it was encountered at the Yakitori shop. If memory serves, the cat fairy has a bug-level food in the Dragon Ball world, fairy beans. As long as you eat one, you cannot starve for 10 days, and no matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed in an instant and restored to a perfect state. In the follow-up plot, Wukong and others relied on fairy beans to make many Jedi turnovers. Li Shu was suddenly a little moved. With the immortal body, he didn't value the instant recovery of his injuries, what he valued was the fact that he didn't have to starve for 10 days, and the characteristics of recovering his physical strength. Although he can be reborn infinitely, his physical strength cannot be recovered, and in the first 10 days he has just crossed, he is indeed hungry and afraid. If he has immortal beings, coupled with the not afraid of pain that he is about to obtain, his immortal body will no longer have any weaknesses. Not only can he not die, but he also becomes more and more brave and stronger the more he fights. His physical strength is unlimited, and he is not afraid of starvation in a protracted war, which is simply invincible. At the same time, the voice of the system sounded in the head. Trigger side check-in quest, go to the top of Kalan-Ta to check in, quest reward, beginner fairy bean can. Primary immortal bean can, automatically produce 1 immortal bean every day. It's daddy. Li Shu did not hesitate to praise him for learning rich and 5 cars, and praised it in his heart. Unfortunately, he didn't know the exact location of Kalan-Ta, but he was familiar with the idiom story, and he already had a foolproof plan in mind. Wait for the cat project to start. Li Shu was at the door of the roast bird shop, waiting for the cat fairy to come out. Chapter 6. Li Shu sat at the door of the roast bird shop like this, watching others eat. Tears kept flowing out of his mouth. Passers-by looked sideways at him, and the couple diners sitting by the window looked at Li Shu like a savage, and his eyes were full of disdain. I'm sorry. Li Shu consciously looked away. It was really rude to watch others eat while shedding tears. Some diners who were about to patronize the Yakiniya restaurant shook their heads and left after seeing Li Shu sitting at the door. It seems to be affecting other people's business. Li Shu was a little embarrassed, and for the first time, the Shaozhu series of plans suffered an unprecedented setback. Just when Li Shugong got up and was about to leave, and continue to implement the plan in a place that would not affect the business of the roast bird shop, the boss ran out. From the township, right? Take it, change the place to ask for food, don't affect our business. With a disgusted face, the boss handed a food box and 100 yen to Li Shu. Li Shu was speechless, glanced at his dragon fur coat, and said, actually, I'm not asking for food, but a dinosaur hunter. Do you need to try new ingredients in your store? Let me tell you, dinosaur meat is delicious. I've got you all the names of the dishes in mind. How about the roasted dragon, right? The boss was stunned. Burn the dragon? It sounds really good, but it has a little bit of a meaning. When he was a child, he had the privilege of eating dinosaur meat with his father once, and the taste was indeed incomparable to chicken. Yebai Little Bear looked at the mountain savage in front of him again, and the leather coat on the other side seemed to be really dinosaur skin. The taste of roasted dragon skin, even after 20 years, is still fresh in his memory, and it is 100 times better than chicken skin. Dinosaur Hunter. Nobi Little Bear glanced at the 18-pack ABS that the wild man had inadvertently revealed, and there were many fewer doubts in his heart. Not bad. Li Shu hurriedly took the food and money, ate the tender and juicy chicken skewers, pocketed 100 yen without a trace, and continued, I can give you a dinosaur leg for free, if it's delicious. How about buying it from me again? Hearing this, a smile instantly appeared on Yebai Zioxiang's face, and he apologized again and again, sorry sir, I just offended you, I'm willing to try. My name is Yebai Bear, I don't know what Mr. is called. Li Shu. Mr. Li Shu, I wonder when the dinosaur legs will be delivered. As soon as Li Shu said 2 words, he saw the cat fairy walk out of the store after eating the roast bird, and immediately hurriedly said, suddenly there is a little urgency, I will come to you in a few days, that's it, thank you for the food. Li Shu ate and wiped it clean, and left without looking back in the stunned gaze of Yebai Little Bear. He swaggered behind the cat fairy, and was in a very good mood, but he didn't expect that in this plan to wait for the cat, there would be an unexpected gain and a way to make money. As for the dinosaur conservation plan, it has long been forgotten by Li Shu. Li Shu's tracking skills are extremely superb, but he doesn't need to, because in the face of absolute strength, no matter how superb his tracking skills are, there will be nothing to hide. At the current stage, Li Shu knew the strong strength of the cat immortals. Instead of being cautious, it is better to swagger. He was soon discovered by the cat immortal. Li Shu did not panic at all, and greeted him with a smile in the other party's puzzled gaze. Can I go and visit the lower Kalen Tat? Hey! The cat fairy didn't expect this little guy to know himself. Maybe it was some old man, so he smiled kindly. Yes, little guy, but can you tell me your name? My name is Li Shu. I like to travel very much. I heard my grandfather say that Kalen Tat is the tallest tower in the world, but I don't know where Kalen Tat is. Today I met Kalen Immortals. I don't want to miss this opportunity. Who is your grandfather? The cat fairy asked again. Li Shu replied, Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan? The cat immortal thought for a long time, and finally remembered, and the smile on his face became even kinder. It turned out to be the grandson of the great disciple of the turtle immortal. Li Shu explained, actually, I was rescued from the mountains by my grandfather, and he took me in. Li Shu slowly told the story of what happened, as well as the story of the past 5 years in Baizai Mountain. Along the way, the cat fairy listened carefully, and when he learned that Sun Gohan had passed away, he was very emotional. Holy place Garen. A totem pillar towering into the sky rises from the ground with no end in sight. When it comes to the child, it's Karen Tat. I can only take you here. If you want to go up, you need to rely on your own strength. The cat fairy pointed to Kalen Tat in the distance and said kindly. Li Shu looked at the Kalen Tat in the distance, and his heart was very shocked. Although I have seen it many times in anime, you can only experience the shocking and majestic architecture if you are there. I'll be waiting for you at the top of the tower, child. Remember, you can only make it to the top of the tower if you use your own strength. After saying the last word, the cat fairy rose into the air and left. Li Shu naturally knew the rules of climbing the Kalen Tower, and he also knew that the legend that the super holy water at the top of the Kalen Tower could increase its strength was false. And the process of climbing to the top of Kalen Tat and getting the super holy water from the cat immortal is the cultivation that can really improve the strength. Although he knew this, Li Shu still planned to fly up, and it was not too late to complete the check-in task first and get the reward before coming to practice. The void dance technique I learned with my ability should belong to my own strength, right? Thinking of this, Li Shu walked towards Kalen Tat, and was stopped in front of a tent by an uncle who looked like an Indian with a spear in his hand, followed by a small child. Beulah looked at Li Shu vigilantly and scolded, Who are you? What are you doing here? Get out of here! Secretary Li got the father and son. They have been guarding here for generations, so he said politely, Uncle, I am here to climb the Kalen Tower, and the Kalen Immortal said to wait for me on it. Cards. Kalen Immortals? The uncle was stunned. Although they had guarded here for generations, they had never seen the immortals on the Kalen Tat, and they had always thought that it was just a legend. But even so, he wasn't going to let a stranger climb the sacred place they guarded lightly. Defeat me, and you'll be qualified to climb Kalen Tat. Beulah said solemnly. Li Shu smiled, did not refuse. And just took this opportunity to test his cultivation results in the past 5 years. He felt the chi on Bella's body, which was much weaker than himself. If his combat power is 30, then Bella's combat power is probably only about 10 points, which is only a little stronger than ordinary people. Li Shu suddenly put his mind at ease. He shouldn't be ugly. Chapter 7. Although the combat effectiveness is stronger than that of the other party, the gap is not very large, and the gap between them can be made up through skills. Li Shu did not take it lightly, first saluted, then put on a fighting posture, and said in a deep voice, Please advise. Seeing that the other party was so polite and cultured, and the hostility in his heart was also greatly reduced, Beulah also replied with a salute and said, I will keep my hand. After the two were ready, Li Shu took the lead in attacking. rushing towards Beulah like an arrow from a string. What a speed! Bella's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly turned sideways, kicked his feet on the ground, and narrowly avoided Li Shu's fist. In the 5 years of Baizai Mountain, Li Shu often competed with Wukong, and he was no longer a novice in battle. Bella's reaction, which Li Shu had already anticipated, followed with a spinning side kick. Obviously, Bella's fighting skills were not stronger than Li Shu's, and she was already powerless to parry, and was whipped away by Li Shu's whip legs. In just 2 moves, he was defeated, and the thought of the remark that he would keep his hand just now made Beulah's face full of shame. Concession. Li Shu arched his hand, a little disappointed in his heart. This fight was not enjoyable at all. He suddenly longed to meet some strong opponents and have a good fight. Li Shu knew that the Scion's belligerent genes were at work again, and he was helpless about it. Beulah was convinced, and was also impressed by Li Shu's bearing, and said, "You are an excellent martial artist, see it. Uncle, you're also very powerful, but you're getting older." Li Shu said with a smile. "Really? Ha ha ha." Blau laughed and said, "Our ancestors have guarded this place for generations, and only one of us has managed to climb to the top of the tower. Li Shu knows who that person is, and the old man of the turtle immortal is also." Subsequently, Beulah told Li Shu the legend of the super holy water. Li Shu didn't think so, but the face project still had to be done, and he deliberately showed a shocked expression, which made Beulah very useful. Beulah decided to invite Li Shu to his house for dinner. No one knows how tall Kailan Ta is, but this must be a very physically demanding thing. If you are hungry, come to my house to eat. It's a good thing to eat for free. Li Shu has no reason to refuse, and agrees to it. Under the attention of the father and son, Li Shu actually soared into the air, and the sound of the song flew into the sky, which frightened the father and son and was extremely shocked. Sky dance. The cat fairy had been paying attention to the situation under the tower, and when he saw this scene, there was a trace of astonishment on his face. In this way, this Kailan Ta has no meaning for Li Shu. In just a few minutes, Li Shu successfully reached the top of the tower. Side check-in mission: complete the top check-in at Kailan Ta and get the reward, Junior Fairy Beankin. Unlock the achievement, first time a system item. Congratulations, you have received the reward Dimensional Storage, achievement value +1. Listening to the 2 consecutive system prompts, Li Shu had a hint of surprise on his face, but he didn't expect that in addition to the primary immortal Beankin, there was an unexpected joy. As soon as Li Shu's mind moved, he felt the existence of the dimensional storage space. The storage space is not large. It is estimated that it is only about 1 cubic meter. An earthy brown jar of pickles stood there quietly. At this moment, the cat fairy appeared. His eyes were always squinting a slit, and he couldn't see the eyeballs, but cats understand everything, even if they squint. It was very cute. He said seriously, "Li Shu, I didn't expect you to master the void dancing technique. Who taught you? What sky dance? Do you still need to teach this?" Li Shu pretended to be puzzled and looked at the cat immortal. Self-taught? The young man in front of him made the cat fairy a little amazed, and after the old man, he was a good seedling worth cultivating. It's a pity that he flew up and didn't get exercised. Thinking of this, the cat immortal bewitched, "Have you ever heard of super holy water?" At this moment, the voice of the system sounded again in Li Shu's mind. Trigger the achievement task, the taste of super holy water. Get super holy water from Karin, and after tasting it, you will get a chance to draw a pupil lottery. Hitomi? Li Shu suddenly thought about it, and the scene in his mind that many years later, he transformed into a super scion and used the kaleidoscope blood wheel eye to fight Frisia, which was very touching when he thought about it. But it's also possible to draw white eyes, needle eyes, cross-eyed, or something, and everyone who understands the lottery understands. If this is a pit daddy system, if you draw a cross eye, Then you don't have to do anything when you encounter an enemy in the future, you will directly laugh the other party to death, and surrender without a fight. Do you think super holy water is ridiculous? The cat fairy looked at the young man who suddenly smirked in front of him, and was a little angry. Li Shu suddenly came back to his senses, and hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no, I just suddenly thought of something happy." "What's the joy of what?" "My wife gave birth." Under the brainwashing of Duyan in his previous life, Li Shu subconsciously said that he regretted it after speaking, whether it was in his previous life or in this life, he had no wife at all. He was suddenly a little sad. "You're married?" The cat fairy was very surprised, and he had a little envy in his heart. He lived for 800 years, and he didn't have a wife. No, I just suddenly imagined that my future wife had a child." Li Shu explained with some embarrassment. "So, have you ever heard of super holy water?" The cat fairy didn't want to continue the topic. Li Shu nodded again and again, repeating the words of Bola under the tower. The cat immortal nodded with satisfaction, then took out a beautiful kettle and said, "This is filled with super holy water." "Fake, it's obviously tap water in it, you can't fool me." Li Shu didn't say what was in his heart, but gave the cat fairy enough face, and pretended to be ecstatic. "Are you willing to give it to me?" "Of course, as long as you can get it, it's yours." The corners of the cat fairy's mouth curled into a smile. "Okay, then offended." Li Shu has a plan and waits for the cat plan to start. He first pretended to rob a few times, but he was played by the cat fairy, and after satisfying the special fetish of the cat fairy, Li Shu deliberately fell for the trick and jumped off the Kailan tat. In the process of grabbing the holy water, it is not allowed to use the sky dance technique. The cat fairy shouted triumphantly. "Got it! I'll definitely get it!" Li Shu ran down the pillar to the bottom of the tower, and he did not go up again at the first time, but went to Beulah's house for a full meal. "It's so delicious, thank you Uncle Beulah for your hospitality." The cat fairy was standing in front of a water tank at the moment, and saw that the picture of Li Shu was reflected on the water surface at this moment. Nice little guy, not in a hurry, he knows how to fill his stomach first. However, the next scene in the picture made the cat fairy have a trace of doubt on his face. Chapter 8. After Li Shu ate and drank to his heart's content, he went directly to the city and bought a ball of yarn with only 100 yen. Hehe, there's no cat that can refuse a ball of yarn, right? When Li Shu returned to Kailanta again, the cat fairy had already fallen asleep, and he did not take advantage of the cat's danger, because he knew that the cat was pretending to be asleep. In the face of the gap in strength, he has no chance of winning head-on, he will only be played endlessly, and he can only out-tweet. Li Shu was not in a hurry, so he found a vacant place and fell asleep. That's a good character. After feeling that Li Shu left, the cat immortal sighed in his heart. The next day, after dawn, Li Shu once again launched the super holy water snatching battle. Was teased by the cat fairy again and again, and fell off the Kailanta several times during this period, and Li Shu was not discouraged at all. During this period, the cat fairy also gave Li Shu a fairy bean to eat to help him recover his strength. It should be about the same, so many times, it should be enough to make him careless, right? Li Shu silently paid attention to the demeanor of the cat immortal, and calculated the timing in his heart. Now is the time. Once again, he was teased by the cat fairy, and the moment he fell off the Kailan tower, Li Shu suddenly threw a ball of black wool upwards, and the whole person held his breath and stuck to the stone pillar, avoiding the sight of the cat fairy, and did not go down the tower as usual. Wait for the cat project, launched. What's that? The cat fairy was immediately attracted to attention, and when he saw that it was a ball of yarn, he felt itchy in his heart, and wanted to go up and pull a few paws. Just when the ball of yarn was affected by gravity and was about to fall, the cat fairy couldn't bear it anymore, and under the nature of the cat, he quickly rushed over and stretched out his paws. At this moment, a figure flashed before his eyes. Oops! The cat immortal was taken aback, knowing that he had been tricked, but he didn't have time to react, only to feel that the super holy water hanging on the crutches disappeared with a light in his hand. Carlin Immortal, concede. Li Shu took the super holy water and looked at the stunned cat fairy with a smile. The cat immortal smiled bitterly and said, "Do you know who was the last person to snatch the super holy water from me?" "Who?" Li Shu asked knowingly, "This face must be given." "It's your grandfather's teacher, the turtle immortal." "What?" Li Shu's shocked expression was just right. "Do you know how long it took him?" The cat fairy asked again. Li Shu shook his head very cooperatively. 3 years. The cat fairy stretched out 3 fingers, then turned into 1 finger again, and said, "And you, it only took 1 day. The afterlife is terrible, the afterlife is terrible. Then can I drink the super holy water now?" Li Shu asked politely. A meaningful smile suddenly appeared on the cat fairy's face. "You drink." Li Shu was not polite, and drank it all in 1 sip. The achievement quest Taste of Super Holy Water has been completed. Congratulations on getting a chance to draw a pupil lottery, and the achievement value is +1. Li Shu didn't rush to draw the lottery, but said, "Callan Immortal, this should be just ordinary water, right? Could it be that the process of increasing my strength was in the process of climbing the Kalimta repeatedly and snatching the super holy water?" They. Cat Fairy looked at Li Shu in surprise. "You are really a smart child, it seems that you have already felt the change in your own strength." After the task was completed, Li Shu had no idea of staying, but before leaving, he wanted a little fairy bean, which no one would have too much. The cat immortal was not stingy, and gave Li Shu 10 fairy beans. He was very satisfied with the child's character and talent, and intended to cultivate. After leaving Kailan-tat, Li Shu found a random hill in the wilderness, and thought to himself, "System lottery. The lottery system is loading, Hitomi rewards are loading." Loading completed. The current number of pupil lottery draws is 1, will the lottery start? Yes. Li Shu did not hesitate, and the names of pupil techniques suddenly flashed in his mind. Si Long Mu. Blood Wheel. Eye White Eye. Tian Yan Tongue. Cross-eyed. What? Is there really a cross-eyed? Li Shu was shocked, and secretly prayed in his heart not to draw cross-eyed. He really couldn't understand it. What kind of pupil technique was cross-eyed? Isn't that hilarious? Fortunately, cross-eyed was fleeting, and Li Shuyan breathed a sigh of relief. Careful. Eye troubled eye. Tiangzin pupil fire eye. San Huiyan Yan. A pupil. Li Shu was stunned. "I will endure careful eye and troublesome eye. How can you let me endure this a pupil? There's a typo." For a full 5 minutes, Li Shu saw the names of countless pupil techniques, all kinds of strange words, as long as they were related to eye, pupil, eye, and eye. They were all special pupil techniques, homophonic words and typos, which were much more outrageous than the original spectrum. After all the pupils have been browsed, the lottery will begin. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Hitomi Eye of Battle. Before Li Shu could react, the lottery was over, and he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the name. At least the name sounded quite reliable. At the same time, there was a burst of burning heat in his eyes, accompanied by intense pain, and he lost his sight instantly. Li Shu rolled on the ground in pain, like an earthworm, writhing and twisting on the ground. "No way! I'm going to speed up the search for Dragon Ball, change the plot development, and the wish of not afraid of pain must be realized as soon as possible. To hell with the failure of the plan to wait for the dragon." Li Shu really couldn't stand the pain, his brain was in chaos, and he fainted directly. When he woke up again, he felt like he was moving, dragged to the ground by something to be exact. At the same time, a strong feeling of hunger followed, and the whole body lost strength, which was even stronger than the feeling of starvation for 10 days before. How long have I been in a coma? Damn, you won't miss summoning the dragon, right? Anyway, he can't die. Li Shu is not worried about the situation at the moment, and hurriedly opens the dimensional storage space to check the number of immortal beans in the primary immortal bean jar. 1 2 3 4, 46 pieces. Why have I been in a coma for more than a month? Li Shu was furious. In such a hungry situation, he let out an earth-shattering roar, "Ah, the system misunderstands me." Although he doesn't remember the specific time when Sun Wukong collected the 7 Dragon Balls for the first time, it is definitely not long, more than a month has passed, and Shenlong is probably already on annual leave. The system misunderstands me, the system misunderstands me. Li Shu was sad and indignant, and his heart was full of unwillingness. According to the setting in Dragon Ball will have a cooldown time of 1 year, and the wish of not afraid of pain will be postponed for 1 year. At the same time, Li Shu's roar startled the tiger-headed demon ghost who was dragging him. Chapter 9. Li Shu was in a very bad mood. After he ate a fairy bean, his hunger was suddenly swept away, his physical strength returned to the peak. He looked at the barbecue grill not far away and the seasonings on the ground, and he looked at this tiger-headed monster with a faint look. Obviously, this tiger-headed monster wants to roast itself and eat it. Combat Strength, 8. Hey? Li Shu was suddenly stunned. He actually saw the value of combat power on the top of the tiger-headed monster's head. Is this the eye of battle? Li Shu had a realization in his heart. But you've kept me in a coma for over a month, that's all? Li Shu was very dissatisfied, easily broke free from the shackles of the tiger-headed monster, and beat him up without saying a word, venting the anger and unwillingness in his heart. The tiger-headed monster begged for mercy, but Li Shu turned a deaf ear to it and shouted, "Say, why don't you prepare cumin when you barbecue?" Li Shu punched him and said viciously, "Don't say it, right? Then I'll kill you." "They." Tiger monster cried bitterly, "I don't say yes, do you? I don't think you want your tiger whip anymore." "They." Tiger-headed monster was terrified, and he couldn't do it in a hurry. Okay, I see you have a hard mouth." The tiger monster burst into tears. Woo. Comfortable. This punch made Li Shu feel a lot better, stopped the beating, and said approvingly, "Yes, it's a hard bone, such a hard bone must be delicious when used to make soup. But forget it, I admire you, so I'll spare your life." "They." Tiger-headed monster looked at Li Shu in fear, and the tears of grievance couldn't stop flowing down. "What I want to say, you don't give me a chance." The unprecedented sense of grievance made the tiger-headed monster unable to hold back any longer, and sat on the ground aggrieved and cried. Li Shu, who was originally planning to leave, suddenly said, "The way you cry, it looks weird and delicious." "It's not delicious, I'm not good at all." The tiger's head shook into a rattle, and the tears stopped for a second, and he fled in a hurry. "It's terrible, this human being is terrible, Mom. I'm going home to my mom." "Hey!" Looking at the back of the tiger-headed monster fleeing, Li Shu's eyes narrowed and shouted, "Wait a minute. I'm waiting for you, ghost." The tiger-headed monster didn't look back, its huge body trembled slightly, and it ran faster. He thought he was lucky enough to go out for a walk and pick up a human to improve his food, but it turned out to be a disaster for him. A figure appeared in front of him, and it was the terrible human. "I'll kill you." The tiger-headed monster was ruthless in his heart, and he didn't have the slightest intention of slowing down. "Hee, battle 8 scum." Li Shu just stretched out one finger and dissolved the impact of the tiger-headed monster and pressed it in place. Immediately, under the frightened gaze of the tiger-headed monster, Li Shu reached out and touched it around. Soon Li Shu found a stone ball on the tiger-headed monster with 3 dim stars on it. It is the 3 planets that are in a state of cooling. Sure enough, I've already summoned the dragon. Li Shu's only glimmer of hope was completely extinguished after seeing the petrified 3 planets. Looking at the trembling tiger-headed monster, Li Shu let him go. Eating a talking animal, he always felt a little sick in his heart. Then, Li Shu's eyes went up, wanting to see what his combat power was, but he quickly gave up this stupid idea. No one has eyes to be able to see the top of their heads. Li Shu found a lake, and through the reflection on the lake, he could see the combat power above his head. Combat strength 53. Is it only 53? Li Shu touched his chin and pondered. He didn't remember at all what the combat power of Wukong and the others was during this period. It is impossible to judge what position he is in now. At this point in time, Wukong should be practicing with Kling at the Turtle Immortals, right? Li Shu plans to take a look, firstly, to see what the current combat strength of Wukong and the others is, and secondly, he agreed to act separately before, but he was unexpectedly in a coma for more than a month. Wukong should be very worried about himself, right? Gotta go and report safety. Thirdly, he also wanted to follow the Turtle Immortal to practice for a while. If I'm not mistaken, the world's #1 martial arts conference is still a few months away, and according to the system rules of this time, maybe some tasks can be triggered. How much is the prize money for the champion of the martial arts tournament? Seems like 100 million? It's been too long, and Li Shu really can't remember it. Anyway, when I watched Dragon Ball as a child, I thought it was a huge amount of money, and even if it was a little different, it wouldn't be too different. With this money, you should be able to get away with it for a while. Thinking of this, Li Shu suddenly remembered the wild bear in the roast bird shop, and said that it would be better to send a dinosaur leg in a few days, but it turned out that it had been more than a month. It happened that a Tyrannosaurus Rex was urinating in the distance, and Li Shu chopped off one of its legs without saying a word. The Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at the human in front of him in confusion, and with a whimper, he covered Xiao Kunken and ran away with a limp. In the city, in the roast bird shop, Nobi Bear was doing the final cleaning work, and a figure appeared in his peripheral vision at the door. "I'm sorry, sir, it's closed." The wild bear didn't look up, still doing hygiene. "It's me, uncle." Li Shu grinned and placed the huge dinosaur leg on the table that Nobi Bear was cleaning. Nobi Little Bear raised his head in surprise, and when he saw the person coming, there was a hint of surprise on his face. "I'm sorry, uncle, this time was delayed by some things, a few days late. This is the dinosaur leg promised to you." "I thought you weren't coming, did you eat?" "I'll make you some, just try this dinosaur leg, you're my first diner, don't say no." Wild Bear looked at the dinosaur's legs with some excitement and said, "Okay uncle, then I'll trouble you." In the face of food, Li Shu has no reason to refuse. "Wait a minute." Yebai Bear hurriedly called a few helpers to deal with the dinosaur's legs. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly sounded. "Unlock achievement, Trustworthy Merchant. Integrity is the first step to becoming a merchant. Congratulations on getting the reward double gold buff, achievement value +1. Double gold buff, the amount of gold obtained is permanently doubled." Surprise, what a surprise! The abrupt system prompt sound made Li Shu feel unusually surprised, and he didn't get another achievement before he made this unintentional move. After careful calculation, he completed a total of 4 achievements and gained 4 achievement points, and he didn't know what the achievement points were for. "Dad, what's the use of this achievement?" "System, can be used to improve system items and system rewards." After answering, achievement value -1, current achievement value, 3. Chapter 10. After receiving the system's reply, Li Shu was both happy and sad. "It's been more than 5 years since I came to the Dragon Ball world. A total of 4 achievement points have been obtained. At first, I didn't know the purpose of the achievement points, now just learned about its powerful effect. It's really sad to be deducted a little. I knew that I would have explored it myself, and with my intelligence, it would definitely not take a few days. Li Shu was not immersed in sadness, he saw very openly, he couldn't die anyway, he had a lot of time to earn achievements. First, upgrade the dimensional storage space. 1 cubic meter is too small to fit a dinosaur's legs. Li Shu's heart moved, and he soon received a prompt message from the system. Do you spend 1 achievement point to increase dimensional storage by 1 cubic meter? 1 achievement point can only increase by 1 cubic meter? For such a result, Li Shu was a little uncomfortable, which was too expensive, so he decisively chose no. Raise the primary immortal bean jar. Insufficient achievement points, failed promotion. Raise the Eye of Battle. Insufficient achievement points, failed promotion. Raise the Immortal Body. Insufficient achievement points, failed promotion. Raise the Scion Bloodline. Insufficient achievement points, failed promotion. Increases double gold buff. Insufficient achievement points, failed promotion. Li Shu was very uncomfortable, and in the face of so many failures, he couldn't wait to uninstall the system. System, the system is uninstalling. Other. Farewell to Daddy. I was wrong. Don't. Uninstall, uninstall. Li Shu immediately panicked and shouted frantically in his heart. System, termination uninstalling, system, termination. Successful. Li Shu suddenly let out a sigh of relief. In just a few seconds, he was already sweating profusely, and he was terrified, but fortunately, it was just a false alarm. At this moment, Nobi Bear's dinosaur leg was repaired. Please take your time. Li Shu hurriedly picked up and ate a piece of suppression, and under the impact of the food, the unpleasant things suddenly disappeared. Yebai Bear was also very satisfied with the quality of the dinosaur meat, and finally the two sides negotiated a purchase price. 10,000 yen per catty, 200 catties per month. Although the demand is not large, Li Shu is already very satisfied with the income of 2 million yen a month, and for him, this is no different from picking up money. Yebai Bear was very generous in advance for a month, and Li Shu did not disappoint Yebai Bear, and the next day he sent far more dinosaur meat. After leaving Yebai Bear's roast bird shop, Li Shu bought a large number of Xiaohuang books, magazines, and videotapes, which were all gifts for the Turtle Immortals. Trigger the side check-in quest, go to the residence of the Turtle Immortal to complete the check-in, and you will get a reward, Cultivation Potion. Cultivation Potion, increase the effect of cultivation by 30% in 1 month. Sure enough, a mission was triggered, and it seems that my guess was correct. This time, Li Shu was not surprised. After this period of time together, he has probably figured out how the system task is triggered. As long as the characters and places related to the plot are related, there is a high probability that the quest will be triggered. Li Shu took out the map he had just bought. And after looking at it carefully, he found the direction of the island where the Turtle Immortals lived, and came to a no-man's land and took off. On the beach of the Turtle Immortal house, the Turtle Immortal is lying on a sunshade chair reading a coolly dressed women's magazine. On the sea in the distance, there was a small boat floating. Li Shu stood at the bow of the boat, quietly looking at the Turtle Immortals on the island in the distance, and did not see Wukong's figure. Wukong won't go to me, didn't go to the Turtle Immortal to practice. Li Shu felt that this was extremely likely, but it was also possible that the Turtle Immortal had asked Wukong to go out and practice by delivering milk. Li Shu, who has read the plot, is very clear about the cultivation methods of the Turtle Immortals. I guess I'm out, and Kling isn't on the island. According to the point in time, Kling should have also come to the island at this time, and practiced with the Turtle Immortals with Wukong. But because of his appearance, it may also change the development of the plot, causing Gaku not to appear here, but to look for himself all over the world. Thinking about it, the boat was already very close to the island, and Li Shu could already clearly see the fighting power of the Turtle Immortals. Combat power. 100, only 100. Li Shu was a little surprised. This was a little different from what he imagined. His combat power was 53 now, and the turtle immortal had lived for more than 300 years and had practiced in Kalanta for 3 years. How is there only so much? It seems that he is open, obsessed with women all day long, and abandons his practice. Li Shu landed on the island, and the turtle immortal was still immersed in the choppy magazine, and did not notice his arrival. The side check-in quest Turtle Immortal's residence has been completed and the reward cultivation potion will be obtained. The Turtle Immortals are now a bit of a plaything, but in the original book, Wukong did practice under the guidance of the Turtle Immortals, and his strength has been greatly improved. I have to admit that the Turtle Immortals are still very good at teaching disciples. Cultivation potion is used in the cultivation of Turtle Immortals. It should be able to exert a good effect, and it can also increase the combat effectiveness by dozens of points, to say the least. Li Shu took the initiative to walk up to the Turtle Immortal and interrupted his yaxing. Teacher Wushan, these magazines are outdated, read mine. Turtle Immortal was a little angry at first, but when he saw the brand new cool magazine in Li Shu's hand, he immediately smiled, grabbed it, and thought about it carefully. Degree, oh. Oh hey good. Looking at the Turtle Immortal, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong, and he looked at Li Shu suspiciously. By the way, who are you? Teacher Wu Tian, Sun Gohan is my grandfather, and my name is Li Shu. Li Shu once again felt the title of Sun Gohan is my grandfather, which was so useful. The Turtle Immortal put down the magazine in his hand, looked at Li Shu curiously, and asked, "You are Wukong's brother?" Li Shu was overjoyed when he heard this, and hurriedly said, "Teacher Wushan, have you seen Wukong?" "Haha, that kid from Wukong is practicing with me, but he went to deliver milk early in the morning and won't be back until noon." After the Turtle Immortal finished speaking, he looked at the cool magazine again. Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the plot hasn't changed. After all, Goku is the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. If he changes the plot by himself, causing Goku's life trajectory to change, and he can't defeat the strong enemies he will encounter in the future, or the plot that should have happened didn't happen, then his own lying flat plan, brush achievement plan, brush sign-in plan, these 3 plans will be in vain. When I think that Goku can't beat the great demon King Vic, can't beat the android, can't beat Vegeta, can't beat Frieza, can't beat Yale, can't beat the Majin Buu, and is forced to save all mankind, and it's a world full of little devils, it's so tiring to think about it. Chapter 11. But the most important thing is that Li Shu is worried that once the original trajectory of the plot is changed, unpredictable and terrible consequences will occur. For example, Frieza came early, Majin Buu was born early, and Dark Goku appeared early, which are all unbearable consequences. Although Li Shu is not afraid, he can't die anyway, but the Earth is gone, what's the point of living? As an Earthling in another parallel universe, the Earth is the most suitable place for him to live. Li Shu doesn't have much ambition, he just wants to be at ease, live a carefree life, and then feel the comics he liked to read most when he was a child. Follow the protagonist and witness one miracle after another. He doesn't want to replace Goku and become the new protagonist. In the previous life, he was tired enough, and in this life, he finally opened the hanging. He wanted to live a little easier, a little more leisurely, a little more comfortable, do tasks, brush up on achievements, that's all. What dominates the universe, punches the god of destruction, and kicks the king, get out of the way. Teacher Wushan, I also want to practice with you. Li Shu looked at the Turtle Immortal pleadingly. If nothing else, the world's #1 martial arts conference will definitely have an achievement task. He remembered that in this martial arts conference, Wukong and the Turtle Immortal were able to open 55, and finally lost and won the 2nd place. In other words, Wukong's combat power is close to that of the Turtle Immortal after cultivation, and the gap will not be too big. And with his 53 combat power, I'm afraid he can't even beat Klin, right? Don't be greedy, increase your combat effectiveness to about 80 to 90, and take the third. I need to test you. Before the Turtle Immortal's words were finished, Li Shu smiled evilly, opened the package on his back, and showed it in front of the Turtle Immortal's eyes. Turtle Immortal, Omega Omega. Intimacy in Heaven. The little woman is white. Superb. Fire Phoenix. There is even a great sword of customs. The Turtle Fairy was dazzled, and he couldn't put down each one, and he flipped through it and found that there were illustrations in it. He pointed to the stack of videotapes next to him, and asked in an excited and expectant trembling voice, Omega, this is all the best infantry. Li Shu said with a smile. Hee hee. He ho, oh. The Turtle Immortal laughed, hurriedly put away these treasures, and said solemnly, you have passed my test. Is it a guest? At this moment, a beautiful girl with big blue waves walked out of the Turtle Fairy house with big curious eyes. Lanky. Li Shu instantly remembered this plot character, the magical existence of a wild biker girl who could transform with a sneeze. At the same time, the voice of the system sounded in the head. Trigger the achievement quest, Turtle Immortal's Wish, help Turtle Immortal see Lanky underwear, and you will receive a reward Turtle Sect Kigong. As soon as Li Shu finished complaining, the voice of the system sounded again. The current achievement mission is limited time mission, which is completed in 3 days, and the achievement value is doubled, and if it is not completed within 3 days, the mission will disappear permanently. What the? Double your achievements? How could a person of such high moral character as I do such a rebellious thing as not respecting my teacher? Since it is the master's lifelong wish, it is incumbent on him to be an apprentice, as the so-called killing himself to become benevolent, sacrificing his life for righteousness. I will not go to hell. Who will go to hell? Li Shu quickly persuaded himself to keep this important task in mind. This is Li Shu, Wukong's elder brother. From today onwards, we will also practice together. Remember to cook more meals for one person at noon. The Turtle Immortal said with a lewd gaze. It turns out to be Wukong's brother, and your tail seems to be thicker and longer than Wukong's. Lan Qi looked at Li Shu's ass gently. At this time, the Turtle Immortal realized that Li Shu also had a tail, and a look of thought flashed in his eyes. Midday. Li Shu is watching a small movie with the Turtle Immortal. Don't say it. Don't say anything about this little movie. The ups and downs of the plot are very interesting, and when I saw the climax, a familiar voice came from outside the door. We're back. The Turtle Immortal was suddenly startled, looked for the remote control in a panic, and pressed the shutdown button the moment Wukong pushed the door open. You're back? The meal will be ready immediately. I'll take a shower and you can eat first. Don't wait for me. The Turtle Immortal took out the tape with a serious face and walked past Gaku. At this time, Wukong saw Li Shu behind the Turtle Immortal. His eyes suddenly widened, and his face was full of surprise. Brother! Wukong was overjoyed and flew into Li Shu's arms. Li Shu smiled and patted Goku's shoulder and said, I'm sorry, Goku, your brother and I got lost in the forest, didn't delay you in finding the Dragon Balls. The simple Wukong, who couldn't see Li Shu's white lie at all, shook his head and said, No, we have collected all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Divine Dragon. Goku seemed to have endless words, and told them all about collecting Dragon Balls along the way. While listening to Li Shu, he corroborated each other with the plot in his memory, and there was no discrepancy. But the dragon doesn't fulfill any wishes, and Boomer has lied to us. Wukong's last sentence made Li Shu stunned. Could it be that Shenlong can't even satisfy such a small wish as a pair of women's underwear? What did you wish for? Li Shu hurriedly asked. Wukong said, I made a wish to Shenlong to find my brother's whereabouts, but Shenlong said that he couldn't do it, only that you are still alive. Let's change our wish. In the end, Oolong asked for a pair of panties. Wukong laughed and said, "Oolong is worn on his head every day, and it looks funny." Li Shu smiled and fell into deep thought. Although the process of making a wish is a little different, the final result is the same, which explains a lot. Shenlong can resurrect the existence of all human beings, but he can't find his whereabouts. What is the reason for this? Is there a mysterious force forcibly correcting the plot? Or is it the reason for the crossing? It's really nerve-wracking to think about it so much, and the next time you find the Dragon Ball and make a wish, you'll know. I couldn't figure it out. Li Shu simply didn't want to think about it, and looked at the strongest earthling who was a little restrained on the side. Klin, who faced the stranger, was a little shy, and hurriedly said, "Hello, hello big brother. I'm Kling." Apparently, Wukong told Kling about his existence, which was not surprising to Li Shu. He looked at Kling carefully, thinking about whether there was a possibility that Clint could trigger the achievement mission, and he was also a key plot character. When Goku was able to successfully transform into the legendary Super Saiyan against Frieza, Kling contributed a lot. Chapter 12. Although he died a bit miserably, it didn't matter, and he was resurrected in the end. Kling was a little hairy by Li Shu's gaze. It was not the eyes of the same kind, but some kind of indescribable gaze full of desire. Kling subconsciously clamped the chrysanthemum, and his brain was racing, recalling what Goku told him about Li Shu. "It seems normal, I hope I'm thinking too much." Kling sat there a little awkwardly, like sitting on pins and needles, with nowhere to put his hands. "It's time to eat." LanQi's voice was like a heavenly sound, so that Kling felt like he had been pardoned, and he stood up suddenly and shouted, "I'm here to help." Combat Strength, 36 Combat Strength. 15. Li Shu smiled and retracted his gaze, taking in the combat power of Wukong and Kling, and had a general positioning of his current strength. The sumptuous dinner on the table made Li Shu's appetite great, and the turtle immortal looked at the three foodies, feeling that it would not be long before the family was about to be hollowed out, and the chopsticks accidentally fell to the ground. He was prostrate at the bottom of the table, looking at Lan Qi's slender thighs wrapped in a short skirt, his body trembling obscenely. This time it must be successful. The turtle immortal secretly cheered himself up in his heart, and held the chopsticks in his hand steadily, and was about to go to pick Lan Qi's skirt. Suddenly, Lan Qi got up. It turned out that Wukong, Kling, and Li Shu didn't have enough food to eat, so she turned around and went to the kitchen to serve rice. "These 3 rice buckets." The turtle immortal, who was almost on the verge of success, was a little annoyed, but he was not discouraged and waited quietly. Soon Lan Qi sat back in his seat, and he became excited again and stretched out his chopsticks again. However, the unexpected happened again. Lan Qi actually brought up the entire steamer, crushed the table, his eyes were about to collapse. The turtle immortal's face changed greatly, he knew that this time he was going to fail again. He closed his eyes in despair. However, the turtle immortal waited for a long time, but the expected picture did not happen. He opened his eyes in confusion, and found that the table had not collapsed, and a pair of strong and powerful thighs had pushed the table that was about to collapse. The turtle immortal recognized it at a glance. This was Li Shu's leg, and he was immediately moved. This kid is too good. Accepting Li Shu as an apprentice is the wisest decision in his life. The scene in front of him made his eyes burst out with unprecedented essence, and then the chopsticks were like a dragon, and he finally got his wish. Strawberry pattern. The turtle immortal was ecstatic. It was one of his favorite patterns, and he felt that even if he died now, he would die without regrets. At the same time, a female high-decibel scream suddenly sounded. "Ah!" Lan Qi got up suddenly, slammed her skirt with both hands, and looked at the bottom of the table in shame. Smack! The intoxicated and obscene appearance of the turtle immortal suddenly came into view. Lan Qi's face was flushed, and he slapped it, and then left in shame. The turtle immortal touched the bright red 5 fingerprints on his face, and his face was still intoxicated, which was the satisfaction that his wish had finally come true. Wukong and Klin looked at this scene dumbfounded. The simple Gaku obviously didn't know what was going on, but Klin instantly understood in seconds, and looked at the turtle fairy with a wicked smile. Li Shu also watched this scene with a smile, in a very good mood, and even wanted to shout, "That's it! The limited time achievement quest Turtle Immortal's wish has been completed, congratulations on receiving the reward Turtle Sect Qigong, achievement value +4. Achievement +4? Li Shu was pleasantly surprised. Turtle School Qigong has no attraction for him, anyway, he can learn it sooner or later. These 4 achievement points are very comfortable, equivalent to the achievement points he has obtained in the previous 5 years. The key task is quite simple, only a little bit of discipline is needed, but the little bit of discipline that is lost, no one else finds out, and no one finds out is equivalent to not losing this wave of blood earning. Boost Cultivation Potion. Li Shu said to the system very proudly in his heart. Current achievement value, 7, does it cost 5 achievement points to upgrade Cultivation Potion to Super Cultivation Potion? Cultivation Potion, increases cultivation results by 30% for 1 month. Super Cultivation Potion, increases cultivation results by 50% for 6 months. Yes. Cultivation Potion is improving. Congratulations, you have obtained Super Cultivation Potion. In this ascension experience, Li Shu deeply realized the powerful effect of achievement points. Unfortunately, he doesn't know in advance how much achievement points he will need to consume to level up, and he will only know when he has enough achievement points. Afternoon. Li Shu drank the Super Cultivation Potion, put on the 20-pound weight-bearing turtle shell dedicated to cultivation on his back, and started practicing with Wukong Klin. The process of cultivation is boring, painful, and boring, and there is nothing to say. After only half a day, Li Shu found that his combat effectiveness had increased by 1 point to 54, and its effect was not insignificant. Looking at Wukong and Klin on the side, the combat effectiveness of the two has not changed, and it remains at 36 and 15. Li Shu roughly estimated that Wukong wanted to open 55 with the Turtle Immortal, and finally lost, so the combat effectiveness is estimated to be between 80 to 90, after all, the Turtle Immortal is old and an earthling, and Wukong is not only a young man, but also a scion. Under the influence of these two factors, it is almost a gap of 10 to 20 points in combat effectiveness. Therefore, the range of 80 to 90 combat effectiveness is very reasonable and reasonable. There are still more than 5 months to go before the world's first martial arts conference, and on average, Wukong's daily combat effectiveness is about 0.25. Then in just half a day, he has increased his combat effectiveness by 1 point, and his cultivation effect can be called a bargain. It is worthy of being a system prop Super Cultivation Potion, and it is indeed produced by the system, and it must be a high-quality product. Although there are reasons for cheating, there are also my first time practicing like this, so the improvement is greater, and maybe the next improvement effect will not be so obvious. Li Shu's guess was correct, and the improvement of combat effectiveness after the subsequent daily cultivation was decreasing. A month later, Li Shu's combat effectiveness reached 67. Also today, the Turtle Immortal announced a bombshell news. After 4 months, I ask all 3 of you to sign up for the world's #1 martial arts conference to test your cultivation results. Li Shu's eyes lit up suddenly, and he finally waited. Department of Dad, hurry up and release your achievement task. Trigger the side check-in mission the world's #1 martial arts conference venue, and after the sign-in is completed, you will be rewarded with a bottle of eye drops special for the Eye of Battle. Eye of Battle, use it once a day, there is a small chance that Eye of Battle will be improved. Chapter 13. Trigger the achievement mission champion of the 21st World #1 Martial Arts Conference, and the task rewards a bottle of Super Scion Epiphany Potion. Super Scion Epiphany Potion, after taking it, there is a small probability of having an Epiphany Super Scion form. Trigger the achievement task runner-up of the 21st World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference, and the task rewards a bottle of Super Transformation Epiphany Potion. Super Transformation Technique Epiphany Potion. After taking it, there is a small probability of Epiphany Super Transformation Technique, and a higher probability of Epiphany Transformation Technique. Trigger the achievement task third runner-up of the 21st World First Martial Arts Conference, and the task rewards a bottle of Transformation Epiphany Potion. Transformation Technique Epiphany Potion. After taking it, there is a small probability of having an Transformation Technique. Several system prompts rang out one after another, and even if Li Shu had been mentally prepared for a long time, he was pleasantly surprised. There are rewards for the top 3, which is very comfortable. His favorite thing is not the prize of the champion, but the runner-up. Super Scion, how can there be super transformation fun? Moreover, he has theoretically mastered the method of transforming into a Super Scion, which can be mastered with only diligent practice, and there is no need for an Epiphany Potion at all. After learning about the world's first martial arts conference, Wukong and Qin's cultivation became even harder. In particular, Gaku, who has Scion blood full of belligerent genes, can't sleep all night when he is excited. As the days passed, Li Shu could clearly see that under the stimulation of the world's No. 1 martial arts conference, Wukong's combat power was growing rapidly. And his daily improvement in combat effectiveness is declining rapidly. 4 months later, Li Shu looked at the combat power above Wukong's head, and then at his own combat power, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Sun Wukong. Combat Strength, 80 Li Shu, Combat Strength, 75. Is my qualification so poor? I practiced in Kailin-Ta in advance, and I still started it. Li Shu felt that his young heart had been hit hard. Hehe, is this the main character? I can't catch up. Such a result only shows one problem, that is, he did not open enough. It doesn't matter. Li Shu glanced at Qin, who only had 35 combat strength, and his mood was much better. But soon Li Shu was a little puzzled, and after getting along for more than 5 months, not a single achievement task was triggered on Qin. But it's relieved to think about it. In Baizai Mountain, he and Wukong want to get along for 5 years, and the same achievement task has not been triggered. It's a long time coming, I still don't believe it. Li Shu stared at Qin with burning eyes, and Qin suddenly felt a creepy feeling. In this short period of 5 months of practice, Qin often felt this way. Big brother Wukong's gaze is too terrifying, he can't really think of me, right? Qin subconsciously kept his distance from Li Shu, and there was a trace of fear in his heart. Li Shu smiled and looked away. That night, on the last day of the registration stage of the world's first martial arts conference, the Turtle Immortals finally came to the registration location with Li Shu, Wukong, and Qin, and quickly completed the registration procedures. Upon learning that the preliminaries would begin tomorrow, the belligerent Gaku was disappointed. However, after meeting Boma, Yamcha, Oolong, and Pool, Gaku is happy again, and these are all good friends he met on the way to collect Dragon Balls. Yamcha is a robber in the evil desert, who makes a living by robbing houses, the founder of the Wolf-Tooth Wind Fist. He is not bad in nature. After meeting Wukong and becoming Boomer's boyfriend, he completely changed his ways. Oolong and Pool, both animal people with superpowers, a pig and a flying cat, are classmates in the super kindergarten, and both have the superpower of transformation technique. When he was a child, Li Shu was very envious of this superpower, and now his childhood fantasy is about to come true. Li Shu. Boomer looked at Li Shu in surprise, and soon became angry. Didn't you say that you would split up? Why did you disappear and don't give me a call, making people worry in vain? Boomer is very beautiful, and it is also a different flavor when he gets angry. At first Li Shu had ideas about Boomer, but he knew the plot, and he quickly dispelled this idea, and everyone who understands it. Emotionally, he is a bit clean. If Vegeta knew about his wife's past, what would such an arrogant man do? I'm afraid I can only take out my anger at the turtle immortal. After all, he can't beat Kakarot. Well? Could this be a way to trigger hidden achievement quests? Thinking of this, Li Shu silently kept this careful thought in his heart. He felt that one day in the future, when Vegeta and Boomer got married, it would be necessary to give it a try. After all, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? In the face of Boomer's questioning, Li Shu apologized again and again. He really forgot to tell Boomer to be safe. Boomer snorted coldly, and stopped dwelling on the matter. Soon, the two sides also got to know each other under the introduction of Goku and Boomer. Li Shu looked at the top of Yamcha's head very curiously. Combat Strength, 30. He looked at the Oolong again. Combat Effectiveness, 6. Oolong, this guy should be able to brush up on a lot of achievements, right? Li Shu looked at the Oolong's gaze, and gradually became brighter. Oolong was suddenly startled and looked at Li Shu vigilantly. Li Shu smiled and withdrew his gaze. He's only found a general direction for triggering the achievement quest now, and the specifics are still to be explored. After a short period of reminiscence, everyone went back to their quarters to rest, making final preparations for tomorrow's preliminaries. Li Shu left the hotel alone and came to the roast bird shop of Yabai Bear. In the 5 months that he practiced at the Turtle Immortal, Li Shu did not forget the orders that Nobikoma ordered every month. Moreover, he has been guiding Wild Bear to open a branch, trying to see if he can make some achievements. The business of the roast bird shop was very hot, and Yabai Little Bear was very busy, but the moment he saw Li Shu, he put down his work and greeted him warmly. Li Shujun, you came just in time. Try the new dish raw pickled dinosaur lantern I developed. You must not have eaten it, right? It's super large, and it's very enjoyable to eat. Pickled dinosaurs what? Li Shu once wondered if he had heard it wrong. Did he eat all this thing? Still pickled? It is worthy of being a nation known as BT, and it really deserves its name. No, I just ate, I'm full, no need, I'm here to participate in the martial arts meeting, by the way, come and see you. Li Shu hurriedly refused. Yabai Little Bear suddenly said, don't hide it, brother, I have something to ask for. It's coming. These 5 months of hard work have not been in vain. Li Shu's eyes lit up, and the system's message prompt had sounded. Chapter 14. Trigger the limited time achievement mission Legendary Dinosaur, cool. Before dawn, please help Yabai Bear subdue the cool dragon, and the task reward, endless dinosaur legs. Attention! The achievement value of limited time achievement missions has been doubled, and if you fail, the achievement will disappear forever. Dinosaur legs that can't be eaten? Li Shu didn't understand this reward a little. Could it be a superpower that can conjure dinosaur legs out of thin air? That's a bit too frustrating. Li Shu was only a little disappointed, but he was still full of motivation. After all, double achievement points are a good thing. Under the narration of Nobi Bear, Li Shu probably figured out what the cool dragon was. This is a creature that did not appear in the original book, and like Oolong, it is an animal man with superpowers. Wild Bear didn't know that it was a dragon, and in his description, this legendary dinosaur was actually a big mouse that gave him a lot of headaches. Eating the ingredients he prepared so often that he couldn't get the damn rat out of the way. Especially the dinosaur meat he bought at Li Shu, the big mouse especially likes to eat. It's fast, we can't catch him at all, and it's so cunning that all the rat traps have no effect on him, and we've been teased by it for a month, which makes me suffer. Fortunately, Li Shujun, you are here, you can even surrender dinosaurs. I think you are an excellent martial artist. I hope you can help me catch this mouse. I am willing to pay a good reward for it. Li Shu waved his hand and said, Little Xiangjun, we are already good friends, I will help you catch this mouse, and the reward will be counted. Haha, that's embarrassing, so let's do it. whether you can help me catch this mouse or not, you can eat in my store in the future, all for free." An hour later, Nobi Bear made a proof, and he said to Li Shu, "It is very cunning, it only appears when there are few people, and often steals food from us inadvertently." Li Shu nodded and said with a smile, "I already know where it is hiding." "Really? Nobi Bear is very happy. You clean up normally, and I'll leave it to me," Li Shu said confidently. In his sight, a message of combat power was suspended in the corner of the kitchen. "Combat strength, 8. Is this your superpower stealth technique?" Li Shu looked at the empty kitchen corner with interest. If he didn't have the eye of battle, he might not be able to complete this task. Li Shu didn't act rashly, there were still a few hours before dawn, and he needed to think about it and make a proper plan. After all, the task requirement is to help Nobi Bear subdue this cool dragon, and you can't complete the task just by catching it. He seems to be able to see me. At this moment, the cool dragon hidden in the corner looked at the monkey man with some doubts. "Impossible. When pigs fly, no one will be able to detect my invisibility." Cool Dragon cheered himself up in his heart. He has been in the city for more than 10 years, and he can eat and drink spicy food without working every day, and he has never been caught, which has given him full confidence. But even so, he was cautious and did not plan to take risks, so he decided to leave this store and continue to live happily in another store. He is very clever and does not harm a shop for a long time, because he understands a truth, which can only be understood but not spoken, but is his way of survival. At the same time, Li Shu frowned, he didn't think of a good way, and the cool dragon seemed to have signs of running away. The combat power suspended in the air was moving towards the door little by little. "He seems to be able to see me." Kukulong kept an eye on Li Shu and found that the other party's gaze was actually moving with his movements, which made him feel frightened. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from the monkey man, which frightened him so much that he no longer moved cautiously, but quickly ran towards the door. As he moved at high speed, his stealth technique suddenly became ineffective. Obviously, in the invisible state, there is a limit to his actions. "Hehe, I didn't expect a dinosaur to look like a mouse." The moment he saw the cool dragon, Li Shu couldn't help but be stunned. The cool dragon is not large, about the size of an adult female cat, not only has long thief eyebrows, but also has a pointed mouth that is too small to cover its 2 front teeth. His panicked look was very funny. If the system hadn't said that he was a dinosaur, Li Shu would have thought that it was a big mouse. "You can't run away." Li Shu flicked his fingers, and a blue light wave flew out, hitting the cool dragon in the abdomen, causing it to be seriously injured and fell to the ground. Since he couldn't think of a way, he decided to forcibly suppress it and force the other party to submit to his divine power. Under the frightened gaze of the cool dragon, Li Shu grabbed him by the back of the neck and lifted him up. "You look delicious." Li Shu grinned. "Nope. Don't eat me. I'm sick, I'm seriously ill, don't eat me." Cool Dragon's courage is very small, and he pleads again and again. At this time, Yabai Little Bear came over and praised Li Shu. Li Shu smiled, "Little Xiang Jun, what are you going to do with this guy?" "I have a good suggestion." "What advice?" Nobi asked curiously. "He has caused you a lot of losses, why don't you let him stay here and work and compensate you for your losses?" "Part-time job? No way, I can't work part-time in my life. You're going to eat me anyway." Before Wildy could react, Cool Dragon screamed in horror. He seems to have a very strong resistance to part-time work. "Why would you rather die than work?" Li Shu looked at him curiously. Cool Dragon didn't explain, and shouted, "There is no reason, it is impossible for me to work, it is better to kill me if I am allowed to work." "Oh!" Cool Dragon's reaction was so fierce that Li Shu felt a little troubled. Li Shu immediately said, "If you tell me why, I won't let you work." "Really? Cool Dragon was overjoyed and hurriedly told the reason. It turned out that this guy had worked before, but because of his ugly and funny appearance, short stature, and frequent mistakes in doing things, he was often ridiculed by customers and colleagues, as well as scolded by the boss, which caused him great psychological shadow and torture. So he swore that he would never be able to work in this life. Well, I'm not unreasonable. Li Shu was very sympathetic to Cuckoo Long's plight, and said, but you did something wrong and caused losses to my friends, and you must compensate for this loss. Chapter 15. A part-time job must be a part-time job, but I can guarantee that what happened to you in the past will never happen again. Li Shuxin swore and said. How can you guarantee it? Cool Dragon looked at Li Shu suspiciously. Li Shu explained, because the job content is very simple, you just need to stealth next to the diners, and then record their evaluation of the food and the restaurant truthfully. Stealth? How can this rat be invisible? No wonder we couldn't catch him. Wild Bear looked at Cool Dragon in amazement. I'm not a mouse, I'm a dinosaur, I just look like a mouse. Cool Dragon defended with some dissatisfaction. Dinosaurs. Yebai Little Bear was about to laugh a few times, but Li Shu hurriedly stopped him and said, Little Bear Kun, just do me a favor and take this little guy in, it's pitiful. Of course you can, Li Shujun, your proposal is very good, if he is willing. Nodding his head. 1 year, as long as you work for a year, this account will be settled, and you will decide whether to go or leave it to you when the time comes. Li Shu added another sentence and looked at the Cool Dragon sincerely. Is that all? Cool Dragon is a little excited, he is actually very eager to make a few friends, but he is afraid of the ridicule of others, so he has been doing things like stealing chickens and dogs. Although he seems to eat and drink spicy food every day, his heart is always empty and lonely. That's all, would you? Li Shu looked at the Cool Dragon with a smile. After hesitating for a moment, Cool Dragon said weakly, that. Okay then, but can I make a small request? What requirements? If someone laughs at me, can you help me teach them a lesson? That's it. Looking at the cautious appearance of the Cool Dragon, Li Shu readily agreed. Limited time achievement quest Legendary Dinosaur, cool. Completion, congratulations on receiving the reward, Endless Dinosaur Legs, achievement value +4. Another 4-point achievement. Li Shu was overjoyed, although he painstakingly guided for 5 months, and did not trigger the relevant achievement tasks, but the final result was the same. Maybe the triggering of some achievement tasks is related to the character's favorability? If it weren't for the harmony with the wild bear for the past 5 months, I am afraid that this achievement quest would not have been triggered. Just as Li Shu was thinking about it, what he didn't expect was that the system's message prompt did not end there. Congratulations on completing the hidden achievement quest Cool Dragon's Heart Knot and receiving a reward, Invisibility Epiphany Potion, a bottle, achievement value +2. Stealth Epiphany Potion. After taking it, there is a small probability of having an Epiphany invisibility technique. This sudden unexpected joy made Li Shu feel more comfortable, and now the achievement value has been as high as 8 points. I didn't expect that there is such a setting as a hidden achievement, which should be related to the way the achievement task is completed. Li Shu kept this point firmly in mind. Li Shu returned to his residence in a good mood, and the turtle Immortal, Klin, and Wukong were already asleep. But he didn't have the slightest sense of sleep, and tried to improve Immortal Body, Scion Blood, Fighting Eye, Elementary Immortal Bean Can, and Double Gold Buff one by one, but they all failed. I'm really convinced. Can't I give a hint of how many achievements are needed to improve these things? After Li Shu complained, he took out the uneaten dinosaur legs. Endless Dinosaur Legs, a renewable edible weapon. When you're tired, you might as well take a few bites to replenish your energy. Increases combat effectiveness by 1% when equipped. I'm going, it's actually a weapon? Li Shu was very surprised, and suddenly felt that he was not so frivolous. Li Shu measured it visually, and this thing was about 2 meters long, and it was extremely easy to hold in his hand. Looking at the dinosaur legs in the mirror with 2 meters of heat in his hand, I feel very stylish. His combat effectiveness has also increased from 75 to 76. Li Shu couldn't help but taste the dinosaur leg again. The meat was soft and rotten, tender and juicy, no worse than his craftsmanship. And the part that was gnawed off was soon regenerated. I originally thought that it was a chicken rib, but the more I looked at it at the moment, the more pleasing it felt to the eye, which made Li Shu very surprised. Raise endless dinosaur legs. Li Shu decisively gave the order. This thing can increase the percentage of combat power, and it is definitely a superb attribute, and it is worth cultivating. Do you spend 1 achievement to upgrade uneaten dinosaur legs to uneaten dinosaur legs LV1? The success rate of this promotion is 99%. Damn, there is still a success rate, which makes Li Shu a little annoyed. This system can't be developed by a certain horse, right? Yes. Li Shu has no choice. First test the water with 1 achievement point and the 99% success rate will fail. Endless dinosaur legs ascension. Congratulations, the ascension failed. Vonima. God TM, congratulations. 99% success rate can fail? The success rate of this trademark is just for reference, right? Li Shuki jumped like thunder. The dog system I let you skin with me, I trademark will unload it now. Raise the endless dinosaur legs. Li Shu hurriedly stopped this dangerous thought, and gave the order again with great grievance, but he still didn't believe it. With a 99% success rate, can he fail all the time? He still has 7 achievements left. Lao Tzu can afford to play. Endless dinosaur legs ascending. Congratulations, you failed to ascend again. Hey? Again? What's trademark called? What's trademark called? I'll let you give me the skin. Li Shu suddenly smoked, and his face was extremely hideous. Dog system, you wait for me. Li Shu left the hotel overnight and bought ingots, candles, incense burners, golden basins, compasses, yellow paper, hand sanitizer, facial cleanser, whitening mask, feng shui beginner's guide and crosses, and picked a few when passing by the willow tree. If I come up with metaphysics, how are you going to deal with it? Li Shu's eyes were red, like an outlaw gambler with red eyes. He first took out a compass and found a treasure of feng shui according to the description in the feng shui beginner's guide. Then he found a huge stone, engraved the word Department of Father on it, and then began to light candles, burn yellow paper and ingots, and place the incense burner one by one according to the direction of Kim and gossip around it, and light incense. Then pour hand sanitizer and facial cleanser into the golden basin and wash your hands and face well. Finally, I dipped some water in the golden basin with willow branches. And clicked a few times on the boulder of Tai Dad, which means that dragonflies. Water. Heavenly gods and Buddhas, please bless me, Amen. Li Shu reverently held the cross in his hand, and then immediately gave the order. Raise the endless dinosaur legs. Do you spend 1 achievement to upgrade uneaten dinosaur legs to uneaten dinosaur legs LV1? The success rate of this promotion is 99%. Yes. Li Shu shouted through gritted teeth. Endless dinosaur legs is improving. Chapter 16. Congratulations, you've failed to improve again. Li Shu. I must have forgotten to put on the mask. Li Shu looked at the lost mask and thought indignantly. 15 minutes later, Li Shu finished applying the mask, and his complexion looked much better. I don't know if it was the reason, it seemed to have turned a little whiter. The last time, if you fail again, Lao Tzu won't play, and if you play again, it's a dog. A little achievement at a time may not seem like much, but it can't withstand continuous failures. 3 points of achievement, just like this. Li Shu is very distressed. He swears that it will be the absolute last. Endless dinosaur legs is improving. Endless dinosaur legs has been improved. Congratulations, you have obtained the new item Endless Dinosaur Legs LV1. Endless Dinosaur Legs LV1, a renewable edible weapon. Can be attached to the legs. Increases combat power by 2% after equipping. Can be attached to the legs. Looking at this extra entry, Li Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. This function is good, wonderful, really good. It seems that it took 4 times to succeed, so it's not a loss. Li Shu couldn't wait to try the new ability, only to see that the dinosaur leg was completely integrated into the right leg, and he couldn't see the slightest abnormality. Combat Strength, 76. Combat power has been increased, from 1% to 2%, the effect is not very obvious, and the eye of fighting cannot see the value behind the decimal point, which is not too intuitive. Luck seems to be good, there are 3 pads in front, do you want to take advantage of the victory to chase? Li Shu quickly convinced himself and gave instructions. The main thing was that he wanted to know how much achievement points would be consumed for the next promotion. Do you spend 2 achievements to upgrade Endless Dinosaur Legs LV1 to Endless Dinosaur Legs LV2? The success rate of this promotion is 98%. A 98% success rate? Li Shu always feels that this success rate should be looked at in reverse. Yes. Li Shu only hesitated for a moment, then made up his mind, and he was also prepared for failure. After all, with a 99% success rate, he failed 3 times in a row, and this time the success rate was greatly reduced to 98%, and it was almost impossible to succeed at one time. Endless Dinosaur Legs LV1 is improving. Endless Dinosaur Legs LV1 has been successfully upgraded. Congratulations, you have obtained a new item Endless Dinosaur Legs LV2. Endless Dinosaur Legs LV2, a renewable edible weapon. Can be attached to the legs. Increases combat effectiveness by 3% after equipping. A success? Li Shu was a little incredulous, and he sincerely apologized. Dad, I misunderstood you. Combat Strength, 77. There are still 3 points left, and it will be on par with Wukong's combat power. There are still 2 achievements left. Li Shu has not continued to improve, he is ready to try the stealth technique Epiphany Potion. This thing has a low probability of having an epiphany, and there is only 1 bottle, and it is gone when it is used up. The next time I get such a reward, I don't know when it will be when. He is still very impressed by the stealth technique. So he tentatively said, enhance the invisibility technique Epiphany Potion. Insufficient achievement, failure to improve. Forget it, let's not use it yet. Li Shu was really frightened by the fact that the 99% success rate failed 3 times in a row, and he wanted to be steady. In the early morning of the next day, Wukong and his party walked towards the martial arts venue, and Li Shu followed behind as if he hadn't woken up, looking listless. Didn't you get a break last night? Wukong couldn't help asking. Li Shu rubbed his eyebrows, and said very happily, thinking of some sad things, I can't sleep. Your state is not good for today's game, although it is only a preliminary round, but you will also meet strong opponents, you should not take it lightly. The Turtle Immortal said with a little seriousness. Knowing teacher Wu Tian, I will adjust my state. Li Shu immediately took out a fairy bean and ate it, and his spirit instantly returned to a full state. Fairy beans. The Turtle Immortal looked at Li Shu with some surprise. You have already been to Kailan Tat. Li Shu didn't deny it, nodded and said, when I left, the cat fairy gave me a small bag. With that, Li Shu gave one of the immortal beans to each of the 3 of them. Wukong asked curiously, what is a fairy bean? Is it tasty? It's amazing. Klin looked at the little green bean carefully, and he could see the change in the fairy bean just now when Li Shu ate it. The Turtle Immortal explained, this is a specialty of Kailan Tat, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as you eat one, you can instantly recover to your peak state, and you can also eat a stomach for 10 days without feeling hungry. Wow, this bean is too powerful. Goku and Kling were shocked. It's a pity that the production is not much. The turtle immortal was feeling sorry, and suddenly his eyes widened, and he hurriedly grabbed Wukong's hand. You eat it now, what if you get hurt later? It looks delicious, I just want to taste it. Wukong touched the back of his head and smiled. Li Shu said with a smile, in the past few years, the Kalin immortals have saved a lot, and I still have it. Saying that, Li Shu gave another one. Come, taste it first, feel the feeling, it's not enough for me. The turtle immortal was stunned, and he asked, how much did the Kalin immortal give you? Hee, a small bag, just a small bag, anyway, it's enough for a few of us to eat. Li Shu was vague and did not answer positively. The turtle immortal didn't ask, but carefully put away the 2 fairy beans in case of emergency. Wukong and Kling were still children after all, and when they heard Li Shu say this, they hurriedly tasted one by one. What? It doesn't taste at all. Goku's eyebrows and nose were furrowed, and his face was full of disappointment. Kling also had a blank expression. At this moment, the group had already arrived at the martial arts venue. The side check-in task, the world's #1 martial arts conference venue, has been completed. Congratulations on receiving the reward, a bottle of Eye of Battle. Eye of Battle, use it once a day, there is a small chance that Eye of Battle will be improved. The reward sound of the system shocked Li Shu's spirit, and he hurriedly said, improve the Eye of Fighting special potion. Lack of achievement, failure of promotion. Achievement points are completely insufficient. Li Shu's heart was full of helplessness, and he could only fight for this small probability. Anyway, once a day, even if he failed, he wouldn't feel very distressed. Immediately, Li Shu took out the eye drops and dropped 2 drops on his eyes. A tingling pain hit instantly, and Li Shu secretly said in his heart, not good. The last time was to awaken this Eye of Fighting, which made him faint in pain, and he was in a coma for more than a month. Now that the martial arts preliminaries are about to start, if you are unconscious again, it will be really fucked. Chapter 17. Fortunately, the stinging sensation in the eyes came and went quickly, and it did not activate the protective mechanism of the brain to make him unconscious. Congratulations, Eye of Battle has been upgraded to Eye of Battle LV1. It worked. With a 99% success rate, I can fail 3 times in a row, which is a small probability that I will succeed in one go. Li Shu was a little unbelievable, and had to sigh that this probability thing made people love and hate, and it was also very exciting, and it could always make people's emotions go up and down. He suddenly understood why so many people were obsessed with gagging their necks. That kind of small probability of success happening to you will make people feel extremely happy. If it weren't for the lack of achievements now, he would have liked to improve the endless dinosaur legs a few times at once. With such good luck, it would be a pity that he couldn't take advantage of the victory to chase after him. Something doesn't seem right. Li Shu suddenly reacted, why didn't Eye of Fighting describe the information? What's the difference between this Eye of Battle and Eye of Battle LV1? He wanted to ask about the system, but quickly stopped the idea. The consultation fee was too expensive, and he really couldn't afford it. Big brother, are you okay? Li Shu's strange appearance in an instant attracted the attention of the 3 Wukong. Combat Strength, 80.93. Li Shu looked at Wukong, suddenly stunned, and then said, it's okay, the sun is a little dazzling. At this time, the group of them met Yamcha and the group. During the exchange, Li Shu got an important message. What? The prize money for the champion is only 1 million? Li Shu was a little speechless, he didn't expect that the amount was so different from what he imagined. This little bonus is not as much as he can earn by selling a dinosaur. But it doesn't matter, what he values is not bonuses and reputation, but system achievement rewards. Li Shu's combat power is now as high as 77.25, as long as his luck is not too bad. He encountered the Turtle Immortal and Wukong in the preliminary stage, and the third place is basically stable. Maybe he can beat Wukong by luck and take the second. After all, there is only a difference of 3 points in combat effectiveness between the two, and it mainly depends on the performance. When he was in Baizai Mountain, Li Shu often fought with Wukong, losing more and winning less. The main reason was that he was afraid of pain, and at this point he was not as good as Wukong, a battle maniac who was more and more excited the more it hurt. As for the first, Li Shu has no idea. The Super Saiyan Epiphany Potion doesn't mean much to him. He prefers the Super Transformation Technique Epiphany Potion. The only regret is that the achievement value of the champion is definitely much more than the second and third place. Let's go to the draw. There are 138 players participating in this competition, divided into 4 regions, and the top 2 in each region will enter the top 8. I hope we don't draw together. Yamcha said. Hehe, you guys go, I'll go to the toilet. The Turtle Immortal snorted and slipped away. Li Shu glanced at the Turtle Immortal and knew his purpose, but he didn't debunk it. Soon several people completed the draw. No, I'm in the same area as Goku. Kling was frightened before he frightened, and looked at Goku in astonishment with the number plate. Goku glanced at the battle table and said, our numbers are separated, so we shouldn't meet each other. Li Shu also looked at the battle table. As Wukong said, the top 2 in each region entered the top 8, and the numbers of Wukong and Kling were far apart, and they would not encounter. If nothing else, the two advanced to the quarterfinals at the same time and met in the semi-finals. Yamcha. When Li Shu saw this name, he looked at the confident man on the side with a strange expression. Combat Strength, 30.87. Yamcha also found that Li Shu was in the same area as him, and it was encountered in the first round. Your number 34? Yamcha asked with a smile on her face full of confidence. A hint of pity flashed on Li Shu's face and he nodded, yes, I didn't expect us to encounter it in the first round. I can only say that Yamcha's luck is really bad, and I like to mention a ticket for a round of tours, and I don't know it. How confident he is laughing now, how painful it will be when he waits. Li Shu is really a little unbearable, after all, he is also an acquaintance. Yamcha didn't know Li Shu's strength. In his cognition, Wukong was his only opponent, and his goal was the championship. I'm sorry, I won't keep my hand. For this martial arts meeting, I practiced hard in the mountains alone for a month. The corners of Yamcha's mouth rose and said regretfully. A month of hard work? Li Shu was really a little speechless. He didn't have much impression of Yamcha. He didn't expect to be such a conceited person. Yamcha, my eldest brother is very strong, don't be careless. Wukong said from the side. Really? So let's wait and see. Yamcha smiled confidently and turned to look at Goku. It's good now, we're not in the same district, we should meet in the finals, let's have a good fight at that time. Wukong, you don't want to lose in the preliminaries. Wukong said with high morale, I won't lose. Yamcha smiled confidently, I won't lose either, then we'll see you later. After saying that, Yamcha left and walked towards the number 2 area, without looking at Li Shu, who was in the number 2 area with him. It seems that in his eyes, Li Shu has already lost and does not deserve too much attention from him. He has only one goal, and that is to defeat Goku and win the championship. To do this, he paid a month of hard practice. Wukong, you friend, don't take your eldest brother and me seriously at all. Li Shu pretended to be dissatisfied and said. Kling smiled, then he will definitely regret it, I am most afraid of meeting you two. Unlike Yamcha, Kling and Li Shu have been practicing together for a few months, and they have a little bit of their own judgment on Li Shu's strength, and their understanding of himself is relatively clear, and he is satisfied if he can get a third place. Wukong said, Big brother, Yamcha is still quite strong, you have to take it seriously. For the eldest brother Li Shu, Wukong still knows a lot about everything. The eldest brother is good at everything, but sometimes he is not very serious, he is often lazy when he is practicing, and he is particularly afraid of pain, and he does not have the appearance of a martial artist at all. In the words of the eldest brother, he is more Buddhist and likes to lie flat. Gaku didn't understand what that meant. Got it, the preliminaries are about to start. So I'll go over first. Li Shu waved his hand and walked towards the second area. Gaku and Kling also arrived in Area 4. The 138 contestants are waiting for the start of the preliminaries. A few minutes later, the referee shouted over a megaphone, "The preliminaries are on. Please call the number of contestants on the stage. No killings during the game. No weapons and no foreign forces. The preliminaries are 1 minute each. Falling off the field, admitting defeat, falling to the ground for 10 seconds and not being able to get up, is counted as a failure. Please, 2 players, number 34 and number 35, get in the ring and prepare for the competition." Chapter 18. Is it the first one to appear? Li Shu was a little surprised, glanced at the confident Yamcha on the side, and jumped into the ring with a slight jump. Yamcha followed, and the two looked at each other. At the same time, Gaku in Area 4 is also the first to appear. Hey? Are both of them the first to appear? Who's good? Kling was a little entangled for a while, and he didn't want to miss the fight between the two. After looking at Wukong's opponent and then at Li Shu's opponent, Kling finally chose to watch the duel between Li Shu and Yamcha. He wondered where Yamcha's confidence came from. "It's a minute, and it's time to start," the referee said. Li Shu arched his hand, "Please advise." Yamcha had never seen this kind of etiquette, and she also learned to arch her hand and said, "Please advise." Then, Yamcha put on an attack posture and waited for the battle. Li Shu stood there casually, without the slightest intention of attacking. The confrontation between the two sparked a lot of discussion among the onlookers. It looks like an evenly matched opponent, and it should be exciting to fight. "Don't you dare to attack!" Yamcha secretly said in his heart, and then the solace of his feet suddenly exerted force, and his 10 fingers bent into wolf teeth, and launched an attack on Li Shu. In Li Shu's eyes, Yamcha's movements were very slow, and there was no need to rush to deal with it at all. He was thinking about how he would be better off beating the other side. After all, he is Wukong's friend, and he still has to give 3 points of thin noodles. "Are you scared to move?" In Yamcha's eyes, Li Shu was completely stunned by his momentum at the moment, and was thinking hard about countermeasures. That helpless appearance made him feel a little disappointed. Judging from his combat experience, with the distance between the two sides at this moment, Li Shu had no chance to react at all, and his attack was undoubtedly hit. His wolf fist, but even a boulder can make a deep pit, and the opponent will be defeated. I thought it would be a strong opponent, but I didn't expect it to be so vulnerable. After all, it's Wukong's big brother, so let's collect some strength. Yamcha secretly said in her heart, and couldn't help but withdraw a little bit of strength, afraid of beating the other party to death. Just when the attack was about to hit and Yamcha was about to win, Li Shu moved. Yamcha only felt that when he saw a flower, Li Shu was gone, and the blow he had won was empty, and he didn't see Li Shu's movements clearly at all. Not good. Yamcha's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly turned to look behind him, and made a defensive posture. However, Li Shu was not found behind him, and only heard a voice coming from above. "I'm up there, take precautions." The moment she heard the voice, Yamcha hurriedly looked up and saw a fist the size of a sandbag, heading straight for the door. "It's so fast." Yamcha was shocked, and she didn't have time to react at all, and she was punched solidly. With a bang, his head slammed into the ring with a muffled sound. What a speed! Outside the field, Klin, who saw this scene, was dumbfounded. He thought about it, if it was him, he wouldn't be able to react at all. The other onlookers also let out bursts of exclamations, and there was a touch of fear in their eyes when they looked at Li Shu. 10. 9. The referee hurriedly ran to Yamacha's side and shouted a few times. "Can't you bear this bit of strength?" Li Shu looked at Yamacha a little speechlessly. He only used 30% of his strength. 8. 7. Just as the referee shouted 7, after a brief period of vertigo, Yamacha regained consciousness, shook his head, and got up from the ground, with a trace of blood hanging from the corners of his mouth and nose. "I'm underestimating you, I'm going to use all my strength." Yamacha looked at Li Shu extremely seriously, and rearranged her attack posture. "Wolf-tooth wind fist? I'd love to see it." Li Shu stood there casually, his face full of anticipation. Yamacha didn't dare to be careless. Just now he was deceived by the other party's casual posture. He shouted violently, his palms turned into wolf teeth, one after the other, his body arched slightly, like a wild wolf, and launched an attack again. This time, he used all his strength, and the wolf fangs turned into his palms gripped at Li Shu fiercely, leaving bright scratches in the air. At this time, Li Shu also figured out that defeating the opponent with all his might is the greatest respect, helping the other party to recognize the reality and understand that the gap between them is like an insurmountable gap. "I lost so badly in the first game, I don't know if Yamacha can withstand such a blow." A trace of pity swelled up on Li Shu's face again, without the slightest concealment. Yamacha's wolf-tooth wind fist is all flaws in his eyes. Bang! Li Shu gave a standard side kick, and the last shot came first. After all, the legs were much longer than the hands, and instantly hit Yamacha's abdomen. Wow! Yamacha's whole person bowed completely, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and under this huge impact, his eyes almost burst out, and he quickly flew out of the ring, smashing a big hole in the thick wall, and completely fainted. Unfortunately, outside this big hole, Boomer just stepped on Oolong's back and was about to peek at the scene of her boyfriend's Yamacha preliminaries. As a result, Yamacha flew out and collapsed under the hem of his skirt, unconscious. At this time, in the number 2 area ring, there was silence all around, and everyone looked at the man on the stage in shock. Klin's eyes widened, his body couldn't help but tremble, and he kept swallowing his saliva, too. "It's too strong. How do you feel stronger than Gaku?" Referee. Omega Omega. After 3 seconds, the referee reacted, and hurriedly ran to check Yamacha's breathing, and found that he was not dead, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief and called the medical staff, ran back to the ring, and announced. "Player number 34 wins. Take. Li Shu learned from the appearance of the martial arts master in the martial arts film in his previous life, smiled and arched his hand to the surroundings, before jumping out of the ring. Where Li Shu walked by, the crowd around him subconsciously dispersed, leaving a passage for him. "You're amazing." While Kling was excited, the frustration on his face could not be concealed. "Don't be presumptuous, Klin, you're also very strong." After Li Shu replied, he said, "Yamacha should be seriously injured, I'll feed him a fairy bean, after all, it's Wukong's friend." As he spoke, Li Shu fed a fairy bean to Yamacha's mouth under the shocked gaze of the medical staff, fed it some water, and helped it swallow it. Soon Yamacha woke up. Boomer was watching nervously from the sidelines, and as soon as Yamacha woke up, she exclaimed happily, "Yamacha, it's great that you're okay. Who are you up against? Could it be Gaku?" This is just the beginning of the elimination of the elimination. Chapter 19. Yamacha, who had just woken up, heard his girlfriend Boomer's words, and his face suddenly turned red, and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to get into. "Li Shu!" As soon as Yamacha sat up, he saw Li Shu. His face was very unnatural, so he sat there dejectedly, and said in frustration, "I thought that after a month of hard work, I would have the hope of competing for the championship, and at worst it would be a top 8, Wukong was my real opponent, but I didn't expect to be eliminated in the first round of the preliminaries. You're strong, and I'm convinced. Yamcha rekindled her fighting spirit, and stared at Li Shu with burning eyes. I will definitely defeat you next time. Li Shu was a little speechless. It seemed that he was still light. This guy didn't recognize the facts at all. This kind of vulnerable opponent, he really couldn't arouse his interest, and when he was about to say a few perfunctory words, an accident happened. Trigger the achievement quest Beat Yamcha, and in the next 3 battles with Yamcha, you will be able to defeat the enemy with one move, and you will receive a reward explosion. Explosion. In this state, the combat power is doubled, and the skill power is doubled. Li Shu's eyes lit up. He looked at Yamcha hotly, and said sincerely, "Okay, I'll wait for you. When is the next time?" Hey! Yamcha was stunned for a moment. He didn't think about it at all. Well, what about after the heats? You were too careless just now. If you do it again, maybe I'll lose. Li Shu said sincerely, "Actually, the gap between us is not very big, but you are too underestimated." Yamcha scratched the back of her head. Is that so? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that this is really the case. If you were like this at the time, then like that, and in the end, maybe you will be the one who wins. Thinking of this, Yamcha felt that what Li Shu said was very right, so he nodded and said, "Okay, then after your preliminaries, we will have another fight." "Okay, that's a deal." After saying goodbye to Yamcha, Li Shu returned to the number 2 competition area, and soon it was his turn to play again. Yamcha also came over at this time and watched carefully from the audience. In this game, Li Shu's opponent was a werewolf with a combat strength of only 15, and he was worried that he would scare Yamcha, so he deliberately wrestled with the werewolf for several rounds before finding a chance to win with a sidekick. Seeing this scene, Yamcha affirmed the idea in his heart even more. Just now it was indeed too underestimated. In the third game, Li Shu still used the same routine, finding the opportunity to win again with a sidekick. The sound of the system also sounded. "Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement 3 consecutive victories in the 21st Martial Arts Conference, and you will be rewarded with a bottle of Blessing Potion and an achievement value of +2. Blessing Potion, within 1 minute, your luck will be slightly increased." Hey! The sudden achievement reward surprised Li Shu. In this way, will there be 4 consecutive victories and 5 consecutive victories? Surprise! What a surprise! Li Shu took a general look, and in the preliminary stage, he needed to go through a total of 8 games. 8 in a row. Don't know what the reward is? Li Shu was a little impatient. He was desperate to test this conjecture. And he was too short of achievement points. With another victory, the system rewards arrived. "Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement 4 consecutive victories in the 21st Martial Arts Conference, rewarded with a bottle of Blessing Potion, and an achievement value of +2. In the following time, the sound of system rewards rang non-stop, and Li Shu had a lingering smile on his face. And the smile on his face gradually became perverted, and the corners of his mouth were almost grinning to the root of his ears. "Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement 5 consecutive victories in the 21st Martial Arts Conference, rewarded with a bottle of Blessing Potion, and an achievement value of +3. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement 6 consecutive victories in the 21st Martial Arts Conference, and you will be rewarded with a bottle of Blessing Potion and an achievement value of +3. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement 7 consecutive victories in the 21st Martial Arts Conference, rewarded with 2 bottles of Blessing Potion, and an achievement value of +3. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement 8 consecutive victories in the 21st Martial Arts Conference, and you will be rewarded with 2 bottles of Blessing Potion and an achievement value of +5. Ha ha ha, 16 achievement points. There are also 8 bottles of Blessing Potion. My dinosaur legs can't take off? Li Shu happily wanted to raise his head to the sky and let out a long howl, but he forcibly suppressed it. Moreover, he found that as the number of wins increases, so do the achievement points and item rewards. If you win all the way to the championship, how much will you get in reward? This made Li Shu, who originally didn't want to compete for the first place, suddenly have an idea. This will be a huge fortune that is hard to refuse, and it makes Li Shu's heart pound. After the last game, it didn't take long for the organizers to announce the end of the preliminaries. Please bring the top 8 players to the hall. There were no incidents in the preliminaries, and Gaku and Kling also made it to the quarterfinals, and the 3 of them went together. At the same time, the sound of the system actually sounded again. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement top 8 players of the 21st Martial Arts Conference, and you will be rewarded with a bottle of Super Blessing Potion, and your achievement value will be +5. Super Blessing Potion, within 1 minute, your luck will be greatly increased. Cool. It seems that every martial arts conference in the future cannot be missed. It is simply a holy place to brush up on achievements. Li Shumi smiled. At this moment, Yamcha followed, grinding his fists and saying, Li Shu, the time we agreed on has arrived. All the games in Li Shu's preliminaries, Yamcha watched them carefully, and he already had enough confidence to defeat Li Shu at this time. Okay, let's borrow this venue for another show, right? Under the impact of continuous rewards, Li Shu almost forgot about it. Yamcha nodded heavily and jumped into the ring, followed by Li Shu. As long as you block his side kicks, I'll win. Yamcha stared at Li Shu extremely seriously. He thought that he had found Li Shu's weakness. In all the matches just now, Li Shu relied on his speed advantage, dodged the opponent's attacks, and then found the right time to win with a side kick. No exceptions. As long as you use your wolf-tooth wind fist with all your might, squeeze Li Shu's activity space with a high-frequency attack speed, and then deliberately expose a flaw to lure Li Shu's side kick, and then take advantage of his unpreparedness to attack the next game, you will win. The advantage is mine. Yamcha is full of confidence to do a good job. After the 2 of them were ready, Yamcha took the lead in attacking, and the shot was a trick. Wolf-tooth wind fist. Yamcha is imposing, and compared to just now, it looks a lot stronger. Wukong and Klin, watching with great interest, did not rush to the guild hall to gather. Chapter 20. Isn't it over? Why are they fighting again? Gaku asked, puzzled. Kling said, it should be Yamcha who is not convinced. I told him a long time ago, my eldest brother is very strong, and he doesn't seem to take it seriously. Wukong only glanced at it, and then said, Yamcha should lose again. Hey! Kling didn't see this, but he knew that Yamcha would definitely not be able to beat Li Shu. Sure enough, as Wukong's voice fell, Li Shu made another side kick, and the last hit came first, so fast that Yamcha couldn't react at all. Bang! Yamcha's attacking posture suddenly stopped, and the whole person arched again, holding his abdomen and half-kneeling on the ground in pain, and was not knocked away like last time. Li Shu felt that his control of power had improved a little more. Concession. Li Shu took out a fairy bean again, fed it to Yamcha, and helped him up. Yamcha stood up silently, looking a little disheartened. Li Shu felt a little bad. If Yamcha gave up like this, how could he complete this achievement task? No, I'll have to find a way to continue fooling around. There it is. Li Shu's brain was spinning, and he instantly thought of a way, and said, Yamcha, let me tell you the truth, in fact, I drank super holy water, and my strength increased several times. It's not fair to you, and if you also drink the super holy water, I'm afraid I'm not your opponent. Super holy water. Hearing this, Yamcha's eyes lit up, and he looked at Li Shu hopefully. He finally found the reason for the difference in strength between the 2 sides. Li Shu said seriously, the super holy water is on the top of the Kalen Tat, there is a cat immortal living there, and you can drink the super holy water through his test, and the fairy beans I gave you to eat were also given to me by the cat immortal. Okay, when I drink the super holy water, I'll challenge you again. Yamcha regained her fighting spirit, and after asking for the location of Kailan Tat, she left in a hurry. Looking at Yamcha's hurried back, Li Shu didn't expect the other party to be so foolish. Big brother, can the super holy water really increase the strength several times? Gaku asked suddenly. Kling also looked at Li Shu intently, both of them eager to gain more power. Li Shu smiled, of course, when the martial arts meeting is over, you can also try it. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive at the martial arts hall, and both Gaku and Klin looked at the other top 8 players curiously. Li Shu was very impressed by this episode. Even after decades, he still clearly remembered that there was about to be a heavyweight on the stage, and the moment this person appeared, the audience was shocked. It's good that I prepared in advance. Li Shu took out a pair of nasal congestion, blocked all the nostrils, and then put on a gas mask. Big brother, what are you doing here? Wukong and Kling both looked at Li Shu suspiciously. Li Shu took out another set of gas masks and nasal congestion, and handed them to Wukong. You'll know later. What about me? Kling hurriedly asked, seeing that Li Shugzu was doing something, he also wanted it. You. Li Shu carefully looked at Kling's face and smiled, you don't have a nose, don't want this thing. Li Shu's strange behavior attracted the attention of several other top 8 players, some were curious, and some scoffed. In the next second, the expressions of these people all changed drastically, and they covered their noses one after another, looking at the entrance in shock. I saw a shirtless man with messy hair, chased by a swarm of flies, walking into the venue with heavy steps. There was always a huge drop of saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth, and there was an unpleasant stench all over his body. Who is this guy? Clint asked, clutching his non-existent nose. Li Shu explained, he is a barbarian. It is said that this person has never taken a bath since he was born, and he has cultivated an amazing physique of super body odor. Gaku curiously took off a little bit of the mask, he wanted to feel how smelly it was. The next moment, Wukong's face changed drastically, and he suddenly put on his gas mask again, his face full of fear. The referee couldn't stand it anymore, and covered his nose and said loudly, Mr. Barbarian, please wait next to you first, I will shout your name later. Hey, hey, hey. The savage was very sensible and kept away from the crowd. The other people all breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly prayed in their hearts that their opponent must not be this guy. It was so disgusting that they felt dirty their hands when they hit him. Now I call out the people whose names come up and draw lots to decide the order of appearance and their opponents. Soon the draw was completed by 8 people, and Klin, who learned the result, was full of horror. My opponent is a barbarian? Or the first to appear? Clint was terrified, and the thought of the barbarian's disgusting appearance sent chills to him. Seeing this scene, Li Shu's heart suddenly moved, and said, Klin, you don't have a nose, this is all your psychological effect, you can't smell the smell at all. Hey? I don't have a nose? Yes, I don't have a nose. Kling touched the nose part of the nose, and was immediately very happy, and he calmed down, and he really didn't feel the stench from the heart, and he was no longer afraid. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement Clint has no nose, and you will be rewarded with a chance to draw a rhinology lottery, and the achievement value will be +2. After hearing the sound of the reward, Li Shu grinned, it seemed that his guess was right, and he finally brushed an achievement on Klin. At this time, the referee came to the open-air ring and announced the order and opponent of the top 8 duel in front of everyone's attention. First game. Kling vs Barbarians. Second game. Chenglong vs Li Shu. The third game. Lanfang vs Nanwu. Fourth game. Monkey King vs Kiran. Li Shu didn't expect his luck to be so bad, and he directly faced the turtle immortal disguised as Cheng Long, which made him feel a lot of pressure. At this stage, the turtle immortal is almost an invincible existence, and in the original book, he is the champion of this martial arts meeting. Li Shu didn't dare to take it lightly, and instead of going to watch Qin's first game, he directly started the lottery. He must improve his strength in a short period of time, otherwise he will not be able to pass the level of the turtle immortal, and he will not be able to get any of the top 3 rewards. The lottery system is loading. Rhinology rewards are loading. Loading completed. The current number of Rhinology lottery is 1, will the lottery start? Yes. After Li Shu confirmed. One after another Rhinthology information crossed his mind. Sure enough, just like the pupil technique, as long as the words related to the nose are trademark nose calculation. Fortunately, Li Shu had already been mentally prepared, otherwise he would have scolded his mother the moment he saw the first rhino surgery. Rhinitis. God, trademark rhinitis. Li Shu prayed frantically, don't draw this. He already has rhinitis, and if he gets another rhinitis, what is it? Rhinitis? Super rhinitis? Li Shu was speechless, but fortunately, in the rhinosis that flashed in the follow-up, he saw some more reliable names. Chapter 21. Sinusitis. Nosebleed. Tongtian. Nosehumph. Dog nose, pig nose, vientian. Nose snot. Nose baba. Seeing this, Li Shu felt so tired, and his rhinology skills were simply outrageous. 80% of rhinology is particularly unreliable when you look at the name. Hey? How did I forget this? Li Shu's heart suddenly moved, and in his backhand, a bottle of golden potion appeared in his hand. Super blessing potion, within 1 minute, your luck will be greatly improved. Li Shu didn't say a word, and dried it in 1 bite. The taste was not bad, a bit of iced tea, but other than that, he didn't feel any other changes. It's over. Li Shu suddenly thought of one thing: the last time he awakened the pupil technique, he was in a coma for a month. Thinking of this, Li Shu hurriedly took a fairy bean in his mouth, and when he was a little surprised, he swallowed it immediately. All the Rinthals have been browsed, and the lottery begins. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Nose of Battle. It's a thrilling lottery. Li Shu let out a long breath, and his hanging heart finally let go. Well? Soon he reacted, the nose of the fight? The eye of war? Could it be that a set of skills is not successful? Without giving Li Shu too much time to think, a sharp pain came from his nose, but fortunately, he was prepared and immediately swallowed the fairy bean. I have to admire the magic of fairy beans, the feeling of severe pain is gone in an instant. Li Shu was completely relieved, he kept shaking the tip of his nose, wanting to try what was so special about this nose of fighting. Like Eye of Battle, Nose of Battle does not have any descriptive information, and it is all up to you to figure it out. However, the tip of Li Shu's nose was sour, and he didn't feel anything special, and even his basic sense of smell didn't improve. Isn't it? It's even worse than Eye of Battle. Such a result made Li Shu speechless. At the very least, the Eye of Fighting can still see the combat effectiveness, and this Nose of Fighting is really useless. It's not as good as rhinitis, Li Shu thought. At this moment, Kling won the game and returned to the waiting area in high spirits. Congratulations to Klin, you've made it to the final 4. Wukong jumped up and hugged Klin, and Klin smiled, it's thanks to brother Li Shu, otherwise I wouldn't be able to beat that barbarian. By the way, brother Li Shu, that old man Cheng Long seems to be quite powerful, but I seem to have discovered his weakness. Kling whispered. Li Shu pretended to be surprised and looked at Klin, but did not tell Cheng Long that he was a turtle immortal. He's... Kling secretly glanced around, took out a pair of women's underwear out of nowhere, quickly handed it to Li Shu, and said with a smile, you can use this to lure him then. Li Shu was taken aback, hurriedly took the briefs, looked around from time to time, and hurriedly put them away. After a while, the referee's voice sounded. Please Cheng Long and Li Shu come to the stage. Come on, big brother. Gaku and Kling shouted at the same time. Li Shu nodded noncommittally, and then stepped into the ring, looking at his opponent, the Turtle Immortal. The referee and host quickly completed the introduction of the two and announced the start of the game. However, at the sound of an order, neither Li Shu nor the Turtle Immortal moved. They all stood on the stage casually, staring at each other. This strange behavior made the audience talk a lot. What are they doing here? Why don't you fight? Wukong said puzzled. Kling also said he couldn't understand and shook his head. This stumped the host who was about to comment, so he had to make up nonsense. What? Cheng Long and Li Shu chose the same tactics. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. It seems that they are all waiting for the opponent to strike first, so as to find the opponent's flaws. It's a master duel, just standing still, it's so exciting, it's really exciting. Looking at the motionless Turtle Immortal, Li Shu's expression was extremely serious, and he did not act rashly, but silently improved his combat effectiveness. Do you spend 4 achievements to upgrade Endless Dinosaur Legs LV2 to Endless Dinosaur Legs LV3? 95% success rate. Yes. Ascending. Congratulations, the promotion failed. The corners of Li Shu's mouth twitched, and he said in his heart, continue to improve. On the side of the Turtle Immortal, he frowned, and found that this kid was not fooled, so he had to take the lead in attacking. The host hurriedly yelled, it's gone. Cheng Long actually disappeared. What a speed! And Li Shu is still standing in place, without any reaction at all. Is this game about to end? Found it! Cheng Long actually jumped into the sky, and Li Shu still didn't have any reaction at the moment. As far as I know, Li Shu showed amazing speed in the preliminaries, and he is extremely good at breaking with static and taking the lead in the rear. Can he dodge Cheng Long's move? Li Shu sighed. The Turtle Immortal had only confronted him for a few seconds, which was only enough for him to improve twice. What saddened him was that with a 95% success rate, he actually failed in a row. The 8 achievement points are gone. What an abomination! Li Shu hurriedly gathered his mind and concentrated on the duel. The moment the Turtle Immortal appeared above him, the tip of his nose subconsciously moved. The amplitude was very small. If he didn't stare carefully, it would be difficult for anyone to find out. Hey! Li Shu noticed a hint of something unusual. He actually smelled a dangerous smell coming from above. You can even judge the distance of this dangerous aura. Is this the nose of fighting? Nose. I misunderstood you. Li Shu was overjoyed at once. He could sense the dangerous aura in advance, and even judge the time when the danger was coming by judging the distance of the dangerous aura. This is simply a divine skill. With this magic skill, as long as he is not distracted, the gap between the combat power of the two sides is not too big, and the body can respond at the moment of danger, then he can be invincible. And there is also the killer feature of underwear. Isn't the old pervert of the Turtle Fairy at my disposal? At this moment, Li Shu was full of confidence, and while rushing forward to dodge the attack, he distanced himself from the Turtle Immortal, silently calculating the timing of the killer in his heart. Young man, you can't just hide. After the Turtle Immortal finished speaking, he saw that his body shook, leaving an afterimage in place, and his true body had already rushed in front of Li Shu and punched him. Afterimage punch. Li Shu recognized it at a glance, and he would do the same with this trick. When he was in Baizai Mountain, Sun Wuhan taught him. The key to this move is to influence the opponent's judgment through the afterimage. As long as the opponent's reaction is a few tenths of a second slower, it will reveal a huge flaw and give the attacker an advantage. However, this trick was useless to Li Shu, and he also left an afterimage in place, once again distancing himself from the Turtle Immortal. Chapter 22. The turtle immortal punched the air, and the action did not stop because of this. He seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and his body left an afterimage in a flash, and his real body went straight to Li Shu, and he didn't intend to give Li Shu any respite. Although Li Shu's speed is very fast, compared to him, it is still 3 points behind. In an instant, the turtle immortal rushed in front of Li Shu, and the whole person was immediately divided into 5, and launched an attack from 5 directions, either punching, palming, kicking, or kicking. The tip of Li Shu's nose moved slightly, and he instantly realized that the 5 attacks in front of him were just afterimages, and the real offensive came from above. Immediately, the left foot stepped suddenly, and the right foot borrowed the force to directly kick a 90-degree ultra-difficult action on the spot. What? The turtle immortal who kicked in the air was suddenly taken aback. Even if Li Shu also mastered the afterimage fist, he could instantly recognize his afterimage, but it was impossible to find his specific location in an instant. And he responded so decisively, the action was exaggerated, the amplitude was so large, and the attack was so swift, as if it was determined that he would appear in this position, leaving no room for himself to be buffered, as if he had eyes on the top of his head. What a terrible fighting instinct! Bang! There was a muffled sound. The two kicked each other with their feet, and the turtle immortal's eyes widened suddenly, wondering if he had seen it wrong. Just at that moment, he seemed to see Li Shu's right leg turned into a dinosaur leg? And a roasted dinosaur leg? At the same time, a majestic force swept up from the solace of his feet, instantly spreading all over his body, and a touch of pain appeared on the face of the turtle immortal, and the whole person rose into the sky like a cannonball under the huge impact. When the host saw such a wonderful scene, he immediately shouted. What? Chenglong is from top to bottom, Li Shu is from bottom to top. It seems that Chenglong has the advantage, but the result is that Chenglong is top down, and he was kicked away by Li Shu from the bottom up. What a great matchup! With such a high altitude, can Chenglong land smoothly? Let's wait and see. The host took the microphone and spat and looked at the sky with an exaggerated expression. The audience was also deeply attracted by this wonderful duel and looked up at the sky. I want to know how this Chenglong player should deal with this crisis. Look, everyone! The host seemed to have discovered something terrible, and shouted excitedly, the angle at which Chenglong fell seems to be facing the outside of the field. Even if it lands successfully, it will be judged to lose because it goes out of bounds. Is this the end of this wonderful showdown? Let's cheer for Chenglong. It's really noisy. Li Shu looked at the host very unpleasantly, and then squinted at the turtle immortal who was in free fall in the sky, and suddenly had a plan. He never believed that the turtle immortal would be defeated by his own kick. He must be pretending again. He knew too well the urine nature of the turtle immortal. This is a great opportunity. Li Shu didn't have full confidence to defeat the turtle immortal head-on. After all, the difference in combat strength between the two was more than 20 points. And the turtle immortal's combat experience was more than 100 years richer than his own, and he was also known as the great martial arts master of the god of martial arts. If he really gets serious, not to mention winning or losing, it will definitely be a vicious battle, and he will inevitably be beaten in many places. He is really scared, and there is a high probability that he will lose in the end. The current situation is very good. The turtle immortal was negligent and was kicked by himself, which allowed him to take the lead. It was a rare opportunity, and he had to seize it. Take advantage of the victory to chase and take down the turtle immortal in one fell swoop, and don't let him show his full strength. Li Shu's brain was spinning, and he instantly thought of a plan and buttoned his strawberry panties in the palm of his hand. The turtle immortal doesn't know how to dance the sky yet, and if he wants not to fall off the field, he has only one choice. Seeing that the turtle immortal was about to fall off the field, although some people thought that he was going to lose, the turtle immortal put his hands against each other in the shape of a calyx, and then pulled it to his waist, and a blue light converged into a ball of light in the palms of both hands. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong. The turtle immortal let out a low shout, wanting to use the impetus of the turtle sect Qigong to change the position where he landed. Now is the time. Li Shu saw the opportunity and threw out the strawberry panties that were buttoned in the palm of his hand. Omega! Nanny! The momentum of the turtle immortal suddenly leaked by more than half, and his eyes couldn't help but look over. At the same time, Li Shu grinned, his hands were also pressed against each other in the shape of calyxes, and then pulled to his waist, and a stream of blue energy quickly converged in the palms of his hands. Turtle! Pi! Gas! Gong! As the accumulation was completed, Li Shu aimed at the turtle immortal and pushed forward with both hands. Pillars of blue energy surge out. What? The turtle immortal looked at it suddenly, and suddenly his color changed in shock, his face was full of disbelief, he couldn't understand how Li Shu could use his own trick. He had never shown it in front of Li Shu. In fact, Li Shu had already forgotten about this turtle school Qigong, and just now remembered that he would also use this trick. At the moment when he was hit by the turtle sect Qigong, the turtle immortal's heart was full of chagrin and remorse, and he sat under the ring with a confused face. His original intention was to use the pseudonym Cheng Long to add a little difficulty to the Wukong and the three of them to prevent them from winning the championship, not wanting them to be too proud, but he didn't expect the boat to capsize in the gutter. Congratulations, you have achieved the achievement Turtle Immortal Overturned Scene, Reward Charged Buff, Achievement Value +3. Charge Buff, increases charge speed by 10%. Hey! Li Shu was a little surprised, he didn't expect that there would be an achievement reward in this way, so he hurriedly recorded this. The sound of the system does not stop because of this. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement 9 consecutive victories in the 21st Martial Arts Conference, rewarded with 2 bottles of Blessing Potion, and achievement points +5. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement Top 4 Players of the 21st Martial Arts Conference, and you will be rewarded with a bottle of Super Blessing Potion and an achievement value of +5. 3 consecutive achievement rewards have brought Li Shu's achievement value to a new height of 28 points. Meanwhile, the presenter-umpire referee declared Li Shu the winner. With the cheers of Gaku and Klin, Li Shu returned to the lounge. Big brother, what kind of trick is your blue light wave? It looks amazing, can you teach me after the game? Sun Wukong asked hopefully. Of course it's no problem, Li Shu didn't refuse, this was originally a skill that Wukong wanted to master, and whoever taught it was the same. 10 minutes later, the third matchup Lan Fang vs Nanwu officially began. Li Shu looked at Nanwu thoughtfully, this man who looked like San, he had a little impression, as if his hometown was short of water, and he wanted to win a prize to improve the water situation in his hometown. Maybe this can be an achievement? After this game, Li Shu decided to give it a try. At this moment, the turtle immortal with the pseudonym Cheng Long found him with a serious face. Chapter 23. Looking at Cheng Long with a serious face, without waiting for the other party to speak, Li Shu smiled and said, Teacher Wushan, I'm embarrassed just now, I won't win if you don't win, you won't win if you don't win. They. Turtle Immortal was speechless for a moment, and said, so you have already seen it. Wukong and Klin, who were next to them, were watching the game with relish, and when they heard this, they turned their heads in surprise and looked at Cheng Long incredulously. At this moment, there was no need for the turtle immortal to hide it, so he took off his disguise. Wukong, Klin, you guys concentrate on watching the game, I'll talk to Li Shu alone. The turtle immortal took Li Shu to a place where there was no one on the side, and said the purpose of his disguise. To sum it up in one sentence, to prevent Gaku from winning the championship, you can't be too proud at a young age, and it takes a certain amount of setbacks. Li Shu, you are much older than Wukong and Klin, you should understand this truth, since I have failed, I hope to entrust this important task to you. Li Shu was overjoyed in his heart, isn't this an achievement sent to the door? There is no reason to refuse. Regardless of whether you can beat Wukong or not, let's talk about the task first. There must be a road before the car reaches the mountain. Don't worry, Teacher Wushan, leave this to me. Li Shu agreed. The system's prompt sound is coming. Trigger the achievement quest. Don't be arrogant or discouraged. At the 21st Martial Arts Conference, defeat Sun Wukong head-on. Reward, Heart of Battle. The heart of the fight? Li Shu was taken aback. Following Eye of Fighting and Nose of Fighting, there is another fighting skill. It seems that this is really a set of skills. If you collect all the fighting skills, I wonder if there will be any set effect? Or is it an achievement? According to the laws of the system, there should be a great possibility. It seems that this number 1 must be fought for. Li Shu's heart was a little heavy. Defeating Sun Wukong head-on, he doesn't have much confidence, and he is only 30% sure at most. Don't look at the fact that he just won the Turtle Immortal, who is stronger than Goku, but if it is a head-to-head battle, he will most likely lose. Unless you use the sky dancing technique and are invincible, you will have a chance to defeat the Turtle Immortal head-on. But at this stage, when everyone can't fly, his use of the sky dancing technique is too lapey, and Li Shu doesn't know if this is a head-on defeat. After all, it is also a victory. Now the achievement value is as high as 28 points. For the sake of insurance, Li Shu plans to consult, and he can still afford to spend 1 achievement point. If he can use the sky dancing technique, then his certainty of defeating Goku can soar to 80. The system quickly replied, no. That's it. Achievement points -2. Current achievement value, 26. With just 2 words of answer, Li Shu was deducted 2 points of achievement, and the consulting fee was quietly doubled, which made Li Shu very angry and helpless. If you can't use the sky dance, the task is a bit difficult. Li Shu glanced at the battle table. If nothing else, his next opponent is Klin, and then he meets Goku in the final to compete for the championship and runner-up. He still has time to improve his combat power, at least to the same level as Wukong. Fortunately, it is not much different. As long as he successfully improves the dinosaur legs twice, it will be almost the same. By the way, where did you learn your turtle school Qigong? The Turtle Immortal suddenly asked. Li Shu's face was not red and his heart was not beating, and he lied, "Hey? Well, I learned from you." "Me?" The Turtle Immortal said a little confused, "I don't seem to have taught you this trick." Li Shu said shamelessly, "I saw that you performed it once, so I tried to imitate your movements, and I learned it. It doesn't look very difficult." "They?" Turtle Immortal opened his mouth, but finally chose to remain silent. In addition, the Turtle Immortal really couldn't think of any other suitable reason, and he had to admit that the kid in front of him was indeed a genius. Just by looking at it, he learned the trick he had painstakingly studied for 50 years. "Congratulations, you have earned the achievement Genius. Get the reward Cheeky, achievement value +1. Cheeky, comparable to the thickness of the face of the city wall, it can reduce your shame." Li Shu, this is the first time in Li Shu's history that he has achieved an achievement, but he is not happy. "I don't mean anything else, I'm just curious." Seeing that Li Shu's expression was a little wrong, the Turtle Immortal hurriedly explained, "I originally planned to teach you after the martial arts meeting ended." "Big brother! Teacher Wu Tian! It's time for Goku to play." "But Goku is gone." At this moment, Klin's panicked voice came from a distance, and the exchange between Li Shu and the Turtle Immortal ended, and he hurriedly walked to Klin to understand the situation. After learning about the situation, Li Shu was shocked. Wukong was gone? Is there this plot in the original book? He couldn't remember it at all, so he had to gather more people to help find Goku around. He was worried that his appearance had caused the storyline to change. If Wukong is eliminated like this, his achievement task will be in vain. A few minutes later, Li Shu found Wukong, Looking at Wukong, who was sleeping with his back against the wall, Li Shu was a little speechless, but fortunately it was just a false alarm. "Wake up, Gaku, it's time for you to play." Li Shu hurriedly carried Wukong and ran towards the ring. Wukong also woke up at this time, and smiled embarrassedly. "The sun is too comfortable, and I accidentally fell asleep." Hearing Wukong's explanation, everyone instantly fainted and fell to the ground. After a small episode, the Monkey King's showdown officially began. His opponent, Kiran, is a monster with wings, and Li Shu quickly remembers this episode. The next development is almost the same as the plot in his memory. The monster Kiran tried his best to take Gaku and finally chose to surrender after he was helpless. During this period, Li Shu used a bottle of Super Blessing Potion and 4 achievement points to successfully raise the dinosaur leg to LV3. Endless Dinosaur Legs LV3, a renewable edible weapon. Can be attached to the legs. Increases combat effectiveness by 4% after equipping. With the increase in equipment, Li Shu's combat power has also reached 78 points, which is almost the same as Wukong's 80 combat power. Li Shu didn't continue to improve the dinosaur legs. He estimated that from LV3 to LV4, it was estimated that the cost of one promotion would cost 8 achievements, and he was a little reluctant. If you're unlucky, the remaining 23 points of achievement will just be wasted. 23 points has achieved a lot, and he decided to try to improve the Scion bloodline. Raise the Scion bloodline. Li Shu gave the order, silently expecting in his heart, "Don't fail! Don't fail! Don't fail!" Chapter 24. Do you spend 20 achievements to upgrade Scion bloodline to Scion bloodline LV1? Yes. Li Shu was overjoyed, and without the slightest hesitation, he chose yes. He didn't know how many times he tried, and the achievement was finally enough. Ascending. Ascending successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained Scion bloodline LV1. Like the fighting series skills, there is no information description of the Scion bloodline. Li Shu did not feel a significant change, and the combat power is still 78. It should be the same as the fighting series skills, and the subtle changes brought about by the improvement can only be reflected in the battle. Based on Li Shu's understanding of the Scion bloodline, after the change of his bloodline, it should be due to the improvement of combat effectiveness after recovering from serious injuries. Maybe the development of Super Scion will also be improved, such as being easier to transform, or the combat power increase is greater after transformation. These are Li Shu's guesses, but it won't be long before these guesses can be verified one by one. In the fight with Wukong, serious injuries are inevitable. And Goku's Scion bloodline, like the Scion bloodline before his upgrade, belongs to the most ordinary. Comparing the two, you can know the difference between Scion bloodline and Scion bloodline LV1. 10 minutes later, the semi-finals will be ushered in. Let's take a break and let's interview these top 4 players. They. Host and referee, holding the microphone with passion, shouted, "Let's have the 2 youngest players in history, Sun, Wu, Kong." Gremlin. In the cheers of the audience, Sun Wukong walked into the ring with a big grin, and Kling followed a little shyly. Under the host's inquiry, everyone exclaimed when they learned that Sun Wukong was only 12 years old. "Excuse me, is your tale real?" the host asked curiously. "Yes." Sun Wukong hurriedly took off his pants, didn't care about Xiao Kunkin's feelings at all, and showed his tail to everyone. Li Shu watched this scene with a smile. It was really interesting. I didn't expect that 5 years have passed. Wukong's little bell is still so small, ha ha ha, I really want to take a photo as a souvenir. It's a pity that he didn't prepare the camera in advance and missed such a precious picture. In the future, you must carry a camera with you, and it's time to upgrade the dimensional storage space, and the things inside are about to run out. Seeing that there were only 3 achievement points left, Li Shu did not hesitate, and used all of them to improve the dimensional storage space, expanding by 3 cubic meters, reaching 4 cubic meters, which looked a lot more spacious. At this point, Li Shu's achievement points have been completely exhausted. It didn't take long for Li Shu to walk into the ring amid the host's shouts. "Are the three of you coming together?" "They are all wearing the same practice clothes?" the host asked. Li Shu nodded and said, "Yes." "Does the word turtle mean anything?" the moderator asked again. Li Shu explained, "We are all under the sect of the Turtle Immortals." "Turtle Immortals?" The host pondered for a moment, and suddenly exclaimed, "Is it the legendary martial arts god's martial arts teacher?" As soon as these words came out, the audience was shocked, and the name of Teacher Wuxian was known to everyone in the martial arts world. It turned out to be Teacher Wu Tian's disciple. No wonder all of them are so strong. And among our top 4 players, he has won 3 places, and he is worthy of being the Wuxian teacher who enjoys the title of the god of martial arts. The disciples cultivated are also so good. From this point of view, the next semi-finals, or even the finals, will be an infighting between Master Wuxian's disciples. It's really exciting. I wonder what kind of exciting showdown it will bring us? Let's wait and see. Under the host's passionate explanation, the audience was also full of interest, looking forward to the duel between the disciples of the god of martial arts. Next, under the auspices of the host, the top 4 players all played some small games, showed their other talents, and pulled the atmosphere of the scene. Li Shu was the last to appear, and under the warm invitation of the host, he had to put on a talent. "Hello everyone, in addition to the identity of a martial artist, I have another identity." Li Shu smiled confidently, "I used to be a musician who practiced for 2.5 years, and I was good at singing, dancing, and rap. A song chicken, you are too beautiful for everyone." Under the watchful eye, Li Shu spoke, "Saka luo si. Dorado bolado. Sigadu." The title of the Dragon Ball theme song, Li Shu never knew what it was called, so he made up a name. But he grew up hearing about it, and when he was a child, he would stay in front of the TV every day, waiting for other children to order an episode of Dragon Ball, and he prostituted it for nothing. After a long time, he will be able to sing it too. At the end of the song, Li Shu's singing ushered in the applause of the audience. Especially Boomer in the audience, his eyes flashed with little stars, and he looked at Li Shu on the stage intoxicated. Li Shu looks ordinary, and he is just a little handsome, but he does look so charming at the moment. Not only Boomer, but countless other women also looked at Li Shu obsessively. The audience even sounded the sound of one more song one after another. "Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement Little Black, and you will receive a reward Kun Fist, and your achievement value will be +2. Kun Quan, the amazing boxing method famous for Tishan contains a fist intent called embarrassment, which is infinitely powerful. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement Musician of the Martial Arts Conference, and you will be rewarded with Lion's Roar, and the achievement value will be +2. Lion's Roar, the Charter Mother's famous stunt, see the movie Kung Fu for details, and I won't describe it too much." 2 achievement rewards in a row made Li Shu a little stunned. He was really unintentional, and had no other meanings and ideas. But I have to say, these 2 rewards are really good. At this moment, the cheers of the audience one more song are getting stronger and stronger, and seeing that the martial arts meeting is about to become a concert, the host hurriedly began to control the situation, and his forehead was full of fine sweat. "Audience, I can understand your feelings. I didn't expect that Li Shu would be a musician who has been practicing for 2.5 years, but please rest assured, how about we let him sing another song after the competition?" Under the host's painstaking persuasion, the audience's enthusiasm finally subsided a little and focused on the semi-finals. The first game of the semi-finals, Li Shu vs Klin. "Please come on stage and get ready." The other players get off the stage and take a break. Soon only Li Shu and Kling were left on the stage, and Li Shu was still standing there casually. Kling was nervous, put on a posture, and stared at Li Shu extremely seriously. Game begin. The host and referee gave an order, and Kling chose to strike first and took the lead in attacking. Chapter 25. After seeing Li Shu's strength, Kling didn't dare to be careless at all. Combat Strength, 35. Looking at Kling, who was in a hurry, Li Shu decided to try the so-called infinite power of Kunquan. How infinite it is! I saw Li Shu turn sideways slightly, a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, hooked his hand at the attacking Kling, and then immediately began to do the difficult action of dribbling under his crotch. Call-in. Gaku. Turtle Immortals. Spectator. The host was even more dumbfounded. This. What kind of move is this? Oh my god! Li Shu actually played basketball. Is this a whole new genre that we've never seen before? Is it called basketball boxing? Everyone was stunned, and Kling was a little at a loss. He didn't understand what Li Shu's trick was. It looked like it was all flawed. Haven't seen him use it before? But he had already made a move, opened his bow without looking back, and attacked hard. Li Shu was also a little speechless at the moment. He never expected that the starting style of Kun Fist would be so explosive. He had known that this was the case, and he would never have used this move under the attention of everyone. At the same time, a fist intent called embarrassment, centered on Li Shu, quietly spread around. Even Li Shu, who used his fist, was not spared, and an extremely embarrassing emotion inexplicably rose in his heart. Kling bore the brunt of the attack. He suddenly felt that his movements at the moment were very embarrassing, and his 10 toes couldn't help arching, and goosebumps suddenly rose all over his body. This sudden change made his offensive deformed, revealing a great flaw. It's over. Kling was shocked, completely oblivious to what was happening. However, Li Shu did not take this opportunity to defeat Kling in one fell swoop, because once the Kun Fist was cast, it could not be stopped halfway, and the whole set had to be finished. Damn! Such important information, why didn't you tell me in advance? Li Shu was a little angry, his body swayed uncontrollably, only to see him suddenly turn around, one shoulder high and the other shoulder low, and kept arching the kicking of Klin Fi with his low shoulder. This move is the famous Iron Mountain. Every time Li Shu arched, the embarrassing fist intent would increase by 1 point. After only a few pops, Klin's toe ripped through his shoes, leaving them exposed, and he fell to the ground under the attack of Iron Mountain. I saw Klin's expression of pain, writhing on the ground, as if he was going through an indescribable torment in his heart, and every hair on his body stood high. However, Li Shu's offensive was not over yet. The host endured the embarrassment in his heart and explained, "What's the situation? What's going on? Is Li Shu's basketball boxing so strong?" With just one blow, Kling was beaten to death. This is a great opportunity. Will Li Shu players care about the friendship of their classmates? Or will it take advantage of the victory and chase after it? What? Li Shu didn't choose either, but danced on the spot. Is this contempt for the opponent? Oh my god! Li Shu was roaring madly in his heart at the moment. Stop me! Dog system, I'll let you stop me! However, his body was still dancing uncontrollably, covering his crotch with one hand, shaking the other hand to 3, slightly sideways with one foot as the center. Looking behind him and retreating. Stop! Can't be returned. It's going to fall off the field. Li Shu was completely panicked. He didn't expect that Kunquan would be so terrifying. Fortunately, he has the skill of Cheeky, otherwise he would have found a crack in the ground by now. With the end of the last two-handed index finger flowering action, Li Shu's Kun Fist was finally finished. And Kling was lying on the ground at the moment, foaming at the mouth and convulsing constantly. He was really embarrassed, and he had completely lost his ability to fight. After the host counted down 10 seconds, the results of the first semi-final were announced, and Li Shu won. What Li Shu didn't expect was that with the end of his set of Kun boxing, the female audience in the audience was completely boiling, shouting his name. Especially after the host announced Li Shu's victory, the female audience in the audience exploded the audience, and the shouts became even crazier. Li Shujun. Can we have a meal together in the evening? Li Shujun. Do you have a girlfriend? Can I date you? Li Shu looked at the audience in shock. He never expected that he would be embarrassed on stage, and the female audience in the audience would be so excited. Is this the power of Kun? At the same time, the rewards of the system are coming again. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement Heartthrob, and you will be rewarded with a bottle of forgetful water, and your achievement value will be +5. Forgetful water, after using it, you can forget a skill. Forget the water? Good thing, Li Shu waved to the audience, returned to the back of the stage, and handed over the mess to the host. Fortunately, the host of this part-time referee was professional enough, and it only took a few minutes to appease the crazy female fans in the audience. Semifinals Game 2. Monkey King vs Nanwu. With the host's order, the showdown between Sun Wukong and Nanwu is about to start. In the rest area, it was difficult for Li Shu to calm down and watch Wukong's game, and the power of Kun Fist just now made him feel palpitations now. Do you want to use forgetful water to forget this skill? Li Shu was a little tangled. Forget it, you don't have a lot of skills, you will always be useful, and you don't usually need it. Li Shu quickly made a decision. He suddenly remembered that Clin was carried away by the medical staff, and hurriedly ran over and gave Clin a fairy bean. Clin woke up slowly, and he had just fainted directly from Li Shu's fist intent. The moment he saw Li Shu, Clin was still a little afraid, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Then he smiled bitterly, "What kind of trick are you? I had no room for resistance. If you want to learn, I can teach you," Li Shu said with a smile. Clin hurriedly shook his head and said, "Forget it, I can't learn it, I really can't do those few actions." Li Shu smiled awkwardly. To be honest, if it weren't for the skill of cheekiness, he would probably be so ashamed that he would commit suicide by seppuku now. At this moment, the turtle immortal ran over with an excited face. He held Li Shu's hand, and said urgently, "Li Shu, please teach me this set of boxing techniques." Li Shu looked at the turtle immortal with a fanatical face, and his heart suddenly understood, so he nodded and said, "No problem, Teacher Wushan." The turtle immortal suddenly smiled. Already fantasizing about the wonderful picture of thousands of girls after learning Kunquan. Li Shu did frown. Why is the system's voice still not loud? It doesn't make sense. Doesn't this trigger the achievement task? Chapter 26. It turns out that not all of them will trigger achievement tasks, and Li Shu, who thought he had figured out the habits of the system, was a little regretful. Feeling the 9 points of achievement he had just obtained, Li Shu thought for a moment and decided to use it to improve the dinosaur's legs. It's a pity that the super blessing potion has run out. Let's try the effect of the blessing potion. Blessing potion, within 1 minute, your luck will be slightly increased. I don't know if the effect can be stacked. Li Shu looked at the 9 bottles of blessing potions in the dimensional storage space, and a bold idea popped up in his heart. Regardless, he decided to give it a try, and his current achievement points were only enough to increase once. Li Shuilei acted resolutely, immediately took action, and drank 3 bottles of blessing potion in one go. Boost Endless Dinosaur Legs LV3. Improving. As Li Shu guessed, this time the promotion requires 8 achievement points and so on. The next promotion is probably 16 points. Successful promotion. Congratulations on obtaining Endless Dinosaur Legs LV4. Endless Dinosaur Legs LV4, a renewable edible weapon. Can be attached to the legs. It brings out an enticing meaty aroma. Increases combat effectiveness by 5% after equipping. It worked. Li Shu jumped up happily. Although it is impossible to tell whether the effect of the blessing potion is superimposed or not, it can undoubtedly increase your belief in success, and it is still very worthwhile. As the saying goes, if you believe it, you will have it, and if you don't believe it, you will not, and when you get rich in the future, he plans to consult whether the system can be superimposed. Combat Strength, 78.75. Looking at the slight increase in combat effectiveness, Li Shu is still very satisfied, and it is already very good at this stage. In addition, after the dinosaur legs were upgraded to LV4, there was a new entry, to stimulate the tempting aroma of meat. This is undoubtedly an excellent equipment skill, especially when fighting a foodie like Wukong. Li Shu already has a picture in his mind, and he can't help but let out a hee hee hee. After some improvement, Li Shu has added a lot of confidence in the task of defeating Goku head-on. Li Shu returned to the player's rest area and continued to watch Goku's match. As soon as he came, he saw that Nanwu was fighting Wukong, and he was still using the palm technique that fell from the sky, sky cross slash. Goku. Well? Combat Strength, 83. No, right. Li Shu was stunned. Wukong's combat power actually increased in the battle. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the task for him. This result made Li Shu very angry, and he deeply understood what it means to be more popular than people. He worked hard to brush up on his achievements, and he was terrified to improve his probability, and almost got a heart attack, and as a result, he increased his combat power by 3.75. Wukong was good, but he was beaten up, and his combat power skyrocketed by 3 points. Sure enough, fear of pain is the biggest obstacle to the Scion bloodline. Although there is some injustice in his heart, Li Shu also expressed his understanding. In fact, as long as he is ruthless and beaten, he will not be much worse than Wukong. Looking at Wukong's painful appearance, Li Shu gasped, and his heart suddenly felt better, and it looked really painful. He was really scared, and as a last resort, Li Shu was absolutely unwilling to be beaten. Seeing this, Li Shu admired Wukong very much. Nanwu's combat power was only 45 points, Wukong could obviously directly give Nanwu seconds, but Wukong controlled his strength at the same level as Nanwu, so as to hone himself. Squeezed Nanwu's potential again and again, forcing Nanwu to use more powerful tricks. With this martial arts will, Li Shu thinks that he can't compare with it, and he can't do it. If it was him, he would have given Nanwu a second directly, and wanted to hit me? Dream on! With Nanwu running out of tricks, Goku couldn't feel the pressure and defeated his opponent in one fell swoop and successfully advanced to the finals. Looking at Nanwu's lonely expression, Li Shu knew that the opportunity had come, and stopped Nanwu, who was about to go home after being present. Mr. Nanwu, I am willing to help your hometown and solve the problem of water sources. In Nan's undoubted gaze, Li Shu said bluntly. He knew that Nanwu came from a poor and backward tribe with a shortage of water, and people died of thirst every day, and life was very difficult. Nanwu's wishes to get the prize money from the Martial Arts Association to improve the water situation in his hometown. Nanwu, who was still a little lost, suddenly became excited. Really? But why would you do that? Is there anything I need to do for you? Everyone has compassion. Looking at the simple and excited Nanwu, Li Shu can't be indifferent, even if he doesn't trigger the achievement task in the end and doesn't get the achievement reward, he is willing to help Nanwu. This is a great difficulty for Nanwu, and for Li Shu, it is just a gesture, so why not do it? The reward for the champion of the martial arts club is only 1 million, I will give you 10 million. Li Shu took out a space capsule and said, the money is all in it, you can use this money to buy some more space capsules, fill it with enough water for emergency first, and then use the rest of the money to solve the problem of water resources in your hometown. Nanwu took the capsule in shock and asked cautiously, can you tell me a place to buy water? Buying water? What water to buy? Li Shu said speechlessly, do you see the well next to you? Hit casually, Don't want money. What? Nan Wu, who heard the news, was directly shocked and dropped his jaw. Mr. Nan Wu, our western capital is very rich in water resources, so the water is free, and you don't need to spend money to buy it. At this moment, the turtle immortal came over at some point, and also took out a space capsule and handed it to Nan Wu. I have one too, bring some more water back. Looking at the two benefactors in front of him, Nan Wu was grateful and grateful. Li Shu was not surprised by the appearance of the turtle immortals. In the original book, it was the turtle immortals who helped Nan Wu. Need I do something for you? Nan Wu felt that he had nothing to repay, so he had to help do something. Li Shu and the turtle immortal were helpless, and finally sent Nan Wu away with great difficulty. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement Nan Wu's wish, and you will be rewarded with a 500 ml bottle of Super Divine Water, and the achievement value is +2. Super Divine Water, with the power of poison, it stimulates people's potential, and is recommended for people with pure hearts. Carry the past to take off on the spot, and you can't carry the plastic monument on the spot. Super Divine Water? The moment he heard this reward, Li Shu was stunned. It was impossible for him to drink this thing even if he was killed. In the original book, Sun Wukong, a person as pure, was poisoned to death, and because of this, he fell into the bane of viral heart disease. What about yourself? The lingering 5000T learning materials in my mind, living in the internet era in my previous life, under the baptism of big data, am I still pure? In his previous life, a pure person may have met the conditions for applying for National Endangered Species Protection, right? Chapter 27. After dealing with Nan Wu's affairs, it didn't take long for the final of the 21st Martial Arts Conference to finally usher in the final of the 21st Martial Arts Conference under the announcement of the host. At the same time, Li Shu's long-lost voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations! You have obtained the achievement 10 consecutive victories in the 21st Martial Arts Conference, and you will be rewarded with a bottle of Super Blessing Potion, and your achievement value will be +8. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement 21st Martial Arts Conference finalist, rewarded with 2 bottles of Super Blessing Potion, and achievement value +10. The moment he heard the voice, Li Shu was shocked, because he had forgotten about it. At first he had a feeling that something was missing, but he couldn't remember what it was, but now he finally understood where that feeling came from. Dare to love is that the system forgot to send rewards. System, I'm sorry, I forgot to send a reward when I was fishing, and in order to appease your fragile heart, I decided to compensate you for a free inquiry. Congratulations, you have been rewarded with a free consultation once. Okay. That's how you work, right? I complain about you. Li Shu complained in his heart, but he didn't really complain, because there was no way to complain at all, and it was gratifying that this system was quite humane, and there was no reward for hacking himself. That's a huge sum of 18 points. And there are also 3 bottles of Super Blessing Potion. If this is hacked, he can't even remember it. It just so happened that Li Shu had a question to ask, so he immediately used the opportunity of this free consultation. What system prop effects can be stacked? Li Shu organized the next language and consulted. System, there's. It's too much, see for yourself. Congratulations, you have received a reward list of stackable items. And this kind of operation? Li Shu hurriedly opened the dimensional storage space to check the props in the list. There are countless names of props densely listed in the column, and Li Shu is dazzled, and from the beginning to the end, he has not found the name of the blessing potion. This discovery made Li Shu a little disappointed, and sure enough, it was just his own psychological effect, and the blessing potion could not be stacked. However, Li Shu made a new discovery, and he saw Invisibility Epiphany Potion, Super Scion Epiphany Potion, Super Transformation Epiphany Potion and so on in the list. In short, the Epiphany effect of all Epiphany Potions can be stacked, and the more potions you take at the same time, the higher the chance of epiphany. And he also found the names of such items: Invisibility 99% Epiphany Potion, Super Scion 99% Epiphany Potion, and other similar props. This unexpected discovery made Li Shu mentally balanced a lot, which meant that he could increase the success rate of these Epiphany Potions to 99% before using them. Combined with Blessing Potion and Super Blessing Potion, the success rate can theoretically reach 100%. To be honest, the experience of lifting dinosaur legs makes it hard for Li Shu to believe that this 99% success rate, only 100% is the safest. Li Shu's achievement value at the moment came to 19 o'clock, and after thinking for a while, he still decided to save it. At this stage, the improvement of dinosaur legs is no longer of great significance to Li Shu, it is enough. There are 8 achievements for 10 consecutive wins, and 10 achievements for the finalists, so if you win a championship, then the achievement points of the full victory and the achievement points of the champion cannot take off. Li Shu is looking forward to the final reward and is ready to be beaten by Wukong. He has an immortal body, as long as his physical strength can keep up, he has strong willpower, he is not afraid of fighting, he is not afraid of pain, and he will not fall off the field, and he can be invincible in theory. The finals of the world's #1 martial arts tournament are about to begin. Let's invite Li Shu and Sun Wukong to the ring. As the host's voice fell, the female compatriots in the audience suddenly let out a deafening cheer. Li Shu! Li Shu! Li Shu! Among them, Boomer was the loudest. Regardless of the outcome, Li Shu has become the most popular contestant in this martial arts tournament. Such a scene, even Li Shu himself was unexpected, and he once again felt Kun's charm. It seems that I have to improve the skill of Cheeky, and I can't bear the strength of my current skill. Li Shu silently gave the order. Improving. Congratulations, you have successfully improved and obtained the skill Cheeky LV1. Cheeky Skin LV1, the thickness of the skin comparable to the Great Wall can greatly reduce your shame. This promotion cost 5 points of achievement, and Li Shu felt that it was worth the money. The whole person feels different in an instant, and can calmly deal with the fanatical female fans. Li Shu had to give the system a thumbs up. If you want to talk about practicality, it has to be the skill of Cheeky. After a few brief opening remarks, the host announced the start of the game. Wukong looked at his eldest brother seriously. Li Shu's casual standing posture looked full of flaws, but he didn't dare to be careless. In Baizai Mountain, he and his eldest brother fought more than 100 times, although most of them won by himself, but he knew that it was because the eldest brother did not do his best at all. Every time he was injured a little, he screamed and admitted defeat, which made Wukong very unhappy and complained about his eldest brother. The eldest brother never took winning or losing seriously, and every time he used food that he couldn't refuse, he eliminated his complaints. When I was practicing with the Turtle Immortals, I was often lazy, and I didn't listen to what I said, and every time I said that I could protect my eldest brother, why did my eldest brother work so hard? At this point, Wukong also understood that the eldest brother did not have the heart to become a strong man at all, and then he was relieved. However, the belligerent Gaku really wants to fight with his eldest brother with all his might, which has been his wish for many years. On such an occasion, the eldest brother should be doing his best this time, right? Gaku is scrappy and full of anticipation. He didn't attack rashly, judging from his years of experience with his eldest brother. This seems to be a flaw all over his body, but in fact, it is all a trap to lure the enemy in. Wukong once asked curiously, and the eldest brother replied to him like this: the world's martial arts are invincible, only fast and unbreakable. We must learn to wait for work with ease, break with static, and strike at the rear. This is the martial arts concept of the eldest brother. Wukong doesn't understand what it means, he just thinks the eldest brother is too lazy. Wukong, let the horse come over, let you see the true strength of the eldest brother today. Li Shu hooked Wukong's hand, he doesn't like to move first, he is good at making a late strike. It's like playing rock paper scissors, and it's tried and tested time and again. Wukong shouted, "Big brother, I won't be fooled, you have said this 800 times. Hey!" Li Shu felt troubled, so he continued to shout, "Wukong, how can I, as a big brother, be embarrassed to strike first? You attack first." Gaku shouted, "I don't. Big brother, you attack first." Li Shu was a little puzzled, why didn't Wukong play his cards according to the routine today? As soon as he said this in the past, he immediately attacked it. The host looked left and right, and with his professionalism, he didn't know how to explain it for a while. Chapter 28. Okay then it's up to whom? Li Shu looked indifferent, and suddenly an extra dinosaur leg with a burnt outside and tender inside suddenly appeared in his hand, exuding an attractive fragrance, and he ate it by himself. What? Li Shu actually ate it directly? Did he forget that it was the final scene? The host opened his mouth in surprise and continued, in the face of the opponent's provocation, how should the Monkey King player deal with such a situation? Let's wait and see. Look, everyone. No child can stand such a provocation. The Monkey King player has moved. He took the lead in attacking. Big brother! Give me a bite! Wukong rushed over in an instant, about to snatch the dinosaur leg from Li Shu's hand. Li Shu had already prepared, how could he let Wukong get his wish, and immediately slapped the dinosaur's leg on the leg and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the left hand delivered an elbow blow. However, this elbow pierced through Goku's body. After-image fist. Li Shu instantly understood, the tip of his nose twitched slightly, and a strong crisis came from behind. Without thinking about it, he stepped on the solace of his feet suddenly, and directly came to a golden hook hanging upside down on the spot, dodging Wukong's attack at the same time, and kicked Wukong's back. However, this kick was missed again, and the kick was still an after-image. Double remnant elephant fist. Li Shu didn't feel the slightest surprise, and his offensive didn't stop because of this. He smelled a dangerous aura coming from above, and his fists slammed out. Bang! With a muffled sound, Li Shu's fist and Wukong's fist slammed together, and both of them had drastic changes in their faces. Wukong backflips in a row and distanced himself from Li Shu safely. Li Shu took a few steps backwards to dissolve this force, and at the same time, a sharp pain came from the knuckles. Shhh, it hurts, it hurts. Li Shu inhaled in pain, rubbed his hands constantly, and shouted loudly at the same time, "Wukong! Wait a minute! Let me take my time! No sneak attacks! Hiss! It hurts me!" Wukong laughed and said, "Big brother, you're still so afraid of pain." After a while, Li Shu finally relented and looked at Wukong with a frown. He decided that in the next battle, he would focus on fighting and never go head-to-head with Wukong. "Big brother, I've attacked it." Gaku rushed straight over and came with a flying kick at great speed. However, this kick was directly kicked into the air, and what was left in place was the afterimage of Li Shu. Turtle School Kick-ong. At the same time, a cry came from above, accompanied by a blue wave of light. Wukong reacted very quickly, and quickly stood firm after kicking the air, and actually put on a Turtle School Kick-ong starting hand, and at the moment when the Turtle School Kick-ong was about to hit him, it was also a Turtle School Kick-ong shot. The two blue light waves collided and cancelled each other out in an instant. Seeing this scene, the Turtle Immortal's eyes widened. The trick he had painstakingly studied was actually learned at a glance in front of the two brothers, which was really shocking. "Hey big brother, I also learned this trick," Wukong said happily. Li Shu was not surprised, but raised a finger, and a wave of energy fluctuated at his fingertips, and with a bang, a wave of light shot out. Wukong was shocked, he had never seen his eldest brother use this move, and quickly dodged the attack with a quick jump. I saw that a big hole had been broken in the position where he was standing. Big brother, what kind of trick is this? Wukong, who jumped in mid-air, asked in horror. Li Shu said with a smile, this is the eldest brother's self-created trick when watching the TV series, The Six-Vein Divine Sword. After speaking, Li Shu faced Wukong, who was a live target in the air, and he couldn't stop Biubiu. Wukong was shocked. There was no place for people to borrow power in the air, it was difficult to complete the movement, and he was hit by several light waves in an instant and was injured. And under the impact of the light wave, it fell towards the sidelines. I really want to win, it's not as difficult as I thought, it seems that I have indeed become a lot stronger. Li Shu looked at the scene in surprise, he didn't expect to win so easily. However, just when everyone thought Goku was going to lose, an accident happened. I saw that Goku's tail danced wildly, like the propeller of a helicopter, and flew back to the ring with him. Li Shu was dumbfounded, he never thought that the tail could be used like this. The host yelled excitedly, what? The Monkey King player actually flew back with his tail. The awesome showdown isn't over yet. Hey, hey! Wukong grinned and said, big brother, I'm going to be serious too. With that, Goku disappeared with a whoosh. Li Shu's heart tightened, he was very worried that he would be approached by Wukong, the tip of his nose quickly stirred, and he soon felt the dangerous aura coming from behind. Just when Li Shu wanted to respond, his face suddenly changed. Wrong. In addition to the rear, he actually felt the aura of danger above. What's going on? It was this momentary hesitation that made Li Shu reveal a huge flaw, and his back instantly suffered a strong blow. The sharp pain that pierced the heart made Li Shu let out a terrible scream. At the same time, a shaggy tail wrapped around his neck. Li Shu also immediately understood why he smelled two dangerous breaths at the same time. The reason is very simple. Wukong can use two different attacks at the same time, hitting his head on the back at the same time, and at the same time controlling his tail to attack the neck, in this way confusing Li Shu's perception. While Li Shu was in great pain, he was full of admiration for Wukong in his heart, and he was greatly shocked by such a powerful battle instinct. I thought that I could be invincible with the nose of fighting, but it seems that I was whimsical. Big brother, admit defeat. Wukong actually used the tail wrapped around Li Shu's neck to lift Li Shu's whole person. Li Shu, who was deprived of oxygen, turned red, and dragged Wukong's tail with both hands, trying to break free. However, it was all in vain. Li Shu couldn't help but have a trace of bitterness in his heart, it was he who told Wukong to increase the training of the tail, because this was their weakness. Therefore, Wukong's use of the tail can reach the point where it is today, and burst out with such a powerful power. Mr. Referee, let's count down. Wukong said to the host and referee who was watching from the sidelines. The host woke up like a dream and shouted excitedly, it's really a wonderful showdown, it's breathtaking. Li Shu has no power to parry at the moment, if he can't break free within 10 seconds, for the sake of his life safety. We can only sentence him to lose. 10. 9. 8. With the countdown of the referee, the female audience outside the stadium suddenly became excited, they couldn't watch their idols watch, they lost like this, and shouted loudly, Li Shu, come on! Li Shu was already a little confused at the moment due to the lack of oxygen in his brain. Chapter 29. The feeling of suffocation from the lack of oxygen in the brain made Li Shu extremely painful. Faced with such a situation, it was not that he had no way to break the game, but the intense pain and suffocation made his brain short-circuit, as if he was going to shut down at any time. It's not normal, it hurts abnormally. Li Shu suddenly thought of something, he was indeed afraid of pain, but who among the modern youth was not afraid of pain? But he is not so afraid of pain, the feeling of suffocation and the feeling of a heavy blow to his back, he has not experienced it in his previous life, and it definitely does not hurt as much as it does now. It's as if something has magnified my pain tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold, 10,000. I didn't pay attention to it before, because there was a little pain, Li Shu would choose to relieve the pain in time. But now it's different, it's at the scene of the finals, he has to experience this extreme pain, and he is mentally prepared in advance, but if you think about it carefully, this pain is too outrageous. There's a problem. There must be something wrong with the immortal body. Under the extreme pain, a spiritual light flashed in Li Shu's mind, and he instantly locked on the object of suspicion. Of all his undescribed skills, only the immortal body is the most suspicious. After all, the fighting series skills are all local abilities, and he knows the Scion bloodline very well, and most importantly, on the first day he came to the Dragon Ball world, he was chewed dead by the dinosaurs and almost fainted. It was the first time he was eaten by a dinosaur, and Li Shu had no experience, so he didn't notice the abnormality of the pain. After the thought was reached, Li Shu's willpower was improved, and under the influence of the genes of the Scion bloodline, he was able to stay awake under such extreme pain. I haven't fallen to the ground yet, I'm not allowed to count. Li Shu's voice seemed to be squeezed out of his throat, hoarse and painful. The host looked at Li Shu, whose face was flushed, as if he was about to burp at any time, and shouted excitedly, "Oh my God! Li Shu has woken up. He didn't faint. But he's in a terrible situation. What will he do to solve the current dilemma? Let's wait and see." Such a wonderful matchup is simply an unparalleled visual feast. Wukong frowned, looked at Li Shu with a worried expression, and said, "Big brother, admit defeat, if you continue like this, you will really die." "Don't worry, I can't die. Big brother still has a trick that is useless." Li Shu said with difficulty, "Don't forget, I also have a tail." The moment the words fell, a whip shadow suddenly drew towards Wukong. Wukong was shocked, because Li Shu's tail was basically wrapped around his waist, and the frequency of use was very low, it was easy to ignore. Even Wukong, who has been with Li Shu for more than 5 years, ignores this syllable. The tail like a long whip slammed into Goku's head, leaving a hideous whip mark, and Goku suddenly covered his head in pain and screamed. Li Shu also took this opportunity to break free from the shackles, greedily breathing in the fresh air, and looking at Wukong with palpitations, he was almost about to lose just now. When he wins the championship, he will be rich, and he must ask the system why he is so afraid of pain, whether it is related to the hidden information of the immortal body. No matter what the result is, it is already an established fact that he is afraid of pain, and when the Dragon Balls cool down and recover, he must collect all 7 Dragon Balls as soon as possible, and complete the mainline check-in task while making a wish of not being afraid of pain. As for whether it will change the development of the plot because of this, which will lead to terrifying consequences, Li Shu can't care so much. The world is the biggest, and the most important thing is to be comfortable by himself. Li Shu, who had made up his mind, took a deep breath, drummed his cheeks into a big drum, and took the lead in attacking, which was directly a turtle faction Qigong. At the moment when Wukong was about to face the wave again, Li Shu's mouth, which he had long been unable to suppress, suddenly opened and let out an earth-shattering roar. Lion's roar surprised the Dragon Ball world. The surrounding walls were directly torn apart under this strong sonic attack, and the host closest to the ring was directly lifted out. The audience covered their ears with painful expressions, and looked at Li Shu in the ring in horror one by one. This guy! There is such a powerful power hidden. The Turtle Immortal was the most shocked. He suddenly felt that even if it was a head-to-head battle, he might not be able to win against Li Shu. For example, this move in front of him is difficult for him to deal with, and if he is not careful, he will lose. Seeing this, the Turtle Immortals were originally a little unwilling, and they suddenly dissipated. He had to admit that Li Shu did have the strength to win him. The Turtle Immortal looked at the 2 young people in front of him with emotion, and felt that a new era was coming, and it was difficult for him, an old guy, to keep up with the pace of young people. He will become a spectator and witness the birth of the strongest martial artist in the new era. After all, these two amazingly talented little guys are their own apprentices, ha 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 ha. That's amazing. Li Shu can cause such terrifying destructive power with just one roar. So how should the Goku player, who is in the center of the attack, deal with it? I have to say that the host and referee is very dedicated and still passionate about explaining. At this moment, Wukong's location, under the attack of the turtle sect Qigong, was shrouded in thick smoke, and he couldn't see the appearance inside. Li Shu frowned. The situation in front of him was very familiar, and anyone who had seen the Dragon Ball would be unfamiliar, and in this case, most of the people inside were safe and sound. Sure enough, after the smoke cleared, Goku stood there naked, with a shocked expression on his face. Isn't it, the Turtle School Qigong and Lion's Roar Gong only blew up the clothes? Is this the main character? Li Shu, who saw the result, was also dumbfounded. The moment he saw Wukong's little bell, the host hurriedly shouted, "The game will be suspended first. Monkey King, do you still have spare clothes?" "No, I don't." Wukong scratched the back of his head honestly, looking harmless to humans and animals. At this moment, the shocked Klin came back to his senses and took off his clothes to Wukong, and he changed into the clothes he had worn when he was at the Shaolin Temple. The game started again. "Big brother, you're so powerful when you're serious," Wukong said to Li Shu, "but I'm not weak, I'm going to use all my strength." Li Shu looked at Wukong solemnly, except for the fact that the void dance technique had not yet been used, he had already exhausted his means. The next battle will be a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Li Shu took a deep breath and was mentally prepared to enjoy the ultimate pain. The two brothers glanced at each other, and they both saw the strong fighting intent in each other's eyes. Ode. Both of them disappeared in place at the same time. Chapter 30. Gone? Both are gone. They. Host held the microphone in shock, looked around the ring, and finally found a trace in the air. "Look, everyone!" In the sky, the two of them jumped into the air at the same time. However, the host's gaze obviously couldn't keep up with Wukong and Li Shu's movements. At the moment when the host looked at the sky, the air battle between the two was over, and they fell to the ground and beat each other violently. The movements of the two fighting were extremely fast, leaving one afterimage after another, and the sound of fists and feet colliding was deafening. Although the movements of the two people could not be seen clearly, under the host's explanation, the audience still watched with relish. The battle soon became white-hot, the sky gradually darkened, and a full moon quietly hung in the sky. Li Shu, who is no longer afraid of pain, is becoming more and more courageous at this moment, not falling behind at all, and even faintly has the momentum to suppress Wukong. Seeing that he couldn't attack for a long time, Li Shu's eyes flashed, and he began to implement the plan that had been formulated a long time ago. "Hey? What does it smell like and why is it so fragrant?" After a long battle, both of them had consumed a lot of physical strength, and at this time, an enticing aroma of meat wafted in, instantly hooking Goku's hunger. Grunt, grunt, his stomach made a hungry sound of resistance, and Wukong subconsciously looked at Li Shu's right leg, and it was here that this tempting smell of meat came from. It was such a distracted look that made Wukong show a flaw. Li Shu seized the opportunity, and with an uppercut, he directly knocked Wukong away. Li Shu, who was about to take advantage of the victory and chase after him, knocked Wukong directly to the outside of the field, suddenly saw the full moon in the sky, and a violent force awakened in his body, causing it to suddenly change color. Li Shu hurriedly staggered his gaze to look at Wukong, only to see that Wukong's body began to expand rapidly, and his vigorous hair was growing wildly. In an instant, it transformed into a terrifying and hideous giant ape, its huge body occupying half of the ring. This terrifying scene stunned everyone. How could they still transform into gorillas? The audience with a bewildered face looked confused. Big brother, I thought I was going to lose, but I didn't expect that today was a full moon, but fortunately the transformation was timely, hee. Wukong, a giant ape, let out a hideous laugh out of his mouth. Hey! Li Shu sighed, although with his help, Wukong would not lose his mind and run wild after transforming into a giant ape, but once he transformed into a giant ape, unless his physical strength was exhausted, or he was dying and seriously injured, or cutting off his tail, or destroying the moon, otherwise the transformation of the giant ape would be irreversible. In other words, neither he nor Goku is currently able to terminate the state of the giant ape's transformation on their own. Big brother, won't you change your body? Goku said excitedly. Li Shu didn't want to transform, after all, there were so many people watching at the scene, the giant ape's transformation was about to burst his clothes. Once the transformation was over, he was meticulous, wouldn't that giant dragon have to be displayed in the limelight? Even with a skill like cheeky LV1. It's hard to hide his shame. However, there are some things, it's not that you don't want to, you cannot do it. Looking at the combat power above the head of the giant ape Wukong, Li Shu is very desperate. Combat strength, 830. Transform into a giant ape, and your combat power has directly increased tenfold. How can you fight without moving? Do you really want to learn from the turtle fairy in the original book and destroy the moon? Li Shu quickly gave up this idea, and with his current turtle sect Qigong skills, he was not able to destroy the moon to the extent. It's really frustrating. Li Shu couldn't help it, looked at the full moon, and began to transform into a giant ape. Li Shu, who has transformed into a giant ape, has reached 945 in combat power. With the improvement of the Eye of Fighting, he no longer needs to look in the mirror to see the combat power above his head. 945. Li Shu was a little surprised, and hurriedly did an extremely difficult math problem in his heart, which ordinary people can't calculate. 945 divided by 78.75 equals 12. Li Shu, who got the result, instantly understood that his scion bloodline was one level higher than Wukong's, so the increase in combat power after transforming into a giant ape was twice as high. At first, Li Shu was still a little worried. After all, Wukong's basic combat power was higher than his own, and the gap between the two would be widened after the transformation. Now it seems that after the transformation, I have the advantage. Looking at the giant ape Wukong who occupied the other half of the ring, the giant ape Li Shu couldn't help laughing wildly, and directly punched out. With the huge bodies of the two of them at the moment, as long as they take 2 steps back, they will fall out of the field. In other words, in such a limited space, it is difficult for them to make too big a move, and what will happen next will be a real power contest. Facing the bombardment, fists to the flesh, there can be no slightest concession. The spectacular scene that ordinary people can't see in their lifetime makes the audience's blood boil. For the Earthlings living in the Dragon Ball world, they can get along with animal people day and night and get married and have children, and it is not difficult for them to accept that 1 or 2 humans can transform into gorillas. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? The host shouted excitedly. At the end of our finals, it turned out to be a competition between 2 giant apes. It seems that the giant ape that Li Shu turned into is even better. The giant ape Wukong was beaten and retreated. Can't go back. Goku players can't be retired anymore. If you retreat, you will have to quit the field. Giant ape Wukong naturally knew this, but the Li Shu of the giant ape made Wukong feel a huge pressure. Whether it is in terms of momentum or strength, you have to suppress him. Even in the blood flowing in his body, he could feel that inexplicable pressure, causing the flow of qi and blood in his body to be not as smooth as before. If the qi and blood are not smooth, the strength will not be smooth. This is also the reason why the giant ape Wukong showed his decline after a few moves. If Wukong and Li Shu had the same education, they would definitely exclaim, bloodline suppression. and the 4 words of inability to describe his mood at the moment. Li Shu never expected such a result. He had known that this would have been the case, and he would have chosen to change his clothes from the beginning to avoid the pain of flesh and skin. It really hurts. Just when Li Shu thought that he was sure to win, an accident happened. At this moment, Li Shu finally realized the villain's mood when fighting against the protagonist. It was really a big ups and downs, and there were waves of unevenness. I saw that Wukong, the giant ape who was about to withdraw from the arena after being punched, suddenly had a red light in his mouth, and it converged at an astonishing speed. Roaring! Wukong roared, and a wave of red light surged. Fueled by this light wave, his feet were rigged into the ring, avoiding the result of falling off the court. And the red light wave directly hit Li Shu's face, almost knocking Li Shu's head off. Under the severe pain and impact, Li Shu fell straight behind him. Chapter 31. Down. The giant ape Li Shu has fallen. Are you going to decide the winner? The host yelled excitedly. Everyone watched intently. I'm really convinced. Li Shu was a little panicked, thinking that he would win, but he was about to overturn at the last moment. With such a huge body, as long as he falls to the ground, he will inevitably fall off the field, and if he wants to use his hands as support to avoid falling to the ground, he will inevitably support himself outside the field, and Li Shu has no choice for a while, and his eyes are full of regret looking at the full moon in the sky. Suddenly, Li Shu had a flash of inspiration, thought of a way to break the game, and his eyes lit up suddenly. At the moment when everyone thought that Li Shu was going to lose, they saw that he suddenly let out a cry of pain, and he actually cut off his tail, and his huge body quickly shrank. However, under the effect of the immortal body, the severed tail was soon automatically connected again, and the shrunken body instantly began to swell again. However, at the moment when Li Shu shrank, he quickly stood up with his hands on the ground, and due to the shrinking of his body, the ground supported by his hands was still in the ring, and he resolved this inevitable situation without danger. It's dangerous. The giant ape Li Shu grinned and looked at Wukong again. The giant ape Wukong opened his mouth wide and looked at this scene in shock. He thought that he had won and had no way to be pulled back by his eldest brother. Go on. The giant ape Li Shu attacked again, and this time he was ready to prevent the same thing from happening again. The 2 giant apes bombarded each other again. This time the giant ape Li Shu was on guard, under the double suppression of the power of the bloodline and combat effectiveness. In the complete power competition, the giant ape Wukong was not an opponent at all. Although it is inferior to the giant ape Li Shu in terms of strength, the willpower of the giant ape Wukong is extremely tenacious, and he persevered so hard that he persevered for almost 1 hour. It wasn't until the battle was exhausted that the giant ape Wukong was kicked by the sidekick of the giant ape Li Shu, and he fell to the ground with a bang, and there was no movement for a long time. After a few moments, it quickly shrunk and returned to its human form, but it was already asleep. Li Shu was also tired at the moment, and he completely relied on willpower to support him, and this battle almost squeezed out all the strength in his body. The last kick looked ferocious, but in fact, there was not much strength, but for Satoru, who was also exhausted, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. In other words, if this final blow is delivered by Goku, then it must be Li Shu who falls. Winner of the final, Li Shu. The host yelled excitedly. Li Shu glanced at the host who was still passionate, and his heart was full of admiration. He deserved to be the strongest host in Dragon Ball, and he was still so passionate after being like this. With the announcement of the host and the sound of the system's voice, the dust has finally settled. Li Shu finally let go of the breath in his heart, and the whole person instantly went limp to the end, and fell asleep. He was so tired, he was too tired to be too tired to hurt. He didn't bother to listen to the sound of the system's reward. He just wanted to get a good night's sleep. As soon as his eyes closed and opened, a day passed, and Li Shu saw a pair of beautiful big eyes at first glance, looking at himself with admiration. Boomer. Li Shu was a little confused. What kind of expression is this? He swore that he didn't think anything of Bulmar, and that he respected Prince Vegeta as well. In the future, he will definitely become good friends with Vegeta, as the so-called friend's wife can't be bullied. He is a crosser with a bottom line. Li Shu. You're finally awake. Boomer said with wide eyes. Li Shu was silent, counting this side. He had only met Boomer 4 times in total, and the relationship was not so good. Boomer's self-familiarity made Li Shu a little unbearable, but when he thought that Boomer was a face control, Li Shu was relieved. After all, he still had 100 million handsome. Coupled with his own charm on the stage, that damn charm is indeed easy to win Boomer's heart. Thinking about it, Li Shu suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly looked at himself, and the whole person suddenly felt bad. Why am I wearing women's clothes? Li Shu asked in a deep voice. Oops. Boomer's cheeks were slightly red and he said, you and Wukong didn't have any clothes at the time, and I only have women's clothes here, so I had to settle for it first. You dressed me? Li Shu asked in amazement. Boomer said embarrassedly, yes. What about the turtle immortals? Li Shu fiddled with the bag skirt, which was very inappropriate, and always felt cold. They're eating at a restaurant. Saying that, Boomer then laughed and said, I'm kidding you, it was the old man of the turtle fairy who changed it for you. How embarrassing is a girl? Li Shu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. His thinking is still very traditional. If his big baby is seen by a girl, how will he behave in the future, and how will he find a partner? Can you buy me a men's outfit? Li Shu couldn't help asking. It's been ready for a long time, you can change it yourself, I'll wait for you outside. With that, Boomer took out a set of men's clothes and put them on the bedside, and turned to go out. Looking at Boomer's shadow, Li Shu had a little headache. It was obvious that Boomer was interesting to him. To be honest, Boomer is very beautiful, and his figure is also very good. It is indeed his favorite type, and among the 5000T learning materials in Li Shu's previous life, 1T of them is about Boomer. It's hard for him to hold on. Proud Prince Vegeta, I can only promise that I won't take the initiative. You come quickly, and we will see you in the future. Li Shu quickly changed his clothes and came to the hotel with Boomer. Along the way, Boomer has been looking for topics to talk to herself, and Li Shu wants to ask her, you and Yamcha haven't broken up yet, have you? But with the words in his mouth, he swallowed them back. Soon the two came to the restaurant, and as soon as they entered the door, they saw Goku eating big chicken legs. Combat power, 99. The Saiyan bloodline is strong, and this battle will directly skyrocket by 15 points of combat power. Li Shu sensed his combat power again, and it turned out to be the same as Wukong, and it also reached 99 points. It is about 6 points higher than Goku's rising combat power. This result indirectly proves that his guess about the Saiyan bloodline level increase is correct. Big brother, come and eat wow. It's all delicious. Wukong hurriedly greeted, not feeling bad at all because of the victory or defeat in the final. Li Shu smiled and nodded, he was indeed hungry, and unceremoniously joined the battle at the dinner table. Under the full output of the two big stomachs, the hotel owner and waiter directly shocked the urine. That table actually ate all the ingredients they prepared today. The key is that these two people still look like they are still unfinished and have not eaten enough. Come on, come on, come on Wukong, eat Big Brother's legs. Li Shu snapped, took out a 2-meter-long dinosaur leg, and hugged one with Wukong and gnawed wildly. Chapter 32. Wow! Big brother, why can't you eat your dinosaur legs? As soon as I ate a piece of meat, it grew on its own. Goku exclaimed as he ate. Li Shuhaha laughed and said, this is a dinosaur leg with divine power, I can't eat it no matter how I eat it, and I got it by accident, big brother. Divine dinosaur legs. The turtle immortal and the others looked at it in shock, it was unbelievable, but they quickly accepted this fact. I have to admire the receptivity of humans in the Dragon Ball world, it is simply invincible. After everyone was full of food and drink, the turtle immortal asked Li Shu, the champion, to treat him, and Li Shu naturally did not shirk it. His current financial resources were still very good. Didn't you eat 500,000 yuan in one meal? He can afford it. However, Boomer paid the bill first, which made Li Shu, who had been influenced by the table culture in his previous life, feel very faceless. But he glanced at the people around him and found that everyone didn't seem to feel this way, so he was relieved, and swallowed back the words he was about to say. At Boomer's kind invitation, everyone agreed to celebrate. At this time, Li Shifang realized that Boomer seemed to be a rich woman. Li Shu hurriedly shook his head, the man should be a little reserved. On the way to the karaoke, Li Shu sat in the car and turned on the system to check the championship rewards. The series of reward information shocked Li Shu fiercely. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement 10 consecutive victories in the 21st Martial Arts Conference, rewarded with a bottle of Super Blessing Potion, and an achievement value of +10. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement Champion of the 21st Martial Arts Conference, and you will be rewarded with a bottle of Super Saiyan Epiphany Potion and an achievement point of +15. Congratulations, you have achieved the achievement Victory is not arrogant and defeat is not discouraged. At the 21st Martial Arts Conference, defeat Sun Wukong head-on. Get the reward Heart of Battle. Achievement +5. Congratulations on achieving Iron Will. Under the 100-fold pain of the immortal body, it is admirable that you have been able to fight head-on for so long. Get the reward Soul of Battle. Achievement +5. Congratulations, what is the pain of getting the achievement? Under the 100-fold pain of immortal body, you can actually be too lazy to hurt, which is admirable. Get a bonus bottle of Super Painkiller. Achievement +5. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement Narrow Victory, and you will be rewarded with a bottle of Psychic Potion and an achievement point of +5. Congratulations, you have obtained the achievement First Frontal Victory over Sun Wukong, and you will receive a reward Moonmaking, and your achievement value will be +5. Congratulations, you have achieved the achievement Hardy, a hardy battle will always benefit people a lot. Obtain the reward Invert Domain, achievement value +5. It's so many rewards. The rich rewards that far exceeded expectations made Li Shu instantly ecstatic, especially the words 100 times the pain, which made him pause. Sure enough, as he guessed, in the hidden information of Immortal Body, there was an entry for 100 times the pain. This is also the root cause of his fear of pain, but fortunately, he knows the reason. As long as the level of Immortal Body is raised, this 100-fold pain should slowly decrease, right? Today, Li Shu's achievement value has reached a new high in history, 58 points. Among them, 55 achievement points are given by this wave of achievements, which is simply refreshing. The other 3 points are left over from history. Li Shu didn't rush to give the immortal body a boost, in case it would cost 50 points to improve once, then he would be poor again if he just got rich. And it's just a guess, it won't necessarily reduce the pain after lifting, and even if it can really be reduced, the amplitude is estimated to be not too large. Is there a difference between 100x pain and 99x pain? Apparently not, he couldn't feel the difference at all. It's better to ask your father directly, it's economical, affordable, and efficient. Li Shu looked at the few new items in the dimensional storage space. Super Painkiller, take 1 pill, you can avoid pain for 30 minutes. Psychic Potion, when applied, it can give spirituality to the item. Super Saiyan Epiphany Potion, after taking it, there is a small probability of having an Epiphany Super Saiyan form. Good stuff, all good stuff. Li Shu was pleasantly surprised again, especially this Super Painkiller, which contained as many as 30 pills. It's good that I didn't rashly improve the immortal body, otherwise I would have lost my blood. Looking at the bottle of super painkiller, Li Shu was a treasure. Psychic potion. This function of giving spirituality is very vague, isn't it? What happens when spirituality is given? Mouth full? Li Shu thought for a moment and decided to use the psychic potion on the endless dinosaur legs LV4, maybe he could have unexpected gains. For example, he took the initiative to slice himself and then fed it to his mouth without chewing and moved directly by himself, which is very spiritual. Super Scion Instant Potion. Li Shu thought about it for a while, and drank it directly. Anyway, he has a way to transform, he doesn't need to rely on external forces, and it doesn't matter if he fails. Congratulations, comprehending the Super Scion form. Li Shu was stunned. Didn't he say that there was a small probability of being good? He was ready to fail, and he succeeded directly. Super Scion form, after transforming, the combat power increases by 50 times. Hey, hey! Li Shu was immediately happy. This unexpected surprise was really wave after wave, so he couldn't stop at all. It's good to comprehend it directly, but it also saves some trouble. Li Shu, who was very lucky, couldn't help but look at the stealth technique Epiphany Potion. Do you want to give it a try? All at once? After thinking about it, he gave up. He really didn't dare to challenge the probability of the system, and now that the achievement value was as high as 58 points, he decided to increase the stealth Epiphany Potion by a wave later. After dealing with the item rewards, Li Shu looked at the new skill with anticipation. Moonmaking, as the name suggests. The simple and clear technical description can be understood by Li Shu in just 4 words. Very practical skills. You can turn into a giant ape if you want to, and no longer rely on the time of day. It seems that I will have to keep a few sets of clothes on my body in the future. And it would be better if I could have a set of clothes with excellent toughness. Li Shu felt that it was necessary to put this small wish on the agenda, and when the 7 Dragon Balls were collected and the Divine Dragon was summoned, this wish must have a place. Then he looked at the next skill. Inverted Domain, a self-centered domain that radiates out of all living beings with a diameter of 1 kilometer, and all living beings in this domain cannot use the transformation form. Miracle. After reading the description, these 2 words suddenly popped out of Li Shu's mind. This skill is not too easy to use in the Dragon Ball world. Chapter 33. In the Dragon Ball world, in addition to pure-blooded Earthlings and androids, other powerful races basically have several sets of transformation abilities. Various forms, the combat effectiveness has increased exponentially, which is extremely exaggerated, and it does not compete with how much weaker the subhumans are. Among the strong enemies to be encountered in the near future, Frisia, Shrew, Majin Buu, etc., which one has mastered 2 or 3 transformation forms. I just don't know that among all these creatures, the package does not include the skill caster himself. Li Shu thought about it and felt that there was a high probability that everyone would be treated equally, and everyone would not be able to transform, otherwise this inverter domain would be too perverted. As for the real situation, we still have to find a chance to confirm it. If you are still able to transform in the realm, then this will be an extremely anti-heaven existence. Find a place where no one is in the evening and give it a try. Li Shu immediately looked at the newly acquired fighting series skills, Heart of Fighting and Soul of Fighting. Sure enough, it's still the same, there is no information to describe it, and you need to explore it yourself. The joy of the harvest faded away, and the group soon arrived at a karaoke. Everyone sang and spent a pleasant afternoon, and their bodies and minds were greatly relaxed. At the end of the song, the group stood at the door of the karaoke and chatted about their respective schedules. I'm going to find Grandpa's relics on the 4 planets, do you want to come with me, big brother? Gaku asked. Li Shu smiled, directly took out the 4 planets, and said, I have found it. This 4-planet is the one he found from a tiger demon a month after he awakened the Eye of Fighting and fell into a coma. Originally, it was still a stone bead, but now after it has cooled down, it has regained its original luster. Wow! It's really 4 planets. Wukong happily took it and looked at it carefully. After being happy, Wukong was a little dazed, and he didn't know where to go for a while. So he looked at the Turtle Immortal and said, "Grandpa the Turtle Immortal, I'll go with you to the Turtle Immortal house to continue practicing." The Turtle Immortal's face suddenly changed greatly. "No, no, 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 I have already taught you everything, there is nothing to teach you, and then you need to practice by yourself, I believe you can." "What are you kidding, the gentle blue-haired Ranky is still waiting for me at home. The Turtle Immortal still wants to live a beautiful 2-person world with Lan Chi, so he naturally doesn't want to have a few light bulbs to follow him anymore. Teacher Wushan, I also want to continue to practice with you, I have nowhere to go." Kling said the same at the moment. The Turtle Immortal suddenly became numb, looking at the 2 beloved disciples in front of him, he really couldn't refuse anymore, so he could only regretfully agree. At this time, Li Shu suddenly said, "Wukong, Grandpa Turtle Immortal really has nothing to teach us, I plan to collect Dragon Balls and fulfill a wish in my heart, would you like to join me? The process of collecting Dragon Balls is also a spiritual practice for us." "Wishes? Big brother, what do you want?" Gaku asked curiously. Li Shu coughed dryly and said seriously, "I want a wish that is not afraid of pain." "Aren't you afraid of pain? What a strange wish!" Wukong immediately laughed. The eldest brother was afraid of pain, and then said, "Then I'll go with the eldest brother to collect the Dragon Balls." Boomer suddenly said hopefully, "Do you need my help?" "No, your strength is too weak, and it will be very inconvenient for you to bring it." Li Shu decisively refused, and the woman would only affect the speed at which he could do the task. Boomer's face suddenly fell, and he gritted his teeth and looked at Li Shu, and the eldest lady's temper suddenly came up, and she snorted coldly, "Humph! Since you don't need my help, return the Dragon Ball radar to me." "Hey!" Li Shu suddenly wilted, and hurriedly said in a gentle tone, "Miss Boomer, I sincerely apologize to you, Dragon Ball radar is already the biggest help, you really don't have to suffer with us everywhere, every day in the wind and Sunday. I'm actually worried that I'm going to tan your snow white and delicate skin, which is really a terrible thing. Such a beautiful young lady suffers with us everywhere every day, I really can't bear it, and I ask for your forgiveness and understanding." Is that so?" Boomer suddenly became shy, instantly deflated, and said, "Well, if there is anything you can do to help, feel free to contact me. By the way, do you remember the phone number I left you last time?" Boomer hurriedly asked. 123456789, I've always remembered it." Li Shu did not hesitate to say Boomer's phone number, and after chatting a few more words, he finally sent Boomer away. In this way, after a short time together, everyone went their separate ways. "Somersault cloud!" Wukong shouted, and a golden cloud flew over from the sky, and then looked at Li Shu and said, "Big brother, can you stand up? What are you kidding? How can I afford this 5000T of learning materials?" Li Shu said solemnly, "Wukong, put away the somersault cloud first, and I'll take you to a place first." They too soon came to the deserted countryside. "What are you doing here?" Gaku asked suspiciously. Li Shu smiled slightly, and in Wukong's shocked gaze, he actually rose into the air and floated in mid-air. Since he didn't care about the development of the original plot, Li Shu didn't plan to hide it, and directly performed the sky dancing technique. "Big brother, can you fly?" Gaku was shocked. Li Shu smiled, "Yes, so I don't need to ride the somersault cloud. Want to learn?" Gaku. "Yes." Gaku was overjoyed and nodded like garlic. "It's very simple, this is called the dancing void technique, as long as you sense the chi, you can quickly master it." Li Shu organized the language and told Wukong what chi was and how to perceive it. Wukong, who had mastered the turtle school Qigong, quickly felt the qi, and after a few minutes, he had already preliminarily mastered the dancing void technique. I saw Wukong staggering off the ground, with a happy smile on his face, and after flying a few times, Wukong's grasp of qi became more and more proficient, and he was already flying very steadily. This made Gaku very happy, and he flew faster and faster. Being able to fly by himself and flying with somersaults are completely two experiences, and Wukong is like a child who has gotten a new toy, flying around in the sky and playing. I even called the somersault cloud, and wanted to try it out with the somersault cloud to see who could fly faster. At the same time, Li Shu suddenly had a ding sound in his mind, which made him a little stunned. When will the system sting? Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the hidden achievement Advanced Sky Dance. With your intervention, the original plot trajectory has found subtle changes, and Gaku has mastered the Sky Dance in advance. Such a bold act is admirable. Obtain the reward Flying Buff, achievement points +6. Chapter 34. Flying Buff, increases flight speed by 10%. Hidden achievements. Li Shu noticed this subtle change. The last time I got the hidden achievement, I was at Nobi Bear's Burning Bird shop, where I helped Nobi Bear subdue a legendary dinosaur cool and obtained a bottle of invisibility epiphany potion and still haven't been willing to use it. Now that he has obtained a hidden achievement, in contrast to the two, Li Shu vaguely feels as if he has found a pattern. Cool Dragon is not in the original book, it was discovered by accident. Teaching the Monkey King dancing technique in advance has changed the original plot development. From this, the way to trigger the hidden achievement is clearly visible. Method 1. Contact characters who have not appeared in the original book, improve favorability and have a probability of triggering. Method 2. Change the behavior of the original plot. After Li Shu wrote down these 2 points in a small notebook, he took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it, then took off to Gaku, saying, "It's time to set off Gaku." Red Ribbon Corps Headquarters Command Center. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. Dragon Ball radar has detected a new signal. Oh! A short middle-aged man, leaning on the boss's chair, with a pipe in the corner of his mouth, and a black blindfold in his right eye, crossed Erlang's legs and asked in a good mood, "In what direction?" Report Marshal. The display is in the direction of Papaya Island, and it is rapidly moving towards our branch Masruta, and the opponent's aircraft is very fast. Papaya Island? I heard that the world's first martial arts tournament has just been held there. Colonel Siraba, with red hair, had a disdainful smile on his face. He continued, "This Dragon Ball is very likely to have been brought by contestants from all over the country, and now that the competition is over, they will also set off and return. Masruta direction? It seems to be a martial artist living in the north. They." Smile on Colonel Siraba's face was even more disdainful, and he said playfully, "I'm very interested in these martial artists. Commander-in-Chief, let me go." Colonel Siraba recommended himself, and his face was full of confidence. You must know that in his usual training, he is an existence that fights 10, and the elite soldiers in the Legion are all beaten by him, and he has absolute confidence in his own strength. The #1 martial arts conference in the world, that kind of one-on-one fighting, and the use of weapons is not allowed, which is a joke in his eyes, and he completely disdains to participate. He thought that if he participated, he could easily win the championship. Marshal Black looked at Colonel Siraba with a confident face, and said with great satisfaction, "Colonel Siraba, then send you to get our Dragon Balls back." "As you wish, Commander-in-Chief." Colonel Siraba turned around and left in a dashing manner, took a group of his men to sit on the fighter plane, and flew in the direction of Papaya Island. "Wukong, you have to stand and fly, like me." Li Shu glanced at Gaku who was flying on his stomach, and he decided to change the habit of everyone in Dragon Ball flying on his stomach with his own strength. Wukong looked at the eldest brother suspiciously, and only then did he react. Why did the eldest brother stand and fly? But he didn't think much about it, and tried to fly standing for a while, but soon said, "Big brother, it's not as comfortable as flying on your stomach when you stand up." "But handsome," Li Shu explained disapprovingly. "Handsome." Gaku didn't quite understand this explanation, but at the strong request of his eldest brother, he finally chose to fly standing up. But soon Wukong called the somersault cloud, sat on it, and said with a smile, "Big brother, it's pretty handsome to sit and fly." Looking at Wukong's mount, a flash of envy flashed in Li Shu's eyes. "If you want to say the most handsome way to fly, it is naturally the flight of the sword or the flight of a handsome and mighty mount." Thinking of this, his heart suddenly moved, and he thought of the psychic potion. I saw Li Shu take out the dinosaur leg, and took out the psychic potion, and under Wukong's curious gaze, the psychic potion was evenly smeared on the dinosaur's leg. Ding! Congratulations, psychic success! Endless Dinosaur Legs LV4. Variety, Renewable Edible Spirit Weapon. Ability 1, can be attached to the leg. Ability 2, can stimulate the enticing aroma of meat. Ability 3, Spiritual Ability 4, Sky Fighting Ability. 5. Increases combat power by 5% after equipping. Spirituality. Li Shu was ecstatic, and Wukong was very easy to understand, but the word spirituality made him a little confused, it was too general. However, Li Shu was not dissatisfied, but was a little happy, and it was good to be general. He now understands that the more general descriptions there are, the greater the potential and the greater the ceiling. Just as Li Shu was pondering, Wukong bit down on the dinosaur's leg, and the tempting fragrance was too gluttonous. Thinking that something happened that Li Shu and Wukong didn't expect, the dinosaur's legs actually moved on their own, avoiding Wukong's gnaw. At this moment, Li Shu actually felt a wave of emotion on the dinosaur's leg, as if to say, "I won't give it to you." This is spirituality. Li Shu was a little surprised, this was too spiritual. However, Li Shu was not satisfied with this, his ultimate goal was to fly with his legs. He wanted to see if the ability of the dinosaur's legs to resist the sky after channeling could be achieved. "Big brother! You dinosaur legs are yukai. It's all ripe and you can move on your own," Gaku exclaimed as he rubbed his chin to relieve the toothache from his bite. "Hey, hey!" Li Shu laughed and said, "Wukong, you are optimistic, the eldest brother will show you a handsome one." Wukong's eyes quickly widened and he watched without blinking. I saw Li Shu throw the dinosaur's legs into the air, and said silently in his heart, "Do you see the yellow cloud next to you? You will be like that cloud, holding me flying." At the same time, he whispered in his mouth, "Go." Something that made Li Shu excited happened, the dinosaur leg actually understood his heart, and flew to his feet with a whoosh. Is this spirituality? Cow pie! Li Shu yelled in his heart, "It's too good." What is Edgeworth's flight? Lao Tzu flies with royal legs. It's still a dinosaur leg that is scorched on the outside and tender on the inside. Who else? Li Shu's mood is very good, just like Wukong, who has just learned the art of dancing the sky, flying around in the sky, having a lot of fun. Big brother, why do roasted dinosaur legs fly? Is it really a yukai? Gaku chased after him and asked. What words? What are you talking about? Li Shu explained dissatisfiedly, this is the spiritual weapon that your eldest brother and I refined. Spiritual weapons? Gaku said he didn't understand. Li Shu said patiently, it's a weapon with spirituality. Just like your wishful stick, isn't your stick able to grow bigger and smaller on its own? Oh! Saying this, Wukong understood, he took out the ruyi stick and took a bite, almost breaking his teeth, he said with a bitter face, why can't I eat my spiritual weapon? Chapter 35. Li Shu sat cross-legged on the dinosaur's lap, took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it, and took out a world map to compare. According to the map, the location of this Dragon Ball is located in the northern part of a village called Masruda around Zinger. Masruda? The village of Zinger? What is this place? Li Shu looked thoughtful, trying to recall the memories of Dragon Ball 20 years ago in his mind. After thinking about it for a long time, he didn't think about it. However, he remembered one thing: according to the development of the plot, it should be the plot of the Red Ribbon Legion at this stage. Future androids 17 and 18 are from this legion. It seems that one of the doctors in this legion, the android that has been researched, should you slaughter this doctor in advance? A proper hidden achievement. Li Shu pondered again, but quickly rejected the idea, which would have ruined all the achievements of Android 17 and Android 18, which was a bit more than worth the loss. Hey! Another Dragon Ball signal appeared. Looking at the location of the new signal on the Dragon Ball radar, it was not very far from their location. It was in a small town near the wilderness. Goku, turn around, there's a new Dragon Ball signal over there. At the same time, not far from Li Shu and the others, Colonel Siraba sat on a fighter jet and listened to instructions in wireless communications. Colonel Siraba, the Dragon Ball radar has detected a new signal, and we found that the signal we tracked before is also heading over there. The Commander-in-Chief ordered you to bring back these 2 Dragon Balls. Received, rest assured, the task is guaranteed. The corners of Colonel Siraba's mouth turned up, revealing a confident smile. In the wilderness town, Li Shu and Goku find a no-man's land and follow the guidance of the Dragon Ball signal to walk towards the goal. This is it. Li Shu stood at the door of a grocery store, looked at the signal on the Dragon Ball radar again, and confirmed it. At this moment, the grocery store owner walked out and greeted him very warmly. "What do you need, sir?" the boss asked with a smile. "Combat strength." 5 Li Shu glanced at it. It turned out to be a Battle 5 scumbag, and then said bluntly, "Have you ever seen a yellow bead? There are also a few small red stars inside the beads. Since the Dragon Ball radar shows that this is here, then the Dragon Ball must be here. If the boss is willing to sell, then everyone will be happy. If he plays yin, then he will be happy alone. He will use some extraordinary means, and he is determined to win Dragon Ball." "You mean Dragon Ball?" The boss thought for a moment, as if he remembered something, and asked with a smile. "Oh? Do you know Dragon Ball?" The boss's answer made Li Shu a little surprised. Not many people know about Dragon Ball, but the boss of this wilderness town actually knows. The boss still looked smiling, and said, "That's a legendary treasure. I heard that as long as you collect 7, you can fulfill any wish. I also sold it to me by a homeless man by chance, and I spent a lot of money. Later, I asked around and learned about the legend of Dragon Ball, but I didn't believe that there would be such a magical thing in the world." Looking at the boss's gushing appearance, Li Shu lost his patience and said bluntly, "Isn't it just to sell for a good price? Just say how much it is." "Hey!" The boss laughed a few times and said, "Sir, please, the price is negotiable, let's take a look at the goods first." Li Shu did not hesitate and followed, and the boss went to get the Dragon Ball, and said, "The material of the Dragon Ball is very peculiar, I have never seen it, even if there is no legendary story, it is a rare treasure, so I will buy it. Originally, I didn't want to sell, but I just bought it to collect, and since the boss came for this, I had to cut my love." After speaking, the boss held a beautiful box, walked up to Li Shu and handed it over. Li Shu took the box and opened it. His eyes suddenly lit up, but he soon showed a strange look. Wukong also looked at it curiously at this time, and said in surprise, "Big brother, it's really Dragon Ball, or the 4 planets." "Hey? 4 planets?" Wukong immediately reacted and muttered, "How can there be 2 4 planets?" Li Shu looked strange, took out the Dragon Ball again and confirmed it. "It really shows that it is here, how can there be 2 4 planets?" But soon Li Shu realized that something was wrong. The weight of the 4 planets was very light, and the luster on the Dragon Ball did not look very bright. When I touched it carefully, it felt very wrong, like polished glass. The most important thing is that the 4 planets on his body are absolutely real, and among the 7 Dragon Balls, it is impossible for 2 to be the same. In other words, the 4 planets in front of you are definitely fake, but the Dragon Ball radar clearly shows that there is a Dragon Ball here. What went wrong? Thinking of this, Li Shu's eyes couldn't help narrowing, and he asked quietly, "Boss, how much?" "They." Boss also heard Wukong's muttering. He was still a little worried at first, and he was ready to say something in his heart, but when he heard the other party say this, he immediately said with a smile, 500,000, I received 500,000 at the time, and I didn't earn a penny. 500,000? So cheap? Li Shu didn't say a word, he took out 500,000 and handed it over. The boss was stunned for a moment, and suddenly regretted it in his heart. This is shouting less, I knew to shout more. But at this point, he couldn't sit on the ground and raise the price, so he had to pretend to cut meat and sell it to Li Shu in pain. However, after Li Shu got the beads, a smile appeared on his face and asked, "Boss, we have a rule there, if you fake one pays 10, I don't know if you have such a rule here." Hey! The boss was shocked, and suddenly had a bad premonition, and hurriedly said, "Sir, we don't have such rules here, and we are not responsible for leaving the cabinet." "That's right." Li Shu sighed and asked again, "Do you still have Dragon Balls here?" "I asked for it, the same price of 500,000 pieces. All of them." When he heard this, a flash of greed flashed in the boss's eyes, but he was quickly suppressed by reason. He had already seen that the guy in front of him was not easy to mess with, and he just wanted to send the other party away quickly. So he smiled bitterly, "Sir, I also received one by luck, I really don't have it, why don't you go to another place to see?" "Boss, I advise you not to be ignorant, I said you have here, that is, there is." Li Shu's eyes were cold, and he threw the fake Dragon Ball in his hand to the ground, which was immediately torn apart, and said with a cold face, "Did you take it out yourself? Or do I beat you up a few times and then you take it out?" Chapter 36. Li Shu's sudden move startled both the boss and Wukong. Wukong, who was not very smart, even looked at the broken Dragon Balls on the ground and exclaimed, "Grandpa!" "Wukong, don't Grandpa, there can only be one of the 4 planets, his one is fake, he is deceiving us." Li Shu stared at the boss sharply, and said without looking back. At the same time, he threw the real 4 planets to Goku and said, "When the real Dragon Balls sense other Dragon Balls, they will emit light, which means that there must be other Dragon Balls here." This sentence is for Wukong, and at the same time, it is also for the boss. Goku recalls the last time he collected the Dragon Balls, and the Dragon Balls did have such a reaction when they were close to other Dragon Balls. At this point, Goku finally realizes that they have been deceived. Wukong looked at the boss with an angry face, and said angrily, "You are so hateful, my prize for participating in the runner-up of the martial arts club is only 500,000, and I was all cheated away by you." "That's right, this 500,000 Li Shu is Wukong's money." The boss looked at the 4 planets shining in the other party's hands, and was immediately stunned. If he had known, he should have given them another Dragon Ball. "Wait a minute." The boss had an idea, and even shouted angrily, "I'm also a victim, I'm going to find that damn homeless man now." With that, the boss pulled out a pistol and was about to go out angrily. Hearing the boss's explanation, Goku's anger immediately subsided, and he looked at the boss in shock, "Is that so? Then take us to the homeless man." Li Shu sighed, covering his forehead speechlessly, and was really moved to cry by Wukong's innocence. Just as Li Shu was about to stop the boss and teach him a good lesson, the door opened from the outside. I saw a group of heavily armed soldiers rushing in and pointing their guns at them, led by a red-haired man with a proud face. The boss was taken aback by this battle, his legs suddenly weakened, and he staggered backwards. Compared to the group of heavily armed soldiers in front of them, the two guys in the back, one big and one small, looked much cuter. "Oh? There are 3 people?" Colonel Siraba twisted his neck, looked back and forth over the 3 of them, and asked, "Who is the Dragon Ball?" "Combat power." 20 Li Shu glanced at the red-haired man. The 20 points of combat power made him extremely relieved. This is a scum that even Yamauti can't beat. As for those soldiers, they are all scumbags of war, so there is nothing to worry about. At his place, the boss betrayed Li Shu in an instant, and quickly distanced himself, for fear of being implicated. Li Shu sneered and pouted, "He also has one." "I didn't." "Don't talk nonsense." "Not me." The boss shook his head in a panic. He couldn't care about the situation in front of him so much, nothing was more important than his own life, and hurriedly said, "My Dragon Balls are all fake, don't believe me to show them to you." With that, the boss hurriedly climbed onto the shelf, picked up a wooden box, and opened it in front of everyone. Goku's eyes widened suddenly, and he was stunned by the scene in front of him, only to see that the box was full of Dragon Balls, from 1 planet to 7 planets, and there were several sets. Li Shu just glanced at it and knew that the Dragon Balls in this box were indeed all fake, and none of them had Dragon Ball induction. Colonel Siraba also couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth, and then ordered, "You, go and check." "Yes, Captain." A soldier walked out of the queue and immediately checked one by one. "Report to the Colonel, it's all ordinary glass balls." Colonel Siraba's face couldn't help but turn cold, and said, "Control this person first, he must have a real Dragon Ball here." The boss panicked and kept explaining, but no one listened to him, which angered the soldier even more, and a rifle butt knocked him unconscious. "It's really noisy." After solving the boss, Colonel Siraba looked at Li Shu. As for Sun Wukong, he didn't pay attention to it at all, just a little kid. "You should have just finished participating in the world's #1 martial arts tournament, right?" Colonel Siraba asked suddenly, not in a hurry to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Li Shu looked at the red-haired man puzzled, and did not answer this, but asked, "Who are you?" "Hey!" Colonel Siraba sneered and said proudly, "Officially introduce it." "Commander of the Silver Team of the Red Ribbon Legion, Colonel Siraba." Li Shu chuckled, it turned out to be Xiao Qi-san. "What did you say?" Colonel Siraba was immediately furious. They were called the most evil legion in the world, and he was the commander of the Silver Team among them, and they were ridiculed so much. "Are you behind your ears? I know a well-known ear doctor, would you like to introduce you to him, and you will go and treat your ears first? It's not too late to heal your ears and come back to be a little deflated." Li Shu said disapprovingly. He had already begun to try to brush up some achievements from the other party. One of the laws of achievement, the greater the mood swing, the higher the probability of achievement, which is Li Shu's summary and experience during this time. Colonel Siraba was furious at the moment. Since he became the commander of the Silver Team, no one dared to talk to him like this except for his superiors. He swore that he was going to tear this guy apart. "What is your ranking in the martial arts conference?" Colonel Siraba suppressed his anger and asked coldly. "Champion," Li Shu said with a smile, without the intention of putting the other party in his eyes. "No wonder it's so arrogant." Colonel Siraba's eyes were full of murderous intent and said, "A group of martial artists who have never killed anyone, I am in existence in the army with 1 enemy and 10, now let you see what a real strong man is." After speaking, Colonel Siraba took off his military coat and punched Li Shu. Ding! When you trigger the limited time achievement quest "Someone Outside of People," please defeat Saluba's faith within 30 seconds, and the quest rewards holographic Dragon Ball radar. Li Shu's eyes lit up suddenly, and his guess was verified again, and emotions were indeed the key to triggering the achievement. Defeat faith in 30 seconds? The content of the task made Li Shu feel difficult, and it was easy to defeat the opponent, but what should be done to defeat the faith? Time was pressing. Li Shu couldn't help but fall into deep thought, thinking about countermeasures. As for Siraba's attack, he didn't have time to pay attention to it. Arrogance. Li Shu's contemptuous attitude made Colonel Siraba angry, and in the face of his own attack, someone actually ignored it, which was the biggest provocation to himself. "I'm going to punch you in the head." Colonel Siraba roared angrily and punched Li Shu in the face. Li Shu suddenly gasped, "Hiss! It hurts a little." Colonel Siraba and the soldiers were dumbfounded and looked at the man in front of them in disbelief. That's the power to blow a punching bag with one punch. The man in front of him didn't move. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 37. Colonel Siraba's jaw dropped in surprise and he looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. The pain at the joint of his fist made him feel like he was punching the steel. How is this possible? I am a powerful existence that can blow up the sandbag with one punch. With just one punch, Colonel Siraba felt an unprecedented sense of frustration, and his already strong self-confidence was already on the verge of collapse. Cyborgs. This man must be the same android that Dr. Groh created. His whole body is forged from mimic alloys. Colonel Siraba instantly found an excuse for himself, not that he was too weak, but that the other party was not human at all. Thinking about it this way, Colonel Siraba felt much better. What about androids? It's just that my body is a little harder, and with my fighting skills, I've defeated 3 androids head-on in the android data experiment. Colonel Siraba said coldly, "The knife is coming." When a soldier heard this, he hurriedly handed over a sharp long knife respectfully. "My long knife is also made of alloy, so let's see if your body is hard, or if my knife is harder." After speaking, Colonel Siraba jumped in the air and slashed at Li Shu's head. There it is. Li Shu finally thought of a countermeasure at this time. There were 20 seconds left before the 30-second time limit, and before the long knife slashed him, he first took a super painkiller. Then the attack of the long knife approached, splitting his upper body in half. "Big brother!" Wukong screamed in horror, and a strong anger rushed towards the heavenly spirit guy, and he was about to rush up and beat Saluba. At this moment, Li Shu's voice came from the mouth on the head that was split in half. "Wukong, don't panic, I just want him to open his eyes. Flesh and blood can also be comparable to steel." Such a strange scene made everyone present stupid. Colonel Siraba's jaw dropped in shock, his eyes bulging, and he couldn't believe the facts in front of him. The viscera that was clearly visible, even if it was split in two, was still beating, and the strange thing was that not a drop of blood flowed out. Li Shu, who was divided in half, smiled, looking very weird, and slapped the stunned Colonel Siraba away. Then he pulled out the long knife stuck in his body, and with a flick of his hand, it was inserted into the crotch of Colonel Siraba's pants, almost scaring him to pee, and his face turned green with fright. At the same time, under the effect of the immortal body, Li Shu's upper body, which was divided into 2, returned to normal, and there was no abnormality in the slightest. 1 against 10. Li Shu's gaze at Siraba was full of contempt, and with a wave of his hand, a full moon slowly rose in his hand. "Xiaoqi-san, have you ever seen such a power?" Hex! Colonel Siraba was like a stunned old iron, his fragile heart was hit again, and the fear of the unknown made his body tremble a little. "Shoot! Shoot!" Colonel Siraba shouted, and the frightened soldiers suddenly woke up like a dream, and instantly pulled the trigger. Dense bullets shot at Li Shu and Wukong like a storm. However, the next scene made them feel even more frightened and hopeless. The imaginary image of the enemy being shot into a hornet's nest does not appear, but 2 rapidly expanding bodies, gradually dilating in their pupils. The bullets struck the 2 hairy bodies, making a ping-pong sound that didn't hurt them in the slightest. Not even a single hair has been knocked out. Roar! Roar! The 2 huge giant apes broke through the roof in an instant, exuding a violent and ferocious aura from all over their bodies, like a demon god who was destroying the world and standing up to the sky, and their huge pupils indifferently stared at the crowd below like ants. Looking at the two behemoths in front of them, the soldiers who were full of heart and gall fired a few red quivers, and after seeing that the other party did not hurt in the slightest, they immediately scattered and fled, and became a mess. Colonel Siraba raised his head with empty eyes. He was already frightened and stupid. When he saw the android for the first time, his world view was shocked to a mess, and he felt that this world was too outrageous. Now, he has finally reconstructed his world view and accepted this new world, only to see the scene in front of him again. The flesh and blood body is not only invulnerable, but after being split in half, it is still alive and kicking, and it returns to normal in an instant, which is something that people can do. Now that he had transformed into a monstrous giant ape, the mere ferocious aura that he exuded had broken through his psychological defenses, leaving him without any resistance and only wanting to flee this terrible place. When he thought of his previous arrogance and conceit, he felt extremely uncomfortable and ashamed. With a record of 1 enemy and 10, he is proud enough in the Red Ribbon Legion, but in front of the real powerhouse, he is so small and vulnerable. Even the other party doesn't need to make a move, just a wisp of breath can break his confidence and make him break his heart. Colonel Siraba wanted to escape, but under the suppression of this fierce aura, he was too frightened to move. 1 against 10. The giant ape spat out and laughed disdainfully, and then suddenly shouted, "Let you see, what is called a husband and a wife. I alone will be enough to annihilate your entire Red Ribbon Legion." In this roar, Li Shu exerted the power of lion's roar. After transforming into a giant ape, its rough and tyrannical voice, with the blessing of lion roar, was like a demonic sound of destroying the world, impacting everyone's hearts and minds pervasively, deafening. Ugh! Ah! Ah! HH! The soldiers who fled in all directions covered their ears in pain, collapsed to the ground and bled through 7 holes, writhing and struggling on the ground like maggots. Colonel Siraba was the closest to the great ape and bore the brunt of it, and his pain was several times greater than that of the other soldiers. Not only was he bleeding from his 7 orifices, but the pores of his whole body were oozing blood, and his face was as white as paper after losing too much blood. In addition to fear, there is still fear in the pupils. Li Shu didn't hurt the killer, he only roared for a second, then stopped and launched the inverter domain. I saw an invisible ripple, spreading towards the surroundings, and the bodies of Li Shu and Wukong instantly lifted their transformation state and returned to their original state. Big brother! Wukong looked at Li Shu in surprise. The giant ape transformation was lifted like this? I'll explain it to you later. A touch of disappointment flashed in Li Shu's eyes. He was really within the scope of everyone. And he was also unable to transform. Even if it was the spellcaster, it was difficult to avoid it. It's a long time, but it's only been about 20 seconds. None of this broke his faith. Li Shu frowned slightly, and walked towards the sluggish Colonel Siraba. Don't come here. Colonel Siraba looked at the other in horror, but he had lost even the courage to escape, and could only let out a silent cry, his voice full of supplication. There were only 5 seconds left before the mission time, and Li Shu looked down at Colonel Siraba, his face becoming more and more ugly. After doing so much, is it in vain after all? Chapter 38. What do you want to do? Colonel Siraba looked at Li Shu in horror, and bad pictures flashed in his mind. Open your mouth. Li Shu decided to fight for it one last time, and if he really failed, he decided to take Siraba with him and torture him all the time to see if there was any chance of triggering other achievements. As the so-called wealth is not empty, Li Shu has no reason to do it in vain. When fishing in his previous life, if he didn't catch any of them, he had to dig a handful of soil and take it away before leaving. Siraba subconsciously opened his mouth, Li Shu flicked his fingers, and a fairy bean shot out. Swallow it in 2 seconds, or you'll kill your whole family. Li Shu threatened. How dare Siraba resist at this moment? he didn't need 2 seconds at all, and he swallowed it in an instant. He thought that it was some kind of poison, or some evil thing that could control people's hearts, and he was mentally prepared for a tragic fate. It wasn't until with Xiandu's lower stomach that his whole body injuries instantly recovered as before, that he looked at Li Shu in astonishment. Is there such a miraculous thing in the world? He knew very well how heavy his injuries were, but at this moment, he recovered in an instant, and his physical condition returned to the peak. However, he has completely lost his fighting spirit, and he has no intention of resisting again, and the gap between the two is like a chasm, which makes him self-aware. The arrogance and confidence that came from it were gone, and only deep fear and awe remained. With such a means of the enemy, he really could not imagine that anyone in the army could defeat the other party. As the other party said, if he wanted to, one person would be enough to destroy the Red Ribbon Legion that he was so proud of. After seeing the other party's methods, he was convinced of it. Ding! Congratulations! Complete the limited time achievement mission Someone Outside the People and get the reward Hollow Dragon Ball Radar, achievement value +10. Li Shu's frowning brows suddenly relaxed, and a bright smile appeared on his face. The achievement value reward of the limited time achievement task was doubled, which is cool. His achievement value is already as high as 74 points at the moment. Sun Wukong can capture a full-time nanny bike Great Demon King with a fairy bean. Why is it difficult for him Li Shu to capture a Colonel Siraba? The entry of 10 achievement points made Li Shu's mood very good, and Colonel Siraba in front of him was also pleasing to the eye. Why did you save me? Looking at Li Shu with a smile on his face in the sun, Colonel Siraba's spirit was in a trance, and his voice of inquiry was unconsciously gentle. Li Shu put away the smile on his face, looked at the other party coldly, and said, I just want you to go back and report a message, keep the Dragon Balls you have collected, and I will pick them up in 7 days. I'll bring it. Colonel Siraba nodded with a serious face, summoned the jet with the universal capsule and flew away. Ding! Trigger the limited time side check-in mission, and 7 days later, go to the Red Ribbon Legion headquarters to complete the check-in, and the task rewards Universal Booster Box. Universal Boosting Box. There is a very small probability that the items in the box will be boosted once and can be used once a day. Hint: if the mission fails, the reward will disappear permanently. The probability is very small. Li Shu was speechless. This thing looks very useful, but this probability is like chicken ribs. The 99% success rate is already so terrifying. What kind of experience will this very small probability be? But fortunately, it's free, and you can still experience it. It's a pity that it's not an achievement task, and there is no reward for achievement points, but it's not bad. Maybe one day you will be lucky enough to succeed once. Won't you save a sum of achievement points? Li Shumi was thinking about things, and Wukong walked over, holding a dragon ball that emitted a glimmer in his hand. 6 planets. Li Shu glanced at the boss who was still unconscious, and asked curiously, where did you find it? Wukong pointed to the window and smiled, it's in the bird's nest under the window, which I accidentally saw when I just transformed into a giant ape. After Li Shu put away the dragon balls, he woke up the boss. Looking at the blue sky overhead, and then at the ruined house, the boss asked tremblingly, what about my house? I was ruined by the group of people just now. Please look at me, don't care about these details, okay? Now the crux of the matter is that you sell fakes, and I ask you for compensation. Li Shu patted the boss's fat face and said seriously. Reparations. The boss collapsed, sat on the ground and cried, I'm all like this? How do you make me pay? Li Shu shook his head and said, I don't care, that's your business. Now it's you who sell fakes, I'm the victim. Either you take out the real Dragon Ball, or you will pay 10 for the fake one, and pay me 5 million, if you don't pay, I'll fight until you pay, you choose. Hearing this, the boss immediately stopped pretending, his crying stopped abruptly, looked around, and asked, what about the group of people just now? I demolished your house and didn't find the Dragon Balls, so I left. Li Shu said casually. The boss stood up from the ground, patted the ashes on his body, put a smile on his face again, and said meaningfully, so it's just the two of you now? Yes. Li Shu also looked at the boss meaningfully. Forget it, big brother, the boss is quite pitiful. At this moment, the kind-hearted Wukong said, just give us back the 500,000, that's my hard-earned money. Okay, I'll take the money. The boss reached out and touched his waist, instantly pulled out a pistol, and shot at Li Shu and Wukong. Letting the bullets hit him, Li Shu looked at Wukong and asked, do you still think he's pitiful now? Wukong froze for a moment, then looked at the boss angrily, you want to kill us? Boss looked at the two of them in horror, the bullets in the pistol had been shot, and they still kept pulling the trigger, and they were sweating profusely. You're so disgusting. The angry Wukong rushed forward in an instant, beating the boss into a pig's head before relieving his anger. Li Shu slowly walked to the boss who was sitting on the ground, and asked coldly, everyone has to pay for their actions, are you willing to compensate now? I pay. Don't hit me again. Tears of remorse flowed from the boss's red and swollen eyes. Good. Li Shu nodded with satisfaction and said, in addition to the 5 million compensation for the fake one, there are also the fright fees, mental loss fees, mood swing expenses, medical expenses, etc., which you shot us with a pistol just now. A total of 10 million compensation, do you have any opinions? Boss looked at Li Shu in shock, and was so frightened by this sky-high compensation that he couldn't breathe, and fainted directly. What a nuisance! Li Shu frowned, took out a fairy bean and fed it to the boss. The boss, who had just fainted for a while, woke up in an instant, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Li Shu, as if he was looking at a demon walking in the world. Chapter 39. Li Shu also saw from the boss's reaction that the other party really couldn't get the compensation of 10 million. In the end, after some bargaining, the boss cried bitterly and took out 7,594,521 yuan and 8 cents and 6 cents in compensation, which was his life savings accumulated after many years of fraud. Seeing that the other party really didn't have much money, Li Shifang let the other party go and flew away in a dashing manner in the boss's horror. Ding! Trigger the achievement quest ring Punish Rape and Eliminate Evil. The current progress is 1/300, the task rewards the title of Hero, and the achievement value is plus 5,000. Hero, combat power increased by 30%. The sudden sound of the system made Li Shu extremely shocked. It was the first time he had seen such an achievement task. The tempting reward made him salivate, and he wished that the Dragon Balls would not be found, and he would kill 299 treacherous people now. He'd never seen so many achievement points, a whole 5,000 points. He worked hard for 5 years, and only gained a few hundred points in total. And the attributes of the title of Hero, which man can withstand such a test? You have to get your hands on it. No hurry, the two are not in conflict, there are not a few treacherous people in the Red Ribbon Legion. This sudden surprise really startled Li Shu, and it was the richest reward he had ever seen. The system is rare to be generous once, this face must be given anyway, this mission ring must be completed, and the most evil legion in the world must be destroyed. Li Shumi thought about it, and at the same time wanted to see what the holographic Dragon Ball radar looked like and what functions it had. Hey? Why isn't there storage space? Li Shu searched for a long time, but he didn't find it, and he couldn't help but feel a move in his heart. It can't be a skill, right? Sure enough, after opening the skill bar, the holographic Dragon Ball radar was impressively listed. Holographic Dragon Ball radar. With a high-definition holographic scene, it displays the specific location of the Dragon Ball, and has a built-in navigation system. Li Shu's heart moved, and he saw a holographic projection light curtain appear in front of him, and the positions of the remaining 5 Dragon Balls were all listed. With this powerful radar range, it is not comparable to the small radar made by Boomer. Hey! Li Shu looked at Wukong with some curiosity. Such a large holographic projection light curtain, can't Wukong see it? Only you can see? That's fine, but it also saves you the effort of explaining. Li Shu quickly called up the location of the closest Dragon Ball to them, only to see the radar map quickly zoom in, and a clear picture appeared in front of him. It was a vast world covered in snow and ice, with a tall red tower towering, and around this tower, scattered villages. Is that Masruda? It seems to have an impact. Screen changes again, revealing the exact location of the Dragon Balls, in a room at the top of Masruda, being played with by a vicious-looking middle-aged man. The picture zooms in again, clearly showing that the Dragon Ball in the hands of the middle-aged man is a 2-planet. The function of holographic Dragon Ball radar shocked Li Shu fiercely, which is simply amazing. In this way, the Dragon Ball can be used in a real way. Li Shu suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but let out a hey 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 laugh. Big brother, what are you laughing at? Gaku asked curiously. Li Shu hurriedly came back to his senses and said, it's nothing, I think we need to buy some cotton clothes, the north is an extremely cold place. Wow! Let's eat again, I'm a little hungry. Wukong said with a smile, agreeing with Li Shu's proposal. As soon as Wukong said this, Li Shu also felt a little hungry, so he immediately agreed, looking for nearby villages and towns. With the speed of the two of them, they soon found a quiet village, and after purchasing supplies for the winter, the two had a full meal. Under the shocked gaze of the restaurant owner, Li Shu and Wukong actually ate more than 80 people's portions, with a total consumption of more than 500,000 yuan. Welcome to your next visit. The owner of the hotel respectfully saw off the 2 high rollers, and he was in a very good mood. The two of them walked leisurely on the streets of the town, eating after dinner. They didn't walk long before a group of vicious-looking gangsters blocked their way. 2 rice buckets, you guys can eat quite a bit, you can eat more than 500,000 yuan in one meal. The leader was a scarface, yellow-haired, and constantly playing with a dagger in his hand. When the rest of the town saw this, they hid back in their homes, closing the door tightly, not daring to care about it. The owner of the hotel watched this scene from a distance, and finally gritted his teeth and decided to help the 2 high rollers, despite his wife's repeated dissuasion, and called the police. I'm so angry, what's the use of arresting them? In a few days, it will be released again, and they will take revenge on us. The wife is already a pear blossom with rain, looking at her husband complainingly. The owner of the hotel sighed and said, after all, they are causing trouble by eating here with us, we should help them, besides, if you don't say it, I won't say it, who knows that we called the police. Hey! The wife sighed, her face full of worry. This group of people is a well-known hooligan in the nearby 10 miles and 8 villages, who are lazy, and they are idle all day long, and they don't know how many times they have squatted. But every time I came out, I still didn't change my life, and the police were also very troubled by this group of people. You mean rice bucket? Li Shu looked at the yellow hair in front of him unkindly. What about the 2 of you, eat 500,000 yuan for one meal, isn't it a rice bucket? Is it a super rice bucket? The yellow-haired group suddenly burst out laughing, and looked at Li Shu and Wukong with ill intentions. Uncle, I'm also hungry, and I also want to experience what it's like to eat 500,000 yuan for one meal. Huang Mao said coldly, if you know each other, just leave the money, otherwise you won't be able to get out of here. Li Shu couldn't help but show a smile on his face, he was really sleepy and sent pillows, and there were 8 of them. Laughing Nima. I think you're looking for death. Huang Mao was immediately enraged by the smile on Li Shu's face, and stabbed him with a dagger. Li Shu didn't dodge, the dagger stabbed at his body and made a steely sound, Unable to pierce a single bit, Huang Mao was immediately stunned, and stabbed several times. His hands were numb, and one fell to the ground without holding the dagger steadily. "Pick it up." Li Shu's eyes were cold. And he looked at Huang Mao coldly, and there was a majesty in his voice that could not be refused. Huang Mao looked at Li Shu in horror and picked up the dagger tremblingly. "Syllable." Li Shu slapped him over, "Hold it steady." Huang Mao was very scared now. He looked at the accomplices behind him with a pleading gaze, only to find that the fear on the faces of these people was no less than his own. Chapter 40. Keep stabbing until you kill me. In Li Shu's calm voice, he said frightening words. Huang Mao thought that he was a wicked person full of evil, but compared to the real demon, he felt that he was a good person. Under Li Shu's cold gaze, Huang Mao kept waving his dagger, and the tiger's mouth cracked. The remaining 7 accomplices were terrified. They wanted to flee from here, but the man in front of them put too much pressure on them, and their legs were like lead, and they couldn't move, so they could only stand there stupidly and watch. "Wukong, if Big Brother kills them, what will you think of Big Brother?" Li Shu suddenly asked. Wukong asked strangely, "Why did Big Brother kill them?" "Because they are wicked people. If they are let go today, they will continue to hurt more innocent good people." Li Shu explained seriously. Wukong said with a broken head, "But they didn't hurt us, hey." Li Shu sighed and patiently explained, "If we were ordinary people, would your eldest brother and I have been stabbed to death by him? If that's the case, then they are really hateful. I think it's good to teach them a good lesson, so that they don't dare to be evil in the future." Gaku said innocently. "Is that what you think?" Li Shu said helplessly, "Do you know how difficult it is to persuade a wicked person to stop being evil? The most effective way is to slaughter them directly, so that they will never be evil." Wukong thought for a moment, stared at Li Shu with big innocent eyes, and said, "Big Brother, if that's the case, won't you become a new villain?" Never mind." Li Shu didn't bother to explain to Wukong, looked at Huang Mao and asked, "Will you still do evil everywhere in the future?" Huang Mao nodded like pounding garlic, and cried bitterly and repented, "Big Brother, I really know it's wrong, please, I really can't kill you, I promise I won't do evil in the future." The other 7 companions were also madly assured by the amnesty, and even took a poisonous oath to promise that they would not dare to do evil again. "Big Brother, they know it's wrong, let's go." Gaku had an innocent smile on his face. Li Shu didn't bother to pay attention to Wukong. He looked at this group of hooligans, and sneered in his heart, "These people are all lying, and when they leave, they will definitely bully the weak to vent their inner fears. The reason is simple, with the admission of these people, the system does not prompt him to complete the task. This shows that this group of wicked people did not change their minds, but forbearance after weighing the pros and cons." Li Shu regretted taking Wukong a little, otherwise he would have killed all these people, and the task would have been easily completed. "Write down your home address, as well as the names of family members, close friends, crushes, etc., as long as it is someone you care about, write it all down to me." Since he couldn't kill them directly, he decided to fight evil with evil to complete this task of eliminating evil. As soon as these words came out, Huang Mao and the others' faces suddenly became frightened. "Don't want to write." Li Shu's eyes were cold, and with a flick of his fingers, a ray of energy shot out, directly piercing Huang Mao's right leg. "Then take one of you first, and then continue to write." Huang Mao clutched his knees, let out a cry of pain, and no longer had the slightest chance to be lucky, and wailed, I write, but there is no pen and paper." The other 7 people also watched this scene in horror, and the timid ones had already peed their pants in fright. Wukong couldn't help frowning. This was the first time he felt that his eldest brother was so strange. "Write with pen and paper, can you learn a lesson?" Li Shu sneered, "Huang Mao's knee is still bleeding, don't waste it, you can dip that one and write on the ground." Still not writing? Do you feel that there is not enough blood? Seeing that these people were a little hesitant, Li Shu raised his finger and aimed at one of the blue hairs. An array of energy shot out, piercing his thigh, and immediately bleeding like a torrent of blood. Such a terrifying thing dispelled everyone's hesitation, and they rushed to the blue and yellow hairs, dipped in the blood flowing from their wounds, and lay on the ground and wrote wildly. They are afraid that the next injured person will be their turn. Big brother, wouldn't this be too cruel? Wukong frowned, not in a very good mood at all. Li Shu sighed and said, Wukong, you look around first. Wukong looked around suspiciously, and found that the doors of every house, which were originally closed, had opened a gap at this moment. There were several figures standing in the gaps, cautiously watching the scene in front of them. Most of their expressions were expressions of relief. If you really can't accept the behavior of your eldest brother, you might as well go around and ask what these wicked people have done to them. Li Shu said patiently. Wukong nodded, and hurriedly ran around to ask. Seeing Wukong walking towards them, the residents closed their doors and windows again in fright. I want to ask, what evil things have they done? Wukong stopped outside the house and asked loudly. Li Shu just glanced at Wukong's side, then withdrew his gaze and re-examined the group of ruffians in front of him. If I find out that any of you dare to do evil, I will kill your whole family, remembering all of your family. Li Shu's demon-like cold voice made Huang Mao and the others tremble uncontrollably. They regret it incomparably now. Why should they provoke this demon in front of them? Doesn't seem to have enough blood. Li Shu muttered, and just as he was about to make a move, a green-haired man hurriedly took out a dagger and shouted, Big brother! We'll figure it out ourselves. I saw that green hair directly gave Huang Mao a knife in the thigh. He hates yellow hair to death now, and he can't wait to kill it. So this blood, he is not soft at all, and he picks and pokes the arteries. Huang Mao suddenly let out a scream like killing a pig, and blood gushed like a spring. Even Li Shu couldn't stand it anymore. He took out a fairy bean and fed it to Huang Mao, and said to the others, You can rest assured, as long as there is still a breath, I can save you. Sure. Enough. The wound on Huang Mao's body suddenly recovered as before, which was like a medical miracle, and it did not bring peace of mind to these people. Instead, there is a deep fear and uneasiness. 5 minutes later, the ground was densely covered with names written in blood, and Li Shu took out his camera to take a picture. It's all real, right? Li Shu asked. Everyone nodded their heads and looked at him in fear. Very good, then I'll ask you again, will you still do evil in the future? Li Shu asked with a grim expression. Not anymore. The 8 replied tremblingly. However, the system prompt still did not sound. Chapter 41. It seems that the means are still too gentle. Li Shu sighed, and his gaze at the 8 people gradually became cold. He had lost his patience and decided to kill these people directly, even if it caused a gap between him and Gaku, he would not hesitate to do so. Just then, a loud siren sounded in the distance. 2 police cars came at a gallop, and a beautiful drift stopped in front of Li Shu and the others. Who called the police? 2 police officers, a man and a woman, walked down from the police car, and the male police officer asked with a small notebook. The female police officer looked around, and when she saw the blood books all over the ground and the 8 ruffians, she suddenly understood, waved her hand and said, It doesn't matter who reported to the police, these are habitual offenders, take them all back. Huang Mao and the others, who were sitting on the ground, were all excited the moment they saw the police, as if they saw their own father and mother. Yes, yes, it's our own police who have arrested us, and put us in prison quickly. Huang Mao seemed to see a savior, and excitedly grabbed the hand of the male police officer, and kept urging. The others were the same, eager to be captured. Ding! Achievement Quest Ring Punish Rape and Eradicate Evil. The current progress is 2/300, and you will get a reward after the progress is completed. Hero title, achievement value plus 5,000. Li Shu couldn't help but be stunned. This is done? But this progress seems a little wrong, isn't there 8 people? Why did you get 1 point of progress? However, after thinking about it carefully, Li Shu also figured it out. This punishment of rape and evil is not calculated according to the head, but according to the event. As long as one treacherous thing is solved, the mission should be completed. It seems that I thought it was complicated from the beginning, and I knew that I would call the police directly. Li Shu couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this time, the female police officer walked over to him, and after making some simple inquiries, she quickly left with the 8 people. After the incident, the owner of the hotel ran out excitedly and thanked Li Shu. "Sir, you have done a great thing. Yes, after this lesson, they should not dare to do evil again." Another resident said. "You are our hero." The residents came out one after another, not sparing their praises and praising Li Shu. In order to thank Li Shu for driving out the wicked for them, the residents sent their own gifts. The owner of the restaurant is the most realistic. He said that he would return the money for the meal to Li Shu, which was a huge sum of 500,000 yuan. Wukong looked at this scene blankly, and in the understanding just now, he also knew the evil deeds of those wicked people, which was indeed disgusting. He somewhat understood the eldest brother's behavior. Even if the eldest brother killed these people, he would not think that the eldest brother had done wrong. Looking at Wukong, whose brows had been stretched out, and he was smirking in the appreciation of the residents, Li Shu's mood was also good. Saying goodbye to the residents, Li Shu and Wukong continued to fly towards Masruta in the north. "Big brother, is there really such a bad person in the world?" Wukong's voice was a little low, and this incident seemed to have affected him a lot. Li Shu also saw the optimistic and naive Wukong for the first time. Showing such an expression, he suddenly became a little curious, and couldn't help asking, "What evil things did they do?" "Big brother, do you know what rape means?" Gaku asked suspiciously. This Li Shu is not easy to explain. After all, Wukong is still in the stage of showing his little cock at will, and he doesn't feel embarrassed at all, and he is completely blank in this aspect. Even if he explains, he is afraid that it will be difficult to understand. It takes a lot of time to give Wukong enlightenment education. Li Shukai is too lazy to do this kind of thing. They are self-taught in their time. Doesn't the eldest brother know? Gaku was a little disappointed and continued, "I heard from the residents that those wicked people once raped an old lady." Li Shu couldn't hold back in an instant, and looked at Wukong in astonishment. "Raping the old lady?" The rape was a great blow to the old lady, and she later chose to commit suicide. They also robbed a father of the money he had given his daughter to save her life, and the little girl died in the hospital because she had no money for treatment, and then the father went to settle accounts with them, only to be severely humiliated, and then committed suicide. Wukong kept talking, and Li Shu listened quietly on the side. In Wukong's telling, the evil deeds of the yellow-haired guys can be described as unspeakable. Li Shu, who once lived in the era of big data, has actually seen these evil deeds quite often, except for raping the old lady, which is simply outrageous. Therefore, when he heard about these crimes, Li Shu's heart did not have much turmoil, but he regretted it a little. He shouldn't have cared about Wukong's emotions just now, and he should have slaughtered these scum directly. After knowing the truth, Wukong should be able to understand himself, right? After so many years of getting along, Li Shu has already regarded Wukong as his own brother, and he cares a lot about Wukong's opinion of him. "Wukong, I regret it now. I want to turn around and kill them. Do you want to be together?" Li Shu interrupted Wukong's speech and said seriously. Wukong was silent for a moment, nodded and said, "Big brother, I can't do it, but I want to teach them a lesson with my own hands." Li Shu showed a smile, and under his influence, Wukong's personality seemed to have undergone a subtle change. Immediately, the two turned around in an instant and quickly chased in the direction of the police car. Wukong, they are in the police car after all, and the nature of things has changed, so we can't reveal our identities. Li Shu looked down and said murderously. Wukong nodded as if he didn't understand, only to see a full moon slowly rising between Li Shu and his hand. Transform, you fight first, and I'll clean up the aftermath after the fight. Two police cars sped down the road, each escorting 4 criminals. In the police car driven by the female police officer, Huang Mao shouted, "I said police officer, we are already old acquaintances, you know, even if we are arrested, at most it will be a matter of picking quarrels and provoking troubles for a few days, it is better to let us go now, everyone will save a little trouble. Also, I'm going to call the police. It was the man who was beating us, and we were the victims. Hurry up and call reinforcements to arrest that man, too. He's so strong, I'm afraid you two won't be able to subdue him." "Shut up!" The chattering yellow hair annoyed the female police officer. To be honest, she was also full of helplessness about this kind of ruffian. Caught every once in a while, caught and released and caught, she was indeed a little annoyed, and she couldn't wait to shoot this group of bastards. But they are disciplined and can't do that. She kept wondering, when will these bastards hit the hard stubble? And then he was beaten to death directly. Then, I received a call from the police to collect the body, which was really cool. Chapter 42. Jing Yuya never thought that the thing she fantasized about would really happen. It's just that the scene in front of her is a little different from what she imagined. 2 fierce giant apes blocked their way. The fierce aura that came to the face made people shudder, and a touch of fear was spreading in their hearts. "I'm sorry, we didn't mean to offend, we just wanted to teach these scoundrels a lesson." One of the giant apes spoke and seemed quite polite. Jing Yuya and another male police officer were already frightened, sitting in the car at a loss, watching this scene dumbfounded. Soon the giant ape lifted their police car like pinched ants, and put the 2 police officers down safely. Then he shook the car body frantically and poured out the villains inside like beans. After falling from high school, Huang Mao and the others immediately let out a painful wail, and they had multiple fractures all over their bodies. "What kind of monster is this?" Huang Mao and the others were also frightened, crawled towards the 2 police officers who were stunned, and begged for help. "Help us! Come and save us! What are you kidding? Ask for yourselves!" The male officer's eyes widened, his whole body trembled uncontrollably, and he said ruthlessly. While Jing Yuya was afraid, she also watched this scene excitedly, hoping that these 2 giant apes would immediately trample on this group of scum. The giant ape Wukong didn't suppress the violent aura in his body too much, and even took the initiative to let a wisp of violent aura invade his mind. He grabbed it with both hands, grabbed the yellow hair and others who were rolling all over the ground in his hands, and then shook it wildly. After a few laps, Huang Mao and the others were already foaming at the mouth and convulsing. The giant ape Wukong threw them to the ground, and the sound of bones shattering came and went, apparently all the bones in his body had been broken. He stretched out another finger and kept poking at Huang Mao and the others. "It's too weak." Soon, Gaku the giant ape loses interest in them, and he is not a person who likes to bully the weak. Seeing that the giant ape did not kill this group of scum, a trace of disappointment flashed in Jing Yuya's eyes, and she was even a little angry. In the end, she had to call an ambulance to take the scum to the hospital for treatment. But soon, another giant ape made a move, only to see a few green beans fly out of his hand and burrow into the mouths of Huang Mao and the others. Huang Mao and the others, who had already fainted in pain, were instantly resurrected with full blood. Such a familiar feeling made the yellow hair's pupils shrink suddenly. "Demon! It's the demon that's coming!" Huang Mao was frightened and desperate to escape from this place. Li Shu watched this scene playfully, like pinching an ant, pinched the yellow hair, and flicked his lower body with his other hand. The sound of broken eggs suddenly sounded, and all the male compatriots present couldn't help but clamp their legs, except for Wukong. Next. The rough voice of the giant ape Li Shu hovered in the air. One by one, they pinched them up and did the same thing. Soon, the 8 people present all became eunuchs, clutching their crotches on the ground and wailing in pain, bleeding all over the ground. In such a harsh environment, castration carries a great risk of death. After a while, Huang Mao and the others didn't know whether they had lost too much blood or were dying of pain, and they had no movement or breath. "Old lady, I have avenged you," Li Shu muttered, and turned around and left with Wukong. Ding! Achievement Quest Ring Punish Rape and Eliminate Evil. The current progress is 3/300, and you will get a reward after the progress is completed. Hero Title, Achievement Value plus 5,000. Jing Yuya looked at the 8 corpses that died tragically on the ground, and her complicated feelings could not be calmed down for a long time. On the other side, Li Shu and Wukong, who had been lifted from their transformations, put on their new clothes again and continued to move towards Masruda in the north. Haha, they actually hurt to death, it's the first time I've seen such a way of dying. Gaku smiled innocently. Li Shu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. It seems that this incident did not have any bad impact on Wukong. To Li Shu's surprise, the progress of the task of punishing adultery and eliminating evil has increased a little again. Is it because of the reason for helping the old lady to take revenge? This reminded him a lot, and he also had new ideas about how to accomplish this task. After this incident, every time Li Shu passed through a village or town, he would choose to stay for a while, deliberately showing some money, to see if he could meet someone who was destined, and let him brush up on the progress of the task of punishing adultery and eliminating evil. The full 5,000 achievement points were so tempting that he didn't know how to spend them. Red Ribbon Corps Headquarters. Colonel Siraba stood in front of the Commander-in-Chief with a heavy face. "How did you promise me before you went?" the Commander-in-Chief said with a dissatisfied face. A trace of embarrassment flashed on Colonel Siraba's face, and he hurriedly said, "Report to the Commander-in-Chief, I have underestimated the enemy, and I am willing to be punished." "Punishment?" the Commander-in-Chief said with a playful face. "You are also an old man of the Legion, you know that our Red Ribbon Legion does not raise waste. I hope the Commander-in-Chief will give me another chance, I have brought back important information." Colonel Siraba pleaded. "Oh? What intelligence? They're not people. That's what you call important intelligence?" The Commander-in-Chief's face was a little unpleasant. "This is only the first important information, and the second important information is that they can transform into giant apes, which have extremely strong destructive power, and the latest weapon that Dr. Groh has researched has no effect on them." Speaking of this, Colonel Siraba looked frightened. The Commander-in-Chief was finally moved. He knew all too well how powerful the weapon Dr. Gro had researched. It can be said that the reason why the Red Ribbon Legion has achieved today's achievements is due to Dr. Gro's contributions, and the thermal weapons he has developed are very important. It can also be said that the Red Ribbon Legion was created by Dr. Gro. You can escape from them and bring back such important information, and it doesn't seem to be that wasteful. The Commander-in-Chief praised. But this compliment fell on the ears of Colonel Siraba, but it was so harsh and sarcastic. He smiled bitterly. "They took the initiative to let me back, and even saved my life." "Saved your life and let you come back? Is there something you want to bring to me?" the Commander-in-Chief asked. "Not bad." Colonel Siraba continued, "There was a magical bean in the monster's hand. I was seriously injured and dying at the time, but after eating that magical bean, my injury recovered instantly, and my body returned to its peak condition. This is the third important piece of information I brought back. And such a miraculous bean." Looking at Siraba, who had an inviting face, the Commander-in-Chief pursed his lips and asked, "What did he ask you to bring?" "Colonel." Siraba took a deep breath and said solemnly, "He said that let's prepare the collected Dragon Balls, and he will take them in 7 days. Chapter 43. Hearing such arrogant remarks, the commander-in-chief couldn't help laughing. Does he think that our Red Ribbon Legion only has thermal weapons? To be the enemy of our Red Ribbon Legion is to seek death. After the commander-in-chief sneered, he muttered, "It seems that they are also collecting Dragon Balls and know the secrets of Dragon Balls. And their Dragon Ball radar, which is more compact and accurate, can be carried around." Colonel Siraba said, glancing at the huge radar screen. "What? That's impossible. Our Dragon Ball radar, but it cost a lot of money and time, and theirs is actually better than ours?" The commander-in-chief said with some anger, "Then even their Dragon Ball radar will be snatched together. Is there anything else you want to say?" Colonel Siraba hesitated for a moment and said, "Report to the commander-in-chief, I don't think we are his opponents, and it is not a wise choice to compete with them for the Dragon Balls, I suggest." The commander-in-chief's face was full of displeasure, and he stopped Siraba from continuing, apparently not listening. Colonel Siraba wanted to say something, but felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere, so he finally chose to shut up and turn to leave. But what he didn't know was that the silence he chose this time would be permanent. At the moment when he turned around, a gunshot rang out behind him, and a sharp pain suddenly came from his chest, and he soon lost consciousness. Siraba fell to the ground with a shocked face, and until the moment before he died, he did not think that he had not died at the hands of the monster, but at the hands of his own people. And he died at the hands of the commander-in-chief whom he respected the most. "Do you still want to take credit? Do you want me to give up competing for Dragon Ball? What stupid rubbish!" The commander-in-chief waved his hand and ordered Siraba's body to be dragged down. "Call General Blue over." Looking at the signal on the giant Dragon Ball radar, the commander-in-chief said again, "Inform General White who is sitting in Masruda of the information just now." Masruda is also a branch of the Red Ribbon Legion, headed by the White Commander, General White, who is far superior to Colonel Siraba. Moreover, Masruda has a lot of organs, and there are androids and purple ninjas and monsters big fat dragon, and he is full of confidence in this. After receiving the instructions, General White replied with confidence, "Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief, I have already found a Dragon Ball here. As long as they dare to come and grab it, I will let them come and go, and present the Dragon Ball radar and Dragon Ball." They. Commander-in-Chief warned, "Colonel Siraba has failed and been executed by me, I hope you will not let me down." After hanging up Masruda's communication, General Blue came on order. The Commander-in-Chief repeated the previous events, and then said, "Now lead your entire Blue team to Masruda to receive the Dragon Balls and Dragon Ball radar, and then collect the remaining Dragon Balls." General Blue is the most formidable of their Red Ribbon Legion, and he has full confidence in him as well. Leaving the task of collecting Dragon Balls in the hands of General Blue, he is also very relieved. General Blue was handsome, holding a rose in his hand, and took on the task with confidence on his face. On the other side, Li Shu, who was sitting on the dinosaur's lap, had a look of disappointment on his face. Along the way, he passed through 7 villages and towns, large and small, but he did not meet a single person who was destined to do so. The progress of punishing adultery and eliminating evil is still at 3, and the full progress of 300 seems to be far away. The smooth beginning, and the successive encounters with destined people, made him subconsciously ignore the original difficulty of this task. Now that I think about it, if I want to make a full progress of 300, I am afraid that it will not be able to be completed without 3 years and 5 years without this mechanism that is not counted by the head and by the event. Big brother, it's so cold. Not long after the two of them went deep into the north, the bad cold weather was a little unbearable with Wukong's physique. Li Shu was also cold, so he hurriedly took out 2 sets of cotton clothes and changed them with Wukong. "Wukong, this is also the way we have to practice," Li Shu said again. "After collecting the Dragon Balls, the eldest brother plans to be a hero who walks the world, punishing adultery and eliminating evil. do you want to be with the eldest brother? A hero who walks the world? Is it a new way of practice? Wukong obviously didn't understand the meaning of punishing the evil and the hero. Sort of, but the improvement of strength is not very obvious. The main thing is to cultivate the mind, which can make us understand the world more clearly. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains, who knows? Li Shu took a bite of the dinosaur leg under his crotch and said beautifully. This mount, which can be eaten and used as a weapon, is really worry-free. Big brother, give me some to eat. Wukong drove the somersault cloud closer, and opened his mouth to bite. The dinosaur's legs swayed, and he sensitively avoided Wukong's bloody mouth, screaming at Wukong's wow and wah, and chased and gnawed behind him, and Li Shu laughed when he saw it. Masruta Command Room. Report to General White, 2 non-flying objects have been found in the surveillance footage. General White ordered, enlarge the picture and let me see if it's the 2 men, the commander said. As the surveillance footage zoomed in, the people in the command room were stunned. A golden cloud? What kind of flying machine is this? Could it be the legendary somersault cloud? Isn't this thing extinct? General White was puzzled for a moment, and then he recognized the somersault cloud, which was produced in the north, and its legend was known to the old people who lived in the north, and he had been in the north for many years, so he naturally learned of this legend. I didn't expect to be able to see it with my own eyes today, and General White's heart suddenly became hot, but it was quickly extinguished. Even if you grab it, it's useless. This thing can only be controlled by a person with a pure heart, and he is obviously no longer there. The somersault cloud is understandable, but what is that flying roasted dinosaur leg that is charred on the outside and tender on the inside? And it seems that it is still emitting heat, which is a bit outrageous, completely beyond the scope of General White's comprehension. In the command room, everyone who saw this picture had a question mark on their faces. But that's not the point, and they quickly turned their attention to Li Shu and Wukong. It's them. Big and small, monsters with tails, exactly the same as the news from headquarters. General, do you need to take them down? A soldier asked. That shit in Siraba said they weren't afraid of our munitions. General White looked dismissive. Why am I so disbelieving? Call me. With General White's order, the artillery erected on Masruta was all aimed at the 2 targets flying in the distance. Fire! Rumble! Rumble! The deafening sound of artillery fire came and went, and countless powerful fires soared into the sky. Chapter 44. Li Shu, who was chasing and playing with Wukong, suddenly moved the tip of his nose, smelled a little bit of danger, and was rapidly approaching them. Although this little danger will not cause much harm to him, it will still feel pain. Wukong, fly higher. As soon as Li Shu spoke, he rose hundreds of meters above the clouds. Wukong didn't have a fighting nose, so he followed for some reason, and he was about to ask when he saw countless fires below whizzing past their original location. I saw that those shells hit the lonely mountain in the distance and made a violent roar, setting off countless winds and snow, and the mountain trembled violently, causing a large avalanche in an instant. Someone is sneaking up on us. Wukong said angrily. Li Shu frowned and looked in the direction where the shells were coming from. First of all, he didn't offend anyone here. Secondly, this firepower is a bit fierce, and it should hurt a lot if you don't transform into a giant ape. Sneak attack, not talking about martial arts, which made Li Shu very angry. Why did you attack me? Li Shu thought for a moment, and once again summoned the holographic Dragon Ball radar, magnifying the picture of the 2 planets. Sadly, the picture is empty, and the 2 planets lie quietly in a beautiful box. After trying to adjust the angle and distance, nothing was found except that it was a treasure room, full of gold and silver treasures. It's a pity that the position of this eye is not plugged in properly. Li Shu turned off the picture regretfully, but he already had a rough guess in his heart. Judging by the firepower of the opposing side, it is clear that it is an extremely strong armed force. Maybe you entered the other party's airspace. With the memories of more than 20 years ago, Li Shu could not recall what place Masruta was and what the forces were. However, judging from the other party's means of not talking about martial arts, it is not a good stubble. Could it be the forces of the Red Ribbon Legion? Li Shu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Such a powerful private arm, it seems that in the Dragon Ball world, there is only the Red Ribbon Army, right? Because his memory was too long, Li Shu did not remember that there were other powerful armed forces. The more he thought about it, the more Li Shu felt that it was very likely, in the original book, in the process of collecting Dragon Balls, Wukong's most powerful opponent was the Red Ribbon Army. And there have been many conflicts. It makes sense when you think about it this way. Siraba must have reported his information to the headquarters, and after they learned where they went, they informed the forces in the north of Masruta, so they will attack so decisively after seeing me. So the two planets are in their hands? In this way, it will be easy to do, and there is no psychological burden to grab it directly. It can also brush up on the progress of punishing rape and eliminating evil, which is perfect. Thinking of this, Li Shu became excited, and things that kill two birds with one stone can always make people full of motivation. For such a tall tower, there must be a lot of enemies, so it shouldn't just give me 1 point of progress, right? On the other side, the Masruta command. General White looked at the surveillance footage in disbelief. They even dodged the attack? How strong is it to have a sense of crisis and reaction to do this? Go on. I don't believe I can't beat them. With General White's order, the dense firelight instantly lit up. However, all of this was no threat to Li Shu, who had the nose of battle, and he could always dodge these attacks before danger came. Dodging once can be said to be accidental, but if you can dodge such a dense attack again and again, then there is only one possibility. I'm afraid that the other party is really as Colonel Siraba said, the other party is ridiculously strong, and the attacks of these thermal weapons have no effect on them. After seeing it with his own eyes, he had to admit that there was a reason for the waste in Siraba. Open all the traps of Masruta, and wait for them to die. General White stopped the useless means of attack and started a new round of ambush plans, intending to catch turtles in an urn. With the powerful combat power mastered by Masruta, he has absolute confidence that Li Shu and Sun Wukong will never return. Masruta's repeated attacks successfully angered Li Shu and Wukong, and he instantly started a full-speed sprint, and the distance between him and Masruta was rapidly narrowed. Since they don't talk about martial arts, we don't need to salute first and then soldier, Wukong, we will directly transform and kill them later. Li Shu's face was cold, and under the baptism of the wind, the edges and corners of his face became more distinct. Big brother, I want to try my limits, the battle after transforming into a giant ape is too boring. However, Goku doesn't like crushing battles and rejects Li Shu's offer. Li Shu was not surprised by this, after all, this is Wukong's character. Changing a person's personality is no less difficult than changing a person's personality. If you think about it carefully, if you really lose the purpose of cultivation by crushing all the way, your personal strength will not be trained. If I'm not mistaken, Tao Bibai, who is known as the #1 killer in the world, has not yet made a move, and the great demon king of Vic after the next martial arts conference is over, they are all strong opponents. But these are easy to solve, for him and Wukong after transforming into a giant ape, these are scum, and they can't be regarded as opponents anymore, and they can barely be regarded as sparring partners under normal conditions. The main enemies are Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta, the 3 last scions, who came to Earth a few years later. Because they also have the ability to transform into giant apes. However, for Li Shu, who has been able to transform into a super scion, he is still not a powerful enemy, and can only be regarded as a high-level sparring partner. Thinking of this, Li Shu agreed to Wukong's proposal and took the opportunity to hone his combat awareness. But to be honest, Li Shu prefers to crush. Although he has scion blood, he is not very warlike in his bones, and he can always suppress the belligerent gene in scion blood. Now he is in a very good state, he can play the world, and no one can beat him, and the enemy who can really be regarded as an opponent will have to wait until Frisia appears. At the rate at which his current strength is improving, when Frisia appears, I'm afraid he will only be a more advanced sparring partner. It's a little stressful, but it's not a big feeling. With just a little shot and a little effort, you're already invincible. Li Shu and Wukong have come to the sky above Masruda at this moment. Looking down on this tower, and they can clearly see the figures inside through the glass. A muscular man with a strong body was also looking at them through the window, with a sneer on his face. The muscular man was none other than General White, and his voice came through the microphone from the loudspeaker placed outside the tower. It seems that the failure of that waste in Siriba has made your self-confidence a little overinflated, and you dare to come here to seek death. Ding! Trigger the achievement quest Destroy Masruda, which rewards Breath Almighty. The smile on Li Shu's face gradually expanded, and it seemed that he was going to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 45. Thinking that there will be another achievement value in the account, Li Shu is in a very good mood. He now has 74 points of achievement, and he plans to save up to 100 points and rush a wave of invisibility epiphany potion, which is bound to succeed in comprehension in one fell swoop. Then he raised the primary immortal beankin a little, and with the speed at which he squandered the immortal beans, the yield of 1 piece a day was a bit insufficient. When the time comes, when punishing rape and eliminating evil, he will become a barefoot doctor, first beat him half to death, and then feed a fairy bean. Maybe he can get stuck with a bug and trigger the achievement of saving lives and helping the wounded. Dare to come in? I have a 2-planet here. General White said excitedly, full of confidence in Masruda. Then you're welcome. Li Shu smiled, landed on the ground with Wukong, pushed open the door of Masruda, and walked in without the slightest hesitation. Combat Strength, 5 Combat Effectiveness, 5 Combat Effectiveness, 5. As soon as he entered, Li Shu saw a group of scumbags of war, looking at them with a playful face. He was a little funny, but he really didn't understand where they got their confidence. Come to think of it, these forces that rely on powerful weapons to dominate one side do not understand that in the face of the truly strong, the tactics of crowds are meaningless. Just like Colonel Siriba, he thinks he is strong when he is 1 against 10, and he is undoubtedly a frog at the bottom of the well. This reminded Li Shu of Satan, who performed live in front of Shalo to split tiles with his bare hands as a way to show his strength. Even after more than 20 years, thinking of this picture now makes him want to laugh. Haha! One didn't hold back, Li Shu laughed, and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I suddenly thought of something happy. They warriors of the first layer of Masruda suddenly turned gloomy, and they were actually ridiculed by a hairy boy. They twisted their bodies, pressed their finger bones, or twisted their necks, forcing the bones to make gurgling noises and make a ferocious appearance to increase their momentum. Boy, you just bring a little ghost to break into our Masruda, it's not enough for us to stuff our teeth, or go home to find your mother, and bring your mother with us to make us happy. A soldier with a beard and a blue cap walked slowly towards them. The smile on Li Shu's face disappeared at this moment, and his gaze became extremely cold, looking at the soldier indifferently. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly rose, and Li Shu instantly appeared in front of the soldier, punching him in the crotch of his pants, and the huge force made his whole person bow into, and the unbearable pain was too late. The soldier's eyes bulged out, his mouth opened wide, but no sound came out, only an intermittent hiss sound, and then he fell to the ground clutching his bleeding pants, squirming wildly. Except for Wukong, no one could see Li Shu's movements clearly, the speed like teleportation, and the ruthless methods, which made the other soldiers shudder, and their faces changed drastically, and cold sweat the size of beans involuntarily broke out on their foreheads. Li Shu looked at the soldier indifferently and took out a fairy bean for him to forcibly eat. What's your mother's name? Where to stay? After dealing with Masruda, I'm going to go and have fun with her. Li Shu pressed a finger against the chin of the soldier who had recovered from his wounds, and pushed him from the ground into the air. Such a terrifying power brought a great shock to the soldiers present, as well as to General White, who was monitoring the back. The soldier's face was full of horror, and he felt as if the finger was about to poke into his chin. What scared him the most was the other party's words and the indifferent expression. Even if they are evildoers, few people can be indifferent to the threats to their mothers. You'll tell me. Li Shu popped his eggs again and stabbed him in the jaw. The unbearable pain made the soldier hanging on Li Shu's finger twitch wildly, and blood dripped on the ground with a rattling sound. Wukong, the others are handed over to you, I want to have a good time with him. Li Shu was obviously really angry, and said without looking back. Wukong frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, but rushed towards the other soldiers, none of whom could block his move. After a few seconds, they all fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight, and the fear in their eyes was so thick that they almost overflowed their eyes. But this extreme fear does not come from Gaku, but from the demonic man. Gaku didn't stop and disappeared into the stairs leading to the second floor. Li Shu was not worried about Wukong's safety at all, and seeing that the soldier was about to die of pain, he took out another fairy bean and forcibly fed it. The mortally wounded and dying soldier suddenly came to life again, but his eyes were full of fear and despair. I won't let you die until I tell me your mother's information and address. Li Shu said softly, like a demon's whisper. The soldiers who collapsed to the ground, after seeing this scene, had a trace of joy in their eyes in addition to fear. Fortunately, they didn't insult the demon's mother at the time, and it seems that even the devil can't stand someone humiliating his mother. They secretly swore in their hearts that they would not make any moves to humiliate each other's closest relatives in the future. And just like that, after wandering back and forth several times from near death to regaining his life, the soldier finally broke down. He cried out bitterly, "Kill me! Please, kill me! Name, address!" Li Shu said again. The soldier could not bear the torture and finally spoke up, and then cried bitterly, "Kill me! Kill me! Please! No, I'm going to take you back to Mom!" Li Shu's soft words fell on the soldier's ears like a nuclear explosion, making him instantly deaf, and his whole spirit began to be in a trance. "Wake up!" Seeing that the other party's mental state was a little wrong, Li Shu hurriedly fed another fairy bean. The soldier came back to life with full blood again, but his spirit had completely collapsed, and he looked a little out of his mind, shouting incessantly, "Kill me! Kill me! Mom! Mom! I want to go home! Looks crazy!" Li Shu threw it on the ground casually, and he didn't get stuck in the achievement bug of saving lives and helping the wounded, which made him have a touch of regret on his face. Immediately, Li Shu's eyes looked at the other soldiers lying on the ground with frightened faces, and suddenly a new idea occurred in his heart. He decided to try the bug of punishing the rape and eliminating the evil. Li Shu walked in front of a soldier. And the soldier was suddenly frightened, and he was directly incontinent, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 46. What are you afraid of? Li Shu lifted the soldier from the ground and looked directly at the other party. The soldier felt as if the man's eyes could eat people, and he shivered and trembled even more. "Please spare me," the soldier said tremblingly. Li Shu put him down gently, but the soldier's legs were already frightened, and he couldn't stand at all, and sat on the ground with panic in his eyes. "I need you to answer me a few questions." Li Shu looked at each other condescendingly, with a cold expression. The soldier nodded frantically, and at this moment, a soldier behind him got up and rushed out of the door while Li Shu was not paying attention. At the same time, Li Shu also moved, although he turned his back to the fleeing soldier, it was as if he had eyes behind him, and he could accurately judge the other party's every move. I saw Li Shu raise his hand and point behind him. An array of energy shot out, instantly piercing the heart of the fleeing soldier and killing him with one blow. This sudden scene made the remaining soldiers who had the same intention swallow a mouthful of saliva one after another, and their hearts were full of fear. As if nothing had happened, Li Shu said, "Tell me all the crimes you have done, and if I find out that you have concealed something, you have already seen the end just now. And you all get ready, I'll ask one by one." He turned his head and glanced around the other soldiers. Evil deeds? The soldiers froze for a moment, and now thinking about the evil deeds they had done, they were not worth mentioning in front of this demon. When I was a kid, I used to peek at my neighbor's aunt taking a shower. The soldier whispered. Li Shu looked at the soldier expressionlessly, and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you another chance to rephrase." They. Soldier rolled his Adam's apple, his forehead was covered with fine sweat, and he said with a little pain, "I killed my own father." "Very well, it's okay." Li Shu interrupted the soldier's resting narrative. He didn't want to know why, judging from the results, this crime was already a heinous crime. Li Shu came to the next soldier. "Tell me the biggest crime you've ever committed, such as the father who killed you just now, it's very punishable." The soldier trembled and said, I slept with my neighbor's wife, and when my neighbor found out, I killed all of them." In this way, the remaining soldiers confessed their crimes. I have to say that the crimes committed by these 8 soldiers are enough to be sentenced to death. If all these 8 people are handed over to the police, will it be considered punishment and elimination of evil? I guess so. And it's 8 vicious incidents, right? Li Shu immediately called the police and gave a simple explanation of the situation here, indicating that he had inadvertently smashed a criminal group and hoped that the police would send police to finish it off as soon as possible. "What? Masruda? Are you talking about the one that belongs to the Red Ribbon Legion and is located in Masruda, which is located in the north?" When the police officer heard this position, his voice was full of surprise. "You know, even their police are unwilling to offend the Red Ribbon Legion, because the power of this private armed organization can already be described as a warlord. The firepower is much more powerful than their small police station, unless the army can be dispatched. However, even if the army is dispatched, it is difficult to say whether it will win or lose." As far as he knew, not only the weapons and equipment in their police station, but also many advanced weapons and equipment in the army were purchased from the Red Ribbon Legion. The Red Ribbon Legion is already the most powerful arms dealer in the world, not only rich but also powerful. The northern branch of such a behemoth was destroyed by one man? It's unbelievable. In any case, when they received the call to the police, they were required to send police to check on them. "Wait a minute, we'll arrange for someone to come over right away. Remember to send a few more escort vehicles, there are quite a few prisoners here, it is estimated that there are dozens of people." Li Shu couldn't help but admonish. Although he had only broken through the first layers so far, it would only take him 60 seconds at most to destroy the entire Masruda if he wanted to. If the bug card is successful, it will be an extremely rich reward, with a 5,000 achievement point reward for the Punish Evil Eradication quest, as well as the title of hero, which can be said to be at your fingertips. Li Shu's behavior at this moment was very strange and incomprehensible in the eyes of the soldiers. Alarm? He actually called the police? The soldiers didn't react for a while, but they were quickly relieved, at least they didn't have to suffer the inhuman torture, and going to prison was not a matter for them at all, they were not afraid at all. With the strength of their Red Ribbon Legion, whether it is the police station, the detention center or the prison, they have to retreat 3 points when they see them, and they have to give face. In the perception of the soldiers, as long as the Red Ribbon Legion is not an enemy of the whole world, then it is invincible. No matter how strong the demon in front of him is, it is impossible to fight a behemoth like the Red Ribbon Legion. As long as they can survive the current crisis, they will inevitably gather more forces to retaliate in the future. Li Shu didn't know what these people were thinking, but he could see that they were puzzled by their behavior of calling the police. Now you have two choices. 1. I'll break your legs. 2. I'll pick two. Without waiting for Li Shu to finish speaking, the soldiers hurriedly chose the second option and spoke in unison. Very well, the second option is also for me to break your legs. The soldiers suddenly despaired and looked at Li Shu in horror. The sound of broken leg bones rang out one after another, accompanied by screams of pain. In order to prevent these soldiers from escaping, Li Shu not only broke their legs, but also tied them up with ropes, and the police just took them away when they came. After solving the small minions on the first floor, Li Shu walked to the stairs leading to the second floor. At this moment, the Mass Ruta command room. General White's face was full of shock, and beside him stood a ninja dressed in purple. The purple ninja's face was equally full of shock. It wasn't Li Shu who shocked them, but Sun Wukong. As early as when Sun Wukong entered the second floor, their attention was on Sun Wukong. In the eyes of General White, Sun Wukong can defeat 8 elite soldiers in just a few seconds, and his strength is far above Li Shu, so it is naturally more worthy of attention. That imp actually destroyed Colonel Metal with his bare hands. It's an android made entirely of metal. It's a terrible little ghost, but don't worry, the general can rest assured, Colonel Metal is an artificial man after all, and his IQ is not high, but it is just a defective product researched by Dr. Gro, which doesn't mean anything. With me on the third floor, they won't be able to break through. The purple ninja's hands were sealed, and they disappeared with a pop. Chapter 47. When Li Shu came to the second floor, it was a messy scene. A headless android was lying motionless on the ground, and a slight electric current could be seen floating on its body, making a zzz sound. What is this android? I don't have any impression at all. This dilapidated artificial man looks more than 2 meters tall, and Li Shu didn't think about it after thinking about it for a long time. It seems to be a defective product. The appearance of Android 17 and Android 18 is after the Frisia plot, and there is still a long time before now, and there is still a long way to go in the development of androids at this stage. However, judging from the traces of the battle on the spot, Wukong did not win very easily, obviously suffering the first time against the android, and was caught off guard by the loss of inexperience. Judging by the blood stains on the ground, Gaku seems to be still slightly injured. Unfortunately, the android had already suffered severe damage, and the Eye of War was unable to capture the combat power and manifest it. Visually inspect the appearance of about 50 combat strength. Li Shu couldn't help but smack his tongue, and had to admit that the doctor behind the Red Ribbon Legion was a real genius. At this stage, such a powerful android can be created. No wonder it can be created in a few years to create an android with the strength of number 17 and number 18. If this doctor is co-opted, there should be a reward for hidden achievements, right? Li Shu had a bold idea. It would be a pity if such a person died. If this genius doctor can be given enough time, maybe one day in the future, it is not impossible to create an artificial human comparable to the god of destruction. If I'm not mistaken, a perverted species like Shalo was also created by this genius doctor. It's really unimaginable that a powerful being who can create a bunch of instant kills called Frisia the Emperor of the Universe with just scientific and technological means. Even in the late stage, the surviving Android 17 also participated in the power conference jointly organized by the multi-universe destruction gods, and those who were eligible to participate were the strongest in each universe. If Dr. Genius were still alive, it would be hard to imagine how far he would have been able to develop the android technology. Maybe it's the same as the Scion, and finally make a super android, a super blue android, and the god of the android, and then learn through AI, and deduce the performance of the free and extreme intention to load it on the android, and Jillian will give you seconds. The more Li Shu thought about it, the more excited he became. He really wanted to see this plot. This genius doctor, he is bound to win. The plot of Dragon Ball has been revised, I said it. Just when Li Shu was emotionally uncalm, a ding sound suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations! Trigger the hidden achievement quest, drive GRO's future and save Dr. GRO at a critical moment to turn him right. Quest reward, Android Handbook. Please note that if you fail a hidden mission, the reward will disappear permanently. Li Shu's eyes lit up suddenly. Sure enough, it was exactly what he thought. Emotions are the key to triggering tasks. Not only other people, but also myself can be triggered. This is undoubtedly good news. Li Shu hurriedly took out a small notebook and wrote it down. Li Shu, who had finished making the record, did not rush upstairs. His cultivation purpose was different from that of Wukong. He was mainly here to do tasks. I also tested killing a soldier just now, but I didn't get the progress of punish the evil. In other words, meaningless fights do not accomplish this task. Opening the doors of the rooms on the second floor, Li Shu looked forward to finding some criminals. To be able to join the Red Ribbon Legion, known as the most evil organization in the world, the people in it are not good people without exception. More or less have committed some crimes, and it is undoubtedly a good place to brush up on tasks. In Li Shu's eyes, all of them are task indicators, and naturally they can't let go of any of them, and they all have to break their legs and be captured alive. It's not certain whether the bug will be successful, but if it does, it would be a loss if you didn't prepare in advance. It won't take too long to verify the results, just wait for the police to come. Li Shu was very patient, and did not let go of any room, as well as the place where people could hide, not even the mouse hole, and directly blasted it open to see if there was a secret room inside. But to his regret, no one was found, and he didn't know if he had already fled. It doesn't matter, if you want to escape, you have to run up, you are blocked downstairs, and you can't escape any of them. Even if he flies a plane, it is useless. With his current flight speed and the ability of dinosaur legs to resist the sky, he has an absolute dominance in the air chase battle. Escaping in a flying apparatus will only become a living target for him. When he came to the third floor, the scene in front of him surprised Li Shu. Forest? There is even a man-made lake. Li Shu opened his eyes, and the third floor was turned into the ecological environment of the primeval forest. There is also a wooden house next to the man-made lake, but Gaku and the enemy are not seen. Li Shu only sensed it slightly, and sensed Wukong's chi somewhere on the third floor, as well as an unfamiliar chi. Judging from the strength of the chi, the unfamiliar chi is not too strong, and when converted into combat effectiveness, it is about 50. The direction of action of these two chi is exactly where he is now, so Li Shu didn't bother to go to Wukong, just waiting here. Looking at the wooden house, Li Shu couldn't help it a little. How could he do it if he didn't go to search for it? As soon as he entered the house, Li Shu saw that the wooden bed was full of cool magazines. Li Shu quietly picked up a copy and flipped through it. The turtle immortal must like to read it. I just helped him keep it, but I have to check it first. After all, the requirements of the turtle immortal are still quite high. This is not too small, the turtle immortal likes the big one. At this moment, Wukong and that strange breath had already appeared outside the door. What are you doing? Put it down. Put it down. That's what I've treasured for years, and I can't buy it outside. At the same time, an angry voice suddenly sounded behind him. Big brother, do you like to watch these as much as Grandpa Turtle Immortal? Goku's voice also came. Cheeky LV1, passively triggered. Li Shu stopped the movements in his hand, turned around without a red face and a heartbeat, and said seriously, Wukong, you also know that the Turtle Immortal likes to watch. But what you don't know is that he is very demanding. Big brother, I am testing the quality, not watching, and I will take it back to honor his old man when the time comes. Big brother, I'm reading Spring and Autumn. Spring and Autumn? Gaku apparently didn't understand what it meant. Damn! Damn it! You have seen my treasure. I wanted to play with you, but now I'm going to get serious. Anyone who has seen my treasure will die. They. Purple Ninja was furious, his left hand grabbed the hilt of the long sword behind his back, and his right hand made a seal in front of him, with a solemn look on his face. Let me show you what is the strength of the upper ninja. Li Shu's eyelids lifted, Combat Strength, 53. Chapter 48. It's not that Li Shu hasn't seen the Hokage, but the upper ninja in front of him and the upper ninja in the Hokage are completely two different concepts. The upper ninja with a combat power of 53 is really a bit ridiculous. However, playing ninjutsu in the Dragon Ball world, the upper limit is already limited. It can only be said that the ninja in front of him, who is dressed in purple and still wearing black mesh underwear, has chosen the wrong profession and is useless. I saw the purple ninja's eyes glare, and with a song, he left an afterimage in place, and his true body had disappeared. Hey, he's gone. Gaku stared around with wide eyes, he hadn't seen the purple ninja's movements just now. Li Shu also didn't see it clearly, which surprised him a little, but the combat power of 53 above his head, and the chi that was not hidden, exposed the whereabouts of the purple ninja. That's it. Li Shu looked at the place where the purple ninja had been standing with strange eyes, and there was a piece of cloth on the ground with a texture and color similar to the ground. To tell the truth, this cloth is well made, if it weren't for the fact that there was a person hiding underneath, which made the ground bulge, it really wouldn't be visible at a glance. A ninja who can't completely hide his own chi, and his IQ is still a little problematic. This is the first impression evaluation given by Li Shu. Here. Even Gaku, who didn't seem very smart, soon discovered the hiding place of the purple ninja and walked on it and danced happily. The purple ninja screamed in pain, got up from the ground in an instant, and looked at the two of them in shock. You were able to break my invisibility. Li Shu looked at the ninja speechlessly, and he didn't know if this guy was really stupid or pretending. Such inferior methods are probably found by everyone. But either way, he wasn't going to waste time. Not this time. The purple ninja's next words surprised Li Shu. I wasn't ready just now, now you close your eyes and count for 30 seconds, if you can still find me, even if you are amazing. Li Shu was speechless and planned to do it directly, but Wukong laughed and said, okay, but I can only count to 16, you have to tell me how to count after 16. Alas! Li Shu held his forehead with one hand and said speechlessly, Wukong, you play slowly with the ninja, big brother, I will go up first, remember to capture it alive, big brother is in urgent need. Okay big brother. Wukong nodded seriously, wrenching his fingers to think about what is behind 16. Don't go. You haven't seen my true ninjutsu yet. The purple ninja dodged and stopped in front of Li Shu. Get out. Intellectual retardation. Li Shu couldn't bear it anymore, so he slapped it away and walked towards the 4th floor. At the moment when he stepped on the stairs, he suddenly felt 4 unfamiliar chi around him, which made Li Shu startled, and he hurriedly jumped back. At the same time, a series of cold lights suddenly lit up, accompanied by a large number of sounds of breaking the air, all of which were boomerangs, shurikens, plum blossom darts and other hidden weapons, shooting towards his previous location. After dodging the sneak attack, Li Shu looked at it and was immediately shocked. I saw 4 identical purple ninjas appear in front of me. Doppelganger. Li Shu looked back at the purple ninja just now, who was making strange movements with his hands sealed. Truly, you can see how powerful my ninjutsu is, this is a doppelganger. The purple ninja laughed, smiling proudly. Doppelganger? Li Shu was a little puzzled, he looked at the combat power on the head of another ninja. Combat strength, 45 combat strength, 51 combat strength, 39 combat strength, 49. And the different 5 chi are not the same person's chi at all. Are you really a doppelganger? Li Shu asked suspiciously. As he spoke, Without waiting for the purple ninja's answer, Li Shu made an instant move, and the speed was extremely fast, leaving an afterimage of the ground. The 4 purple ninjas screamed at the same time, accompanied by the sound of broken leg bones. Omega Omega! The purple ninja who was posing in the shape of a doppelganger technique was stunned by the scene in front of him, and a flash of fear flashed in his eyes. You call this a doppelganger? Li Shu asked with a strange expression. You can't be quintuplets, right? Was. You found out? The purple ninja said in fear, then turned around and ran without the slightest hesitation. Li Shu had just solved the 4 younger brothers of his compatriots in an instant, and his great strength had completely destroyed his confidence. Wukong, these people are too weak to have the effect of cultivation, so let's solve it as soon as possible. In the purple ninja, Li Shu had completely lost his patience, and added, when the time comes, the eldest brother will accompany you to fight. Really? Eldest brother? Gaku was so excited that he jumped up from the ground with joy, took out the golden hoop stick behind his back, and instantly chased after the fleeing purple ninja and knocked him to the ground with a stick. Li Shu tied up the quintuplets in a knot to prevent them from escaping, and then walked towards the 4th floor. General White in the monitoring room, such a result already frightened him. We can't go on like this. General White took out his walkie-talkie and yelled, bring Cyborg 8 here. On the 4th floor of Masruda, Li Shu looked at the empty surroundings and fell into deep thought. Why is there no one? Where are all these people hiding? Li Shu felt very puzzled. From the outside, this Masruda is the 5th floor at its highest. Could it be that they are all concentrated on the 5th floor to protect General White? It seems that this is the only possibility. Just as Li Shu was looking for the stairs leading to the 5th floor, he found himself lost. The structure of the entire 4th floor is like a labyrinth. It's really nerve-wracking. I'm a road idiot. Li Shu directly summoned the holographic Dragon Ball radar and turned on the navigation. With the help of navigation, it was not long before the stairs leading to the 5th floor were found. The moment he stepped onto the 5th floor, Li Shu was overjoyed because he was surrounded by a group of soldiers armed with guns. The innermost door opened at this moment, and General White walked to the door, not approaching Li Shu and Wukong. In front of him, there was also a tall and strong man, who looked very strong. I didn't expect you to find it so quickly. Since you are in a hurry to find death, I will fulfill you. Do it, kill them for me. General White gave the order, and the soldier immediately pulled the trigger, and a dense burst of bullets was fired. However, all this is in vain for Li Shu and Wukong. The 2 of them divided 5 by 2, knocking all these soldiers to the ground in an instant, and Li Shu even broke their legs. Android 8. What are you still standing? If you don't hurry up, kill these 2 for me. General White's eyes swelled with fear, and he yelled angrily at the strong man in front of him. Android 8? Li Shu suddenly became alert, although he didn't remember the plot of Android 8 at all, but the strength of this kind of numbered android should not be underestimated. Chapter 49. Just when Li Shu was waiting for him, the words of Android 8 made everyone stunned. I don't. In 2 short words, it is said to the point. Even Li Shu wondered if he had heard it wrong. Weren't you in the same group? Only to hear Android 8 continue, I won't help you do evil. You dare to disobey my orders? Have you forgotten who made you? We are your parents. Annoyed, General White pulled out a red-buttoned remote control from his bosom. Have you forgotten that you still have a bomb in your body? If you dare to disobey my orders, I will blow you up right now. Cyborg 8's face suddenly showed a look of embarrassment. Not only that, but I'm going to kill all the people in your village. Your village chief is still being held by me, and you don't want anything to happen to him, do you? It just so happened that Dr. Gro's experiment was still a few test subjects. General White gritted his teeth and threatened. Android 8 finally relented, and he stepped out to stand in front of him. Li Shu frowned and looked at Android 8, I don't know why, the eye of fighting did not show the opponent's combat power value. He couldn't detect the presence of qi in the other party. Therefore, it is not possible to make an accurate judgment. It seems that the eye of fighting needs to be upgraded a little more. Li Shu thought secretly in his heart. As for General White on the side, Li Shu didn't pay attention to the pitiful 20 points of combat power at all. At this moment, Wukong on the side suddenly moved. His speed was extremely fast. He directly bypassed the android, and kicked the remote control in General White's hand. Under General White's terrified gaze, Gaku stepped on the remote control with a few kicks. Damn bastard! General White panicked and hurriedly retreated to the command room and locked the door. Wukong smiled at Android 8 and said, "Uncle, I'll help you destroy the remote control, so you don't have to help them do bad things." "Thank you." Android 8 also had a happy smile on his face, and continued, "I'm going to rescue the village chief. I'm afraid I can't help you deal with General White now. By the way, what's your name?" "Monkey King." "Son Wukong, thank you again." After Thanksgiving, Cyborg 8 leaves to save the imprisoned village chief. Without the obstruction of Android 8, Li Shu kicked open the door of the command room, thinking that there was some secret room inside, and General White had already escaped. Unexpectedly, General White sat in it decently, and the previous panic had disappeared. "I have to admit that I underestimated you. I've already hidden the second planet. If you kill me, don't even think about finding it in this life." General White smoked a cigar and looked fearless. Li Shu glanced at the holographic Dragon Ball radar, then pointed to the wall next to him and said, "There is a treasure room here, and the 2 planets are in it." "General!" White's face changed suddenly, and he looked at Li Shu in shock. "How do you know?" Then he became depressed and sat there weakly. "I'm sorry, but we have a more accurate Dragon Ball radar." Li Shu and Gaku took a step forward. The corners of General White's mouth suddenly rose, and a triumphant smirk appeared on his face, and he quickly pressed a button on the console. I saw that the floor under Li Shu and Wukong's feet suddenly cracked, and the two fell down instantly. "Haha! You're dead. Any idea what's down there? That's a big fat dragon from the demon realm. Even if you can fight again, it's useless. Haha! Oh!" General White's laughter stopped abruptly, and the smile on his face immediately froze, dumbfounded. Omega Omega! I saw that Li Shu and Wukong actually flew up, suspended in midair, and looked at him with a sneer. "Fly? Fly? No way! It's absolutely impossible. Why do you fly? Big brother, what is the big fat dragon? I heard that he looked very powerful, and I wanted to ask for advice." Both of them ignored the shocked General White, and Gaku said with high spirits, "Okay, I'll leave it to Big Brother here." Li Shu knew Wukong's character, and there was no reason to refuse. To be honest, he was also quite curious about what the big fat dragon was. "By the way, remember to catch it alive, maybe it's delicious." After Li Shu admonished him, Wukong flew down excitedly. After Wukong left, General White's scream soon rang out in the command room. At first, General White's mouth was quite hard, and he would rather die than give in, but after eating a few fairy beans, after experiencing that he couldn't survive and couldn't die, he finally compromised and confessed his crime. "And the whereabouts of Dr. Gro? Do you have a picture?" Li Shu asked. General White shook his head. "I haven't seen Dr. Gro either." Li Shu said regretfully, "Now you have 2 choices, the first one. Forget it, I'd better just break your legs." In the command room, the miserable screams of General White rang out again. Then, Li Shu opened the door of the treasure room with a punch, and looted the 2 planets and the money inside. "By the way, how many of you are in Masruta?" Li Shu asked again, "Is there a roster?" 73 people, the roster is in the drawer." General White was completely frightened and did not dare to conceal it in the slightest. Li Shu glanced at the list, counted the soldiers tied to the ground, and found that there were still 3 left. There are 3 people left, and they called over. General White pointed to his leg and looked at Li Shu in fear. Can you lift me to the console? I'm sorry, I'm a little heavy, but I'm also doing this for your good. If you don't break your legs, you'll try your best to escape. If you run away, I will kill you, so I broke your leg to save your life. You have to understand me. Are you talking about human words? General White looked at Li Shu with even more horror. Also, I know you're having a hard time right now, but you have to learn to overcome it on your own. Don't you always add trouble to others? Don't you still have hands? You can crawl over here. With the unremitting efforts of General White, dragging the crippled body, he finally climbed to the console and called the remaining 3 people over the walkie-talkie. Big brother, save me. At this time, Wukong's voice calling for help suddenly came from below. Li Shu's face changed. It shouldn't be. In his perception, the strength of the big fat dragon locked up underground is a big difference compared to Wukong. At most 60 combat power, how could Gaku not be able to beat it? Before he had time to think about it, Li Shu grabbed General White on the side, and under his frightened expression, they flew underground together. Chapter 50. You're crazy. Here's a big fat dragon down there. Get up there. Hurry up and get up. I don't want to die yet. We're all going to die. I admit that you are strong, but you don't know anything about the power of the big fat dragon. Please. Don't fly any further. General White was crippled and struggling frantically in Li Shu's hands, and the fear of death made him forget the pain of his wound for a moment. Ignoring General White's pleas and advice, Li Shu sped up and was already able to see what was happening below. I saw a creature covered in pink, with an extremely fat body and an extremely ugly appearance, with 2 soft tentacles on the top of its head, which were emitting electricity. Under the attack of the electricity, Gaku was unable to move by the electricity, his face was full of pain, and his tongue was spit out. Combat power, 65. Looking at the combat power on the top of the big fat dragon, Li Shu was a little hard to believe that Wukong actually lost to this ugly thing. But after thinking about Wukong's fighting style at this time, he was quickly relieved. Maybe at the beginning, I had a playful heart, and I didn't take it seriously, and I wanted to try the limit of the big fat dragon, but I was caught off guard. Judging from the size of the big fat dragon, this monster is fat and should be very resistant to beating. Li Shu flew in the sky, and when he raised his hand, a ray of energy shot towards the tentacles of the big fat dragon. The imaginary picture of the tentacle breaking did not happen, but only the tentacle was crooked a little. Although he didn't do much damage, he interrupted the attack of the electric current, and Gaku recovered from his paralyzed state with a look of fear on his face. He never thought that this monster would actually discharge. Big brother, my attack hit this monster, he didn't do anything at all, not even the turtle sect Qigong had no effect. Wukong frowned and said with a look of confusion. The person has been saved, let's go up quickly, you can't fight the big fat dragon, this is our Masruda's last secret weapon. General White hurriedly urged. Li Shu ignored him, it was impossible for him to leave. Because just now, the sound of the system sounded. Ding! Congratulations, triggering the limited time achievement mission White's Shock. Mission requirements, kill the big fat dragon in seconds within 30 seconds. Reward, Epiphany Potion Boosting Scroll. Epiphany Potion Boosting Scroll, as the name suggests, 100% success. With this reward, how could Li Shu let it go? Keep your eyes open and look at it, it's you, who don't know anything about my power. After saying this, Li Shu's gaze began to become fierce, and a terrifying aura was rapidly climbing in his body. If General White could see the combat power above Li Shu's head, he would find that the value was skyrocketing wildly. A few hundred points a second. The powerful qi almost condensed into substance, turning into a white aura that enveloped Li Shu. His combat power at the moment has soared to 1,370 points. But the speed of the increase in combat power has not stopped or slowed down, but is still rising wildly. Combat strength, 3,000. Ode. Wukong and General White's eyes widened at this moment, only to see that the white aura around Li Shu's body had turned golden at this moment. Not only that, but even the hair has turned blonde. Combat power, 4,950. At this moment, Li Shu was surrounded by golden aura, his golden hair stood up, and his angular face looked like a sense of oppression that was not angry and arrogant. It's the Super Saiyan form. The original 50-fold increase in combat power has been increased to 52 times after the Saiyan bloodline has been increased to LV1. Combat power 5,148. vs combat power 65. Just the wisp of coercion released by the Super Saiyan form suppressed the big fat dragon and couldn't move, and his eyes were full of horror. Li Shu turned sideways and stretched out his right hand to aim at the big fat dragon, and the terrifying energy fluctuations quickly condensed in his palm, emitting a blue light. Boom! With the blessing of the charged buff, a moment later, a violent turtle sect Qigong surged out, completely submerging the big fat dragon, and the wall behind it instantly blasted out a big hole. When the terrifying turtle chi function dissipated, the figure of the big fat dragon was no longer visible, and it had already disappeared. The howling cold wind, accompanied by goose-feather-like snowflakes blowing from the broken hole, made the frightened General White shudder back to his senses, and then suddenly looked at the man covered in golden light on the side. His eyes were full of indelible shock. Wukong on the side was already shocked, and this powerful force made him feel fear from the depths of his soul. Ding! Limited time achievement mission White's shock completed. Get the reward, Epiphany Potion Boosting Scroll. Plus 10 achievement. The corners of Li Shu's mouth rose and he withdrew from the Super Saiyan mentality. Under normal circumstances, he was not sure that he would kill the big fat dragon with one blow. After all, Wukong's combat power is the same as his, and even Wukong can't break through the defense of the big fat dragon, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to do it. There were only 30 seconds to spare, and in order to ensure the completion of the task, Li Shu decisively used all his strength, not wanting any accidents to happen. At the same time, he also wants to experience what it's like to transform into a Super Saiyan. Not to mention, it's pretty cool. It's just a bit physically draining, and he can't last too long with his current 99 combat power physique. In just a few seconds, he felt like his strength was almost exhausted. Fortunately, there are a lot of fairy beans, and after the transformation, he ate one, and his state returned to his peak. With the end of Li Shu's transformation, General White and Wukong came back to their senses. It's so strong. Wukong looked at Li Shu excitedly, his eyes full of war. General White was already stunned, how could his jaw not close, and he looked at Li Shu in shock. Coincidentally, as soon as Li Shu finished dealing with all the enemies in Masruta, a rapid siren sounded in the distance. 5 police cars sped along the snowy road. But when they got close to Masruta 500 meters, they stopped, and 2 men got out of the car and watched with binoculars. Li Shu dragged General White out of Masruta, waved at the policeman 500 meters away, and shouted. Here! Come on! They've all been subdued by me. They. Police officer holding 2 binoculars in the distance suddenly showed a look of shock on his face. Naturally, they saw General White dragging in Li Shu's hand. There are many people in the Red Ribbon Legion. They all have records in the police department, and they are no strangers to General White. I saw the 2 police officers put down their binoculars, said a few words to the people in the car, and then got back into the police car and drove towards Masruta. Li Shu was too far away to hear what he was saying, but as long as he came over. Whether the bug can be successfully stuck depends on this last critical moment. P.S. Kneel and beg for a free little gift. Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy some free gifts. Chapter 51. Hey, it's you. The police car pulled up in front of Masruda, and 10 heavily armed officers stepped out of the car. One of the female police officers was surprised when she saw Li Shu and Wukong. The moment he saw the female police officer, Li Shu was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. Officially, my name is Jing Yuya, and am you the police again? Fortunately, my name is Li Shu, this is my younger brother Sun Wukong. That's right, I called the police again. Li Shu smiled brightly. Jing Yuya glanced at General White on the side and asked in disbelief, did you really destroy Masruda? Yes, I'm afraid it's not enough for you to send only 5 police cars, and the rest of the criminals have already been tied up, just inside the tower, counting General White, a total of 77 people. But I'm sorry, I accidentally killed one in the process of legitimate defense, and now there are 76 people left. You shouldn't be pursuing it, are you? Li Shu asked. 77 people? Wouldn't that be 2 vs 77? The police officer gasped, looking at the big and small ones who were fine. They were really a little incredulous. They once sent hundreds of police officers, but they fled with heavy losses. I have something to do, can you get them away quickly? Rest assured, they have all confessed their sins. I can ask them to confess their sins again in front of you, so please make sure you take a record. Li Shu said seriously. After a brief silence, Jing Yuya stayed behind to inquire about what had happened, and the remaining 9 officers cautiously walked into Masruda. You said you were passing through here, and they attacked you, so you had to defend yourself, and then you caught them all. That's it, what's the problem? Li Shu looked at Jing Yuya with a smile, took out a dinosaur leg, and took a bite. Do you want some? Jing Yuya's eyes widened. She didn't see that the dinosaur meat that was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, exuding an enticing fragrance, was taken from it. The key is still steaming, as if it had just been baked. Big brother, give me a bite. Gaku opened his mouth and was about to bite it. As a result, it still bites into the air, which makes Satoru scream. It didn't take long for the wounded in Masruda to be lifted out one after another. The police officers were completely shocked by the scene in front of them, 76 bandits, and seeing 76 bandits with their own eyes, completely 2 different feelings. In particular, these 76 people all had comminuted fractures of both legs. They took out their computers and went through the process of verifying the identities of the 76 people one by one, and found that all of them were wanted criminals on record. This saved Li Shu a lot of time, and he didn't have to make these people confess again. Li Shu was worried at first that the 5 police cars would not be able to bring back so many criminals, but it was not until the police took out the universal capsule and summoned 5 more police cars that he realized that his worries were unnecessary. This was a great inspiration to Li Shu. His dimensional storage space is only 4 square meters so far, and it can't fit large items at all. However, if you receive a large item in the universal capsule, the space of 4 square meters is not too big. Why did I forget the all-purpose capsule? Li Shu was a little annoyed. And put the matter of buying universal capsules on the agenda. Build a smart house first, and then build a few intelligent robots, so that it is much more convenient to eat and wear in the wild. I still haven't changed my mindset. He and Wukong stayed in Baizai Mountain for 5 years, living the life of a savage, which made his thinking a little rigid, ignoring the convenience brought by technology. As the police force left, the sound of the system sounded. Ding! Achievement ring Punish Evil, current progress 80/300. It's done. Li Shu's face was happy, and he was in a very happy mood. No more, no less, just 76 points more. In this way, as long as the entire Red Ribbon Legion is destroyed, this task of punishing traitors and eliminating evil should be completed. There are 4 days left before the time to check into the Red Ribbon Legion. The location of the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Regiment has been learned from General White. Just as Li Shu was about to destroy Masruda and complete the final mission, he suddenly remembered something. "Where's Android 8? Wukong, did you see that? Hey!" Gaku had apparently forgotten about this person as well, scratching the back of his head with a dazed look. Not being able to perceive the chi of an artificial person is indeed a troublesome thing. The levels of eye of battle and chi sense are still too low. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and in Li Shu's line of sight, Masruda was leaning. The figure of Android 8 appeared in sight at the same time. This guy came out of nowhere, and at the moment he was pushing the foundation of Masruda, trying to destroy the building. Li Shu was immediately anxious. This was his own task, and he directly transformed into a Super Saiyan again, and before the android number 8, a turtle faction Kigong blasted Masruda into scum. Ding! Achievement mission: Destroy Masruda completed. Reward: Omni Breath. +5 achievement. Almighty Breathing: in any environment, you will not suffocate. Li Shu returned to normal, and after eating a fairy bean, he breathed a sigh of relief, and now transforming into a Super Saiyan is still too heavy for his body. Android 8 stood in front of the ruins of Masruda with a confused expression, his gaze shifting to Li Shu. "No thanks, it's just that you're pushing too hard, so I'll help you." Thank you, thank you." Android 8 thanked him and walked over with the village chief. At the kind invitation of the village chief and Android 8, Li Shu declined the invitation to sit in their village. Looking at the closest position to them on the holographic Dragon Ball radar, Li Shu and Wukong set off again. The picture shows a 3-planet planet, and the surrounding environment looks like it is in a cave, and it is held in the hands of a statue in the shape of a pirate. Around the statue, there are countless gold and silver jewels. After sacking Masruda's wealth, Li Shu was no longer interested in money. Strange, how can the location of this cave be displayed in the sea? 30 kilometers away from Masruda. General Blue sat in a helicopter and received the latest instructions from the headquarters. Communication is down from Masruda's side? The Dragon Ball radar shows that there are 3 Dragon Balls gathered together and moving towards the sea. When General Blue heard the latest news, his expression was a little moved. Masruda's strength, he knows it. Even the number 1 master in the army is very jealous. Listening to the commander-in-chief, Masruda should be destroyed. Leave a helicopter behind to confirm the situation in Lower Masruda, and the rest of the people turn around and head towards the sea. General Blue was not long in giving the latest order. Chapter 52. Li Shu stood on the surface of the sea and fell into deep thought. He can stay underwater for as long as he wants, but what about Gaku? Submarine? I can afford to buy it, but I can't open it. It seems that she has to go on a trip to the Genius Girl Boomer, and it shouldn't be difficult for her to drive a submarine, right? Or separate from Gaku. Let him go and practice alone. Or maybe you're waiting for yourself on the sea. Li Shu thought about it and planned to let Gaku decide for himself. To be honest, after eliminating the 2 units of the Red Ribbon Legion in a row, Li Shu felt that the strength of the Red Ribbon Legion could not bring too much pressure to Wukong. At present, the best way to practice is to climb the Kalin Tower, and then the 2 of them practice, fight to the death, and then eat fairy beans, crazy card bug, and the combat power is clicking. But this premise is to obtain the desire to be not afraid of pain. Otherwise, under the debuff of 100 times the pain, what kind of torture will you suffer? It's chilling to think about. Li Shu informed Wukong of his thoughts. So, Gaku, what are you going to do? Wukong thought seriously for a while and said, Big brother, then I'll wait for you at Kalin Tat. Okay, don't worry, Wukong, in 4 days at most, the eldest brother will be able to collect 7 Dragon Balls, and then go to you, let's have a good fight. In this way, after Li Shu informed Kalin Ta of his whereabouts, he separated from Gaku and plunged headlong into the sea. After 10 minutes, Li Shu, who acted alone, was much faster, and under the guidance of navigation, he quickly and successfully got the 3 planets in the cave under the sea. Just as he flew out of the sea and headed for the next Dragon Ball, he was suddenly stopped by more than a dozen fighter jets. "Is that him? Report to General Blue, it's him. Didn't you say one big and one small? Maybe the other little one died in Masruda. Makes sense, then. Fire, let me see his depths." General Blue took out a rose and sniffed it in front of his nose with a nonchalant look. In one-on-one situations, he is not afraid of anyone. He is completely confident in his own strength, and for no other reason, in addition to his great physique and strength, he also has a superpower. This superpower has helped him solve all the powerful opponents, and he has been invincible repeatedly. Is it the Red Ribbon Legion again? As soon as they met, the other party couldn't help but open fire, and he had such a powerful firepower that he couldn't think of anyone else except for the Red Ribbon Legion for the time being. "Okay, I'll find myself." Li Shu did not knock them down immediately, but flew towards an isolated island in the distance, intending to capture them all alive. Seeing that Li Shu was beaten by their powerful firepower and fled, General Blue immediately sneered. "What? That's it? Forget about Siraba's waste. I didn't expect the Masruda controlled by White to be destroyed in the hands of this kid." Just now, he had confirmed the news that Masruda had been destroyed. He must have used some kind of despicable means. "Chase it over, remember to catch it alive. This kid looks thin and tender, I like it very much." General Blue actually gave a flying kiss in the direction of Li Shu's escape. The soldier sitting next to him couldn't help but shudder, thinking of some bad past. On the isolated island, Li Shu rushed headlong into the jungle, pretending to dodge, and waiting for all the flying machines to land. When he was sure that everyone had landed, he stopped and calmly watched the pursuers. "Run, why don't you run?" General Blue said regretfully, "I like the posture in the back the most, the way you run away is really exciting." Vonma. Li Shu couldn't stand it. He didn't expect to encounter such a pervert. Even if he didn't want this 1 point of progress, he was bound to raise the ashes of this pervert. Just when General Blue was about to flirt a few words, Li Shu moved. A golden aura ignited around him, his golden hair stood on end, and his cold gaze swept around like a sharp blade. A shot is a big move. Yuxian Bean is so capricious. That damn pervert, he didn't want to see it for a moment. Ode. Just when everyone was still shocked how Li Shu managed to dye his hair instantly. What is the golden aura around the body? Li Shu had disappeared from their field of vision. Meanwhile, General Blue's screams suddenly rang out. The soldiers were shocked and looked over. I saw that a large hole appeared in General Blue's crotch, abdomen, and chest, and his face was full of horror, which soon turned into a strong unwillingness. "My superpowers haven't been used yet, my superpowers haven't been used yet. I'm unwilling, I'm unwilling." Then he fell to the ground, and he could not die again. "Surrender or kill." A faint voice came from the air, and all the soldiers looked up. Looking at the man flying in the sky, dazed and fearful spread in their hearts. There are also a small number of soldiers who are full of blood, and they shoot when they raise their guns. It wasn't until they realized that the bullets had no effect that they laid down their weapons in despair. 1 hour later, Li Shu learned of their crime and skillfully called the police. "The Red Ribbon Legion again? Wait, your voice sounds familiar." "That's right, it's me again. I can't help it, they have to take revenge on me, I have to defend myself. There are 36 people this time, so you should bring more people." After waiting for another 30 minutes or so, the officers finally came. "Officer Jinjuya, we're meeting again." Looking at the oncoming female police officer, Li Shu smiled and said hello. "I don't know if you know a person named Uegokamai." "I don't know." Jing Yuya shook her head, "Is she your friend?" "No, I don't know either, it's an actor my friend likes, and it's about the same name as yours, so ask. And, coincidentally, you look alike, but you're even better, a little taller than her. Don't you know? How do you know we look alike? It's my friend who knows, he described it to me. I really don't know who Uagagami is, I usually read Spring and Autumn. The two were also acquaintances, and after chatting for a while, the other police officers also checked the identities of these soldiers and put them all on the helicopter. At the same time, the sound of the system came as promised. Ding! Achievement Quest Ring Punish Evil, Current Progress 116/300. Li Shu couldn't help but show a smile on his face, and when he turned on the holographic Dragon Ball radar again, he was stunned for a moment, but soon became happy. Yes, the Red Ribbon Legion actually helped me collect 2, so only the last Dragon Ball remains. Chapter 53. Hey! What's going on? Where is the last Dragon Ball? Li Shu was a little confused, and the location of the last Dragon Ball was not shown on the holographic Dragon Ball radar. Something is wrong, the location of the 7 Dragon Balls was clearly shown at the beginning. After thinking about it, Li Shu only thought of one possibility. That is, in addition to him and the Red Ribbon Legion, there are also third forces looking for the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. It is very likely that this third-party force has mastered the device to block the Dragon Ball signal. Therefore, the signal of the last Dragon Ball disappeared on the holographic Dragon Ball radar. Do you want to improve the holographic Dragon Ball radar? Li Shu quickly repudiated this decision, and even if it was improved, it would not necessarily be able to detect the blocked signal. This is a problem. Li Shu sat cross-legged on the dinosaur's lap, touching his chin and falling into deep thought. Try to recall the memories of Dragon Ball more than 20 years ago in your mind, and whether you can find the whereabouts of Dragon Ball without the need for Dragon Ball radar. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Corps, the Commander-in-Chief is furious. Damn! Those 3 pieces of waste all failed. Looks like we have to ask that person to help. Contact the number 1 killer Tao Bibai immediately. Yes. After 10 minutes. The Commander-in-Chief looked at the man in front of him with a murderous face, wearing a pink robe and a big word kill embroidered on his chest. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. There is no change in the expression on Tao Bibai's face, and he always looks like a murderer, as if he is telling others all the time that I am a ruthless killer. I have to say that he has handled his character very well. The strongest killer in the world is not cheap, say let me kill whom, the reward for killing a person is 100 million. Tao Bibai went straight to the point and said the amazing price. But you're lucky. Today is the anniversary of my 20th year in the industry, and in order to commemorate this day, I plan to do a killing big reward event, which can give you a discount. Kill one person, 50 million is enough. Are you really peachy? Adjutant Brock muttered quietly. You can try. Brack hurriedly waved his hand, and the Commander-in-Chief said with a smile, no problem, you can as much as you want, as long as you kill that person for me. There it is. Li Shu, who was thinking about it for a long time, finally thought of a key plot character in Dragon Ball, the divination mother-in-law. This is a character with divination abilities, and the mount is a crystal ball through which she is able to divinate what she wants to know. If I'm not mistaken, she seems to be the sister of the turtle immortal. The dusty memory fragments gradually recovered, which reminded Li Shu of a lot of plots. Unfortunately, he didn't know the exact location of the soothsayer. Taking out the map and looking at it, Li Shu found that the location he was at the moment was not too far from the island of the turtle immortals. At the same time, a ding sound sounded in my head. Ding! Trigger the side check-in quest Granny Fortune. Check-in reward, Super Earthling Bloodline. The moment he heard the reward, Li Shu was stunned for a second, and then quickly became shocked. Super Earthling Blood? Li Shu immediately became excited. When he watched Dragon Ball before, he was wondering why the Earthlings were inferior to the Scions, and even the Namekarians. After all, after Goku got married, he gave birth to son Gohan and son Goten, as well as Vegeta and Boomer's son Trunks. They are all hybrids that combine Earthling and Scion blood. The most important thing is that each one has amazing potential. Especially son Gohan, if he hadn't been delayed by learning, I'm afraid the protagonist of the follow-up Dragon Ball world would have to be replaced. When he saw this plot at that time, he was thinking that since Scion and Earthlings were mixed, they could burst out with such amazing potential. And the android is also outrageously strong, and it also contains the blood genes of the Earthlings in its body. So why is the bloodline of Earthlings so weak? Now that I think about it, it's definitely Uncle Bird who is lazy and too lazy to think about the setting. Super Earthling bloodline, the system also does not give a description, and the upper limit is extremely high. Li Shu looked forward to it, and immediately flew towards the island of the Turtle Immortals. He even wondered if himself, who had both Scion blood and Super Earthling blood, would undergo amazing changes. And as long as the achievement value is enough, the bloodline level can be continuously improved in the future, and the Super Earthling's bloodline has come out, and there may be props for bloodline fusion. If you get the bloodline of the Namek, the frozen demon bloodline of Frisia, you can get all of them, it will be invincible. Super Nami Frozen Scion Earthling. Super Hybrids. Super Mongrel. Thinking of this, Li Shiyi couldn't help laughing. This is too funny. No, this must not be tried, unless there is a bloodline for getting prop, otherwise it will be over when the time comes. There are two tails behind the buttocks, a monkey tail, a mouse tail, and then a green skin. I couldn't help but shudder. If this is seen by other traversers, I am afraid that they will be laughed to death, although the probability is extremely low, but it is not ruled out. After all, with a 99% success rate, he can fail 3 times, and he can't imagine where the bottom line of the system is. What if he is not the only one who crosses over? 5 minutes later, Li Shu came to the Turtle Immortals' hut again. Anyone? Teacher Wu Tian? Klin. Turtles. Lanky. Hey? Aren't you all at home? After looking around and not seeing anyone, Li Shu lay on the recliner outside the house, basking in the sun leisurely. While sorting out the harvest of this time, he waited for the Turtle Immortal to return. Li Shu's achievement value at the moment is as high as 89 points. Heart of War and Spirit of War have yet to figure out what they do. I'm afraid it will take a fierce battle to bring out the power of these two skills. There are still 3 days left, and the task of punishing adultery and eliminating evil can be completed, and the 5,000 achievement points reward must be planned carefully. The skill of Kun Fist is too embarrassing, and it also has a fatal weakness, and once it is used, it cannot be stopped. Li Shu took out the forgetfulness water and decisively forgot this skill, and at the same time tasted what it was like to forget the water. He was worried that in the future battle, if a mistake triggered this skill, it would be the end of the calf. Ding! Congratulations! Earn the achievement First Oblivion skill. Reward, Kun Palm. Plus 5 achievement. Li Shu. P.S. Please give a free gift. Appreciate. Chapter 54. Li Shu was speechless. This forgot about Kun Fist, and there was another Kun Palm. He was on a par with Kun skill. Kun Palm, a palm technique that contains a strong embarrassment, which is infinitely powerful. Please use it with caution. Please use with caution? I don't need to. Li Shu gave up. Even if he obtained the forgetfulness water in the future, he would not waste it on it. The ghost knows if there are any strange skills such as Kun Leg and Kun Whip. But then again, how did the power that got the last Dragon Ball do it? Even the dimensional storage space can't block the Dragon Ball signal? What else is this called dimensional storage? You have a bug in the system, fix it quickly. Li Shu complained in his heart. System, Do you consume 50 achievement points to increase dimensional storage? No. Li Shu decisively refused. He knew that this was the case. System props like this were the lowest grade, and they needed additional upgrades to improve. It's not worth spending 50 achievement points on this at this stage. At this time, Li Shu frowned, sensing an aura far above him, and was rapidly approaching. It's a strange breath. Li Shu hurriedly got up and looked into the distance with a serious expression. This was the most powerful breath he had ever felt. Is the peach white? He had a guess in an instant, and there was a faint expectation in his heart. I don't know if it was under the influence of the Scion bloodline. Li Shu, who didn't like to fight, actually had a strong fighting spirit at this moment. It didn't take long for Li Shu's line of sight to see a black dot appear in the sky in the distance, which was gradually enlarged. The other party's speed is extremely fast, and he can already see the whole picture in the next moment. An old man in a pink coat dressed in a killer logo stood on a flying pillar, his hands behind his back, and he looked at himself with a murderous face. Sure enough, it's the same as in the anime. The flight of the pillar is achieved only by arm strength. Li Shu stood quietly in place, waiting for Tao Bai to land. Tao Bai jumped off the pillar and landed smoothly, and the flying pillar was also exhausted at this moment, and it was fiercely inserted into the ground. Based on this alone, it can be seen that Tao Bai's control of power has reached an astonishing level. Combat Strength, 150. Li Shu took a deep breath and felt unprecedented pressure. He can transform into a Super Scion or a giant ape, both of which have the power to kill each other in seconds. But then the purpose of the practice is lost. Now that he has Super Painkiller in his hand, he can shield 100 times the pain, so that he no longer has to be afraid when fighting. Although the effect of one painkiller can only last for 5 minutes. He still has 28 left, which is enough for this battle. However, in the hand-to-hand fight with Gaku, he seemed to be a little used to the pain of 100 times, and it was not so unbearable. He could clearly feel that his ability to resist strikes had improved. Boy, you are honored to die in the hands of the world's first killer, my Dobai. Tao Bai took out a photo, and after confirming that the target was correct, he threw it on the ground at random. How much does the Red Ribbon Legion bid? Li Shu asked curiously. 50 million. Today is my 20th anniversary. And I can leave you a whole corpse and allow you to choose a way to die. Tao Bai put his hands behind his back and said calmly, as if he had given his opponent a great gift. 50 million? It's a lot of money, but you'll never get it. Really? There is no order that I can't complete in vain. Li Shu suddenly smiled and said, if I give 100 million and let you kill the Crane Immortal, what will you do? Oh. There was finally a hint of fluctuation on Tao Bai's calm face. I didn't expect you to know quite a lot. It seems that you have a bad relationship with that old fellow of the Turtle Immortal, and he even told you this. The Crane Immortal is my brother, and I can choose not to take this order from you. Li Shu was about to chat with Tao Bai about something, wanting to see if he could trigger some tasks. I heard Tao Bai you say, after all, he is my sibling, but as an excellent killer, feelings are just our bargaining chips. 1 billion, I will help you kill him. It turns out that you are also a money-adding layman. How? Need to place an order? Give me 1 billion, I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill my brother. If you add another 100 million, I can help you kill the commander-in-chief. Li Shu was immediately happy. You are really an excellent killer, and the number 1 killer in the world is worthy of your reputation. Have you thought about it? I forgot to tell you, today is my 20th anniversary celebration, and you only need to pay 550 million for the discount. I'm sorry, I was just kidding you. Hearing this, a strong killing intent instantly burst out in Tao Bai's eyes. Then you will pay a terrible price for this. Ding! Congratulations, the achievement quest Peach's Frustration has been triggered. Mission description: defeat Momo Bai under normal conditions. Reward, pain control. Pain control can control the pain perception of self or the target, and the control range is plus or minus 5 times. Cows. Li Shu called Niu Pai in his heart, but before he could remember the last word, the nose of the battle smelled an extremely dangerous breath. The peach in front of him has lost his trace. Not good. I haven't had time to take painkillers yet. Bang. Due to the system's message prompt, Li Shu was briefly distracted for a moment, and it was too late to dodge the sneak attack from behind. The huge pain that hurt his heart filled his entire nerves, and a powerful force ran through his whole body. Centered on the back spine, it spreads wildly in all directions. The extreme pain magnified 100 times, the painful Li Shu couldn't even make a sound, his mouth opened wide silently, and he felt that his heart had stopped. The blood all over his body seemed to stop flowing under the blow, and the shattered spine and bones pierced his intestines and internal organs. He could feel the bleeding going on inside him. Li Shu almost fainted in pain. Fortunately, his ability to resist blows has improved, and the nerve center of the brain has not been fused because of this, and he still remains awake. But in the sober state, it is the most unbearable pain. He felt like he was supposed to die, his body's organs had stopped functioning and were decaying rapidly. Breathing became difficult, consciousness began to blur, and the fear of death hung over me. But the process of death only lasted for a moment, and a mysterious power suddenly surged from his body, which was quickly repairing his fatal wounds. With just one breath, all the fatal injuries were completely repaired, and the body functions and major organs were reborn. Fresh blood flowed rapidly in his body, and Li Shu felt that every cell became stronger. Under the perception of the eye of fighting, he found that his combat power had changed dramatically. Combat strength, 144. From near death to rebirth, under the influence of the Scion bloodline, the combat power has skyrocketed by 45 points. Is this the Scion bloodline under the immortal body? Cow pie. Peach for nothing, right? I'm going to start getting stuck bug. I hope you can give some force. P.S. I read everyone's comments on the previous chapters, and I thought about it, but I didn't sleep all night, and I still wanted to explain a few words for myself. First of all, I am very grateful for everyone's comments, whether they are positive or negative. I have read them carefully and thought about them seriously. I didn't delete anything except for the very obvious personal remarks that I would have deleted. Because I know that I do have a lot of shortcomings. I will also humbly accept everyone's opinions. After all, you really gave heartfelt comments after reading it. For that, I am very grateful to you for making me aware of my problems. My initial idea was to let the protagonist grow up slowly, from a modern lying young man to a strong man. However, it's a pity. It was really difficult to actually write. I hope you can understand the author. I am really working hard to learn, improve, and slowly progress and grow. No one wants to write this book better than I do. I hope everyone taps the spray and doesn't rise to personal attacks. Thank you. Finally, I beg you to give me a little free gift. Chapter 55. Hey! Tao Bibai looked at Li Shu in surprise. He obviously heard the sound of his spine shattering. Judging by his many years of experience in the industry, this kid will definitely die if he takes a solid punch from himself. Even if he doesn't die, he will end up crippled, so why is this kid excited in addition to the pain at the beginning? Li Shu felt that his heart was beating so fast, and the blood in his body began to boil, and a strong battle intent burst out in his heart. Under this strong fighting intent, even the pain that had been magnified 100 times seemed to have weakened a lot. It still hurts, but it's not so unbearable anymore. Not only that, but he also felt a fire burning in his heart, stimulating his brain nerves, making him extremely excited, stronger than taking stimulants. He has only one thought in his heart now, and that is to find someone to have a good fight. And as time passed, the fire in his heart burned more and more, and the strong and powerful heartbeat made him feel like thunder exploding in his ears. Is this the heart of the fight? Li Shu suddenly realized. His eyes looked at Tao Bibai sharply, and the monstrous battle intent from the depths of his heart had almost formed a substance. In the peachy white sight, a fiery red aura was rising around Li Shu's body, and in the aura that burned like a flame, an unparalleled battle intent burst out. Burning fighting spirit. The amazing scene in front of him shocked Tao Bibai. In the past 20 years, he has killed countless strong people, and there has never been a person like the man in front of him, which made his heart shake for the first time. Under the influence of the raging battle intent, he felt that his heartbeat had slowed down by half a beat, and the blood flowing in his body was not so smooth. He felt a chill. Ode. The man in front of him who was burning with war intent disappeared. Tao Bibai instantly retracted his mind, and under the influence of that strong fighting intent, he almost lost his mind and was defeated without a fight. On the front. Tao Bibai is worthy of being the #1 killer. He is extremely sensitive to the capture of killing intent. Although he is one step slower than Li Shu, he also responded in a very short time, crossing his arms in front of him. Bang! A force that is not weaker than him is transmitted in an instant. After blocking the blow, he took advantage of an elbow and began his counterattack. The two fought together in an instant, and the attack speed was so fast that ordinary people could only see some afterimages. Under the influence of the strong fighting intent of the fighting heart, although the pain was reduced to a certain extent, Li Shu was still grinning in pain, but fortunately, he could still bear it. After all, he's used to it. As the battle continued, Li Shu was more and more surprised, and Tao Bibai's control of power was simply wonderful. That's exactly what he's missing. If it weren't for the influence of the fighting spirit, Tao Bibai would not be able to exert his full strength, and he would probably have died several times. Cave wave. Tao Bibai kicked in the air, without the slightest surprise on his face, as if everything was under his control. Even the opponent's dodge was expected by him. He even predicted Li Shu's position in the next second. This is the rich combat experience he has accumulated over the past 20 years. I saw a purple light of energy burst out from his fingertips, but the target was empty. However, in the next second, Li Shu's figure appeared there, his face full of surprise. In this battle with Tao Bibai, he deeply realized his shortcomings. That is the lack of combat experience, and the opponent can easily predict his next move, which makes him fall into a very passive situation. You can be proud to die under my tricks. Tao Bibai put his hands behind his back, full of confidence in his blow. However, the picture he imagined did not happen, and a look of surprise appeared on his originally calm face. Seeing that the purple energy ray was about to hit, Li Shu also raised his hand and pointed at it, and a blue energy ray burst out from his fingertips. The two rays of energy collided together, and an explosion was instantaneous. How can you also be my whole wave? Tao Bibai said in shock. Li Shu fanned the smoke from the explosion in front of him, and said disapprovingly, "Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Is that all you have? What a disappointment for me. Damn!" The confident trick was defused by the opponent with the same means, which made him a little annoyed and rushed up to hand combat again. The corners of Li Shu's mouth hooked up a smile, and he instantly took a super painkiller, and the two fought together again. After a few rounds, Mama Bibai was secretly frightened, and he found that his opponent was growing at an alarming rate. He could clearly feel that Li Shu's control of his own strength had been raised to a higher level. It is no longer a brute force to fight against oneself, and there is no longer a flaw exposed by excessive force due to a mistake in judgment. The man in front of him has reached the realm of freedom in his own control. The shot is more aggressive and bold. This made it difficult for him to grasp Li Shu's flaws again, and he gradually became more and more difficult. And under the suppression of the opponent's strong fighting spirit, his strength can only be exerted 90%, and his body has been injured in many places. Although the opponent was more seriously injured than himself, he became more and more courageous and began to play with injuries for injuries. Just when Tao Bai had no choice but to take Li Shu suddenly made a mistake, revealing a huge flaw. This flaw is enough to be fatal. The peach-white eyes suddenly burst into a fine light, and he instantly seized this opportunity, and slammed his finger into Li Shu's chest like a knife. The familiar sensation, transmitted to him from his fingertips to his arms, it was the sensation that penetrated his chest, and he couldn't have been more familiar. Ah, h! The screams of pain, ringing in my ears, were so pleasant. This difficult opponent finally died in his own hands, and it seems that he will have to ask the Red Ribbon Legion to add money when he returns. Tao Bai pulled his arm out of his opponent's chest in a chic manner, and then put his hands behind his back and looked at the other party indifferently. However, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong, and the expression on Li Shu's face was not only painful, but also a trace of excitement. What's going on? The expression on the face of death is not like this. Shhh, I'll admit, you're really strong. Li Shu coughed up blood as he spoke, and the injury on his chest was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene directly made Tao Bai stupid. I've learned a lot from you. Li Shu took out another immortal bean and swallowed it in his abdomen, and the injuries on his body immediately recovered as before, and his state returned to his peak. Tao Bibai's shocked eyes were about to burst out, and a retreat sprouted in his heart. Not only did he not die when his heart was pierced, but he recovered instantly. Not only that, but the physical strength and condition are back to the peak. How can this be fought? Combat strength, 191. Hee. Feeling the increase in combat power again, Li Shu smiled, took out another immortal bean, and threw it to Tao Bibai. This immortal bean can bring you back to your peak state. I know you're confused right now, but don't be confused. Come, I'll give you another chance to kill me. Chapter 56. Tao Bibai only hesitated for a few seconds before eating the magical bean. A miraculous thing happened, the injuries on his body recovered instantly, and the physical strength that had been consumed by most of them was instantly filled, and his state returned to his peak. You're arrogant. Mama Bai laughed. I was able to kill you twice, and now I can kill you twice. The moment he finished speaking, Tao Bibai attacked again, and said with a hideous face, I don't believe that you can be reborn infinitely. This simply doesn't make sense. You must have paid a terrible price. However, in this encounter, he was horrified to find that the other party had become stronger again. Not only is he free to control his own strength, but he has also reached the peak of wonder like himself. Every punch, every kick, without the slightest waste of power, is just right. Counting the cultivation time, it took him more than 40 years to get to this point. Damn! I can't see his movements clearly. Tao Bibai is more and more frightened. From the beginning he pressed Li Shu to beat, and now it has become Li Shu pressing him to beat. In the face of Li Shu's stormy attack, he began to be a little powerless to parry. Soon he showed his flaws, and was keenly captured by his opponent, and a sharp whip leg knocked him hundreds of meters away and fell directly into the sea. However, the opponent's attack did not end, and they actually took off into the air and chased after them. Sky Dance. Crane Immortal Flow's Sky Dance Technique. Tao Bibai was taken aback, and hurriedly dived underwater. He had already had the idea of retreating, and planned to escape by water. I saw Li Shu raise his hand and point, and shoot out several rays of energy towards the sea. Tao Bai fled in embarrassment, his body was pierced in many places, blood flowed profusely, and his face was full of pain and fear. For the first time, he felt the fear of death. Is that all there is to it? It's disappointing. Li Shu's voice passed through the sea water and into Dobai's ears, making him angry. Why can't you beat to death, but you still get stronger and stronger, and you still have to recover your strength, which is something that normal people can beat. Tao Bibai was angry, his heart was full of grievances, and he knew that now was not the time to talk back. He swam wildly in the water, and the pain from the wound from time to time made him grin. Want to run? Such a good sparring partner, how could Li Shu let it go, and rushed into the sea in an instant. With almighty breathing, he is not his opponent in the water. Coupled with the fact that he was pierced in many places on his body, Tao Bibai was quickly caught up by Li Shu. He looked back in horror, even more frightened and angry. I saw that the other party ate another fairy bean, and then raised his hand to shoot. He couldn't do it at all in the water, and after dodging a few attacks with difficulty, he was hit by the energy ray again. The pain was so severe that he couldn't help but open his mouth wide, and the infusion of seawater made him cough violently. Seeing that Tao Bibai was about to die, Li Shu hurriedly rushed over, then rushed to the sky, rescued it back to the ground, and then fed a fairy bean. Tao Bibai, who was on the verge of death, was instantly resurrected with full blood, and he looked at this man in horror. Why did you save me again and again? I know you're confused, but don't be confused. Come on, kill me a few more times. Li Shu added, I won't fight back this time. Seeing Tao Bibai's suspicious face and his refusal to make a move, Li Shu collected the burning battle intent generated by the heart of fighting and said, You have to seize the opportunity, you can't leave if you don't kill me. Hearing this, Tao Bibai's face suddenly turned hideous, then I will fulfill you. Immediately, I saw Tao Bibai roar, and the muscles in his body instantly swelled up, and a powerful energy was converging at his fingertips. He was frantically accumulating, gathering all the strength of his body at his fingertips. The entire process of charging up lasted for a minute, and it was his most powerful move. I saw a fist-thick pillar of purple energy light gushing out from between his fingers, piercing Li Shu's heart in an instant. Tao Bibai's face was full of disbelief. The other party really didn't resist? The time limit of super painkillers has passed. Pain was magnified 100-fold, which made Li Shu feel unbearable. His heart and brain were stopped instantly, he lost the supply of his heart, the blood began to stop flowing, and his pupils began to dilate. He experienced the feeling of death again. But the process lasted only a second, and he was rejuvenated. Combat power soars again. Combat strength, 234. In the peachy sight, Li Shu was obviously in great pain, but he could always find a trace of pleasure and excitement from the painful to the distorted face. What kind of metamorphosis is this? Tao Bibai couldn't understand it, but he knew that no matter whether Li Shu would die under the whole wave of his full blow, he would have to leave here. He could feel that the other party's aura was a little stronger again. If you continue to stay here, even if you don't get killed by the other party, you will be tired to death. Escape. Without the slightest hesitation, Tao Bibai pulled up the stone pillar inserted into the ground, threw it into the sky, and then jumped and stood on it. It hurts, but it's really cool. Li Shu, who had eased up, was about to get stuck with the bug a few more times, but he saw Tao Bibai escape. How can this work? At the same time, a voice that stunned him sounded in his head. Ding! A system bug has been detected and is being fixed. Fixed the bug that actively seeking death can still improve combat effectiveness. Li Shu. Maid, I've only been stuck 3 times, don't you want to be so ruthless in the system? But Li Shu still didn't plan to give up, and finally overcame 100 times the pain, and only got stuck 3 times. He was unwilling, he decided to try again. Let's see how far this bug has been fixed. Li Shu suddenly rose into the sky, caught up with Tao Bibai, and grabbed it like a chicken in his hand under the frightened face of the other party. I said, you can't leave without killing me. Tao Bibai was desperate, he felt that the man in front of him was simply a demon. After eating another fairy bean, Dobai's state returned to its peak, but he was not happy at all in his heart, only deep fear and despair. Kill and can't kill, fight and can't fight, and escape and can't escape. In his 20 years in the industry, he has never been so desperate as he is today. This time, you first beat me to a serious injury, and then you used the same move just now to kill me, understand? Got it. Tao Bibai completely lost the demeanor of the world's #1 killer, and nodded numbly. Wait a minute. Li Shu slapped the rushing Tao Bai away, and said, I'll knock a medicine first. Alright, let's get started. Tao Bibai was very angry, but soon like a deflated ball, he accepted his fate. Hey, be serious, you're the #1 killer in the world. Your attack is too weak, do you understand with all your strength? Are you hungry? Would you like to give you some food first? Li Shu said dissatisfiedly. I don't know if it's because the combat effectiveness has improved, or if Tao Bai has lost his fighting spirit. The attack that originally seemed to Li Shu to be sharp hit him, but it can't bring much damage at this moment. Chapter 57. Tao Bibai was very angry, very aggrieved, and felt a great shame. This made his attack a little more aggressive. Li Shu was hit by him like a sandbag, but he would resist any attacks on his face and lower yin. In this way, under the full output of 10 minutes, Tao Bibai was tired and paralyzed. Li Shu was finally seriously injured by him, and at the same time gave Tao Bibai a fairy bean, which restored his state to the peak. A wave of purple energy pierced his heart again. After being reborn, Li Shu regretted to find that his combat effectiveness had only increased by 8 points. Combat effectiveness, 249. Sure enough, this is a bug, and it can't be brushed endlessly. In my memory, it seems that there was a bug in Vegetaka. That's all. Li Shu didn't feel too disappointed, it was originally a bug, and he was already satisfied if he could brush it 3 times. Fix it, it's fixed, he has a lot of opponents in the future. With the addition of Immortal Body, he will only get stronger and stronger. As long as the level of Immortal Body is raised, I am afraid that even the destructive power of the Destruction God and the erasure of the whole king will not be able to kill him. His only weakness is the seal. Once sealed, it's terrible. This reminded him of the plot that was going to happen next, the great demon King Vic. It's sealed in the rice cooker by the magic wave, it's just miserable. Looking at the panting Tao Bibai, Li Shu raised his hand and pointed, an array of energy pierced his heart. A man who has lost his value and wants to kill himself, he will not be merciful. Ding! Achievement Ring Punish Evil, current progress 117/300. Ding! Congratulations, the achievement quest Peach's frustration has been overfulfilled. Mission reward, Pain Control. +8 achievement. Bonus quest reward, Pain Control has been upgraded to Pain Control LV1. Bonus achievement +10. Pain Manipulation LV1, can control the pain perception of self or the target, and the control range is ±8 times. Well? Li Shu was very pleasantly surprised, but he didn't expect that there was such a thing as overcompleting the task. 107 achievement points. Li Shu was in a good mood, and directly threw the peach-white corpse into the sea to feed the sharks. Lying on the beach recliner again, Li Shu waited for the turtle immortal to come back, and while Mei Zizi began to consume. Raise the primary immortal bean jar. At the rate at which he consumes immortal beans, the yield of 1 bean a day is really not enough. System, do you spend 50 achievements to upgrade beginner bean can to intermediate bean can? The success rate of this increase, 65%. Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it is not 99%, this probability seems quite normal. However, for the sake of insurance, Li Shu did not be reckless directly, but drank a bottle of Blessing Potion. Blessing Potion, for 1 minute, your luck will be increased slightly. There is no specific value to show, and Li Shu is not sure how much the success rate has increased. But he still decided to give it a go. It doesn't matter if he fails, he is about to have 5,000 achievement points in his account, 50 points is just a small matter. Yes. Ascending. Congratulations! Upgrade successfully and get a new item: Intermediate Fairy Bean Can. Intermediate Immortal Bean Can, automatically produce 2 immortal beans per day. Ness. Li Shu jumped up happily and shook his fist fiercely. Just as he was preparing his next plan, a wave of invisibility epiphany potion, he suddenly saw the item in the corner that he regretted. Super Divine Water, with the power of poison, it stimulates people's potential, and is recommended for people with pure hearts. Carry the past and take off on the spot, and you can't resist the plastic monument in place. At that time, because of the 100-fold pain, he gave up using it, and almost forgot about it. But now it's different, he has super painkiller. Li Shu touched his chin. Can you still poison me? Without any worries, Li Shu decisively dried up the 500 ml Super Divine Water with painkillers. 5 minutes later, as soon as the expiration of the painkiller ended, Li Shu's face changed drastically. It was an indescribable pain, tens of thousands of times more painful than giving birth. Fortunately, he was prepared and hurriedly swallowed the prepared painkillers. Whew! Li Shu let out a sigh of relief, and suddenly felt that super painkiller was really a good thing, but unfortunately there were only a dozen pills left. However, when he thought that the wish of not afraid of pain was about to come true, Li Shu's mood was much happier. 5 minutes later, when the time came, Li Shu took the painkiller on time. In this way, the whole process lasted for about 30 minutes, and Li Shu felt that the effect of Super Divine Water was over. That's it? Ha ha ha! That's it? Super Painkiller YYDS! Li Shu was refreshed, and after looking at the combat power above his head, his mood became even happier. Combat Strength, 372. Invincible. I just don't know how much the potential has improved. And where is it reflected? Li Shu was too lazy to think about it, and he would naturally be able to know in the future. He still has one more thing to do. Boost Invisibility Epiphany Potion. Success! Congratulations, you have obtained a new item: Invisibility 30% Epiphany Potion. Keep improving. Congratulations, you have obtained a new item: Invisibility 50% Epiphany Potion. Keep improving. Insufficient achievement points, failed promotion. Looking at the remaining 7 achievements, Li Shu was still unsatisfied. After saving for so long, I've been happy for so many times, and I haven't been addicted at all. 50% chance of having an epiphany, give it a go. Li Shu fell into deep thought, but quickly rejected it, feeling that it was still 100% more reliable. To be honest, he was just a little curious about stealth, and he just wanted to feel what it was like to be invisible, not so urgent. Absolutely no other weird thoughts. Li Shu, who had nothing to do, was a little bored, and looked at the collector's edition of the cool magazine collected from the Purple Ninja to help the Turtle Immortals check the quality. Looking at it, Li Shu fell asleep. Red Ribbon Corps Headquarters. Momo died in vain. Black Adjutant Brack spoke out about the latest news he had received. What? This bullshit is the first killer in the world. The commander-in-chief who got the news was a little angry. Things have come to this point, do you want to ask Dr. Groh? Brock asked with a solemn face. The commander-in-chief was silent. He didn't want to alarm the doctor, otherwise even if he collected the Dragon Balls, that wish would not be his turn. Looking at his short figure of 1.3 meters in the mirror, the commander-in-chief's face distorted. That's right, the purpose of collecting Dragon Balls at all costs is to grow taller, not to rule the world. He did not dare to tell anyone else about his true purpose. But the current situation makes it difficult for him to choose. Send someone to Dr. Groh to ask for the latest model of Android, and say that we have a strong enemy, but don't tell him the truth. Chapter 58. Li Shu, who was basking in the sun on the beach, didn't know that because of him, the original plot had changed. Li Shu? What are you doing here? Qin's surprised voice woke Li Shu from his sleep. By this time, it was already dark. Looking at the turtle immortal, Qin, and Lan Qi who greeted him, Li Shu had a smile on his face, and hurriedly put away the cool magazine beside him. I'm in a little trouble, so I'm coming to see you guys. Teacher Wuxian, this is my gift to honor you. Hey! The turtle immortal's eyes widened suddenly, and he exclaimed, where did you get it? These are all out-of-print treasures. Hey, picked it up. Where's Wukong? Qin looked at Li Shu, who was alone, and couldn't help asking. Immediately, Li Shu briefly told everyone about Masruda's experience. After learning that Wukong had gone to Kailin-Ta to cultivate, Qin was suddenly a little moved, and planned to leave tomorrow. Diviner. The turtle immortal looked at Li Shu with some surprise, and then said, you asked the right person, she is my sister, I will take you to find her tomorrow. Early the next morning, Qin said goodbye to the turtle immortals, Lan Qi and Li Shu, and set off for Kailin-Ta. Let's go too. The turtle fairy jumped on the turtle's back, intending to swim to the opposite shore and then transfer to the plain. Teacher Wuxian, do you know the dancing technique? Li Shu flew in front of the turtle immortal and stopped him, such a schedule was too slow. Sky dance. The turtle immortal looked at Li Shu in surprise and asked, have you met that old guy from the crane immortal? I accidentally saw a three-eyed weirdo and an old man who could fly, so I secretly learned a trick, which is very convenient. Li Shu casually made up a reason. Three-eyed stranger? It should be the old guy's apprentice. I didn't expect you to steal his sky dance. Li Shu said calmly, I also killed his younger brother. Well, you actually killed his brother. The turtle immortal reacted suddenly, and looked at Li Shu in shock, you killed Tao Bibai. Li Shu pointed to the sea in front of him, just yesterday, before you came back, the Red Ribbon Legion hired him to kill me, and then he died, and I threw him into the sea to feed the sharks. You. The turtle immortal frowned, and said worriedly, that old guy of the crane immortal is very vindictive, and he has a bad heart, and he will definitely take revenge on you when he finds out. Li Shu smiled, he was not worried about the revenge of the crane immortals. With his current combat power of up to 372, it can be said that before Raditz arrived on Earth, he was an invincible existence. As for the great demon king of Vic, Li Shu calculated based on the current time that the combat power would not exceed 300 at most. And 372 combat power is just his combat power under normal conditions. So, Teacher Wuxian, do you want to learn the dancing void technique? Li Shu asked with a smile, he always felt that the current scene was a bit weird, after all, the turtle immortal was his teacher. Ahem, the turtle immortal coughed dryly, suddenly got up from the ground, and said leisurely, I'm a martial arts teacher who is called the god of martial arts, and it's just a dance technique, I'll take a look. It's just that I don't bother to learn the old guy's skills. The dancing void technique is just a kind of control of qi. I can create the turtle school qigong, and the dancing void technique alone will not be difficult for me. But after all these years, I can see it too. Li Shu looked at the turtle immortal in astonishment, and sure enough, a person's appearance was extremely confusing. This old man is hiding quite deeply. Combat power, 100. Looking at the constant combat power above the head of the turtle immortal, Li Shu always felt that this old man was hiding his strength. But think about it, if you are not a master of qi cultivation, how can you live to be hundreds of years old? If I remember correctly, in the original book, Wukong and others controlled the breath freely, which was enlightened by the cultivation of the turtle immortals. Immediately, the two of them rose to the sky and flew towards the palace of the diviner mother-in-law. Ding! Side check-in quest Divination Granny's Palace completed. Get the reward, Super Earthling Bloodline. As soon as I arrived at my destination, the sound of the system sounded. At the same time, Li Shu felt a strange feeling in his body that was indescribable. Combat Strength, 372. He felt the combat power, and there was no change. So, what are the characteristics of the Super Earthling bloodline? Li Shu didn't want to understand it. Fortunately, he didn't want to, and when the time came, it would naturally be reflected. Looking at the majestic palace in front of him, Li Shu could hardly imagine how rich the fortune-telling mother-in-law was. Li Shu, I have to remind you that the divination mother-in-law is very greedy for money, and I want to ask her for help. Even if I am her younger brother, not a penny will be less. Hearing what the turtle immortal said, a fragment flashed in Li Shu's memory, and he suddenly remembered that in this plot, the dead grandpa Sun Gohan would appear. In addition to her divination abilities, she can also travel back and forth between the yin and yang worlds, bringing the dead from the underworld to the yang for a stay of 24 hours. The palace of the diviner mother-in-law is located in the middle of a desert, but there is a long queue of people who come to ask him for divination. Even if the turtle immortal is her younger brother, she is honestly lining up. Although the queue was very long, the progress was very fast, and it was Li Shu's turn an hour later. Is that you? Long time no see, sister. My poor ghost brother, you know my rules, it seems that you can't pay for divination. Li Shu asked curiously, how much does it cost? 10 million. The divination mother-in-law laughed. What? 10 million? Li Shu is like a stunned old iron. It's not that he can't get this money, but it's too expensive. It doesn't matter if you can't get the money. In addition to the hobby of money, I also like to watch competitions. As long as you can defeat my 5 warriors, I can give you a divination for free. Li Shu, who was about to take out the money and let the divination mother-in-law know that she was not a poor ghost, suddenly changed her mind. He remembered that Sun Gohan was one of the 5 warriors of the divination mother-in-law. As for the other 4 fighters, he couldn't remember any of them. Okay, then I'm going to challenge your 5 warriors. Li Shu nodded and agreed. The divination mother-in-law had a happy expression on her face, and she had a good show to watch. My poor ghost brother, are you going to play too? The soothsayer looked at the turtle immortal. The turtle immortal said angrily, are you talking to your brother like this? Yes, my poor ghost brother, are you going to play? I'll do it alone. Li Shu took over the conversation, the turtle immortal is my teacher, and against your 5 warriors, you don't need my teacher to play at all. Are you going to defeat my 5 warriors with your own strength? The diviner-in-law smiled and said, young people nowadays are really confident. Come with me, then. Chapter 59. Congratulations, trigger the achievement quest 1 enemy 5 with 1 hand, and defeat the 5 warriors of the divination mother-in-law with 1 hand under normal conditions. Mission reward, Lucky Aura. Lucky Aura, lucky boosts slightly. Hey? This is a good thing, it is equivalent to the effect of a permanent blessing potion. If nothing else, the skill of Lucky Aura can continue to be improved. I just don't know how many levels it will be raised, and it can be comparable to the effect of Super Blessing Potion. Li Shu felt that it was necessary to smash all the 5,000 achievement points that were about to arrive on it. Luck is a thing that has a wide range of applications. No one dislikes their luck. Li Shu is naturally no exception. Granny Soothsayer, let's call your first warrior into the field. Li Shu was very greedy for the skill of Lucky Aura, and couldn't wait to urge. The soothsayer smiled and said, Vampire man, you can come out. Vampire people? Is there still this thing in Dragon Ball? Li Shu didn't remember at all, and it didn't take long to see a purple bat fluttering and flying out with its wings. As soon as he turned into a vampire man with a blue face and fangs, he looked at Li Shu with a hideous face, his saliva flowed all over the ground, and he danced as if no one was around. Combat Strength, 65. Can you begin? Li Shu asked. All right, it's game on. Bang! The moment the divination mother-in-law's words fell, Li Shu disappeared in an instant, and a punch was punched. The vampire man was seriously injured and near death, and fell off the sidelines. Diviner's mother-in-law, Omega Omega. Turtle immortal, Omega Omega. Next. Li Shu turned his back with one hand and said calmly. A trace of cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the diviner, and she pretended to be relaxed. You really have some ability, but my next warrior has special skills, you have to be careful. Li Shu, can you start? Can you see him? The soothsayer was a little shocked, she was a transparent person. Combat strength, 70. Li Shu can't see it, but he can see the combat strength, and perceive the general direction of the opponent through qi sense. Yes, so is it okay to start? Li Shu urged. Cold sweat broke out on the mother-in-law's forehead again, and the young man in front of her looked calm, not like she was lying. And there is no need to lie at all. Game on! The diviner mother-in-law said a little nervously. Bang! Another punch, simple and unpretentious, without any bells and whistles, hitting the target accurately. The battle ended as soon as it began. Next. Li Shu said again. Looking at Li Shu's relaxed and calm appearance, the turtle immortal was greatly shocked. He put himself in his shoes and thought about it. He couldn't defeat the transparent man with such a clean punch. This kid's strength has improved a lot. I'm afraid that even if I do my best, I am no match for him. Turtle immortal was secretly surprised. He thought that Wukong already had amazing potential, and his future achievements were limitless. But compared with the teenager in front of him, he is not at the same level at all. How the hell does this monster practice? On the other side, the shock of the divination mother-in-law was no less than that of the turtle immortal. Although the battle ended quickly, she didn't know why, but she just enjoyed watching it. No wonder I have the confidence to defeat 5 with 1 against 1, worthy of being my brother's disciple. Even if my brother plays in person, he can't defeat them so cleanly. The divination mother-in-law said with some excitement, my third warrior, it's not so easy for you to defeat, come with me, the competition venue is not here. Li Shu hurriedly followed, he just wanted to settle the battle as soon as possible and get the reward, as well as the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball. By the way, my poor ghost brother, you borrowed 10 yuan from me 30 years ago, shouldn't you pay me back? The diviner mother-in-law, who was sitting on the crystal ball and drifting in front of her, suddenly said. The turtle immortal, suddenly embarrassed, wiped the cold sweat that didn't exist on his forehead, and said dissatisfiedly, how do you remember this incident? I'll pay you back. I'm your brother, can't the 10 yuan be considered for me? The divination mother-in-law smiled and said, okay, for the sake of you accepting such an outstanding disciple, then just pay me back 8 yuan. Li Shu held back a smile all the way and listened to the conversation between the two sisters and brothers. Led by the soothsayer, they reached the end of a corridor in the palace and opened a door. Welcome to the Hell's Toilet, where you need to defeat my third warrior in this narrow tunnel of bones. Don't say I didn't warn you, this swamp is highly poisonous, and if you fall down, there will be no bones left. The soothsayer laughed again. However, Li Shu's face was still very calm, and he didn't see the expression of fear, which made the divination mother-in-law a little disappointed. Diviner, I don't mean to be offended, I just want to save some time, can I let the rest of your warriors go together? After thinking about it, Li Shu added, I can pay a sum of money. Oh! The soothsayer said in surprise, have you thought about it? The remaining 3 warriors are all my most powerful warriors, and even your teacher, the turtle immortal, can't face the 3 of them at the same time. Although your strength has surpassed that of the turtle immortals, I don't think you can defeat 3 with 1. Young man. Li Shu directly took out a universal capsule and threw it on the ground, interrupting the chatter of the diviner-in-law. This is 2 million, the divination mother-in-law, you can let them go together. Looking at the piles of banknotes on the ground, the diviner mother-in-law smiled. Oh hee hee, as you wish, I also want to see your arrogant capital. But I have to explain in advance, if you fail, unless you give me 100 million, I won't help you with divination. Arrogance has to pay a price. Okay. Li Shu didn't hesitate for a second, so he nodded and agreed. Money is now just a number for Li Shu, and he is not interested in money. If he could trade money for time, he would be more than happy. No way, lucky aura is too tempting. The soothsayer then sealed her hands and shouted, "Come out, mummy! Devil man! Masked man!" As the voice fell, a coffin flew out, and a mummy jumped out of it. Then came the appearance of the devil man and the masked man. Mummy. Combat strength, 90 devil man combat strength, 110 masked man combat strength. 135. The game begins. This time, the soothsayer quickly announced the beginning. Li Shu just glanced at the mummy and the demon man, and then his gaze fell on the masked man. And the circle of light above his head already said everything. It was the dead grandfather, Sun Gohan. Do you want to save some face for grandpa? Li Shu couldn't help but think about it, and he didn't just punch one by one like the previous two games. Chapter 60. Truly. The mummy let out a strange laugh. Li Shu quickly made a decision. Let's talk about these 2 seconds first. The poor mummified man, who had just appeared for less than 2 seconds, laughed a few times, and only said one word, and was punched by Li Shu and lost his combat effectiveness, squirming on the ground like an earthworm. He didn't even see the other party's movements. The demon man's face changed suddenly, and he was ready to wait for the mummy man to finish speaking, and he would say a few words himself. But now he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, couldn't say a word, and looked at the man in shock. He didn't even see the other party's movements. Bang! With a muffled thud, the demon man collapsed in a daze. Who am I? What am I here for? These were the only 2 thoughts he had before he fell unconscious. The divination mother-in-law was completely shocked, and now she suddenly realized that she had completely underestimated Li Shu's strength. His warriors are not at all on the same level as Li Shu. What a horrible boy! The calmness on the face of the diviner mother-in-law disappeared, leaving only an indelible shock. The turtle immortal was already shocked by Li Shu's successive performances today, and he looked at it dumbfounded, and his jaw was about to fall to the ground. He has a sense of qi, whether it is a mummy or a demon man, his strength is only slightly weaker than himself. As a result, he was knocked down by Li Shu with a punch, and he had no power to fight back. What surprised him the most was that even he couldn't see Li Shu's movements clearly. It's so fast. He felt that if he faced Li Shu, he was afraid that it would be the same fate. Such an astonishing growth rate is really shocking, and it can no longer be described as a genius. Looking at Li Shu's tail wrapped around his waist, the turtle immortal was wondering, could this guy not be a human at all? Sun Gohan under the mask, his forehead was already covered with cold sweat. He didn't expect that after only a few years, the kid in front of him had grown to such a point. But soon he was relieved. I throw in the towel. Sun Gohan surrendered decisively and wanted to save a little face for himself. He knew that he could not be Li Shu's opponent at all. He also saw Li Shu's embarrassment, and he recognized himself. As an elder, not embarrassing the younger generation is the most basic quality, although many times he can't help himself, but at least now, he can do it. Hearing Sun Gohan's surrender, Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa was still as empathetic as ever. Congratulations, the achievement mission 1 enemy 5 with 1 hand has been completed. Get reward, Lucky Aura. Lucky Aura, Lucky boosts slightly. +8 achievement. Grandpa. The reward arrived, and seeing Sun Gohan, who he hadn't seen for many years, Li Shu had a happy smile on his face. Sun Gohan took off the mask on his face and smiled kindly. If Wukong is here, he will definitely not recognize me. They two looked at each other and suddenly smiled even brighter. Is Gaku okay? Son Gohan couldn't help asking. Li Shu said with a smile, he is practicing in Kalintat. Karantat? It seems that he has also improved a lot in recent years. After a short period of reminiscence, Son Gohan was grateful to the turtle immortals again. The divination mother-in-law sighed, she didn't blame Son Gohan for surrendering. And she knew that there was no intention of continuing to compare. After a short period of reminiscence, Son Gohan said goodbye to everyone, it's time for me to go back, but unfortunately I didn't see Wukong. Ding! Congratulations, you triggered the limited time achievement quest Son Gohan's missing. Mission description, please bring Son Wukong to Son Gohan in front of Son Gohan within 10 minutes. Quest reward, Aura Boosting Capsule. Aura Enhancement Capsule, after taking it, there is a small chance to increase aura skills. Reminder, if the mission fails, the reward will disappear permanently. Wait a minute, I'll bring Gaku here. Li Shu hurriedly dropped a sentence, and disappeared in place, you must wait for me to come back, 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes is fine. This kid has changed a lot, he used to like to be lazy, he he he. Son Gohan smiled kindly. Fortunately, the palace of the soothsayer is not too far from Kalintat. With the blessing of the flying buff, Li Shu's flight speed is extremely fast. Boost flying buff. But to be on the safe side, Li Shu decided to try to see if the achievement points were enough to increase once. Do you spend 15 achievement points to increase flying buff to flying buff LV1? Yes. Li Shu's face was happy, he didn't expect that the achievement value was just right, not much at all, not much at all. Moreover, there is no probability of skill improvement, and there is no need to worry about the achievement value being lost. Success! Congratulations! Obtain a new skill Flying Buff LV1. Flying Buff LV1 increases flight speed by 15%. With a 5% increase, Li Shu's speed is much faster. After 3 minutes, he came to Kalintat, sensed Goku's chi, and was in the middle of Kalintat, as if he had just climbed halfway. Hey? Why is Yamcha here? Forget it, I don't have time to care about him, I'm in a hurry now. Goku. It's urgent, I'll climb it again. Come with me first, Grandpa wants to see you. Li Shu didn't say a word, grabbed Wukong's tail, and flew back. Goku looked confused. A third of Kalintat, Yamcha also saw Li Shu, and he hurriedly shouted, Li Shu! Don't go! I'm going to challenge you. I'm sure I'll win this time. Hey? How can he fly? But soon, Yamcha was shocked. Listening to Yamcha's shout, Li Shu instantly remembered how he forgot Yamcha's achievement task. In the achievement quest Beat Yamcha, in the next 3 battles with Yamcha, you will be able to defeat the enemy with one move, and you will receive a reward explosion. Explosion, in this state, the combat power is doubled, and the skill power is doubled. There should be time. Li Shu thought about it, turned around and flew back, kicking Yamcha off the Kalintat with one kick. And said, Yamcha! You've lost again, and when you climb to the top of the Kalin Tower and drink the super holy water, you'll definitely be able to defeat me. Damn! You sneak attack! Not this time! I'm going to fight you with dignity! Yamcha shouted angrily. However, Li Shu had already flown away and had not heard it at all. It took only 5 minutes and 27 seconds from Li Shu's departure to return to the palace of the divination mother-in-law. It's 27 seconds over. The divination mother-in-law looked at the pocket watch in her hand and said with a smirk. Wukong also reacted from his confusion at this time, and the moment he saw his grandfather Son Gohan, he hurriedly pounced. Grandpa! I want to kill you! Ding! Congratulations, the limited time achievement mission Son Gohan's missing has been completed. Get reward, Aura Enhancement Capsule. Li Shu couldn't help but smile like an ant on his face. Chapter 61. At the end of the reminiscence, Sun Gohan returned to the underworld. Wukong sat on the somersault cloud and continued to practice in Kailan Tat. "Tell me, what do you want me to do for you?" the soothsayer asked. "I want to know the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball." The soothsayer nodded, and said something to the crystal ball. Soon a picture appeared on the crystal ball. A speeding red car. "The Dragon Ball is in this car. And this car is approaching us, not very far from us." After learning the specific location and distance, Li Shu said goodbye to the turtle immortal and flew towards the location mentioned by the divination mother-in-law. Lord Pirav. Looking at the short and familiar figure, Li Shu punched enthusiastically, directly blowing up their car. The Pirav trio, looking at the man in front of them with a bewildered expression, soon looked frightened. Li Shu ignored the three of them, and locked onto a target with a sweep of his gaze. It was a strange box, and when Li Shu opened it, it was indeed a Dragon Ball inside. Put down the Dragon Balls, Pirav took out a universal capsule and threw it on the ground, and a battle mech appeared. Before Pirav finished speaking, Li Shu flew up and kicked the mecha hundreds of meters away, slammed into a mountain, and scrapped. "What did you say?" Li Shu looked at him with a smile. Pirav swallowed his saliva, waved his hand in a panic and said, "It's nothing, I said please take the Dragon Ball." Li Shu stepped forward, rubbed Pirav's little head fiercely, and laughed, "You are so short, the purpose of your collection of Dragon Balls is not also to increase height, right?" "Not really," Pirav shouted angrily. However, Li Shu had already risen into the sky and disappeared from his sight as a streamer. 3 days later, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Corps. "Congratulations, the side check-in mission Red Ribbon Legion headquarters has been completed. Get reward, Universal Booster Box." Universal Boosting Box. There is a very small probability that the items in the box will be boosted once and can be used once a day. Looking at the magnificent buildings, Li Shu felt that he was about to get rich again. It's a pity that he has no interest in money now, and he can't spend it anymore. Li Shu was a little dumbfounded, but he soon became excited. The wish not to be afraid of pain is finally coming true. With his current combat effectiveness, it would be enough to push the entire Red Ribbon Legion headquarters sideways under normal circumstances. As soon as Li Shu appeared, a piercing alarm sounded from the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. Dozens of fighter jets flew out, and on the ground were countless soldiers, all heavily armed. Obviously, the Red Ribbon Legion, which has the Dragon Ball radar, is ready to fight. Although there was only one opponent, after experiencing the previous few painful defeats, they did not dare to look down on the man in front of them. "Fire!" The commander-in-chief sat in the command room and gave orders. In an instant, countless flames rushed straight towards Li Shu. Li Shu calmly responded, and raised his hand to raise a round of full moon into the sky. He planned to fight quickly. The body swelled instantly, and Li Shu turned into a giant ape. The combat power reached a terrifying 4,464. What kind of monster is this? Firepower doesn't work against him at all. The rocket artillery hit him, and he didn't even knock out a single hair. Roar! Li Shu roared angrily at the crowd and launched the lion's roar gong. Under the powerful sonic attack, all electronic components failed, and the fighters crashed one after another. The dense soldiers, in this roar, directly bled and fainted. One by one, the soldiers fell to the ground, and the scene looked very decompressed. In just one breath, the Red Ribbon Legion was wiped out. All this was done by the roar of the great ape. The commander-in-chief who was sitting in the command center turned pale with a pale face, and he was speechless for a long time in the scene in the surveillance screen in front of him. This is a power that he cannot comprehend. Even the latest android created by the doctor does not have such terrifying power. The giant ape's scarlet gaze looked at the most majestic building in the middle, and came to him with a jump. Its huge body was taller than this building, and the terrifying and violent aura made the only remaining personnel in the building tremble one by one. Combat strength, 233. A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the giant ape. There was such an existence in the building? It's absolutely impossible. Otherwise, in the original book, it is impossible for Wukong to destroy the entire Red Ribbon army by himself. Then there is only one possibility: the plot has already begun to change. However, this is no longer important to Li Shu. He directly raised the entire building from the ground and shook it wildly. At the same time, a white light flew out of the building. It was a completely unfamiliar face with a big 9 on its chest. Android 9. Kill him. Otherwise, we will all die. The commander-in-chief clung to the window, almost thrown out, and shouted loudly. Android 9? The giant ape's brows furrowed. Didn't he see the combat power of the androids? How can I see it again now? Could it be because Android 9 is more advanced and closer to humans than Android 8? I saw that the android number 9 attacked without fear of death, and he could still fly. However, Li Shu just slapped the Android 9 apart. Normal battles, less than 3 minutes are over. The commander-in-chief looked at the scene in disbelief, and his mood could not be calmed down for a long time. It wasn't until the giant ape grabbed him in his hands that he panicked and begged for mercy in horror. Let me go. Don't kill me. Otherwise, you won't be able to get the rest of the Dragon Balls forever. A hint of disdain flashed in the ape's eyes, and he stretched out a finger to poke open the door of the Red Ribbon Legion's treasure vault, taking in all the Dragon Balls and gold and silver treasures inside. Immediately, Li Shu recovered his true body and looked at the commander-in-chief with a sneer. Now, I need you to list the crimes you have committed. The commander-in-chief is stupid. He wonders if there is an undercover agent inside him? Otherwise, how could the other party know so clearly where his treasure room is? Except for himself, only his adjutant knew. Did I betray myself? How is this possible? Then there is only one truth. Adjutant Brock. It's you. You're undercover. The commander-in-chief looked angrily at the black adjutant with a pale face. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and list your crimes, and you. Li Shu looked at the bewildered adjutant on the side again. Don't try to run away. You'll only kill yourself. Then, Li Shu flew into the air and said with a lion's roar, Now, you only need to list the crimes you have committed, and I will spare your lives. Since Tao Bibai's task can be overfulfilled, is it also possible to punish adultery and eliminate evil? At this glance, there are a few thousand people. Chapter 62. Yes, it's me again. Yes, it's the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. You should send someone over quickly. Yes, the whole army is annihilated. There are thousands of people. You must send more men. It is better to send all of them. Yes, don't confirm it anymore. Hurry up. It's not the first time we've dealt with each other. Li Shu hung up the phone, and his whole person was refreshed. Not only is the wish of collecting the Dragon Balls not afraid of pain about to be fulfilled, but the task of punishing adultery and eliminating evil is also about to be overfulfilled, which is really a pleasant day. The process of waiting was boring, and Li Shu, who had nothing to do, took out the universal lifting box and thought about what to improve first. The universal lift box looks like a black box, the size of a suitcase, with 2 buttons on it. Switch and start. The system is too lazy, it's a suitcase. When the case was opened, the internal structure was no different from the suitcase he had used before. After looking around carefully, Li Shu didn't find anything magical. It's a very small probability, it won't be a trick for me, make me happy. Li Shu had to maliciously speculate on the system. But when you think about it, he didn't lose anything, so it didn't matter. I wonder if there is any way to make the universal booster box improve itself. Li Shu touched his chin and pondered. Well, it's me who was too whimsical to put a dinosaur leg in and try it. Soon Li Shu wondered, the dinosaur's legs were more than 2 meters long, and the box was only 1.6 meters, so it couldn't be put in at all. No matter, maybe the box has its own way. Sure enough, the moment the dinosaur's legs touched the inside of the box, a mysterious force emerged, shrinking the dinosaur's legs, sucking them into the box, and then automatically closing. Li Shu then pressed the start button. System, improving, system. Congratulations! Elevate to success. Get the new item Endless Dinosaur Legs LV5. Omega Omega. Li Shu was stunned. This is a success? A negligible probability? What are you kidding? He failed 3 times with a 99% success rate. Li Shu is a little incredulous. Does this mean that the possibility of failure is very small? No way, it must be because I'm the emperor. Li Shu quickly denied this speculation, and the voice of the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations! Earn the achievement once done. I didn't expect you to succeed at one time with a slim probability, which really shocked the system. Achievement reward, title Lucky Star. Plus 10 achievement. Lucky Star, permanently increases the success rate by 10%. Cow pie. Li Shu's Huang flipped through and took the dinosaur leg out of the box. Endless Dinosaur Legs LV5. Variety, renewable edible spirit weapon. Ability 1, can be attached to the leg. Ability 2, can stimulate the tempting aroma of meat. Ability 3, spiritual ability 4, sky fighting ability. 5, combat power increased by 6% after equipping. Li Shu looked at his battle again and increased by 3.5. Combat strength, 375.5. Although a 1% increase may not seem like much, it can be grown, as long as you keep your luck. At this pace, it only takes 3 months for his combat power to double. Okay, good, the system finally didn't cheat me anymore. Li Shu happily nibbled on the dinosaur leg, and after waiting for a few more minutes, the people from the police station finally arrived. They even sent 5 helicopters, as well as dozens of large police cars. Jing Yuya walked over quickly, looking at the densely packed and heavily armed soldiers behind Li Shu. The shock in her heart was beyond measure. She couldn't imagine that someone could destroy the entire Red Ribbon Legion with her own strength, and the man in front of her was like a god descending from heaven. Can I treat you to a drink in the evening? Jing Yuya was full of curiosity about the man in front of her, and she wanted to know more about it. Li Shu looked at Jing Yuya. To be honest, she looks very good. It is not exquisite light makeup, and her beauty is no longer inferior to Wusheng Yuya. If you dress up carefully, some celebrities will be overshadowed. There was no reason to refuse a beautiful woman's invitation, so Li Shu readily agreed. I know of a yakitori shop, it tastes pretty good, it's opened by my friend, we can go there at night. Okay, I'll call you after work. 88888888, is that your number? That's right, it's not easy to remember, but I paid a lot of money to buy it. The speed of the police officers was very fast, and the two chatted for about 10 minutes before closing the team. So, see you in the evening, my hero. Jing Yuya smiled brightly, waved her hand and left with the police force. Ding! Achievement Quest Ring Punish Evil and Eradicate Evil, current progress 2687/300. Congratulations! The achievement Quest Ring Punish Rape and Eliminate Evil has been overcompleted. Get the reward, Hero Title. Achievement Points Reward, 5,000. Bonus Reward, the title of Hero has been upgraded to the title of Bronze Hero. Bonus Achievement Points Reward, 5,000. Bronze Hero, Combat Power increased by 60%. Combat Strength, 587.54. Cow Pie. It's cool. Under the impact of such a rich reward, Li Shu's face turned red, and his mood was so excited and happy that he was incomparable. It made him want to sing a song. The end of the vast world is my love. The flowers are blooming at the foot of the green mountains. What kind of rhythm? It's the most swaying. What kind of singing is the most open bosom? Soon, Li Shu entered the state of singing and dancing rap, and his excitement gradually calmed down. Cool, 10,000 achievement points, how can I use this? I don't have any experience at all. Aha! The 10,000 achievement points. Li Shu looked at it and looked at it, looked at it and looked at it, and looked at it again, and the corners of his mouth were about to grin to the root of his ears. Calm down. There is one more thing that has not been done. Li Shu took a few deep breaths, and his emotions finally calmed down, and he placed the 7 dragon balls he had collected together, exuding a bright luster. Come out, Shen Long! With a shout, 7 dragon balls that shimmered with light suddenly inspired a dazzling golden light. The bright sky was overshadowed, and the day suddenly turned to night, and lightning and thunder roared. The vision of the divine dragon appearing covered the entire sky, and everyone raised their heads in shock. Looking at the divine dragon soaring up from the dragon ball, Li Shu was shocked. Although I have seen it many times on TV, it is a different feeling to be there now. Ding! The main check-in quest summoning the dragon live has been completed. Get the reward. Make a wish once. Ding! The next sign-in location is the site of the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament. Mission reward, reminder once. Chapter 63. Tips? What kind of reward is this? And it's also a main check-in task. Please say what you want. Shenlong's voice buzzed, interrupting Li Shu's thoughts. Li Shu looked at Shenlong solemnly. He had been looking forward to this wish for a long time, and today he was finally able to come true. My wish is not to be afraid of pain. It's as simple as you wish. Shenlong's scarlet eyes lit up, and a majestic voice resounded all around. Li Shu looked at Shenlong with anticipation, finally no longer need to rely on painkillers. However, after waiting for a long time, Li Shu felt that he had not changed at all, but beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Shenlong's face. He looked at Shenlong suspiciously. Shenlong said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, your body is too special, I can't do it, can you change your wish? Are you kidding? Li Shu looked at Shenlong with a confused expression, and said unwillingly, can you try again? I'm sorry, I can't do it with my divine powers, no matter how many attempts I try, the result will be the same, so you might as well change your wish. Horse-stepping. Li Shu's original good mood suddenly disappeared, and he was even a little irritable. Well? Li Shu suddenly thought of something. The check-in reward is make a wish once, maybe the wish that Shenlong can't realize, the system can realize it. System, I want to make a wish. Li Shu hurriedly said. System, please say what you want. Li Shu fell into deep thought. This wish should be thought about. 100 times the pain, he has gradually adapted, and there is also super painkiller. With the system's omnipotent ability, it is a bit wasteful to make a wish of not afraid of pain. My wish is infinite achievement value. Li Shu's eyes lit up and said to the system. System, you're dreaming. Li Shu. After thinking about it, Li Shu felt that it was impossible for the system to satisfy such wishes. If you were a system, you would never be able to satisfy such a desire. The success rate is 100% permanently. After careful consideration, Li Shu said a more reasonable wish, which should not be refused, right? System, as you wish. The next second. Ding! Congratulations! Wish fulfilled. Wish fulfillment. Congratulations! Lucky Star has been upgraded to Lucky Star LV1. Congratulations! Lucky Star has been upgraded to Lucky Star LV2. Congratulations! Lucky Star is upgraded to Lucky Star Max. Lucky Star Max, success rate is permanently increased by 100%. Cow pie. It has to be a system. Li Shu was satisfied. In this way, the achievement points he has worked so hard to accumulate will never be wasted again. 100 times the pain is nothing, sooner or later, he will be able to fully adapt. I just don't know if the 100% success rate of Lucky Star Max has any effect on the Universal Booster Box. I'll find out if I try it tomorrow. Li Shu's mood became happy again. Even if it didn't work, it didn't matter, it was originally a prostitution. His original plan was to use 10,000 achievement points to rush the Lucky Star skill, and now this expense is also saved. The achievement points saved can be used to improve pain control, which is very cool. He can currently control 8 times the pain, and every level of improvement increases by 3 times, and it won't be long before he can satisfy his desire to be not afraid of pain. And at the same time, he can also let others try the sourness of multiple times the pain. Have you made your wish? Shenlong was a little impatient and urged. Li Shu thought for a while and said, Immortality. As you wish. Shenlong's scarlet eyes lit up, and Li Shu instantly felt a subtle change in his body. Li Shu was ready to fail, and he began to think about the next wish, and as a result, his wish for immortality came true. This made him incomprehensible. Could it be that not afraid of pain was more difficult than immortality? Who knows? Your wish has been granted, goodbye. The dragon suddenly shone brightly and returned to the Dragon Ball. 7 Dragon Balls soar into the sky and are about to be scattered all over the world. Looking at the glittering Dragon Ball, Li Shu had a bold idea in his heart. Since Sun Wukong can catch the 4 planets, why can't he catch them all? As soon as he thought of this, Li Shu suddenly rose to the sky, took out the Universal Ascension box, and the moment he opened the door of the box, he received all the Dragon Balls that were about to scatter into the box. Sure enough. Li Shu laughed. During the cooldown of the Universal Lifting Box, it only lost the ability to lift, but it can still be used as an ordinary suitcase. After waiting for a few minutes, Li Shu reopened the black box, and there were 7 petrified Dragon Balls inside, lying quietly inside. Cool, 1 wish per year, and it also saves the time of collecting. Li Shu felt that today was the coolest day since he came to the Dragon Ball world. It's a pity, there is no task to do, there is only one mainline sign-in task left, and there are still 3 years left before the next world's #1 martial arts conference. I'll talk about it later, let's have a cool wave first. Li Shu saw the huge achievement value of 10,000 points again, and immediately smiled. If you don't spend the 10,000 achievement points, you always feel itchy and uncomfortable. Raise the dinosaur leg to level 10 first, and see if there will be any new changes. With the thought in mind, 4 consecutive ascensions sounded. A 100% success rate is cool. Increasing from LV5 to LV10 costs a total of around 500 achievement points. Endless dinosaur legs LV10. Variety, renewable edible spirit weapon. Ability 1, can be attached to the leg. Ability 2, can stimulate the tempting aroma of meat. Ability 3, spiritual. Ability 4, sky fighting. Ability 5, Ruyi. Ability 6, combat power increases by 15% after equipping. Ruyi. Seeing the extra ability, Li Shu tried it, and sure enough, like Wukong's wishful stick, it could be made longer and shorter. Not only that, but it can also be thicker and thinner. It can be described as big or small, as I like. The rules for the increase of combat power have also changed. From level 9 to level 10, it is no longer a 1% increase in level 1, but a 5% increase in level 1. Do you want to keep improving? After seeing that upgrading from level 10 to level 11 requires 512 achievement points, Li Shu plans to improve Immortal Body once first, and use all the rest to improve pain control. It's best to pull it up directly, and if you have a surplus, it's not too late to lift the dinosaur's legs. Combat Strength, 618. With his current combat strength, before Raditz came, the Earth was already invincible, and a few more percentage points didn't make much sense. Raise the immortal body. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a new skill, Super Immortal. Inquire about the Super Immortal details. Super Immortal Body. Ability 1, Instant Recovery of Fatal Injuries. 2. Ability to regenerate severed limbs. 3. Ability to regenerate by dripping blood. 4. Ability to destroy and regenerate. 5. Increase pain by 20,000%. Chapter 64. The pain has increased by 100 times. Li Shu was a little speechless, but it was not unacceptable. He could adapt to 100 times the pain. What about 200 times? After a few more beatings, I got used to it. What does it mean to destroy rebirth? Is it the destructive power of the god of destruction? Li Shu reacted suddenly. His immortal body didn't seem to be invincible. If memory serves, the whole king also has an erasure technique. Boost Super Immortal. Without any hesitation, Li Shu decisively chose to be promoted again. The immortal body is his biggest whole card, and it can be erased by the whole king. How can this work? Insufficient achievement points, failed promotion. Failed? I still have 7,310 points to achieve. Li Shu was shocked. He glanced at the record, and it cost 2,000 points to upgrade the immortal body to the super immortal body. Do you need 20,000 achievement points for the next difficulty increase? Li Shu decisively paid a high consulting fee and received a systematic reply. System, it takes 100,000 achievements to increase super immortal. 100,000. Hearing this astronomical number, Li Shu felt that he had a long way to go. In the future, when you meet the whole king, let's be a little more stubborn. Boost pain control until you don't have enough achievements. Li Shu gave another order. Continuous improvement. Congratulations, you have obtained a new skill, Pain Manipulation LV6. Pain Manipulation LV6, you can control the pain sensation of yourself or the target, and the control range is plus or minus 28 times, LV5 LV6, and the control multiplier range is plus 8. SHHH, it's so expensive. Li Shu gasped, and he spent 6,200 achievement points by upgrading from LV1 to LV6. Increasing the Scion bloodline is only 20 achievement points. Li Shu roughly calculated, and with each level of promotion, the cost doubled. In other words, the cost of raising Scion bloodlines from LV1 to LV2 should be 40 points. The pain control has been increased from LV1 to LV2 for 200 points. That's a 5-fold difference. He thought that 10,000 achievement points was already a lot, but it seemed that he was too naive. It's only a few cools, and after deducting the consulting fee, he only has 998 achievement points left. At this time, he found out that the fee for consultation was determined according to the content of the consultation. After 2 consultations, he was deducted as many as a few hundred points. If you calculate it this way, Lucky Star Max is simply blood earning. At least tens of thousands of achievement points have been saved. Although the backstage does not show the cost of improving Lucky Star, such a good skill will not be much lower than pain control. Thinking about it like this, Li Shu's heart was much more balanced, and his mood became happy. There are 998 points left, what should I improve? Li Shu thought about it and decided to keep it for a while. I have to say that the feeling of crazy consumption is really cool, and Li Shu is a little unsatisfied. He decided to give himself a vacation, go to the mall and spend a wave of relentlessly. To continue this refreshing feeling, he can't use up his money now. The rich life that you can't experience in your previous life has to be experienced for a while. It just so happened that there was a date with Jingyue in the evening, so I had to dress up. By the way, let's see if we can trigger another achievement ring quest. Wukong is practicing in Kailan Tat, it will take 3 or 5 days to say the least, let's go to him in a few days. The western capital, the most prosperous shopping mall. Sir, this dress is very much in line with your temperament. Bought it, wrap it. Sir, these pants go well with that dress. Bought it, wrap it. Sir, these socks. Sir. Bought it, wrap it. Is this what it feels like to not be bad for money? In the admiring eyes of the female saleswoman, Li Shu is 1,000 words, no matter what the other party sells, he will just 4 words, buy, wrap it. Li Shu used to only know that it was cool to have money, but when you really have endless money, you will find that it is not very cool, but it is refreshing. Sir. Bought it, wrap it. Li Shu said subconsciously. No, sir, this is your bill, a total of 370,000 spent, do you use cash or credit card? Oh, cash. Li Shu smiled embarrassedly, he was a little too happy just now, and he didn't break the car all of a sudden. That's 400,000, and the extra 30,000 is a tip for you. Thank you, sir. The saleswoman was ecstatic, her gaze at Li Shu was a little different, and there was a hint of indescribable strangeness in the worship. At the moment when Li Shu finished paying, the system rang. Ding! Congratulations! Trigger the limited time achievement mission Shopaholic. Mission description: please spend 1 billion on shopping within the same day. Reward: Royal Scion Blood. Current progress: 370,000. Sure enough, there is such an achievement. Li Shu is not a brainless consumer, the reason why he did this, in addition to wanting to experience the life of a rich person, is more to test it to see if he can trigger the achievement task. However, before he could rejoice, the system rang again. Ding! Congratulations! Trigger the achievement ring quest 10,000 flowers, not a leaf sticks. Mission statement: gain the affection of 300 women, but no physical contact. Quest reward: Love Saint title. Achievement points reward: 5,000. Current progress: 0/300. Love Saint, combat power increased by 30%. SHHH, it's a bit of a difficult task. 2 achievement tasks in a row, 1 time limited, and 1 achievement ring. Li Shu was quite happy at first, but after reading the task description, it hurt a little. The difficulty of these 2 tasks is one higher than the other. Li Shu, who walked out of the men's clothing store, suddenly walked back and said in the respectful eyes of the female saleswoman, I bought all the clothes in the store. Ah! The saleswoman's excited face suddenly flushed, and she couldn't help but scream, looking at the man in front of her in disbelief. She suddenly wanted to make a promise. It's 100 million, is it enough? Li Shu threw out a universal capsule with a snap, and 100 million cash instantly piled up. Wrap it all up for me, I'll pick it up in an hour, is there a problem? Li Shu added, if the money is not enough, I will come to make up the difference. Enough. Rest assured, sir. The saleswoman's legs were weak, and as soon as her body was crooked, she was about to fall to Li Shu. Li Shu hurriedly dodged, and said solemnly, this lady, please maintain your professionalism, now is not the time to faint, please pack it for me as soon as possible. The saleswoman sat on the ground in embarrassment, and quickly got up and got busy. Ding! Achievement ring quest 10,000 flowers, not a leaf sticks, the current progress is 1/300. A smile appeared on the corner of Li Shu's mouth, it seems that this task is not as difficult as imagined. At the same time, Li Shu's move of spending a lot of money attracted all the sales in other stores, especially the female salesmen, who looked at him eagerly. Chapter 65. Combat Strength, 294. In the crowd, a value of combat power attracted Li Shu's attention. 294. How is this possible? And I couldn't feel his breath at all. If it weren't for the existence of the Eye of Battle, he would have completely ignored the existence of the other party. Could it be an artificial human? This reminded Li Shu of the android number 9 he encountered when he destroyed the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. That's a character that shouldn't have been there. And now I've met another one. Unable to perceive the aura, but with such a powerful combat power, Li Shu couldn't think of any other possibilities except for androids. This discovery made Li Shu's mood heavy. It seems that due to his appearance, as well as a series of actions, the plot has undergone subtle changes. This is something that will inevitably happen, and Li Shu did not feel too much surprise. Fortunately, all this is still under his control, and with his 618 combat power, this accident is not a threat, just an accident. At the same time that Li Shu looked at the android also looked at him, and a sneer was drawn on his indifferent face. Found you. The moment the android saw Li Shu, he actually raised his hand directly at him, and a terrifying energy was converging. I don't care if it's in a crowded mall. It's clear that his goal is himself. A revenge from Dr. Gro. Li Shu's face changed wildly. If this was to let people destroy the mall, wouldn't his task be in vain? How can this work? It was too late, and at the time of a thought, the energy of the artificial man's palm had already been accumulated, and the violent orange energy light wave poured out. Rumble. The customers standing in front of him were looking at the goods in the surrounding stores, and when they realized that danger was coming, they had been blown into ashes by the energy light wave. Such a brutal method made Li Shu's body tumble with qi and blood, and the monstrous anger rushed straight to the heavenly spirit cover, and his eyes were about to split. Seeing a mother holding a baby less than 1 year old, about to die without a place to be buried, Li Shu rushed over without the slightest hesitation. Get down! The moment he rushed out, Li Shu shouted violently with the lion's roar. At the same time, his body instantly blocked in front of Bao Ma, who had a frightened face. Rumble! A monstrous noise shattered the glass of the surrounding storefronts, and the entire mall shook violently. The screams of the customers came and went, and in the extreme panic, no one listened to Li Shu's advice, they relied on instinct and ran out like crazy. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and there was a stampede on the narrow staircase, and the screams were endless. No! My baby! A mother was pushed by a panicked man behind her in the crowd, and a child stumbling out of her hand came out. Damn it! The chaotic scene in front of him made Li Shu feel surprisingly angry. He couldn't watch a toddler fall to his death, and flew over in an instant and caught the child. If you don't want to die, let Lao Tzu lie down. Li Shu couldn't manage so much, and in order to prevent the casualties caused by panic from expanding, he had to increase the strength of the lion's roar gong. Since you can't do it, then Lao Tzu will help you. Under Li Shu's angry roar, everyone covered their heads in pain and fainted to the ground. The originally chaotic scene subsided in an instant. Although someone fainted and had a bump, it was unavoidable. At least everyone was honestly lying on the ground, protected by the brain, and fell into a coma. At the same time, security personnel from other floors, as well as management personnel, rushed over. Evacuate everyone on the other floors. Quick! There are terrorist attacks here. Looking at the bewildered security and management personnel, Li Shu almost roared. Just now, he suddenly had a brilliant idea in his mind to quickly complete the task of shopaholic. Therefore, he didn't kill this hateful artificial man in an instant after saving these ordinary people. At this moment, the android emitted another wave of energy light, and Li Shu once again resisted with his body. The 200 times the pain made him grin with pain, but there was a strange soreness, and the clothes on his body were torn, exposing his sturdy body to the air. Li Shu felt that he had developed a bit of a perverted trend. At this moment, the security and management personnel also understood the current situation and hurriedly began to evacuate the crowd. Seeing that they were about to carry these fainted people out, Li Shu said speechlessly, "I will protect the people here, and you go and evacuate the people on other floors." Okay, okay. Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief, and then activated the pain manipulation, reducing his pain by 28 times. At the same time, it increases the pain perception of the android by 28 times. I don't know if the android is afraid of pain. Li Shu didn't bother to think about it. Now that someone is dealing with the aftermath, his brilliant plan can be implemented. Just as the android was about to attack again, Li Shu dodged and appeared in front of him in an instant, cutting off the android's arm with a hand knife. Looking at the expressionless face of the other party, Li Shu was very envious. Cyborgs are really not afraid of pain. He suddenly wanted to transform himself into an android, but after thinking about it, he gave up. The terrifying power displayed by Li Shu surprised the human being, and he looked at his severed limb in disbelief. It's made of an alloy that can withstand missile attacks. And the other party actually cut him off with just a hand knife. What a terrifying power! At the same time, the combat system of the androids gives a warning of extreme danger. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and ran. Be an honest tool for me. Li Shu caught up in an instant, and kicked the android away with a whip leg, smashing into the nearby shop, destroying countless goods and decorations. He didn't exert all his strength, but controlled the force, otherwise this step would have exploded the android's head like a watermelon. Without giving the androids a chance to react, Li Shu knew that they all had self-detonation devices in their bodies, so he chased after them instantly, grabbed the android's head, and frantically slammed them on the ground. Smashed all the goods, including the store. Li Shu's movements were very fast, and in just a few minutes, the entire floor of shops was smashed, and not a single complete commodity was left. This is only a layer of goods, and if it will lose money, I don't know if it will be enough for 1 billion. Smash a little more, it's a rare opportunity. Li Shu sensed it, and there was no breath of a living person downstairs. So he smashed the android in his hand into the ground, instantly smashing a big hole in the ground and falling to the next floor. The violent movement immediately attracted the crowd downstairs who were evacuating to the safe passage. The crowd screamed incessantly. The corners of Li Shu's mouth raised, and then he hurriedly shouted at the crowd tragically, "Run! This terrorist is too strong. But don't worry, even if I give up my life, I will hold on until you all leave safely." Chapter 66. Outside the mall, sirens blaring. More than a dozen ambulances have stopped, and they are still coming. Dozens of fighters hovered in the air. On the ground, there is a dense mass of armed forces. They watched the mall and waiting for orders from their superiors. What's going on inside? The command center, the leader of the armed forces, asked with a frown. I heard from the people in the mall that there was a terrorist attack inside. Terrorist attack? How many people are there? One. Are you kidding? What about the casualties? It's not clear, there haven't been many casualties so far, and most of the people have been evacuated. How many people are in there confronting the terrorists? One. What? Is this really a terrorist attack? How destructive can one person be? Just as the leadership was working on how to fight, new news came from the front. Report, sir. It's over, and our guys are heading to the search and rescue. What? I'm just getting ready to start deploying. Outside the mall, there was a crowd of people standing inside, who looked inside with curiosity and shock. Just now, there was a violent movement in the mall, as if a construction team of 100 people was working inside. The roar continued. Such a violent movement made it impossible for them to imagine what a terrible battle had taken place inside. They felt like the building was going to collapse. Just after everyone had evacuated, it didn't take long for the movement in the mall to stop. However, it was only quiet for 3 seconds. A loud explosion suddenly sounded, and the mall building shook violently. But the imaginary blast did not happen. At that moment, a figure walked out of the mall with a head in his hand. Miraculously, the head showed no signs of bleeding, but was mechanical. The danger is gone, and there are fainting people inside. Li Shu shouted at the armed forces, and in the admiring eyes of everyone, he walked straight to the mall manager. The armed forces who rushed into the mall were immediately stunned by the ruined scene in front of them. How fierce would it be for the battle to destroy the internal structure of the mall like this? The important thing is that there are two people who have a fight, and they are barehanded. I'm sorry, but your mall is probably going to be renovated. Outside the mall, looking at the mall manager with a nervous face, Li Shu showed a bright smile on his face. People. Thank you so much that people are okay. Redecorating was nothing and I bought insurance. Insurance? What about the damaged goods in those shops? This. Maybe they've got insurance, too? Is there any such insurance? Li Shu asked in some surprise. Or. Perhaps, but someone will compensate for the cost. Hearing this, Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief, and then said apologetically, in this way, you can count the loss of goods in your shopping mall, and I will pay for this money, and I will treat it as if I bought it. How can this work? The manager of the shopping mall suddenly changed his face, and hurriedly said, you are our benefactor, if it is not for you, our shopping mall does not know how many people will die, and at that time my shopping mall will not be a problem of redecoration, even if it will not go bankrupt, it will suffer heavy losses. Don't worry, we will never do anything that chills the hearts of heroes. This fee is out of the market. How can this work? Li Shi refused rhetorically, one person does one thing, although I am out of good intentions, but these goods are indeed damaged by me, so I ask to buy all the damaged goods. This matter is not negotiable, please be sure to count the amount before the sun goes down. This. The mall manager was stunned, he had never seen such a generous and courageous man. The figure of the man in front of him seemed to be even taller. No. Absolutely not. You almost paid with your life to save us, how can you make you pay again? No. I've got to get this out. No. You can't come out, if this is known to others, what do you think of us? Ungrateful? No. I don't care. I've got the money. In this way, the two quarreled with red faces, which attracted the attention of many people. Reporters from the news media arrived belatedly and hurriedly captured the footage. After some interviews and inquiries, they learned the reason for the quarrel. It's so touching, this is a selfless hero. The reporters did not hesitate to praise their words, and they almost praised Li Shu to the sky. Under the live broadcast of the whole process, under the mediation of reporters and friends, the manager of the shopping mall finally chose to give in. He was deeply moved by Li Shu's noble sentiments, and he burst into tears in the depths of his feelings. He was a great man, a selfless man, a man of integrity, a man detached from low tastes, a noble man. And our heroes? They. Mall manager was full of tears and praised the camera. In the end, he gave Li Shu a big salute and left the scene to count the amount of goods. Li Shu was surrounded by reporters and asked endless questions. Yes, the terrorist I killed was indeed a robot, or an artificial human, to be exact. How did I defeat him? Hehe, if you know me, you will know that I am the champion of the last world's #1 martial arts conference. Wouldn't you feel sorry for all the damaged goods, but for a lot of money? The journalist asked. Li Shu said seriously, I have never touched money, I am not interested in money, money is just a string of numbers for me. They. Reporters were collectively silent for a moment. So will you attend the next martial arts tournament? Yes. The reporter's interview lasted for half an hour, and Li Shu answered all questions. With a serious face, he was happy in his heart at the moment. Ding! Achievement Ring Quest 10,000 Flowers, No Leaves Stick, Current Progress 23/300. In just one interview, he gained the affection of 22 people of the opposite sex. It seems that the correct way to complete this love saint task should be to be a star or an idol. Li Shu suddenly felt that Kun Zhang was not such a chicken skill. He really wants to show it off camera, maybe he can gain more progress. But he soon dispelled this idea, and once he did, it would definitely become the biggest stain on his life. There is no hurry, there is no time limit for this task, and after more people see the interview, the progress should go up, especially the victims of the opposite sex this time. Chapter 67. As the interview continued, a female police officer came over and took Li Shu away. The reason was the recording of confessions. "Shouldn't you thank me for helping you out?" Jing Yuya looked at the man with a smile. "I thank you." Li Shu was a little helpless. In fact, he wanted to be interviewed for a while, but it didn't matter. Most people have a headache with those reporters, and you seem to be a little different. Faced with Jing Yuya's question, Li Shu did not answer, but said, "Why do you meet you every time you go to the police? Maybe that's fate." Jing Yuya said with a bright smile. Li Shu laughed a few times and agreed with this statement very much. The two chatted for a long time, and before they knew it, it was time to close the team again. "You see, I might have to work overtime tonight, and dinner might have to wait a while, you shouldn't mind, right?" Before leaving, Jing Yuya asked seriously. "Why, call when the time comes. See you in the evening." "See you in the evening." 6 p.m., mall manager's office. "Mr. Li Shu, I have already counted the amount, please take a look." The mall manager came up with a list. Li Shu glanced at it and looked directly at the final summary amount. 12.3 billion. "We're willing to take a part." After seeing Li Shu's surprised gaze, the mall manager hurriedly said thoughtfully. "No, it's just that the number is far more than I expected." Under the shocked gaze of the mall manager, Li Shu took out 12.3 billion in cash. He thought that Li Shu would swipe the card, and he had already prepared the tools, but he didn't expect it to be cash. Who would carry 12.3 billion in cash with him? After thinking about it carefully, the manager of the shopping mall hurriedly stopped the idea of continuing to think about it, and sent Li Shu away respectfully. Ding! Congratulations! The limited time achievement mission Shopaholic has been overcompleted. Get the reward, Royal Scion Blood. Plus 30 achievement. Bonus, Bloodline Fusion Potion. Plus 30 extra achievements. Bloodline Fusion Potion, it can fuse a variety of bloodlines in the body into new bloodlines, with a success rate of 10%. Bloodline Fusion Potion? 10% success rate? Li Shu grinned, he is now a man with a 100% success rate. I have to say that Li Shu is very satisfied with this reward. Scion Bloodline has been replaced with Royal Scion Bloodline. He is not going to engage in other bloodlines either. The fusion of Royal Scion Bloodline and Super Earthling Bloodline is quite good. And it has been proven in the original book that the compatibility of these two bloodlines is very high, and you don't have to worry about becoming four likes. On top of that, the potential of the hybrid bloodline after the combination of Scion and Earthlings is amazing. Among them, the representative figure is naturally Sun Wukong's son Sun Gohan. Li Shu immediately drank the blood fusion potion that had just arrived. In an instant, Li Shu felt a burning sensation coming from his abdomen, which soon spread throughout his body. Severe pain followed from every pore, every blood vessel, and every cell of the body. Under the increase in the pain of super immortal body, this extreme pain reached an extremely terrifying level. Li Shu only lasted for a moment, and then hurriedly took a pill of super painkiller. At the same time, there was a crackling and popping sound in his body, and blood was oozing out from every pore, and he became a bloody man in the blink of an eye. I'll go. Blood vessels burst all over the body. Heavy bleeding in the body. Oops! How did the liver burst out? Li Shu, who has no sense of pain, is like an outsider, experiencing every change in his body with his heart. If it weren't for painkillers, such pain would not be able to be borne by an individual. Fortunately, with the super immortal body, those fatal injuries instantly recovered as before. In this way, Li Shu circulated infinitely in the explosion of blood vessels, liver, kidneys, and other explosive organs. He felt like he should have experienced countless deaths and rebirths. The most intuitive change is that the combat power is skyrocketing. Combat strength, 893. Combat strength, 1327. Combat effectiveness, 1691. Combat strength, 2133. Combat power, 2765. Combat power, 2999. Well? 5 minutes later, Li Shu took another super painkiller and wondered, why is the combat power stuck at 2999? What's going on? The breaking and standing in the body is still continuing. But the combat effectiveness is not rising? It didn't take long for the bloodline fusion to end. Ding! Congratulations! Obtain a new bloodline, Earth Emperor Scion bloodline. For the sake of insurance, Li Shu immediately said, consult the Earth Emperor Scion bloodline. Earth Emperor Scion bloodline. Ability 1, after being seriously injured and recovering from death, the combat power will be greatly increased. Ability 2, Chi Sense level permanent plus 10. Ability 3, it is easier to transform into a Super Scion ability in multiple forms. Ability 4, when you are in a state of excitement or anger, the ability to resist attacks will be greatly increased. Ability 5, potential huge boost. System, the consultation is over, the consultation fee is 200, achievement points deducted. Hey, that's expensive. Although it is expensive, it is also true that it is not cheap. Li Shu can afford to spend. Next, it's time to experience the changes brought about by the Earth Emperor Scion bloodline. Li Shu held his breath and began to feel his own qi, and experienced the changes brought about by the 10-level qi sense. With the adjustment of Li Shuqi, his combat power began to decline rapidly, combat power, 5. Then it rose rapidly, and so on and so forth. Level 10 Qi sense can already control the strength of Qi. If Li Shu wants, he can completely hide his Qi. Not only that, but his Qi perception is more acute and wider, almost covering the entire earth. Even if he doesn't deliberately perceive Qi now, he can feel Wukong's position. Even through the change of Qi, as well as the familiarity with Wukong, the brain can show Wukong's every move at the moment. It's a wonderful feeling that can only be understood. After the sense of Qi increased, he seemed to have entered another realm. It takes a hearty battle to really appreciate this subtle change. He decided that after tonight, he would go to Wukong to practice and temper Wukong at the same time. At the same time, he vaguely sensed the opportunity to transform into the second form of Super Scion. After experiencing the changes brought about by the Earth Emperor Scion bloodline, Li Shu began to think about the reason why his combat power was stuck. Maybe I need a close fight to bring out the potential in my body to break through this bottleneck. Li Shu thought of this possibility. After all, the way he improved his combat effectiveness did not come from cultivation. Perhaps after a fierce battle, the potential is stimulated, and the combat power of this card owner will skyrocket again. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Jing Yuya finally got off work and made an appointment with Li Shu to come to Yebai Little Bear's roast bird shop. Chapter 68. Li Shu. The moment Yebai Xiaoxiang saw Li Shu, he was very surprised. Why are you here? Is this your girlfriend next to her? It's not. Li Shu and Jing Yuya said in unison. Yebai Xiaoxiang was stunned for a moment, then showed a smile that I understood, and said enthusiastically, whatever you want to eat, I have a treat today. They. Two of them glanced at each other, saw the look of embarrassment in each other's eyes, and under the warm greeting of Nobi Bear, they found a place by the window and sat down. Nobi Bear's craftsmanship is very good, and the two of them are also very happy to eat and talk about a lot of things. What? Are you married? It wasn't until Li Shu heard Jing Yuya complaining about her husband that she instantly felt bad. Jing Yuya was about to say something, Li Shu's face changed suddenly, and he stood up from his seat with a pout, looking in the direction of Kalin Ta with a shocked expression. I'm sorry, my brother is in trouble, I need to get over immediately. After speaking, Li Shu jumped out of the window directly, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the sky like a meteor. Jing Yuya stuck her little head out of the window and looked at the sky in shock. Soon, she withdrew her gaze, eating the chicken skewers with blank eyes. Her mood became a little lost, and she muttered in a low voice, "Is it so terrible for a married woman? Damn! How did Goku's chi become so weak? And why did Yamcha and Klin's chi suddenly disappear? What the hell is going on over there in Karantat?" Li Shu, who was speeding in the air, had a faint bad premonition in his heart, and his face was extremely ugly. In Li Shu's perception, Wukong's breath was getting weaker and weaker, and it had reached the point of dying. You can even feel a strong anger from Wukong's breath. Continuously increase the flying buff until the achievement point is insufficient. Continuous improvement. Ding! Congratulations! Obtain a new skill Flying Buff LV6. Flying Buff LV6, flight speed increased by 50%. With a song, Li Shu directly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his speed skyrocketed again. It's supposed to be an android. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to feel the gas. Li Shu's heart was full of anxiety, and the unexpected encounter in the morning made him quickly think of the situation that might happen to Wukong. Dr. Gro, it seems that he can't beat me, so he has to start with the people around me. This brute! Grass! Li Shu suddenly scolded angrily, and in his perception, Wukong's chi disappeared. He's dead. Not only that, but the aura of the guardians of Karantat, Beulah, and Upa, father and son, is also gone. Hey! Li Shu looked happy, Wukong's chi reappeared, and it was much stronger. I think I ate fairy beans before my experience. Wukong, hold on, Big Brother will be here soon. Li Shu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. After the near-death recovery, Wukong's combat power increased greatly. Even if he still couldn't defeat the android, he should be able to support himself until he arrived. Under Li Shu's full flight, he arrived at Kalin Ta in 2 minutes. The scene under the Kalin Tower made Li Shu's mood extremely heavy, and his pupils contracted involuntarily. I saw that Yamcha, Klin, Bora, and Upa were all lying in a pool of blood, dead without looking at them. They all died in the same state, with a fist-sized bloody hole in their chests. Directly in front of these 4 corpses, 2 red figures were fighting fiercely. One is Wukong, who is wearing the red practice uniform of the Turtle Immortal, and the other is a stranger who is also wearing red. There is not the slightest breath perceptible in this person, and it is obviously an artificial person. Combat Strength, 188. Combat Strength, 236. The former is Wukong's combat power, and the latter is the combat power of the red-clothed android. Wukong is being pressed and beaten by the red-clothed android, with multiple scars on his body. His practice clothes are already in tatters, and he can even see Wukong's ass of Huahua. Big Brother! Wukong quickly sensed Li Shu's arrival, and glanced back. It was this distraction that made the artificial man grasp the flaw, kicked Wukong in the face, and smashed a boulder next to him. At the same time, the red-clothed android changed the target of his attack the moment he saw Li Shu, and a fist-sized energy light wave rushed from his mouth. Li Shu slapped his palm, and the energy light wave that shot out instantly dissipated, without causing him the slightest damage. Wukong, do you need help? Li Shu didn't make a move immediately, but looked at Goku, who was back on his feet. This is a good sparring opponent for Wukong. With him watching, it is impossible for the red-clothed android to kill Wukong. As long as he doesn't die, For Li Shu, who has a large number of fairy beans, he can give Wukong a bug card and help him improve his combat effectiveness. Big brother, I'm going to avenge Kling and them with my own hands. Wukong looked angrily at the red-clothed android and rushed forward with a whoosh. However, the red-clothed android didn't fight at all, staring at Li Shu with a dead gaze. I'll kill everyone around you. The red-clothed android smiled cruelly, and then rose into the sky and chose to retreat without the slightest hesitation. Li Shu frowned slightly. There are bombs in the body of the artificial person, and it is undoubtedly a troublesome thing to force the other party to become Wukong's sparring partner. He has always hated trouble, so he decided to kill the other party directly, and then act as Goku's sparring partner himself. Of course, if the other party is interested, you can let him live for a few more minutes, maybe dozens of minutes. It turns out that the other party is not interested, and Goku's speed can't catch up with the other party. Li Shu had to stretch out a finger, and the fluctuations of the turtle sect Qigong gathered at the fingertips, and the convergence of energy was completed in an instant. With a loud bang, the head of the red-clothed artificial man hundreds of meters away exploded instantly, and the headless body fell weakly to the ground, making a dull sound. I'm sorry Wukong, your current strength is too weak to catch up with him, and the eldest brother can only take action for you. Li Shu came to Goku and comforted, don't be too sad, we can resurrect them through Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball? Oh, yes. Goku suddenly became happy. You see, the 7 Dragon Balls, the eldest brother has already collected them in advance, and they only need to wait a year for them to be resurrected. Li Shu took out 7 Dragon Balls and placed them in front of Goku. Big brother, do you know who these people are? Why kill us? They too returned to the bottom of the Kailan-tat. And Goku inquired as he dug a pit to bury the bodies of Klin, Yamcha, Bora, and Upa in their place. It's a long story, I'll talk to you later. Li Shu looked at Wukong helplessly and continued, if you bury them in the soil for a year, their bodies will rot. Hey? Is that the case? So what do we do? Goku was a little confused. Li Shu had a headache, thought for a while and said, we need Boomer's help, she may have some technical means to preserve their bodies, not to mention that his boyfriend Yamcha died here. Chapter 69. Li Shu went to the western capital and found Boomer, who was skipping class. Li Shu, how did you get here? Did you come to see me? I don't know why, Boomer feels that Li Shu seems to be a little different, his temperament looks more outstanding, and he is more handsome than before. Boomer, who is in adolescence, and she is a nymphomaniac, it is difficult for her to resist the charm of handsome guys. The relationship between her and Yamcha has also passed the period of passionate love, and Yamcha is stimulated by Li Shu to indulge in cultivation all day long, and the two have not seen each other for a long time. She didn't even know where Yamcha was at the moment. It is difficult for love to stand the test of time, especially when there is a better opposite sex around you. But that's all, Boomer only has a strong affection for Li Shu, which is more like a kind of worship. It's like those star-chasing girls. Li Shu looked at her solemnly, and said in a deep voice, I'll take you to a place, I hope you can be mentally prepared in advance, Yamcha and Klin. Something happened to them. Something happened to Yamcha. Boomer's appearance disappeared in an instant, his face was full of nervousness, and even a little flustered. Top of the Kalim Tower. Wukong took advantage of the gap between Li Shu's search for Boomer and began to climb the Kalima again. After the battle he had just experienced, he was desperate to improve his strength. If I had been a little stronger, what I just did would not have happened. After experiencing a near-death experience, Goku's strength has increased dramatically, and his speed of climbing Kailan-tat has also increased a lot. However, after only a short climb, Li Shu had already taken Boomer to Kailan-tat. Boomer. Goku finished his practice and jumped straight down to greet Boomer. Boomer's expression was not very good at the moment, and his body trembled as he looked at the corpse on the ground. Don't worry, we can resurrect them with Dragon Balls. Gaku comforted optimistically, completely forgetting how angry and sad he had been before. Li Shu patted Boomer on the shoulder and comforted, I'm sorry for making you feel sad, but now is not the time to be sad, they need your help. Dragon Ball. Boomer was immediately overjoyed, yes, we can make a wish to the dragon to resurrect them. Gloom on his face was cleared, and Boomer said, is it necessary to preserve their bodies? Yes, this shouldn't be a problem for a genius girl, right? Li Shu also showed a smile on his face. Boomer raised his chin proudly, patted his chest and said, although I am inferior to you in terms of fighting, all of you together are not my opponents in terms of technology, so leave it to me with confidence. After handing over the body to Boomer to dispose of, Li Shu and Gaku also followed Boomer to her home. I have to say that the mansion that is worthy of being the richest man in the world is simply outrageous, and there is even a park in it, which is outrageous. Under Boomer's command, Wukong and Li Shu moved the bodies of the 4 Yamcha into the freezer. Is it okay to put it in this box? Wukong looked east and west, very curious. Li Shu couldn't help but take a few more looks, he had only seen such equipment in movies. But considering that Boomer is still around, he can't look like a hillbilly like Gaku, which will make him feel very shameless. Although Goku's question he also wants to ask. You can rest assured, you don't understand, you just need to believe me. Boomer didn't explain too much, in fact, the author didn't understand it, but asked, what are you going to do next? Do you know who killed them? Wukong didn't speak, but looked at the eldest brother on the side, he felt that the eldest brother should know something. Li Shu took a deep breath, exhaled a long snort, and said seriously, it was an artificial man who attacked us, if you watch the news, you will know that I was attacked in the same way this morning. They're coming for me. Li Shu did not hide it, and told the story as it was, including his own speculation. It's all because I destroyed the Red Ribbon Legion, and the android attack was from the Red Ribbon Legion's mastermind, Dr. Gro. I'm sorry, this incident started because of me, Dr. Gro is here to get revenge on me, and when the Dragon Balls recover, I will resurrect them immediately. Li Shu placed the 7 petrified Dragon Balls on the table. Wukong stared at the big innocent eyes and said thoughtfully, is it a robot like Android 8? Li Shu nodded and said solemnly, as we can see, Dr. Gro has developed a more powerful android. Cyborgs? I suddenly became intrigued by this technology. After seeing that the Dragon Balls had been collected in advance, Boomer crossed Erlang's legs without the slightest intention of blaming Li Shu, and the original sadness disappeared. Well? Boomer interested in androids? Li Shu was a little surprised, there was no such plot in the original book, it seemed that it was because Klin and Yamcha died at the hands of artificial people, which stimulated this genius girl. I want to do something through what I am good at. Dr. Gro can develop androids, and for a genius girl like Boomer, it makes sense to get a few androids too, right? Ding! Congratulations! Trigger the hidden achievement quest Boomer's Revenge. Mission statement, collect 3 complete androids and give them to Boomer. Reward, Android Handbook. Artificial Human Manual. Li Shu suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly checked the system task record. Hidden Achievement Mission Drive Gro's Future. Mission Statement, save Dr. Gro at a critical moment and turn him back to the right. Reward, Android Handbook. Both are hidden quests, and the rewards are the same. Li Shu suddenly smiled. This is just right, and Dr. Gro was directly slaughtered, how could such a person change his ways? Even if it could, it would be troublesome. Since it's troublesome, it's better to just slaughter it. Li Shu subconsciously glanced at the slender legs under Boomer's short skirt, quickly moved his gaze up to look at the other party's eyes, and said seriously, Beautiful Miss Boomer, I am very interested in your interest, I am willing to help you capture 3 wild androids and sponsor your research project. Wild androids? Boomer couldn't help but smile and said, Li Shu, I didn't expect you to have such a humorous time. Li Shu smiled politely, and then his expression became serious. But before we do, I'm afraid we'll need to live together for a long time until we get rid of Dr. Gro's trouble, so he doesn't dare to attack us again. This is also out of consideration for your safety. After all, we are friends. Dr. Gro will definitely hurt you if he can't hurt me, and it has been proven that he will definitely do so. Chapter 70. As soon as he thought of the next few days, he would have to live with a handsome guy as attractive as Li Shu. Boomer's heartbeat accelerated, and a blush appeared on his face. Li Shu continued. It's better to leave the city, it's too dangerous to live in the city, and it will implicate other people. I suggest that everyone go to live with the turtle immortals. That old man. Boomer was a little reluctant, but agreed anyway. As for Wukong, he naturally has no opinion, and he also wants the turtle immortal to continue to guide him in his cultivation. The turtle immortal's hut, where he was watching a small movie. Grandpa Turtle Immortal. The sudden arrival of Li Shu and Wukong's shouting startled him, and he hurriedly looked for the remote control. Finally, before Li Shu and the others entered the house, they turned off the TV. As for whether they saw anything through the window that they shouldn't have seen, the turtle immortals did not know. Ahem, the turtle immortal turned his head and said in a teacher's voice, Wukong, Li Shu, why are you here? Hey, Boomer, you're here too. The turtle immortal's eyes were immediately attracted by Boomer, especially the touch of snow white under the skirt. His eyes gradually moved up, looking up at the peak, and his bare head couldn't help but lean up. Boomer's face turned blue, and he hit the slippery head with a fist, and roared angrily, lustful old man. What do you want? Shhh, it hurts, it hurts. Why does it hurt so much today? The turtle immortal squatted on the ground with his head covered, and tears were about to hurt. The corners of Li Shu's mouth raised, and he silently increased the pain control by 5 times, reaching 15 times the pain. The turtle immortal suddenly shuddered, and the tears he could hold back flowed down, and he cried directly, his calloused hands rubbed his head wildly. Now you know it's amazing, right? Let's see if you dare in the future. Boomer raised his chin triumphantly, very satisfied with the turtle fairy's painful appearance at the moment. Li Shu coughed dryly, and saw that the turtle immortal was almost in pain, so he ended the pain control. Hey? It's strange that it doesn't hurt so much all of a sudden. The turtle immortal stood up with a confused expression. Teacher Wu Tian, I have unfortunate news for you. Li Shu's deep voice made the turtle immortal get serious, and he looked at him intently, with a faint bad premonition in his heart. Cling! He's dead. They. First sentence made the turtle immortal's face change drastically. Soon, Li Shu told the story again. After Li Shu finished speaking, Boomer took out the frozen capsule and threw it on the ground. Bomb! After a few sounds, 4 freezers appeared in front of the turtle immortal's eyes. After seeing the death of the 4 people, the turtle immortal's face became solemn. It's all a one-hit kill, there's no trace of a fight, and you can't even resist. The strength of Yamcha, the turtle immortals may not be in their eyes, but Klin was taught by him. Even if it was him, it would be difficult to defeat Kling so cleanly, but it was easy for the other party. Even Wukong almost died, but fortunately, he ate the fairy beans in time and picked up a life. What surprised him was that such a powerful opponent was so vulnerable in front of Li Shu. Wukong's growth has already surprised him. And in order to avoid being quickly surpassed by his apprentices, he has begun to practice secretly. However, Li Shu's growth was beyond his imagination. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, can you continue to guide me in my cultivation? I want to become stronger and defeat the androids with my own hands. Wukong looked at the turtle fairy with a wistful expression, his hands clenched into fists. I'm old, and it's time for you young people. The turtle immortal sighed with emotion, besides, I don't have anything to teach you anymore. Your strength now far surpasses mine. Looking at the old face of the turtle immortal and the appearance full of emotion, Li Shu couldn't help but say. Wukong, leave the next cultivation to the eldest brother, we only need to go through fierce battles to be able to quickly become stronger. Of course, there will be bottlenecks, so let's improve as much as we can now. Teacher Wushan, do you want to be together? Li Shu suddenly looked at the turtle immortal and continued, you don't want to be too far apart by your apprentices, do you? If I'm not mistaken, you've been secretly practicing all this time, right? Combat Power, 159. The combat power on the top of the turtle immortal's head obviously betrayed him, and was seen through by Li Shu at a glance. Me? The turtle immortal was a little stunned, but he didn't expect his careful thinking to be seen through, and said with an embarrassed smile, I'm an old bone, but I can't compare to you young people. Li Shu smiled, grabbed the void in his palm, and a handful of immortal beans appeared, and said, I still have a lot of immortal beans, as long as there is still a breath, we can completely refine to death. Did you rob the cat immortals? The turtle immortal was shocked. Wukong couldn't wait, big brother, let's start quickly. Li Shu looked at the turtle immortal and asked again, so, does teacher Wushan want to be together? Although there is a saying that blue is better than blue, there is also a saying that Lao Ji is in the middle of the blue, and his ambition is thousands of miles. Lao Ji is in the middle of nowhere, and he is determined to be thousands of miles? The turtle immortal was stunned, and his originally worn-out heart was stimulated again. Ding! Congratulations! Trigger the hidden achievement quest. The potential of the turtle immortals. Mission description: help the turtle immortals stimulate the hidden power in the bloodline of the earthlings and become super earthlings. Reward: bloodline activation. Bloodline excitation: it can stimulate the hidden power in the bloodline. A smile appeared on Li Shu's face. The trigger of the hidden task was unexpected, which was why he and the turtle immortal talked so much. It's just that the task reward made Li Shu very surprised. Through the description and reward of this quest, Li Shu gained insight into some information. Obviously, the earthlings are not weak, but the power in the bloodline has been hidden for some unknown reason. As a result, the bottleneck period of earthlings is particularly long and difficult to break through. After he masters the bloodline stimulation, all this will cease to exist, and the true potential of the earthlings will be released. In the future, there will be a powerful earth warrior who will stand out. Not only that, but he can also use this ability to stimulate the bloodlines of other races. Of course, the premise is that there is also a hidden power in the bloodlines of other races, and his ability will be effective. But this task seems to be a bit difficult. I don't know what to do at all, in order to stimulate the hidden power in the bloodline. Can you just practice to the death? Li Shu shook his head. This kind of possibility is not very likely. After thinking about it, he still decided to spend hundreds of millions of consulting fees, and consulting the system is better than groping around. Chapter 71. The system quickly gave the result of the consultation. There is a mystery between life and death, and you can refine it in death. The consultation fee is 100 achievement points which have been deducted. Li Shu was speechless. He didn't expect it to be really what he thought, just refine it to death. Fortunately, he is very rich now, just 100 achievement points he can afford to spend it. In fact, these 100 achievement points are not unjustly spent, at least the ideas in your heart are clear, and you can implement them more firmly, which is very important. For example, gold diggers who do not have metal detectors know that they can dig gold by digging down, but it is easy to give up and dig again in another place if they do not see the harvest for a long time. What they don't know is that they only need to dig another 10 meters. At the same time, the turtle immortals made up their minds to practice with them. It's really emotional. I didn't expect that I would have to work so hard when I was so old. The turtle immortal smiled, but I also really want to see where my limit is. Li Shu laughed and said, Teacher Wuxian, Wukong, let you see my current strength first. The moment the words fell, Li Shu burst out his powerful qi. White flames suddenly rose around his body, with Li Shu as the center, and a powerful storm seemed to have formed around him. Under the impact of the air waves, the surrounding items were lifted away, the coconut trees on the side were bent over, and the house felt like it was about to be blown away. There was a raging wave on the sea. The faces of the turtle immortal and Wukong changed greatly, and they took a few steps back under the impact of the qi wave, and only then did they stand on their feet a little shaky, their eyes were a little unable to open, and they had to block the front with their arms, looking at Li Shu in horror through a gap. They had never felt such a powerful qi. Li Shu didn't do anything, just standing there, which brought them a great sense of oppression. More than 10 times more than our gas. The turtle immortal opened his mouth in shock. He had thought that Li Shu was very powerful now, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful that it was unbelievable. Think about it carefully. At the #1 martial arts conference in the world, Li Shu and Wukong were still evenly matched. How long has it been? It seems like it's only been 10 days? Unthinkable. In just 10 days, it is more than 10 times stronger than before. What is this practice speed? Can you really catch up? The turtle immortal felt that the fire that had just ignited in his heart was rapidly extinguishing. Li Shu's terrifying growth rate made him feel hopeless. It's so strong. Big brother, how do you practice? Teach me. Wukong's reaction was diametrically opposed to that of the turtle immortal, and the fighting spirit in his heart became even more high, and he looked at Li Shu with fiery eyes. However, there are some doubts in his heart. After all, he has only been away from his eldest brother for a few days, but he is already more than 10 times stronger than him when he sees him today. With such a terrifying cultivation speed, he was really too greedy. This is just an all-out outburst under Li Shu's normal situation, and when he was about to transform into a Super Saiyan, he suddenly discovered that something was wrong with the turtle immortal. The expression on his face that was so shocked that he was numb made Li Shu give up the idea of transformation. Just the normalcy has already brought a great blow to the turtle immortals, and if they transform into Super Saiyans again, the turtle immortals will probably be directly rotten, and the task will not be completed. Li Shu also understands the mood of the turtle immortal at the moment. After all, he is old, and he is in a state of retirement, which is still very different from the young Wukong. After living to this age and seeing more excellent martial artists appear, he no longer has the desire to become stronger. Teacher Wuxian. Li Shu put back the qi that was released, and said seriously, you may not know yet, in fact, Wukong and I are not earthling. Not an earthling. The turtle immortal was stunned. Boomer, who was hiding in the house, also poked out his little head and asked curiously, I have long suspected that you are not earthlings, except for animal people, which normal person will have a tail. So, Li Shu told the story of the Scions. Including the fact that the Scion can quickly improve his strength after his death, there is no concealment in the slightest. After learning the truth, the turtle immortal was obviously relieved, and felt a lot better. No wonder the strength of you and Wukong will always suddenly improve a lot, I see. The turtle immortal suddenly realized. Li Shu said, in fact, the blood of the earthlings is not weak. As far as I know, there is a mysterious power hidden in the bloodline of earthlings, and after experiencing the battle between life and death, it can also inspire powerful potential. It's just that this potential can't be directly converted into combat power like the Scions, but needs to be improved through cultivation. This is a reasonable guess that Li Shu has come up with after receiving a systematic answer and the amazing potential of the half-blood Scion. Although he has not experienced verification, he feels that 8 or 9 are not far from 10. As for whether it's true or not, you'll find out by trying. And Li Shu paused for a moment and said very seriously, Teacher Wuxian, have you heard of the legendary Super Earthling? They. Turtle Immortal was shocked and stammered a little, Super Earthlings? Gaku and Boomer were also interested, and they were surprised to see that this was a story they had never heard before. That's right, it's a super earthling. With the blessing of Cheeky Skin LV1, Li Shu's face was not red and his heart was not beating, and he began to make up legends. Li Shu said in a serious way, "This is what I learned from the murals on an abandoned cave deep under the sea when I was collecting Dragon Balls. The powerful potential that can be stimulated between life and death, as I just mentioned, is known from the mural on the seabed. Moreover, it also records how to become a super earthling, but unfortunately I only saw half of it, and the underwater cave collapsed." Speaking of this, Li Shu looked regretful. "I didn't expect there to be such a legend." The Turtle Immortal looked thoughtful. Wukong looked confused, saying that he didn't understand much and wanted his eldest brother to speak again. Boomer even asked, "Do you remember the coordinates of that sea? Maybe I can restore this mural." Li Shu was shocked in his heart, and hurriedly made up, "It's useless, after the cave collapsed. I tried to bring these stones ashore, but I found that the murals on them actually disappeared magically. Tell me, isn't it amazing?" Li Shu looked at the three of them with a really magical look. "It's amazing. Gaku is convinced of this." Boomer didn't think much of it, and sighed regretfully. The Turtle Immortal continued to look thoughtful, as if he was trying to remember something, and everyone couldn't help but look at him. "No, is there really a legend of Super Earthling?" The appearance of the Turtle Immortal's serious memories made Li Shu a little apprehensive. "I only heard the Turtle Immortal say, 'How about we eat hot pot tonight?' That's it." Li Shu, Boomer, and Wukong fell to the ground headlong, but they were really thundered by the turn of the Turtle Immortals. Chapter 72. The night was sparsely sparse, and fierce battles suddenly broke out on the calm sea. The two figures, one old and one young, quickly clashed, and the aftermath of the battle set off ripples on the sea, and the waves rolled. High above the battlefield of the two, a young figure was overlooking the two of them, waiting for them. Li Shu didn't dare to be careless, and was ready to rescue at any time. This battle between Wukong and the Turtle Immortal was full of his strength at his strong request. Combat Strength, 191. Combat Strength, 188. The former is the combat power of the Turtle Immortal in muscle form, and the latter is the combat power of Wukong under normal conditions. The Turtle Immortal's move was fatal, without the slightest hand, as if Wukong in front of him was his father-killing enemy, and his fierce eyes were full of murderous energy. Wukong's face was also full of anger at the moment, and he made moves to fight for his life, and the speed of his attack was getting faster and faster, and he could attack with one more tail, and he actually pressed and beat the Turtle Immortal in his muscular form. The appearance of deep hatred between the two was also the result of letting the Turtle Immortal use hypnosis at Li Shu's strong request. If they don't, neither the Turtle Immortal nor Gaku will be able to make a dead move. In this way, it is impossible to appreciate the mystery between life and death. It's just a pity that hypnotism doesn't last too long. As for how long it will last, the Turtle Immortals don't know, but they just say that it varies from person to person and depends on the situation. But there are benefits to this. Whoever releases the hypnosis state first will reveal the flaws. The other person, who is still in a state of hypnosis, will seize this opportunity and deliver a fatal blow. Therefore, Li Shu didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest, and looked at the two of them intently. Fortunately, with his current strength exceeding the two of them by more than 10 times, he is enough to control the overall situation and let them eat the fairy beans at a critical moment. The possibility of instant kill does not exist. After all, the combat effectiveness of the two is almost the same, at most they are seriously injured and dying. All nations shocking palm. The Turtle Immortal seized the opportunity, and the electric light flashed between his palms, and a yellow lightning bolt shot out in an instant, which numbed Wukong, and controlled him to be unable to move in the electric light. As the Turtle Immortals continued to output, Wukong's expression became more and more painful. Li Shu, who watched this scene, felt that because of his appearance, Wukong avoided the battle with the Turtle Immortals at the world's first martial arts conference. Now that the earth-shattering palm of all nations has reappeared, Wukong still has not escaped the gears of fate. In the original book, Wukong, under the earth-shattering palm of the Turtle Immortals, accidentally saw the full moon and transformed into a giant ape, and only then did he resolve this trick. However, now that the waning moon is in the sky, Wukong has no chance to transform. Even if there is, Li Shu will open the inverted transformation domain to prevent Wukong's transformation, otherwise he will lose the meaning of cultivation. There was no accident. And in the case of not being able to transform into a giant ape, Wukong was helpless in the face of the earth-shattering palms of all nations, and his breath became weaker and weaker. The Turtle Immortal was also uncomfortable, and the consumption of the heavenly palm of all nations was extremely great, and he couldn't support it for too long. The battle between the two became a war of attrition, and whoever could hold out to the end would be the winner. Li Shu held a fairy bean in his hand and was always ready. Time passed, the two of them were in a stalemate for several minutes. The Turtle Immortal was already sweating profusely, his body was trembling a little, and the power of the earth-shattering palm of all nations was obviously weakened a lot. Obviously his physical strength was about to be exhausted. Wukong's willpower is extremely tenacious, he is already angry, holding on with his last breath, and his body is constantly convulsing. Li Shu's face changed slightly, and both of them were obviously at the end of their crossbows, and they were completely holding on. After rehearsing the instructions to remove hypnosis in his heart, Li Shu shouted, "It's time to eat!" The Turtle Immortal and Wukong suddenly shook their bodies, and a moment of confusion flashed in their eyes. The earth-shattering palm of all nations disappeared, and Wukong fell weakly downward, and was caught by Li Shu. Looking at Wukong who was dying in front of him, Li Shu admired it, and at the same time was a little curious. If Wukong's pain was increased by 28 times, I don't know if he could hold on for so long. Big brother! Grandpa Turtle Immortal is so strong. Goku's voice was weak, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was enjoying the hearty battle. You're not weak. Li Shu first threw a fairy bean to the Turtle Immortal, and then fed Wukong a fairy bean. Wukong suddenly became alive, he felt that his body was full of strength, and he had inexhaustible strength. Combat Strength, 237. Li Shu immediately looked at the Turtle Immortal who had regained his strength. Combat Strength, 160, Normal. I have to say, the Scion blood is really perverted. After comparing the improved combat effectiveness of the two, Li Shu was very embarrassed. Wukong has increased his combat power by 49 points, while the Turtle Immortal has only increased by 1 point, and the difference between the two is simply worlds apart. In this battle, the Turtle Immortals had the upper hand at the end, and Goku was almost electrocuted, one from exhaustion and the other from serious injuries. Strictly speaking, the Turtle Immortals did not experience life and death, nor were they of Scion blood. At the age of more than 300 years old, it is already good to be able to increase the combat power by 1 point after such a fierce battle. You must know that in the stage of low combat effectiveness, every little bit of combat effectiveness needs to be cultivated day after day. Many people have only improved their combat effectiveness a few times in the absence of guidance, even if they have been poor all their lives. For example, Mr. Satan performs splitting tiles with his bare hands in front of Shuru in an attempt to intimidate the other party. Another example is Yamcha and Klin, who have worked hard for months to practice, and have only improved their combat effectiveness by more than a dozen points. And Li Shu and Wukong, who have just come to the Dragon Ball world, have only improved their combat effectiveness by dozens of points after 5 years of penance in the mountains. From 0 to 1 and the stage of laying the foundation, hard work, but only slow improvement, is undoubtedly the most difficult and easy to give up moment. Once you persist, broaden your horizons, find the right way, and see a broader sky, that is, the sea is wide and the sky is high for birds to fly. Except, of course, hanging on the wall. Teacher Wu Tian, how do you feel? Li Shu hurriedly came to the turtle immortal's side and asked eagerly, when you were exhausted, did you feel a mysterious power surging out of your body? The turtle immortal shook his head with a wry smile, no, I feel that my old bones are about to fall apart. It seems that Wukong has not driven you to a corner, and he has not experienced life and death. I am afraid that he can't feel the hidden power in his blood. Li Shu thought for a moment and said, why don't you two beat me next? Don't worry, I'll only beat you half to death. Thank you so much, Li Shu. The turtle immortal said excitedly, let's eat hot pot first. Chapter 73. Lan Qi craftsmanship is becoming more and more exquisite. Looking at the table of delicacies, Li Shu and Wukong were not polite, and feasted on it. Didn't you say eating hot pot? The turtle immortal asked dejectedly. Lan Qi smiled, if you eat hot pot, Li Shu and Wukong will definitely not be able to wait. It's just that it's too troublesome to eat hot pot, and when the food is cooked, I guess I'm going to starve to death. Goku's mouth was stuffed with food, and he didn't forget to mumble a few words. Come on, taste my dinosaur legs. Li Shu snapped and put the dinosaur legs, which had shrunk to 1 meter, on the table. Wukong's eyes lit up suddenly, and he bit it with his mouth wide open, but was once again nimbly dodged by the dinosaur's legs. Big brother, just let me take a bite, I've been hungry for a long time. Wukong was a little angry and looked at Li Shu pleadingly. Li Shu spread his hands, I can't help it, this guy has spirituality, and it depends on your ability to eat. Hey? Why does food have a consciousness of its own? Boomer looked at the moving dinosaur legs in amazement, and poked them with chopsticks, feeling Q-bombs. I picked up this thing, I heard that it is a spiritual weapon, but I don't know the specifics. Li Shu didn't know how to explain, so he simply pretended to be stupid. Boomer suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Li Shu, can you cut a few slices for me to study? I suddenly thought of a way to make an artificial human. Boomer had been thinking about how to make an artificial man all day, and he had no clue until he saw Li Shu's moving dinosaur legs, and suddenly a flash of inspiration occurred. There should be some kind of mysterious active substance in it. Because so. Science. First of all. And like that. In the end. The more Boomer spoke, the more excited he became. He slapped the table excitedly and stood up, laughing wildly, haha, it's me. It's just an artificial person, it's hard to be a beautiful genius girl like me. Li Shu was not stingy, and directly enlarged the dinosaur's legs, and then dodged 20 catties, and said, is it enough? It's not enough for me to have it, this guy can regenerate, it's inexhaustible, you don't have to be polite to me. To be honest, Li Shu is a little curious, what will the artificial man made with dinosaur legs look like? It's exciting to think about. Boomer put away the 20 pounds of spiritual dinosaur legs, and after eating a few bites of the food on the table, he couldn't wait to leave. Before entering the lab capsule, she turned around and shouted. Don't bother me these days, I'm going to dive into research. At this moment, Wukong let out a cry of pain and squatted on the ground with his mouth covered. Everyone looked at Wukong suspiciously, and then at the dinosaur legs jumping sideways left and right in front of Wukong, and suddenly understood. It turned out that he wanted to steal the dinosaur legs, but he didn't eat them, but broke his teeth instead. Li Shu silently activated the full power pain control, and the pain was increased by 28 times. It hurts, it hurts. Wukong's tears of pain suddenly flowed out. The turtle immortals immediately burst out laughing. Li Shu took advantage of these opportunities to show off the food on the table to his mouth, and shouted at Wu Qi wow wow. The next day. Early in the morning, the wind and the sun were beautiful. Li Shu stood on the beach, looking at the COMC, refreshed. After stretching, he took out a bottle of eye drops and dripped them onto his eyes. Ding! Congratulations! Eyes of Battle LV1 has been upgraded to Eyes of Battle LV2. Hey? Li Shu was stunned for a moment, and his mood suddenly became happy. This Eye of Fighting special potion, he used it every day, persisted for so long, and finally succeeded again. To put it the least, it saved him a few hundred achievement points. I don't know if it's the effect of Lucky Star Max. Li Shu wasn't sure. After all, in the description of the item, it was said that there was a small probability that the Eye of Battle would be improved. If the system picks out the words, I'm afraid it really won't work. Subsequently, Li Shu took out the universal lifting box and put the dinosaur legs inside. Li Shu didn't believe that his luck could be so good, and the two smaller probabilities were met by himself. If it is successful this time, it means that the success rate and probability increase are the same thing. However, the dinosaur legs were not lifted. I knew it was going to happen. Li Shu shrugged his shoulders, not very concerned. Anyway, it's a white prostitute, and it's best to be promoted, and it's nothing if you can't be promoted. Moreover, he felt that his luck was gradually improving. Glancing at the capsule laboratory next to the Turtle Immortal house, Li Shu took out a bottle of potion. Invisibility 50% Epiphany Potion. After taking it, there is a 50% success rate of invisibility and invisibility. Li Shu looked at the potion in his hand and sighed. He had already gotten it, but he was reluctant to drink it. After all, there was only one bottle, and it would be too distressing if it failed. But this time is different. With the blessing of Lucky Star Max's 100% success rate, he has to do it. With the invisibility technique, you can help Wukong and the Turtle Immortal improve their sense of qi. When the two of them are almost the same, I'll go to the soothsayer to ask about Dr. Gro's whereabouts, and then kill them directly. When the time comes, you will be able to brush the task of Love Saint with peace of mind. Li Shu made a plan in his heart, and immediately raised his head and drank the Epiphany Potion. Ding! Congratulations! Epiphany Skill Invisibility. Stealth Technique, as the name suggests, but it should be noted that after launching an attack in this state, the stealth state will be invalidated. The description of the stealth technique did not surprise Li Shu. Considering that Dr. Gro is a Frankenstein, there will definitely be a device like thermal imaging equipment. In this way, the stealth technique has no effect in front of him. Li Shu consulted, System, how many levels of stealth can be improved to avoid being discovered by scientific means? System. Level 3 is sufficient. The consultation fee is 10 achievement points which have been deducted. Does it only take level 3? Li Shu glanced at the remaining achievement points, and there were still 748 points, and it was not enough to spend, flower, at all. So, he decided to test what the upgrade base was. Boost invisibility. Ding! Does it cost 5 achievement points to increase invisibility to invisibility LV1? The success rate is 99%. It's only 5 o'clock? 99% success rate? Li Shu smiled. With Lucky Star Max, he was afraid of it, and suddenly said arrogantly, directly give me a 3-level promotion. Ding! Congratulations! Obtain a new skill Stealth Technique LV3. Stealth Technique LV3. Ability 1, Stealth Ability. 2, Dungia Dungia. What do you mean? Kimin Dungia hasn't learned. In his previous life, he died young at the age of 26, and he had only heard the legend of Kimin Dungia, and watched similar film and television dramas. I just know that it's awesome. But if you really want to talk about the understanding of Kimin Dungia, he has 9 out of 10 tricks, and he doesn't know anything. Chapter 74. Li Shu thought about it. If you want to block the existing scientific methods, don't you have to rely on metaphysics, or more advanced science? Dunjia doesn't seem to have any problems. Immediately, Li Shu's heart moved, and the whole person suddenly became transparent, including clothes, which was very humane. He couldn't even see himself, but he could still feel the presence of his own qi. In other words, he is not completely invisible now, and a person with a strong sense of qi can sense his position by virtue of his sense of qi. Then he turned on the ability of Dunjia again. And in an instant, his entire person's aura disappeared, and with his qi sense as high as level 10, he couldn't detect the slightest outpouring. This is simply a sneak attack magic skill. With this skill, he can quietly capture the android alive, avoiding the other party from running away when he sees him, or directly blowing himself up. Now we need to test whether we can see ourselves. Li Shu walked towards Boomer's capsule lab and knocked on the door. At this point, Boomer is still sleeping, right? Who? Didn't you say don't bother me these days? However, Boomer's angry roar surged through the doors and windows the moment the knock sounded. Boomer, I'm Li Shu and I need your help. Li Shu. Boomer's voice softened suddenly, and he quickly opened the door and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I was thinking about the problem just now, I didn't mean to. Hey? What about people? The moment he opened the door, Boomer was stunned, looking left and right, wondering if he hadn't slept all night and had auditory hallucinations. Sorry to bother you. Li Shu immediately lifted the stealth technique, and his figure was gradually revealed. Will you be invisible? Boomer's face was full of shock. I just learned, isn't this going to help you catch a few androids? It's a pity that they will run away when they see me, and they will blow themselves up, so I studied stealth. You want me to test it with a thermal image, don't you? Boomer is worthy of being a genius girl, and instantly gained insight into Li Shu's thoughts. Li Shu nodded repeatedly. After Boomer's test, after turning on the ability of Dunjia, his figure completely disappeared from the hot image. That's amazing. Boomer was amazed at Li Shu's strength, and then asked suspiciously. So you can only get close and catch the androids, but how can you stop them from blowing themselves up? Li Shu recalled the beating of Android 9 and said, keep beating them violently, and don't give them a chance to blow themselves up. Boomer smiled and said, actually, you just need to take out the chip in their body. Although I haven't figured out the structure of the whole android, I can be sure that there must be a chip, which is an indispensable core part. I can make a chip detection device that can detect where the chip is mounted. It's just that this device is a bit complicated, and you'll need to wait for me for a while. Li Shu was overjoyed when he heard this, which could indeed save him a lot of trouble. After leaving Boomer's laboratory, Gaku and the Turtle Immortal also got up, and after breakfast, the three of them began their arduous practice. Li Shu was 1 against 2, and the Turtle Immortal and Wukong attacked, but they were all easily dodged. And Li Shu's casual blow can beat the two of them to vomit blood. And under the 28 times the pain, as long as they are touched by Li Shu, the Turtle Immortal and Wukong will die in pain. Shhh, why does it hurt so much? The Turtle Fairy clutched his ass and screamed, jumping up and down in an attempt to relieve the pain. Wukong also clutched his stomach, panting heavily, and his forehead was covered with dense fine sweat. Big brother, it's no good, it hurts me to death. I look like I'm going to poop, wait for me for a while. Hey! Li Shu looked at the two of them with a smile, this is only 28 times the pain, can't bear it. Lao Tzu is 200 times. Do you know how I've been here for the past few years? Seeing someone experiencing the same pain as himself, Li Shu was very relieved. We need to learn to share happiness as well as pain. The pain of one is not as good as the pain of all. Wukong, only by empathizing can you understand why Big Brother is so afraid of pain. Looking at Wukong, who was covering his stomach with one hand and his butt with the other, looking for toilets all over the world, Li Shu couldn't help but show an old fatherly smile on his face. In this way, during the whole morning's practice, the screams of the turtle immortals and Wukong never stopped. It's like the scene of a Japanese good voice show, the two compete to see whose voice is louder, and one is worse than the other. And the smile on Li Shu's face never stopped, and even smiled. Especially under Li Shu's fatal attack, the turtle immortal not only had his bones shattered all over his body, but his internal organs were not spared. Blood poured out of his mouth along with shards of internal organs and bone slag. And under the pain manipulation, the pain of death is magnified by 28 times. The turtle immortal's spirit was in a trance, and his body kept twitching, trying to release a little pain by screaming, but every time he opened his mouth, it was a mouthful of blood. And he really didn't have the strength to scream the pain. He only lasted 5 seconds, and his consciousness began to become chaotic, and he felt death coming. It was an indescribable feeling, and the memories of his life flashed through his mind quickly. The memories of his life of more than 300 years are fleeting. Just before he lost consciousness, he felt something stuffed into his mouth. I have to admire the strength of the fairy bean. The internal organs are shattered, and without the digestive system, the body can still heal. Teacher Wushan? How does it feel? Do you experience the mystery between life and death? Looking at the turtle immortal who was gradually opening his eyes, Li Shu asked urgently. The turtle immortal shook his head and nodded again, making Li Shu very puzzled. I only heard the turtle immortal say, I don't know what the mystery between life and death is. But just when I thought I was going to die, I heard a slight cracking sound coming from my body in a daze, but I couldn't determine where it came from. It's the sound of something cracking. The turtle immortal tried to describe the sound, dancing with his hands, and continued, later, after eating the fairy beans, the feeling disappeared. Listening to the description of the turtle immortal, Li Shu showed a thoughtful look, which reminded him of a research report on human potential that he had read in his previous life, as well as the content of an infinite stream of horror novels. In desperate situations, human beings are often able to burst out with incredible power. This power is able to break through the shackles in the body and bring out the potential of the human body, from which it derives a steady stream of power. I see. Li Shu's eyes lit up. That's the sound of the gene lock. Chapter 75. Li Shu looked at the turtle immortal excitedly. It turns out that it is not useless for him to carefully beat the turtle immortal into a near-death state. This shows that his direction is right, and as long as he repeats this operation next, the turtle immortal will definitely be able to stimulate the hidden power in the bloodline and become a super earthling. Li Shu's gaze made the turtle immortal's heart a little furious, and he only heard this man say, Teacher Wushan, have you heard of the gene lock? If I'm not mistaken, the sound you hear when you're dying comes from the genetic lock. This is an invisible shackle, he imprisons our potential and power in the depths of our bloodline. The prerequisite for wanting to open the genetic lock is to rely on strong obsession and willpower when you are dying. However, the power of the fairy bean has taken you out of this state, so the whole process only lasted for a short time before it ended. Looking at the gradually frightened smile on Li Shu's face, the turtle immortal suddenly felt a little cold, and his body began to tremble. I only heard Li Shu continue, to put it simply, as long as I kill you a few more times, of course, it doesn't really kill you, it's similar to the state just now. You need to be in that state a little longer, until the genetic lock is completely broken. The turtle immortal looked at Li Shu with a loveless face, his mouth opened wide, and he said tremblingly, I'll do my best. After saying that, the turtle immortal sighed and walked towards the house in an old state. Although Xiandu has recovered from his physical injuries, the mental pain and torture have not yet healed, and he needs to watch a small movie to relax. Looking at the back of the turtle immortal, Li Shu smiled and withdrew his gaze, looking at Wukong, who was confused all the time. Obviously, Gaku didn't fully understand what had just been said. Big brother, can you give me a bite of your dinosaur leg? I'm hungry and I don't feel like I have any strength. Seeing the eldest brother looking at him, Wukong suddenly drooled, and his face was full of longing. Combat Power, 283. Looking at the combat power value above Wukong's head that skyrocketed again, Li Shu was very embarrassed in his heart, worthy of being the strongest fighting nation, Scion blood. I'm afraid it won't be long before Goku's combat power catches up with him. Li Shu raised his hand and knocked on Wukong's head and said, "Didn't you just eat fairy beans? How can you be hungry?" Haha, you found out, big brother." Goku scratched the back of his head with a smile. Half a month later. On the Com-C, Li Shu looked at Wukong with an extremely serious expression. Combat Power, 2963. After half a month of death cultivation, Wukong's strength has been greatly improved, and he is almost the same as himself. Li Shu's long-awaited showdown has finally arrived. The bottleneck of his combat effectiveness will seek a breakthrough in this fierce battle. "Big brother, I'm going to attack." Wukong was eager to try, and his voice was full of impatience. During this time, he was beaten badly by his eldest brother, and now that his strength has finally caught up, he can't wait to retaliate back. Li Shu grinned and said, "Let the horse come over." Ode. Goku disappeared in an instant, moving through the air at a great speed, as if he had disappeared. However, this did not do anything for Li Shu. Not only can the nose of fighting be able to warn in advance, but the eye of fighting that has been upgraded to level 2 can also capture high-speed movements. Li Shu suddenly elbowed and attacked his side. A violent roar erupted in the sky, and Goku's disappearing figure was revealed. Hiss! Wukong gasped, and the feeling of his fist hitting Li Shu's elbow was like hitting an indestructible piece of metal. After half a month of death practice, he still hadn't fully adapted to the 28-fold pain, but it wasn't unbearable. Hiss! Li Shu also gasped, 172 times the pain. He didn't fully adapt, but there was a strange pleasure. The indescribable sourness made him feel a little excited. He felt like he was getting more and more perverted. He didn't want to do that, but he couldn't do anything about it for a long time. Rumble! Li Shu directly launched the heart of the fight, and the fiery red aura exploded all over his body, and the amazing battle intent was like a stormy wave, sending Wukong hundreds of meters away. The launch of the fighting spirit made Li Shu completely excited, and the pain weakened again, and he caught up with Wukong in an instant. A storm of attacks poured out. Goku was beaten and had no power to fight back, and was hit hard in many parts of his body, and was beaten mercilessly. With a 28-fold increase in pain, Wukong's steely willpower is also a little unbearable. Just by enduring that pain, he did his best. All the nerve reactions, filled with pain, made it difficult for him to cope. Wukong's reaction made Li Shu feel a little disappointed, and he immediately lifted the pain control. Otherwise, under 28 times the pain, Wukong can only be beaten passively, and he will not have the strength to fight back until he is used to this kind of pain like him. Hey? It doesn't seem to hurt that much. Goku was ecstatic, thinking that he had adapted to the pain. Without the suppression of pain, Wukong shouted violently and slapped Li Shu's head with a whip leg. Li Shu raised his hand to block it, and the collision of the two forces was magnified by 172 times the pain, making his face hideous. But in his heart, he became more and more excited, and grabbed Wukong's ankle with his backhand, like wielding a hammer, and hit the sea with a hammer. The attack like a storm crashing on the shore, the huge impact made Wukong feel extremely uncomfortable. But under the tempering of 28 times the pain, Wukong's ability to resist hits has been amazingly improved. He actually relied on his strong abdominal strength to do a sit-up, and the moment he was lifted again, he punched Li Shu in the face. Li Shu was in pain and let go of his hand in an instant, and after Wukong broke free, he stepped forward and launched a stormy attack, without sparing the slightest hand. A burst uppercut hit the abdomen, and Li Shujian bowed himself, followed by another fierce uppercut, kicking him high into the air. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong. Wukong charged his hands and slammed into Li Shu in the air, and a thick blue energy light wave instantly engulfed Li Shu. When the light wave dissipated, Wukong's face changed suddenly, and the figure of the eldest brother disappeared. Invisibility. Wukong's face was solemn. In the past half a month, in order to train his qi, the eldest brother often used stealth techniques to sneak attack him. It brought a great psychological shadow to him. Because he was not spared once, every time he was punched by his eldest brother without exception, and lost his ability to fight. However, to Wukong's relief, his sense of qi has indeed improved a lot, and he can barely capture the direction of his eldest brother.